Now, Lathan, I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you for a $10 donation.
We're going.
Are we back live?
It's starting.
Awesome
Talk
sauce.
amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst
Talk
yourselves.
amongst
Talk
There you
amongst
go.
yourselves.
It's welcome to the telethon.
I'm perclept.
No, verklempt. I'm verklempt.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm not. I don't
It's
know
like
that.
butter.
I don't know the
Oh
Yiddish.
gosh, how old are that?
I'm grumpy.
That's old.
So if you want to hear another TEA boo-boo, you know that
And are we back live now, Charles?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Good.
they sent to schools that met the requirements
Right.
weekly COVID tests, rapid COVID tests,
Right.
that are now we're finding out only 40% effective.
Correct.
So there's that.
So you know we just
Really?
So now what you're having to do is if you use the test, and we send home 4 classrooms. This is our first time since we opened that we've had to send home kids because of
Right.
exposure to a teacher. And we gave all the staff that test. Now everybody
Right.
was negative. Everybody was negative. And now what we're having to say is go get the 3-day test.
Yeah.
And so it's like, how does this happen? All that money.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wow. Well, okay. So there's that. There's that.
They try. You know, I have to remind myself that they are doing their best.
Right. As we all are. Yeah. I mean, we're all kind of just fumbling through this.
Yeah, but it's going to be everywhere. Although we're very lucky, we've only had 2 staff members all year, and no kids in the building that have had it.
Oh, see, now that's good. That's good.
We've had to send. One day we sent 31 kids home with a high temperature.
Well, and again, everybody, better safe than sorry is kind of the way we're doing it. Now, we were talking about the way people can follow you, the way people can tune in. What you've got this, and it was a very important show that you did the other day. The special education component. If you know somebody, if you are a family that has a special needs child, if you have a neighbor, if you have a friend, somebody who you go to church with, this is a must-see show so they can catch your rebroadcast. Now, it's always all of your podcasts are archived on your social media sites. Okay.
Ask Dr. Be Good, right?
Okay.
But I mean, the rebroadcast comes out so that you would get notified. That's the thing about liking the page, and I don't post a whole lot to bother you. I pretty much the notifications come out twice a week of the show live Sunday, the show rebroadcast on Thursday, and really leave your comments. But as far as the special ed thing, if you feel like you or a family member or neighbor the kid's not receiving the services they should, and the school is blaming COVID, please know the federal government is not allowing that as an excuse. If the school is using it, they're breaking the law.
Right.
And so again, if contact me,
it's not a reason. It's not.
No. And so you have to be a better advocate for your child if that's going on.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, and there are also advocates that you can hire. If you are confused by it, because I mean, I know special ed teachers that are confused by it.
Yeah.
You know, I've sat in ARDS and I've gone, no, that's not the way that works. Well, yeah, you know, and I'm like, I get it. It's a myriad of, but it's all there to advocate for your child.
Right.
And so sometimes hiring a special ed advocate could be necessary for you to go to your ARDS. So do know that exists and it's out there.
Yeah. And
right.
Again, you may be able to avoid that if you contact me. I don't cost any money. I'm just here to, share information, give you some professional dialogue. Because one of the bad things that sometimes parents do is they come with their outside voice inside the building.
Yes, I love it.
And so if I can give you the professional words and keep your temperature down to where you can have that professional dialogue with school, it may be that things can get fixed without having to hire somebody. Because ultimately, you want to partner with the school, right? You don't want to be that hostile parent that has to have a third person in the room every time you sit down.
Well, right, and at the end of the day, they need to. You're there for your kid, and you want to make sure you've got, even moving past. And there are significant, we're not denying it, troubles and issues out there, but you want to be able to continue to work as a team for the good of your child.
That's right.
I mean, that at the end of the day, that's what we want to do.
It's the truth. And then, Dr. Good, we're going to see you again here in a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah,
So, all right,
so she's
we're-
part of our Veterans Day telethon as
She
well.
is,
She's a
and-
regular guest and a Veterans Day guest.
Well, and I'm asking Coach because Coach said he's already donated via PayPal
Oh,
for our
yay!
telethon.
Thank you,
and so
yay!
I want to find out how much he's donated. I've asked him, and we're going to put it on
Love
the
it, love
board,
it, and love
which
it.
will be showing throughout the day on our telethon as well. We've also got a $1,000 match for our first $1,000.
So we have to get, our goal
So we
has
gotta
been
get
all
there.
along to get to $1,000. Once we get to $1,000, we've got a match.
I'll go dig. Deep in
Go
my
dig.
pocket.
Love it.
Oh,
Thank
here's
you,
a
Dr.
here's a
Good.
script, Dr. Good,
Okay.
for you that I just created. Grab a pen and paper and
Here, I'll
make
give you
a-
this one.
If you need to write down the name and the credit card number, you can go onto this. You go onto the site itself, Dr. Good, and you can do the donation right there on the site with their credit card number or debit card number. Or they can go on the site and do it and just tell them to let you know what their donation is and their name so we can report it and be excited about it and put it on our board. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Good.
All right. We have got a great looking crew in the back.
Oh, they look
From
phenomenal.
the VFW.
I love it.
Now, okay, and you guys haven't changed, right? You're still tough and conservative and awesome, right?
Still tough, conservative, and all.
Okay, so you're still in the Veterans of Foreign Wars, right?
Love it.
Yes,
They-
we are the veterans of foreign wars here in Frisco,
We
Texas.
want to be able
they
to
haven't-
see them.
Well, we can.
We can.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's getting ready to
okay.
put the camera.
Oh, excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, you don't need to see us. You need to see their
Well, no, they're going to
smiling
see both
faces.
of us. That's how cool the technology is.
Oh, look at us. We're fancy.
Yeah.
Yay, there they
There they are.
Our
See that?
Frisco VFW.
Our Frisco VFW out
folks.
on
I love
Veterans
it.
Day.
Good morning.
Good morning. So let's you take command. Oh, she's the commander. That was a good
That
one, JP.
works out
Nice.
well.
You take commander. Introduce us to your senior VP and your junior VP.
Absolutely. My name is Sheena Lawless. I'm the commander here at Frisco VFW Post 8273. We've been around for 52 years, since 1968. This is Derek Priest, our senior vice commander, and our junior vice commander, Michael Chasteen.
All right. So,
Awesome.
first of all, thank you for the freedom that you have got, because you have gone to a foreign battlefield,
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
or at least to a foreign. I always want to say it's. I'm trying to think
Conflict.
of that conflict, but they call the arena they call it something, and I can't remember what they call it.
The arena?
Well, like
the
where
theater?
the theater.
Uh-huh.
That's it. That's
Yes.
one of the terms. So, where were you at, and where did you serve for our great country and for the for freedom?
Thank you. So I was in the United States Army, and my foreign service, I did 2 years in Korea, and I also did a 15-month deployment to Iraq. There at
God bless
Spiker
you.
and Tikrit, Iraq.
Did
You
you
look
get?
too
Did you,
young to have done all that.
did you get a good suntan while you were in Iraq?
Absolutely not. All covered up. Well, my
Yeah, I was
hands.
gonna
My
say,
hands. That's
yeah,
about
your
it.
hands,
Yep.
exactly.
Well, and really, it wasn't the sun. It's more about the cold at night. I've heard it just freezing at night.
Well, when you've got temperatures exceeding in the 115, 120s, 80 degrees feels pretty cold.
Yeah.
So when it gets down into the low 80s or even 70s at night after the sun goes down, yeah, it's pretty chilly.
Well, thank you for your continued service.
Thank you.
So, Derek, how about you? Where did you serve and what branch?
I served in Korea for 18 months, and then Kuwait and Iraq area for 3 tours for like 18 months or so.
Now, in
bless
Kuwait,
you.
what year did you serve in Kuwait?
It was from 07 to 09.
What was it like in Kuwait? I've heard that Kuwait was pretty okay.
It was all right, but we were on the border quite a bit, so it wasn't too bad.
Just minor skirmishes, maybe, or
No, we didn't actually see any combat. I did project management, so a lot of the infrastructure we were assisting in putting that in between Kuwait and Iraq. A lot of people don't realize Kuwait and Iraq is like driving across a bridge. That's how close we were.
probably like Richardson Plano, probably, or
Yes.
McKinney and Allen, or something like that.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And then, Michael, how about yourself? Where did you serve at? What branch?
Here, I'm going to slide this around, make it a little easier. That way I don't. I was, initially I served in the U.S. Army as a weekend warrior, did a little reserve time while I was going to school. Afterwards, I went U.S. Navy active duty.
Oh, good.
Served in the Gulf War. I was on I was naval aviation. I worked on the aircraft. For an A7 squadron, VA 72 Blue Hawks was our
Oh,
unit.
very cool. Okay.
So-
All right.
Thank
that's
y'all
it.
so much.
So-
That's just that amazes me. I'm just sitting here thinking we're so blessed that we have people who are willing to step up and do what y'all did, and on Veterans Day, we need to celebrate the bejeebers and the heck out of these folks.
Right. Well, the preservation of freedom and liberty. I mean, that's what they,
Yeah.
you're seeing them on camera. That's what they stand for.
I'm just sitting here thinking of all the things that, all of us who are not in the service did during the time frame where y'all were off serving. And we were able to just go about our daily life and not think twice about being injured because of y'all. So thank you.
So, and you continue
Thank
to
you.
serve now
Yeah.
in a
We
dual
do.
different capacity, but
Yes.
still in a veterans capacity now.
Absolutely.
Tell us about the Frisco VFW, what you guys are doing, how people can get involved, who qualifies.
Sure.
Who doesn't. Like, I know that, I don't know that if I qualify or not. My grandfather fought in World War II across the ocean. Am I like a Sons of VFW? I'm a Sons of American Legion.
So the VFW has a little bit of a different program. We have an auxiliary. We don't have a ladies auxiliary. Everybody's welcome within, and you don't have to be necessarily a spouse like some other auxiliaries. So you can be a son, daughter, mom, dad, step uncle. I mean, as long as you are related to a VFW eligible member,
Okay.
you can be in our auxiliary. So we actually have an amazing auxiliary here in Frisco as well.
So what do you need from somebody like me? Because I don't know if I can find my grandfather's discharge papers.
Sure.
I mean, I've got his flag and all of his medals and everything, but I don't know that I can find his discharge papers.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we usually refer to the DD-214 to verify eligibility, but there are other ways to verify as well. You can, sometimes our older veterans, a picture or something, or orders, or a pay stub, or there's several military awards, that kind of thing that shows that they served in that particular conflict or that they served during that time. We can also use that as eligibility requirements too.
Oh, very good.
And we would love to have you.
So what kind of activities does the VFW do?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, we take care of all veterans, no matter their service and no matter their geographical location. Not all veterans need that extra assistance, but we're here in case they do. We're that immediate need, that car payment, that electric bill, the food in the refrigerator, that immediate need. My water's been turned off. We do that. However, the VFW in Frisco is a little different because we don't just put a Band-Aid on the problem. We stick with that veteran and make sure that they get the long-term assistance or help that they need to make sure that they see it through and get past their times. And like we say, sometimes you don't need a handout, sometimes you just need a hand up.
Amen.
So one
Amen.
of our crew members, Fred Nort, he is a retired police officer out of Long Island, New York.
Very cool.
And he says he's got to run for a little while, but thank you to the vets that are talking.
Thank you.
So
We
there you
appreciate your
go.
support.
So, Michael, how do you see your role? I mean, junior commander, does that mean that you're kind of the younger group? Although you said you were in the Gulf War, and these guys seem a little bit younger.
Oh,
I just got called out there.
Wow.
Hey, he's younger than me, so I mean, I'm Grandpa John over here.
Well, it's like the vice president to the vice president. You don't really do a whole lot. I'm kidding.
But you-
I'm kidding.
But you get the title and the pay, right?
Yeah, lack of pay.
Yeah.
So more so like the. Never mind. I'll keep the political stuff to a minimum.
Yeah, we're today. It's
Yes,
all about
yep,
our
all
veterans,
about veterans.
not political.
It was a polite joke. It was a good one.
It was.
It would have been funny.
Tell it to us off the air.
So your question again.
So, as a junior commander, what are some of your duties in supporting the senior commander? And then we're going to find out how good you are, because I'm going to ask Derek.
Okay. All right. There's a lot of different. We do a lot of activities that not only by helping the veterans, but we also set up when you go down Main Street, when you see the flags, we have a flag crew.
That's
that we
awesome.
put them
That's
up
so
and
cool.
take them, prior to Veterans Day, just a number of the different events, and we take them down afterwards. That takes manpower.
Right.
And then that's some of the things that we do. Derek actually runs that, and I assist because I have a truck. So that always helps.
Yeah, when you have a truck, you always get volunteered for gigs
Yep.
like that and moving.
Volunteer by acclamation. Yeah, you didn't have a
Voluntold,
choice.
as we used to call it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, voluntold.
Yeah. And, of course, the flags are a little high, so it helps if you're at least 6 foot
Tall, yeah.
tall.
There
So,
you go.
Gotcha.
oh.
So, exactly. So, how long have you been a member of the VFW, and would you recommend it for other veterans?
Absolutely. I'm currently a lifetime member. I've been a member about 3 years. took me a little longer to come back into the fold and give back, to realize that that I've been fortunate, and that it's time to give back. And so Sheena was there, recruiting heavily, as she always does. And so she had brought me into the fold and asked me to join, and I got involved, and it's pretty addictive.
It really is. I mean, I can't say from a VFW standpoint, but from an American Legion standpoint, it is addictive to get out and be a part of something and have people smile. And, you know, you'll see some veterans that'll come in that are missing a limb or have had a hard tour. You know, I had a buddy of mine that his whole group got blown up. They were by an IED. Did I say that right? IED, is that right? Am I saying that right?
Correct.
Okay. And they were smart enough in Iraq that they had put sheets of metal higher than what the rails were on the truck, you know. So the vibrations, of course, get you pretty good. People don't realize it's not just you getting your body parts blown up. It's those vibrations that can come after the bomb goes off. They get into a building, they've got fire coming down at them. They go back to back, the four of them. And 8 hours later, they are still standing, and they turn around and look at each other, and they're all bleeding. And they look down and go, "Hey, you're bleeding." And he goes, "Hey, you're bleeding too." They'd had shrapnel, didn't even know it, all throughout their body.
Yep.
You know, and so
something about disabled veterans. I love that y'all are, raising money for the disabled veterans today. But a lot of people don't really look at us and think we're all disabled veterans. Well, I'll let them speak to their service, but all three of us are disabled veterans. And so while it's important to educate our public that not all wounds are visible.
Yes.
And so when we talk about missing limbs and everything, that's unfortunate, and they paid the ultimate sacrifice for that situation. I just don't want to negate the fact that there are several other disabled veterans that don't necessarily look at.
I'm so glad you took the words right out of my mouth. We were talking with Greg O'Connell earlier. Charles, can you turn my headset up a little bit? I'm having a hard time hearing. We were talking about this earlier. Maybe it's my mic. No, that's a little bit better. Sorry. So Greg O'Connell, who's getting ready to start a new veteran show, a new military show on our network, we talked this morning about PTSD and that a lot of times, and people walking around, everybody looks good, everybody looks fine. And then a lot of those folks are the people who end up paying the ultimate price by taking their own life. You know, I mean, we've got 22 killed. You've got veterans who every day, unfortunately, are taking their lives. And I think there are people who are walking around who you have no idea what's going on inside their head, what they've dealt with physically, emotionally. And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because you're right. You don't know what somebody's been through. You don't know what thoughts are in somebody's head. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you, kind sir. That's perfect. So I really want to impress upon anybody who's tuning into our telethon today what you talked about, which is, again, don't just assume that because you don't see physically what's going on with a veteran who served our country, there might be something going on, and be very aware of that. And that's why the money raised today for the Texas DAV is going towards disabled veterans. And it's physical and mental, because they're both just hand in hand. And sometimes that mental overcomes the physical importance, because if you're not taken care of, if you don't get the right treatment, we might not have that person around.
Well, and that was my point. My point was these guys walked away.
Yeah.
And to look at them, you wouldn't know. But years later, they're still having surgeries, removing shrapnel that the body has been moving to try to get rid of. But you wouldn't know it, you know. And so to your point, that was my point, that not every disabled veteran may look like a disabled veteran. And so be careful the assumptions we make by what we look at or what we may see. So thank you for punctuating that. So Derek, all right, Derek, I need to know. Do we keep him or are we firing him?
I didn't know that was that. What?
That's a real thing.
Actually, Mike, he's awesome to work with.
Oh, Mike, you're awesome. There you
I'm
go.
not just saying that
He
because he's in the
rocks.
room, but we're a team. We're like a triad, so we sort
I
of
love it.
balance each other out, and each one has a unique ability and a skill set. So, and that helps out a lot with a post. And the thing is, with a post, you don't have to give 8 hours. 15 minutes or a half an hour, just being there for other vets, that makes it very important. So when we talk to vets. Thank you. That's some of the things they tell you, because a lot of people's like, I don't know, I'm busy, I have a family. Well, all of us, we have.
So do y'all, yeah.
Right. We have jobs and we have families, and that's how I was recruited. Actually, me and Sheena work together. So I work on the IT side, and of course, she works upstairs. So, and that's how we sort of met. So it's important that you have somewhere as a vet to go and talk, because with vets, we have our own, our own type of language that we understand, and it's harder a lot of times for those who haven't served to truly understand. So that's why it's important with the VFW. So, like I said, we try to balance each other out. Everyone has a unique ability, and we like to pull those talents in to assist with our posts. This is not our post. This is the vet's post.
I love that. Well, and so you said even 15 minutes. So somebody out there's thinking, 15 minutes, I can't do anything in 15 minutes. What can be done in that short of a time?
In that short of a time, just like I said, we put flags out. That's like 30 minutes. We'll pull together. We'll do that.
Okay.
Or we may need to repair those flags, because those flags are actually out of our budget and things of that nature. So we maintain them. We take accountability for them. Or just like special events, handing out buddy poppies, or just maybe another vet
What's
needs...
a buddy poppy?
A poppy.
Elaborate on it.
A buddy poppy is the flower in Flanders Field dating back to World War One.
Oh, yes,
It symbolizes
yes.
the bloodshed and the military sacrifices of our military.
Course. Wow.
But the VFW, I mean, we could be here all day, to be honest.
Right,
I mean, we
right.
have so many programs and different things
We
that
need to just have
anybody can do.
Y'all need to come on our show one day,
Yeah,
and
well-
especially when there's about to be a big event. Maybe we can get members of the crew to come out and help.
We'd
put
love
up flags.
to. Yeah, we love to. We celebrate all the military holidays, POW MIA Day in September, Vietnam Veterans Welcome Home Ceremony in March, 4th of July, Veterans Day. I mean, even the sinking of the USS Maine. I mean, you wouldn't even know it. But we pride ourselves on our scholarships. We know our youth today is our future leaders of tomorrow. We give a lot of money back into the community, and so and we fundraise too. So we have several programs.
Love it, love it, love it.
If I can,
Yeah.
I'd also like to bring, you brought up a great point about the PTSD. But not only is it PTSD, that is prominent, and it's at the forefront that we're seeing.
Right.
But also the fact that you have a lot of, from the Vietnam veterans, you have Agent Orange.
Oh my goodness.
You
yes,
have,
yes.
like mine was jet fuels had gotten into my system, and my body's real with arthritis.
Oh.
So you wouldn't look at it and say, well,
So
he
you look
looks
like
fine.
you're in great. Yeah, it looks like you just came from the gym. You know.
That's lack of eating. No. But there's things like that, and so assuming that because they're not missing a limb, it's PTSD. It's that furthers something that it just there's more to the story.
Right.
And finding out and taking the time to finding out and helping out that veteran is always welcome. We are hard. Sometimes we're a little hard nut to crack because we're self-sufficient. We typically shun away.
Well, you had to be
help.
tough. You had to be tough to survive what you survived.
Well, it's but it's once you get into break the shell of that veteran, they let you in. Yeah. You can then be able to help.
Yep.
And I'm sure the DAV and others are aware of that. So
yeah.
Our veteran transition program, when we get our military out of the service and we're helping them get a job and network, really transitioning those skills on paper with a resume, we do a lot of that every day. Our membership is a little bit different. Our VFW post is 50% 50 and younger. We have a very active and vibrant membership. I mean, probably looking at your leadership here, probably can tell you about the demographic of our posts. And something that I'm really proud of is over 20% of our female or membership is female.
That's awesome. And like I'm looking at you and like Just kicking butt and taking names. I love this.
Well, I am the first commander, female commander in this post in 52 years.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank
That's
you. I'm very proud of
awesome.
it.
That's
and
awesome.
I love to encourage other women to be visible with their service. All veterans should be
cool.
visible with their service, but it's very important that our women as well are visible with their service because that woman encourages another woman and another woman, and then then we're all taking up the spots at Lowe's.
Yeah, there
Absolutely.
You go.
All right. Well,
love
so
it. I love
any
this
final
podcast.
words before you? I know you guys got to go, and we kept you way long. So
We really, we appreciate y'all's time today.
For veterans and family members of veterans, we are always here. They can always go to our website and just look up Frisco Post 8273, and we're always willing to help. And if we can't find the answer, we research that. We partner with a lot of different organizations like 22 Kills, and just to name one of the many to provide that systems and DAV and just Women's Veterans of America. Just it's so much. We could be here all day to talk about.
Well, and
this.
that's again, JP and I would love to have you guys, have the three of y'all back on our show, and y'all sit on this side, and we talk about the different programs. But and then let us know if there's a big event coming up, like after the first of the year, that we can get you maybe 10 or 15 volunteers out there. We would love to help. So thank y'all so much for what you did and for what you continue to do. We really appreciate y'all. And we want to make sure you meet Greg O'Connell. He's the gentleman who started this whole telethon bit. So y'all are all on the air. And he's got a story to tell. His son served, and he's going to be starting a new show. My veteran, my son, my veteran. Thank you. Okay.
I say our son, our
has
veteran.
me saying it backwards now.
I say it right. I just say our son, our veteran.
Okay. Well,
I own it.
anyways.
I just say ours.
Okay, there we go. So Greg would be a great resource. These may be some future guests on your show, Greg. So,
All right, Latham, let's get you on in.
Thank you.
All three of you, thank you.
Thank
you
y'all
guys,
so
When you
much.
guys have an event, reach out to us and we'll bring you on the air.
Please.
Okay, excellent.
Happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day,
Thank you.
y'all. God bless y'all.
God
We
bless
love
y'all. Thank you for your time.
Thank
you for your
y'all.
support.
And we're going to be up here till 5. So if y'all want to come back up and grab some barbecue or something later, come on up.
Oh, you had me at barbecue.
I love it. Thank you.
And it's the right kind. It's Texas. So there you go. All right.
I love it.
No, I agree. But Texas barbecue. When in Texas, be a Texan.
Y'all rock. Thank y'all so much.
All right, Latham Watts, good morning.
Lathan, how are you, my friend? How are y'all? Y'all are a
Do
wee,
we have a
y'all are
mic
a
on
wee
for him?
bit. Y'all are a wee bit busy over at First Liberty.
Yes, we are.
Just a little bit.
Now, I gave you some homework, Latham.
You did.
You probably were like, who does this guy think he is? He gave me homework.
Right.
So what did you find out on the Commerce Clause? How bad is it?
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
And there you go. A+.
Yeah, that's the short answer. No, you brought up the Commerce Clause jurisprudence last time, and I was panicking, feeling like a 1L back in my constitutional law class because I couldn't remember the name of the case. But I believe the case you were talking about was Wickard v. Philbin.
It is, yes.
Which is from 1938, and the date is important because at 37 you had FDR proposing court packing because the Supreme Court had sort of said he had gone too far in some of his New Deal programs, and he didn't like that, so he was just going to pack the court with people that would uphold his programs. Members of his own party, Hatton Sumner's from Texas, actually, was one of the first, opposed it, and the idea sort of died, but the message was received loud and clear by the Supreme Court. So in 38, you have this case come in front of them, Wickard v. Philbin. The government at that time was telling farmers how much of what crop they could grow and regulating agriculture quite a bit. And so this farmer, he grew, I think he planted something like 10 or 12 extra acres of corn, if I remember correctly, for his own use, and was found in violation of these federal regs. So it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court goes through unbelievable mental gymnastics to relate this to commerce. And basically their argument was, well, had he not planted this extra 12 acres for his own use, then he would have had to go out and buy corn for his animals and all of that, and that would have entered him into the stream of commerce. Therefore, this falls under commerce. Therefore, Congress can regulate it. And ever since then, the Commerce Clause has just been expanded beyond
Well,
belief.
they've blown it up.
Exactly. So basically, Congress can just regulate anything. There have been some cases since then that have tried to sort of push back on that. So I hope I have I've passed Professor JP's quiz on the Commerce Clause.
What is his
You have.
grade?
His grade's an A. Well, and here's
Excellent.
the
Congratulations,
reason.
Lathan.
Here's the reason why I even know really anything about it. The Tea Party, back when they first formed, held a function out at the steps of Allen Municipal Court. And they said, JP, would you come and speak on the Commerce Clause and what it has done to this country? And so I dug into it, and it was extremely fascinating to see where the federal government, Congress, our voted representatives, for goodness sakes, have truly taken advantage of our Constitution and have, you talk about changing the economy, and I don't think people realize the impact that the Commerce Clause has and the things that they have done. There's a Sherman case out there. There's about 3 or 4 other cases out there that are just unbelievable. And it's like, how can you get away with doing what you're doing? They even have snuck taxation into the Commerce Clause, which I think is hilarious.
Which I'm like, wait,
Right,
wait,
because
what?
If that was the intent, then why did they have to amend the Constitution in order to gain the power to tax income?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying that's why I threw that out there, because it is fascinating.
Yeah.
And then they use that as a conduit to almost anything.
Yeah, I mean they've expanded commerce to include. I mean, basically, people are commerce.
Right.
Therefore, Congress can regulate people pretty much however they want to. I think the founders would be turning over in their graves if they saw that. Words have meaning.
Yes.
Commerce means commerce. It means buying and selling.
Right.
And if it's intrastate, that should be left to the states. If it's interstate, that's where federal government should have a role.
But they sure did blur all that.
Exactly.
Boy, howdy.
Exactly.
It's almost like, if you think about it, it's almost like we are really a step away from the Hunger Games, where we could be treated as commerce and relocated and isolated. And
there's a slippery slope. And when you
Always.
start giving a little bit away and a little bit more away, then all of a sudden you turn back, you're like, well, wait, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, if you look, the 4 wealthiest counties in America are the 4 counties in and around Washington, D.C. There's a concentration of wealth and power there. And I mean, you mentioned the Hunger Games. I mean, the sentiment is already there. It's like, if it's good for the capital, we don't like it.
Right.
It's like the capital versus the rest of us.
And it really is.
And
And
they
why-
have a
again-
completely different system of justice.
And that's
If
not-
your eye
that's
did
not right.
anything like what somebody like McCabe has done, and here's my First Liberty hat going off. This is just me.
Right.
Something like McCabe or Mueller or Lois Lerner, or you take your pick. We would be in jail.
Yeah.
Right.
There is a completely different system of justice for people in the system up there than there is for the rest of us. But I wanted to talk about 2 or 3 of our cases since we're talking about Veterans Day.
Please do. Yes.
Because a really active part of our practice is defending religious liberty in the military. And we've had scores of cases, but I wanted to talk about specifically some that deal with veterans, since we're talking, celebrating veterans today.
Yes.
Probably the biggest win in the history of First Liberty was last year when we defended a Veterans Memorial in Bladensburg, Maryland.
Yes.
The Bladensburg World War I Memorial. Our client was the American Legion, who initially donated the property that the Bladensburg Peace Cross stands on. It was completed around 1925, so by the time this case got to the Supreme Court, it had been there nearly 100 years. The American Humanist Association sued to tear it down because the memorial is in the shape of a cross. The Gold Star moms who raised the money and got that monument built chose the shape of the cross specifically because it to resemble the headstones their sons were buried under in Europe.
Yes.
And in the early 1900s, these moms were not likely to ever get to visit their son's actual grave or know if their sons were ever going to be moved back here to be buried. So they wanted this monument to be like a headstone, which is why they chose the shape of the cross. It sat there for many, many years until the
Didn't bother anybody
not
a
bothering
bit.
anybody until the state government wanted to expand highway. Ironically enough, a Veterans Memorial Highway. But they didn't want to disturb the memorial, so they built the highway around the memorial, so it kind of sits in the median. And in the process of doing that, for eminent domain and
Right.
maintenance purposes, they took over control of the property. The Humanist Association, then about 50 years later, sent some lawyers to drive by and get offended by it because it's a cross-shaped memorial on government property, and they claim that violated the Establishment Clause. So we took that case, representing the American Legion, who donated the property originally. And the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals actually ruled against us and said that it does violate the Establishment Clause. One of the justices or judges on the Fourth Circuit during oral argument suggested, well, couldn't we just chop the arms off the cross and that would, and then it wouldn't offend anybody, and then the monument could stay
I'm
there?
offended.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Raise
Now
your
we have
hand
an
if you've been
obelisk.
offended. Yeah.
Wrong.
So, so we were not confident after oral argument that we were going to win at the Fourth Circuit, and we turned out to be right. You know, we lost 2-1, but there was a really good dissent. So we went to the Supreme Court, and thankfully the Supreme Court took the case, heard it, and when you get a chance to go in front of the Supreme Court, you need to really make the most of it. So we sort of went for the
gusto,
big win,
yeah.
because there's an old case called Lemon versus Kurtzman
Yes.
that had been used to analyze Establishment Clause cases for probably the last, I think, around 40 years. And it was so confusing, it had caused so much confusion in the lower courts that almost every time this test was applied, whatever was being challenged was struck down. So it had morphed into this test that nothing could pass. So we argued at the Supreme Court that not only does the Bladensburg Peace Cross not violate the Establishment Clause, but Lemon versus Kurtzman should be overruled, gotten rid of, and replaced, and returned to the original intent of the Establishment Clause and what as it was written. And we won that case 7-2. It's an interesting opinion because Breyer and Kagan joined the majority for most of the opinion, saying that the Bladensburg Cross is not a violation of the Establishment Clause. But Alito's majority opinion went on to say, we are no longer going to use Lemon versus Kurtzman from this point forward, and this is what Breyer and Kagan wouldn't join him on, which is why this section of the opinion is 5-4. But from this point forward,
Chambrio.
Monuments, symbols, practices that are in keeping with the history and tradition of this country are now presumed constitutional.
Okay.
So that was it was a return, frankly, to the original intent of the First Amendment, but it was a huge shift in the court's jurisprudence. Our client, the American Legion, has already identified about 3,000 veterans memorials that are safe now because of this new decision. So
Thank goodness.
So that was last year, and that's probably, as I said, probably our biggest win in the history of the firm. But
That's huge. That's huge, Lathan.
I mean, we are now living with more religious freedom than we have in our lifetime. Because that case, Lemon versus Kurtzman, is older than I am. So you know, it's a completely new day when it comes to the Establishment Clause. Another just interesting tidbit about that is Justice Thomas, in his concurrence, also argued that, you know, while we're at it, since we're getting rid of Lemon, we should also get rid of offended observer status. He said the Establishment Clause is the only area of the law that we allow this, where you can just be offended by the sight of something, and that gives you standing to bring a lawsuit to get rid of it. Now, he was only joined by one person in that concurrence, but you can bet that's the direction that he wants to go in the future. And that would fix a lot of this.
Goodness gracious, yes.
But a couple other things that we've done involving veterans. We have a client who has a company called Shields of Strength. He, in previous part of his life, was a competitive water ski jumper.
Okay.
Like the kind of thing you'd see like on ESPN 8.
Right.
Joe, you know.
Like extreme sports kind of a deal, yeah.
And he had somebody in his life who sort of recommended to him, because he would get pretty anxious about that. It's a dangerous sport, that he write a scripture on his ski rope,
right?
To help settle him and encourage him. So later on, he got the idea that people in the military could use something like that to help them, and he came up with these replica dog tags. So they look just like your normal dog tag, except it has a scripture on it.
Oh,
that says,
that's awesome.
And he had been supplying these. He probably gives away as many as he sells,
Right.
to people in the military for many, many years until the Freedom From Religion Foundation threatened, complained.
That's a thing. The freedom
unfortunately.
from religion. Wow. Okay.
They didn't like the fact that these military members buy these, even though it's not government issue. It's completely their choice. They just didn't like the fact.
Yeah, it's just a personal
that it has
guy,
scripture on
individual
it.
guy saying, yeah.
And because they complained, the Department of Defense is now basically saying, well, we're not sure we're going to let you do this anymore, because he has a license from the Department of Defense for each branch to be able to use their logo.
Right.
So put the Army logo on one side and a scripture on the other, and they're basically threatening to take that license away, and have not been able to provide these for active duty members since this complaint. So we are continuing to fight that, and we've been in contact with the Defense Department. We're not going to give up until he has the right restored to do this, because it's important. And I actually brought presents today. I brought you.
Oh, are you serious? Oh,
one of
Lathan,
his,
thank you.
Shields of Strength.
Oh,
This
thank you,
is
Lathan.
awesome. Thank
Couple
you.
for your
For
staff.
Charles
Oh,
and stuff. Thank
Gabrielle,
you.
thank you. Oh my goodness.
That's awesome, Lathan.
So that's
That is so cool.
what our
thank
client
you.
makes. There's a great video about that case on our website. You go to firstliberty.org or First Liberty Live. I know we're promoting it in our social channels today, since it's Veterans Day, and he does this for active duty and for veterans.
Awesome.
And then the last case that I'll mention that deals with veterans, up in New Hampshire, the Manchester VA hospital, there was a local chapter there of it's called the Northeastern POW MIA Network, and they asked and got permission to put up a remembrance table in the VA medical facility. And if you've ever seen one of these memorial tables, each symbol on the table, each item on the table symbolizes something that's important to families of POWs and folks that are listed as MIA. So for example, there's an empty chair at the table. There's a yellow rose on the table. One of the items that's on the table is typically a Bible that represents the faith that sustains both the POW and his family who are waiting for him. A member of the Northeast POW MIA network donated his family Bible to go on this table. And the guy who donated was a guy named Herc Streetberger.
God bless him. What a huge donation.
He was a
I mean,
World
that's
War
a big
II
deal.
vet. Yeah, he was a World War II vet and a POW during World War II, and donated his family Bible. He's since passed away, but again, the Military Religious Freedom Foundation complained to the VA that there was a Bible on the table and wanted it removed. So we represented.
You can't make this stuff up, can you, Lathan?
No, I couldn't. If I was sitting here trying to, it's that ridiculous.
Oh my God.
So we represented Herc Streetberger and the Northeast POW MIA network, and contacted the VA and that specific facility and VA headquarters. And thanks to that Bladensburg decision, the VA, the head of the VA actually cited to it in the press release that they put out. They said, this does not violate the Establishment Clause, and clearly by this most recent decision, that table belongs to the POW MIA network. It is not VA property, and they can put whatever they want to on it. And so the Bible stays. And he not only protected that Bible, but his statement basically applies to every VA facility everywhere in the country. So if people want to do those types of memorial tables in VA facilities, they don't have to worry about some pagan coming after them to say you got to take the Bible off the table.
And that's exactly at that point. That is an appropriate use of that word for that specific instance.
I'm going to go start our board. So you and Latham, I'm going to maybe kick Dr. Good over here.
Start our board.
I'm going to start our board, our donation board. We've got donations rolling in.
Very good.
So
I
Coach Tommy
love
Quigley's
it.
donated. Shay Drake is donated.
I love it. Thank
we
y'all.
got
It looks like
wait a
Dr.
minute. Dr. Good
has
is
already
donated.
donated.
I mean, I got to go get the
y'all.
board updated so we can start making.
This is awesome.
Yeah,
Announcements.
I know.
Are
So
we getting
there
close to our $1,000, or do we know yet?
Oh, well, I already know we're already close because if nothing else, Greg's neighbor came over last night. I'm not going to steal his thunder.
We'll let
Not gonna
Greg
steal
tell
his
the
thunder.
story. So when Greg's back on, he'll
and
tell the story.
I mean, if everybody can just give $20, that would
Exactly.
$20 makes a huge difference.
Yep.
So, you know, if you can
And if
do
you can
that,
only give 5, we'll take 5.
Yes.
We'll take whatever we can get, because 100% of today's donations goes straight to our disabled veterans
and if you
here in
point,
Texas.
if you point to the screen like Charles
Oh,
likes
yeah,
you to
so
do,
we're to
that's
point
where
up.
you go to donate.
Lathan,
And
help
let us
out.
know.
Point up. Point up. There you go.
And let us know that you're doing that, so we can put you on the board. We want to be able to tally up how we're doing and how we're coming along. Our goal is $1,000. I already know
Love it,
we're already
love it,
past
love it, love
$1,000. We've got a company that's matching that $1,000. So, but we need you to donate to make things possible for our disabled veterans and what DAV does.
This is excited. We're
is.
exciting. We're only into our we just started our 3rd hour this morning of our 10-hour telethon, and it looks like we're already going to
Probably $2,000 or $3,000 already.
hit our goal. Well, because we had a match. You had a friend of yours
A match.
was going to match the first 1,000.
And
So
I
that
think
puts
we're
us
already at the first 1,000.
So we're probably a little over, maybe a little over 2,000, but we'll find out.
I'm about to
When
go
you
update the
update
board.
us,
Gotta
love
go
it,
update
love
the
it, and
board.
love it.
Let me know if you
Love
donate.
it, love
And
it.
we got Congressman Taylor coming on, and I'm going to ask him for a donation.
Oh, I love it. Yes, he'll be coming on at 10 a.m. this morning, and he is a veteran himself, so we're celebrating Congressman Taylor today in his service. So, and I just love these. Okay, so let's get back to what you were talking about, because at this point, at some point, I'm just like I said, gosh, I don't want to laugh because it's serious.
Yeah.
But my goodness, I'm sitting there going, you can't make it up. You just can't make it up. And I'm sorry, but pagan is a very relevant word in this particular situation, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's particular. Our military cases, the ones whether it's active duty or like the POW network in New Hampshire, those are the ones honestly that bother me the most.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been at First Liberty, I guess, 3.5 years, and I still shake my head when new cases come in. I was like, I cannot believe this is going on in America. But the ones in the military really, that's the ones that
it really gets to you. Yeah.
It does, because these are people who voluntarily signed up and are willing to risk their life if need be to protect the Constitution of the United States and to protect your First Amendment and all of your rights. And how dare you try to deprive them of them?
Yeah, and Lathan, that's such, and I know you're very passionate about that, and you're rightfully so. I mean, we're able to do what we do. You're able to go out and you've got the perfect job for you, because if there's anybody who loves our Constitution, I know you do. Well, you support religious freedom. I mean, that's one of the bedrocks of why our country. I mean, it's how we were founded. I mean, it's everything.
It's the reason that it's first in the First Amendment.
Yes.
Because if you lose that, the rest will go.
Inevitably. It doesn't matter.
And look at history, and every totalitarian regime that has ever come into power, the very first thing they get rid of is religious freedom.
You got it.
Because they cannot abide a people with an allegiance to an authority higher than the state.
Right.
And the founders knew that. That's why
Yep.
they protected it first.
And thank God they were so brilliant to do what they did and how they did it. But you think about it, our military, and I'm going to piggyback on what you were saying. You're able to go out and about and do what you do. We're all able to go out and about and do what we do. We don't have to worry about our kids going to school. And you've got
Right.
2 kids. I've got 2 kids. We don't have to worry about them going out with their friends and do all of these things that we just kind of take for granted in our everyday life. Somebody right now is protecting us, and that's the reason why we can be in this studio together having a 10-hour telethon for Veterans
exactly.
Day.
Exactly.
That doesn't just like, oh, it just happened. That.
Yeah, I've talked to my kids about this before. They know both my grandfathers were in the Army in World War II. They know their stories and the things that they've done. And at First Liberty, we talk about the cases that we're in, and a lot of times we speak metaphorically about
Right.
the fight that we're in.
Right.
Being on the front lines of this
Right.
battle for the First Amendment, but that's metaphorical.
And we know it.
The
Right.
veterans are the people who
Yeah.
actually did fight for these
Right.
rights.
Right.
There's a big difference between standing in front of a judge and standing in front of an enemy who's firing at you.
You are so
And
right.
So I've said in presentations before, if you can read, thank a teacher. If you can read whatever you want, thank a veteran.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a great transition back to our next guest. But I do want to ask you really quick, and we will have you back on probably next week, I would imagine, or at least the week after. Kind of depends on how things go. Sure. I'm going to, and this, we're not making today's show political or anything. We're always asking you to take off your First Liberty hat so you can talk politics with us. We won't do that today because this is all about our veterans today. But I do want to ask you, can the media declare and can they certify who the president of the United States is?
The media can declare who the presidency is the same way Michael Scott declared bankruptcy in the office. Okay?
That
scene? Like,
I declare bankruptcy.
That's not how this works. It is. I just declared it. No, that's not how this works.
I love it. Well, and that's something we're going to talk about. Again, so many things, because again, we're going back to protecting our Constitution, go through the court systems, and that's where it's determined. Things like these religious liberty cases that First Liberty does such a fantastic job of protecting and fighting for. The courts are where constitutionality is determined.
Yeah, it is, and I don't want to get too far down in the weeds, but Article 2 in the Constitution makes it very plain and very clear that the presidential electors are selected by the state legislatures.
Yes.
So a lot of the changes that were made in some of these states that are being litigated right now as to, deadlines and postmarks and all of these other things were not made by the state legislatures. They were made by the Secretary of State or some electoral board or whatever, but they were not made by the state legislature. And I think that is what you will see litigated in some of these places.
Interesting, yes.
That's unconstitutional.
Well,
and frankly, they should have brought those lawsuits a long time ago.
That's what my question is.
Fixed
why,
beforehand.
Why now when we're in the middle?
Yeah, well, and they did bring one of the suits in Pennsylvania. They asked for an emergency stay from the Supreme Court, and at that time, Barrett wasn't confirmed yet. It was an 8-member court, and Roberts sided with liberals.
That's right, yeah.
To deny the emergency stay, which made it 4-4, which left the lower court, which I think was the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, decision in place, which upheld all of those new things.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
and Alito dissented in that and wrote a very prescient dissent where he said, if we don't do this now, it's not going to go away. It's going to come back after the election, after all of these votes have been counted, and then what are you going to do?
Right.
And he was right. And here we are.
Now look where we are. So, and again, I love this. Let's mention the gentleman who made these again, and I'm going to take a picture and post it on our feed.
His name is Kenny Vaughn. He lives in Beaumont, Texas, so it's a Texas company.
I love it. God bless you, Kenny Vaughn. This is awesome.
It's called Shields of Strength. You can find them online. He does them for every branch of the military. He does them for police and fire. He's got a lot of different variations of this.
This is so amazing.
So
this is beautiful. Thank you. What an amazing gift to receive today.
I'll leave one over there for JP, and I brought 2 for
love it for Shambrielle and Charles. I love it. And Shields of Strength. So go, and if you want to support a veteran.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a cool Christmas gift.
Yeah.
This, as a matter of fact, any of my family that are watching, Merry Christmas. This is amazing. Or if you have somebody who, is just having a hard time, if you want to thank a veteran today, I think this would be a great thing. Get online, order some of these, and get it for, your friend or your family member.
All the scriptures that are on there are very inspirational, and he has several different verses you can choose from.
It's just beautiful, just beautiful. Well, we'll have you back either next week or the week after. You're a part of the family now. You know that. You always have been. But as the election proceeds and we move towards a definitive answer on who our president will be, we'll bring you back in to talk about that, because I think this is kind of showing right now in our country that we don't necessarily know what we think we know. I was at a political meeting Monday night, and we were talking about, I was like, when did BuzzFeed and Cosmopolitan magazine determine the next president? And I'm like, how sad that there are, and I say kids, and people in their 20s, even some people in their 30s and a little bit older, who are like, well, I read it in such and such online magazine, or I saw it on Snapchat, or I saw it on Instagram, or I saw it on Facebook.
Must be true.
It is, and I'm like, oh my, where did we miss this step in education?
I do a little video series for First Liberty called Legalese with
Latham. Will you put that link in our telethon feed today? Can you do that?
The best way to get to it now is to go to firstlibertylive.com.
Oh, okay,
where
perfect.
all of our homemade content lives.
Fantastic.
There's a couple of episodes on there. But I did one on Constitution Day, and I made the point that you're
yes,
talking about. That the only thing worse.
Your op-ed was great about
The only thing worse than not knowing what's in the Constitution is knowing things that aren't in the Constitution.
And that's where I kind of feel like we are right now. I'm
exactly where we are.
I'm
And
like, wait a
Ron
second.
Reagan
Elle
said this-
magazine can't declare the winner.
Ronald Reagan said this a long time ago. He said, our friends on the other side, they're not ignorant. They just know so many things that aren't so.
Oh, Ronald Reagan. God bless
Yes.
President Ronald Reagan. I love it.
Exactly.
I love it. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for the shout out and the support of our veterans and for updating us on this, the Shields of Strength case and on the cross, which I still, it's just so interesting. I find it so interesting that for how many years and years and years and years and years and years did that cross not bother anybody until we became this woke society that has decided everything offends us.
Sure.
I think everybody needs to take a deep breath and go out and volunteer for a veterans organization for goodness sakes. Go out and feed the homeless. Go out and help a homeless veteran. Do something productive to help people who you don't even know, who have given you the right to go on social media and be obnoxious.
Exactly.
I mean, you're allowed to do that because you've got a veteran somewhere who has fought for your freedom to do that.
Exactly
You've got a soldier fighting for your freedom right now to go out there and put your opinion on Facebook. One way or the other. I don't care what your opinion is.
Right.
That doesn't just happen. That's because we are in America and we've got the most amazing military and the most amazing veterans in the world.
That's exactly right. And when they sign up, when they swear an oath, they swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Yes.
They don't swear an oath to a president. They don't swear an oath to a political party. They don't swear an oath to a particular form of a particular way of thinking. They sign an oath that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States from all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yep. Amen. I love it. Well, Lathan, thank you. Always a pleasure
for
to
having
have you in studio. We love you, my friend. Tell your beautiful wife we said
We'll
hello,
do so.
and then we shall see you soon.
Very good.
All right. Thank you. All right. So our telethon continues. So we've been broadcasting since 7 a.m. We're going till 5 p.m. tonight. You can come up and join us here at Venture X in Frisco. As a matter of fact, we've checked in. I know I checked in on where we are. I'll try to put the Venture X address in the feed in case anybody wants to come up here and grab some barbecue and some fellowship and check out the facilities up here. Venture X is a beautiful facility, a great place to work, especially during a pandemic when you've got so many people who are having to work from home. And quite frankly, it's not the best for people's mental health necessarily to be working from home. Some people thrive. I know my dad's loving it. He's having a great time. He's like, I love the dress code. And he comes over the other day after he'd been working and he was bringing my son a birthday present and he's like, yep. He's like, I'm going to miss this dress code when I have to go back into the office. And he's in shorts, cargo shorts, and some old T-shirt. So but there are a lot of people who, and I've got some other friends and family members who are desperate to be back around people, and at least for a limited time. Well, Venture X is a great place to do that, and very affordable office space, conference room, teleconference room. There are rooms here where you can have 10, 20 people around a conference table and still be safe and be within COVID parameters. But then there's also rooms where you can go and you can just do your Zoom calls for the day, and then you can come out and have some camaraderie and some coffee and tea and water and whatnot. But then you can go back in and have that interaction with people. And speaking of a people person, we've got Dr. Rebecca Good back on the show with us for a special Veterans Day section. And we've got many of our on-air talents like Dr. Good, who will be here throughout the day talking about their show and just giving a shout out to our veterans and just kind of speaking from the heart as far as how important our freedom is and how important our veterans are to that freedom. So we welcome back to our show, Dr. Rebecca Good.
As you guys were talking, it hit me. My son-in-law is active military.
Yes, that's right.
He is actually disabled. he did tours in Afghanistan and Iraq,
wow.
and his lungs are compromised. Now he's still active duty, but he can't do all the PTs and so forth. And so,
Right.
you know, he's choosing to stay in because it's a good life.
Right.
Except that he's taken my grandkids away.
I was gonna say I knew the grandkid comment was going to come because you're very serious about those grandchildren.
Well, here's what I've turned into a positive, and that is that when he took them to Georgia 3 years ago, I bet we've been to Georgia 10 times. And
Right.
we have explored that state. We would have never done that. We went to Savannah, beautiful city.
Oh, yeah.
We went to St. Simon Island and Myrtle Beach. And I mean, we just went places we would have never gone on our own.
Right.
And guess what? Now they're moving. They're going to
Oh,
Fort
wow.
Knox.
Oh,
So
well,
I get to go see Fort Knox?
You've got a whole new place to explore.
So yeah, I and guess what? Because you guys have your military opportunity, I talked to JP. I don't know if he told you, but we're going to come up with a show where I
Oh.
interview not only my daughter and her husband because they're moving from one state to another, but then
Right.
a friend of hers who lives in Germany about what it's like in the military trying to find schools when you're moving.
Oh, that's great.
So I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay, that's fantastic. That's I didn't even think about that until you just said that.
Yeah, because you guys have the opportunity to put some of your shows that are approved
Yes.
by the military approval process. And so I
That's a
immediately
great
thought, wouldn't that be
idea.
cool? Because my daughter's doing that right now. She had to go and figure out what schools, because Kentucky schools. And when they first went to Georgia, the private school, because
Right.
you know, he's a recruiter now.
Right.
And so they put the recruiting stations in podunk towns.
Right.
Because
Right.
that's where the people are trying to get away, right?
Right,
And trying to find
Yep.
a new way of life. And so so they were in private school until they moved to a different part of Georgia, and there was better state schools, so they
Right.
didn't have to do private then. So that would be an interesting.
That is great. You know, I didn't even think about that. That would be a huge component of if you're a family, especially with school age kids. Obviously, with school age kids, I didn't even think about that. Heck, if I moved, you know, if I had moved at some point, you know, now my daughter's already graduated, my son's in his junior year. If they had already moved from, oh, thank you so much, Charles. I was trying to fix that back normal. So if we had moved, you know, back to Richardson, where I went to school as a child, I would have had to have called and said, what neighborhood do we move into? What's the feeder school program like? You just, there's so many, it sounds like a gong. That spring. So there's so many things. My goodness, if you're uprooting and moving to another state, or my goodness, like Germany, like you don't have a girlfriend you can call, like one of your mom buddies, and be like, you know what? So what are your thoughts on this? I don't know. Where do you go? That's a great show idea. I love that. Yay, see, the Veterans Day Telethon is already paying off.
So I would like for everyone to join me in donating, because I did donate.
Thank you,
to
thank you.
To the disabled American veterans. 100% goes to them. There's no overhead cost on this Veterans Day Telethon. Can we count on your support? And, you know, after I leave here, I'm going to go to my contact list, and I'm going to, you know,
Thank you.
ask, you know,
Yay, I love that. I love that. Well,
it's close to my heart.
Yeah,
you know, as I said, it's,
absolutely.
Just you can still work when you're disabled, and luckily
Yes.
he's able. But being in the military comes at a cost.
right.
And
It
sometimes
does.
it's a physical cost. Sometimes it's the cost of being away from your extended family, having to move
Right.
often. Your kids go to different schools. You know, so it comes at a cost.
It really does, and I think those of us who don't know that world don't realize that. Well, for example, you know, my grandfather, my Grandpa Bud, who fought in World War II. My dad was born on a military base in Japan. And ended up actually, and Dad's gonna be like, oh gosh, TMI, Kathy, but because of the type of milk they had over there, it wasn't like he would have had in America. He ended up having rickets, and his feet are, let's just say his toes are not sandal worthy. Let's just say that. So, but you know, and you know, now thankfully they were able to get that back under control when he got into the States, because he ended up becoming, you know, cross country and a marathon runner, and you know, still is running to this day. But it's it's one of those things you don't think about. And now you came from a military family, and your dad,
my
who
dad-
recently passed, God bless him, served our country as well.
And my dad and my brother, and now I've got a nephew, his son, all Marines, very proud Marines. You can't say ex-Marines, I'm told. And so all very proud Marines. My father, and I'll put a plug in for Van Taylor's office.
There we go.
Because my dad had recently moved when he came down with this lung cancer.
Right.
And so they couldn't find his DD 214, I believe it's called.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I think that's the form. Yeah.
And we needed the form after he passed to prove that he had been in the military, so he could have a military send-off.
Right.
And we couldn't find it, and we could not get through the layers of bureaucracy, which were always bad before COVID. They are horrific now.
Yeah, that's what you hear.
Van Taylor, I'm a constituent. Van Taylor's office was fantastic. They, within 2 days, I think, they were able to get us a copy.
That's awesome.
But, and then I left it to my Marine brother to get the honor guard.
Right.
That Tuesday, the day before the 10:30 funeral, he says, "Oh, hey, sis, haven't been able to get a hold of anybody." And I'm thinking, you're telling me at 2 o'clock.
And how is this going to help
us? Guess what
us?
I did? I forwarded that email to Van Taylor's office. Those ladies had it that afternoon they got through.
See, I love that.
Twice. And then to have been there and
That's
had that military
huge.
send-off, it brought tears.
Well, it means everything because again, y'all grew up as a military family, so that makes a really big difference as far as how you want your father to be respected. In this final ceremony.
Well, it impacts, even though my father wasn't in there lifelong,
Right.
but it impacted my brother enough. I mean, it stays with you.
Yes.
And then my brother didn't stay in, well, he was a lawyer for them.
Right.
Again, these benefits that the military give you. He signed up as a sophomore in college.
Right.
And so he had to go to boot camp. They waited for him till he finished law school, 5 years. And he went in as a first lieutenant with 5 years seniority.
Oh, wow.
And then
wow.
They put him in Okinawa to try cases, military cases
Yep.
there, and he was there for 5 years. I think he was in 7 or 8 years. But it stays with you. You never lose that.
You don't.
And
you don't.
It impacted my nephew, his son, to the point where now he's in. And
Wow.
again, a proud veteran. I'm not, serving.
Yes.
But it's just, there's something about that structure and that organization that
It really is. It changes lives. One, JP knows that from a number of the kids who he had come through truancy court back in the day ended up in the military, and some of these people have gone on to be just hugely successful and have families. And again, I think that structure. There's so much to be said about that. And I know you're really good at your schools. About promoting the military and our
We had
veterans
JR,
who
yeah.
served. That's a really big deal.
we were finally able to find. We had the stuff. We had the uniforms. We had all the stuff that you need for a junior ROTC program. But I couldn't find a vet. And finally, 2 years ago, we found a Marine 20-year vet, and he joined us. And within 2 weeks, he had not only 100 kids at the middle school, he had almost that many at the high school.
Wow.
That's
And
awesome.
That's
I
awesome.
had them on podcast. The kids are serious. They're they're using the military as a stepping stone
Absolutely.
because of the benefits.
Absolutely.
Well, and the structure that comes with that as well, because kids are unstructured. That's what we do as kids, right?
Yeah, you just
and then
having a good time,
JROTC
yeah.
gives them that structure and that adult type learning atmosphere.
Yep.
And they love the uniform, by the way.
Oh, they do.
Oh,
They
yeah.
do.
They got to wear
They
the
do.
You gotta love that. See,
They
that's
do.
awesome.
Buttons are all lined up. The gig line is good. The shoes are spit
So
shined.
great. Well, and Dr. Good was talking about she's already donated. She's getting ready to hop on with her contact list. And so I said, we just so much appreciate the members of the crew who are part of our podcast talent coming on our show today, like you, Dr. Good. First of all, your show, which is every Sunday from 8 to 9, it's an amazing show. If you have if you need to know anything about education and how to be equipped to make sure your kid or your grandkid or your niece or nephew or neighbor is getting the right education, Dr. Good's show is the place to go. And then she was talking, you already know this, about her doing a special show talking about how do you find the right schools when you move, when you're a military family.
Right. Absolutely.
I love that.
Well, I love that too, but we're going to take a quick commercial break, Catherine.
Yes,
Ann.
I
So let's
love
go ahead and
it.
take a quick commercial. When we come back, we're going to update you on our board. We have a board now, and I'm excited. So go ahead and take us to commercial break, Charles, and we'll be right back.
I can hear us now. We are back on. All right. So, Meet You Anywhere Barbecue. We've got breakfast burritos up here. We've got lunch coming in from Meet You Anywhere. That's $1,000 in kind donation, correct? So, very, very appreciative. Very appreciative of them, and just God, good stuff.
Well,
you know,
and that's not it. There's also, tune in. There is going to be a challenge dropped down by Meet You Anywhere Barbecue and the owner, Andy. And so be looking for that. That's going to be pretty exciting stuff. We are the JP Kathy and the Crew show here on the JPK Broadcasting Network. And feel free to call in if you can't make it up today and give us your donation that way.
Or if you want to zoom in and say hello,
you can.
Let us know. Just ping one of us and we'll get you the Zoom link. We're getting ready to have Congressman Van Taylor a little bit later today. We've got some other entertainment, some other talent from our podcasts on the network here. We also have Miss Texas. Chandler Foreman, who we just love dearly. She'll be coming on, I think, from the Houston area to give a shout out to our veterans. This has been great. That was so cool. Like the VFW, the Foreign Legion, that was so cool.
Veterans of Foreign Wars.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
so
VFW.
I just love that.
We want to thank her so far, and we are going to have a link. Greg is working on that right now, where we'll be able to tell who's donated and how much we've already started ringing up. We know we already have more than this, but right now with Kelly and Tammy Parker's match, we are at $2,200.
Yay! And we're only in our third hour.
That's right.
So we've already exceeded our goal by 100%.
120,
102%. Yeah, there we go. I'm bad at math.
Well, me too. That may be wrong.
So 100%
well, what's even more exciting than that is the in-kind donation by Meet You Anywhere Barbecue.
Love it.
They drove all the way from Grapevine over here. They've got amazing Texas barbecue.
Oh my gosh, that's so good.
And I think I want to host like a Meet JP Kathy and the Crew like barbecue dinner there at their place one night.
Oh, that would be a blast.
Yeah, but if you want information, you
I'll be first in line for that.
You can go to info@meetyouanywhere.com. info@meetyouanywhere.com. And meet is MEAT.
Get it?
Meet. So, with that being said, we want to thank Shay Drake for his $20 donation, Coach Quigley for his $20 donation, and even more important than that, the $20 challenge he's made.
Love that.
To his friends. And so, if you can't get to the website, you don't want to try to navigate a website, you can call us here at JP Kathy and the Crew, and I'll answer the phone, or Charles will answer the phone. Whoever.
Or Chambrielle, our intern, Bree the intern.
Yeah, Bree the intern.
Who will be starting her own show on our network before too long. So
that is correct. You can call us at 972-232-7199. And that's on the screen. So again, that's 972-232-7199. Call now. Operators are standing by, i.e. me. I am standing by.
Operators, like we're so fancy.
Hey,
not bad for our first annual telethon. And we're going to do this in conjunction with the Texas DAV and with our dear friend Greg O'Connell, who is starting. Does his show start Friday? This Friday, this Friday. And it's
My Sons, My Veterans. Although I want to make it Our Sons, Our Veterans.
There you go. It's all about our veterans, our military currently serving now, transitioning back into civilian life, and all of the opportunities that are there that we want them to take advantage of. So that's just good stuff. And Greg has such a heart for this. Of course, his son served in the military. And just very, very excited about this and to be part of this. So we want to make this an annual event. We'll do 10 hours every Veterans Day and let you know what opportunities are out there for veterans, and especially disabled veterans, physically, mentally. You know, I mean, if you've got an issue with PTSD, or like some of our VFW folks were talking about, you know, back in the day, Agent Orange. One of the gentlemen who was in here today who served said that he's got significant lung issues from breathing in jet fuel. I was like, I wouldn't, you know, you never think of all of the things that can happen,
right.
and you know, and we're the recipients of the price that they pay to sit here and be free and do what we want and be safe and go about our day and our business and everything. So just super excited to do this and already to have met and exceeded our goal. But we want to keep pushing. We would love to just blow our $1,000 goal out of the water.
Well, and when Charles gets back, I'm going to do a little something special. So stay tuned with us. I know that Greg's going to be coming on the air with the adjutant for the DAV Texas.
Ooh, yes.
So that'll be great information for veterans as well. You definitely don't want to miss that. We'll have Congressman Van Taylor, and what time is he coming on?
He is coming on at 10 a.m. So we'll have him on here too.
18 minutes away
not too long. And who is again a veteran himself. we just
Iraq, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah,
right?
we can't, and we'll ask him a little bit to talk
Oh,
a little bit more
certainly.
about his service. I think, a lot of people just think of Congressman Van Taylor and they think, oh, he was a state rep and state senator. Now he's a congressman. He absolutely served in our military, is a decorated veteran. So just anyways, just a great guy, and I love what Dr. Good was talking about when her father, who was a veteran, just recently passed away, and all she had to do was make a couple of phone calls to Congressman Van Taylor's office, and his staff just jumped right on helping. And it's interesting. Denise, who works for Congressman Van Taylor, who's a dear friend of both mine and yours, JP. I had said something. I said, Dr. Rebecca Good was going to be calling in, and she was like, oh, as a matter of fact, we just talked to her, and we were getting this, that, and the other going. And I said, well, she's Dr. Good of Ask Dr. Be Good. She's like, I didn't even realize that's who I was talking to. She's like, I watch her show. We love her, So anyway, so just good stuff all the way around.
Absolutely.
Oh, and happy birthday
to Coach Quigley.
To Coach Quigley. So, Coach, we love you. Happy birthday. Birthday blessings to you from JP, Kathy, and the crew. You are such a huge part of our show, and we're so blessed to have you in our life. And of course, he's helping out today, and no telling how much money he's going to raise from the email challenge that he sent out. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Coach.
So much.
So, and again, that's what we're here for. We are here to get your money. Like it or lump it, it's a fundraising day, and it's for veterans, and it's for disabled American veterans, and it's all going to them. This is 100. You have a chance for every dollar you donate to go to a disabled American veteran, and so again,
every penny on the dollar. I mean, this doesn't happen. This just doesn't happen. So
it doesn't.
This is a big deal.
So I'm going to point up because that's what.
Wait,
let me go this way. Let me see. Nope, wrong way. Let me go this way. Okay, I got to get this orientation right. I feel like I'm a bad compass here. That's where it's at. You can go to that website and donate. It's at www.davtexasservicefoundation.com. Scroll down just a little scroll, and you can donate to our cause today, which is Veterans Day for Disabled American Veterans Telethon here at JP, Kathy, and the crew on the JPK Broadcasting Network. And so definitely want to be able to go out and say, hey, we want to make a difference in the veteran community.
Right.
And so that's a way you can do that. Charles, I know that we're going to have Congressman Taylor coming on here in about 18 minutes or so. He'll sign on at 10 o'clock in the morning. And then I wanted you to get your gimbal if we have a little time between now and then.
Oh, yeah.
I am going to
look at some yumminess.
Well, I'm going to reach into my pocket, and I'm going to pull out my debit card.
Oh, I like it. And we're going to watch him input his
donation.
credit card information, including the security code on the back, right?
That's right.
Don't let anybody see your numbers.
Oh, my bad. No, I'm not going to let him see it. But
his expiration date. Oh, and by the way.
Yeah, this is how you get a hold of everything. No. But I am going on right now as we speak, and I am going to make my donation.
Love it.
On
love
the
it,
JP,
love it.
because my mom always said, don't ask others to do what you won't do yourself.
Amen.
And so here we go. I'm not making it a monthly donation, but I am going to donate, and I'm doing it with a debit card. Oh, I got to put an amount in. So you got to put your amount in first before you try to donate. I'm donating $100.
Love it.
Today.
Love it, and love it.
And there's
I'll
that.
be making a donation this afternoon. Again, any amount helps. If you can do 100 like JP just did, which thank you, JP. If you can do $5, if you can do $50, if you can do $5,000, whatever you donate today only, 100% of that goes to the Texas DAV and to our disabled veterans, and that's huge. Now, the great thing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I know Greg will correct me if I'm wrong on this, usually 97%.
Correct. 97 cents on a dollar.
Again, that's unheard of, because you've always got all these admin costs and all this kind of stuff. But
well, and
this
you
is
know
a big
how,
deal.
don't you? Most of the people that work for DAV are volunteers.
Yeah. Just an amazing organization, and an organization that members of the crew will learn more and more about as Greg kicks off his show. He's officially kicking it off today, but Friday will be his first official episode. And hey, Greg, come on in and wave to the camera. We're talking about money. JP's making a $100 donation right now. So good stuff. And we're talking about how, 100% today goes to disabled veterans here in the state of Texas. Also, even on normal days, not fundraising telethon days, 97%. You said the other time, which is unheard of.
Yeah. So.
Well, come over here and talk.
Well, he can grab the microphone.
Grab the mic.
It's right over here.
Grab the mic.
All right, but
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
you're good.
so. This wasn't hard to do.
Or he can talk to the microphone right there by Chambriel.
Well, just pull the microphone. It's right over here. This handheld mic's right here. But here's the thing, right? So I just went in, put my credit card information in. Yes, sir. And it took me 30 seconds.
Yep.
And here goes. I'm making my $100 donation now.
Dun, dun, dun.
Hold on. Well, it's still spinning. It says, please wait. Please wait.
Oh, we cannot take Charles out today. He's our whole
Nope.
entire IT team with Chambriel.
All right. And there it is. And I get a really neat little picture that says, thanks for donating $100 to DAV, Department of Texas. We will send you back to DAV. And then
Love
it
it.
reroutes you back to the DAV
There
site.
you go.
So there we
love
go.
it. I love it.
Take out your wallet. A $10 donation, $5 donation,
Anything.
$20 donation, $100 donation. I'm going to go add that to the board because that goes on our board.
Where is the board?
It's in there where the food's going to be.
Oh, excellent.
And the volunteers can sit around the conference table and they can call
Yay.
and talk to people. Like I'm going to make calls when we turn this
COVID
over.
friendly up here.
Absolutely. And also we got a
COVID-friendly.
board there too. But when Greg takes over and has his guests on, then I'm going to go over there and I'm going to get on the phone and start making phone
Yep,
calls. And,
absolutely.
I don't want to shame our listeners.
but you just rolled your eyes. So, okay, what are you doing? What are you
my-
doing to the crew?
My sweet godmother
Yeah.
will be 89 on Christmas Eve.
Oh,
She's
yay.
a retired professor.
Oh, happy birthday.
She was the first donation we ever received on this.
Right.
$100.
I love it.
From Aunt Miriam.
I
Aunt
love
Miriam.
it. Hi, Aunt Miriam.
And
Mwah.
she's going to be on later.
I love
We're gonna
it.
Call her and just chat with her a little bit.
Love it.
And then, too, I just wanted to answer your question. So 97%, a lot of organizations, 3% is what it costs to run and
Right.
administer, right?
Right.
You'll have companies, bigger ones like Wounded Warriors,
Okay.
and theirs is about 90% goes to the
Okay.
Wounded Warriors. And let me just say something. There's a lot of people who poo-poo that, say, oh, my God, 10%, they keep 10%. It's not inexpensive
No.
to
no,
run that
not at all.
organization.
Not at all.
It's not inexpensive to administer to
Right.
the money that does come in. A lot of the people that work there are volunteers, but some have to be paid.
Right.
And so 90% is still better than
Oh, my
89
goodness, yeah.
or 59 or 69. So, I just would caution everybody, look, when you're given, you're given.
Right.
And
Right.
these big organizations will do what's right. I'm just proud of the DAV because
Yes.
100% goes to
Just
our
amazing.
veterans, their families, and their communities. So yeah.
Well, and I got my
That's a big
receipt
deal.
for my donation
Right.
that I can use as a tax write-off now.
There you go.
Already-
yeah, that's another thing.
already in
it's-
my email.
It's coming towards the end of the year, and especially with COVID, I know a lot of people have donated food and time and different things like that. But during this pandemic, if you haven't if you haven't chosen an organization to donate money to, and the end of the year is coming up. This is a phenomenal organization, y'all. They're part of our JP, Kathy, and the crew family now.
Yes.
So we want to make sure we embrace them, and we know that this first annual telethon is just the tip of the iceberg.
The whole reason that I'm here starting my show is because of the DAV.
Right.
I will say it again on air. In my mind, they saved my son's life.
Right.
And they saved the lives of a lot of veterans. Our goal is to reduce the 22 who commit suicide every day to
Right.
zero. The DAV is focused on that. The people who work at the DAV are veterans.
Right.
They've
been there and done that.
They've been there
Yeah.
and done that. They donate their time. If they don't, they're not making a ton of money. I'll be honest and tell you it's about $15 an hour, which isn't much for those who do get paid. But most of them, the transition service officers and others, they donate their time.
Yeah.
And what Andy out of the Waco office did for my son took him a total of 8 months to get Brian, my son, the benefits he was supposed to have without any longer fighting to get those benefits. So the DAV, I'll never ever speak high enough of them. I will just tell you that.
Well, this is a labor of love for you.
So this is our internal board, where we've got a running total right now. We're at 2020 in.
Woohoo!
Perfect, 2020.
That's a good 2020.
Yeah.
I know everybody
Yeah.
says like 2020.
And then-
This is a good
Now,
2020.
that's the time. And then also we have an in-kind donation of $1,000 for breakfast and lunch. So we're at $3,020 right now. Does that count my 200 or my 100? I don't think I've updated. I got to go update the other board, so that way we can update the interior board as well. Also, if you
You're
donate,
going to want to make sure that Aunt Miriam's name is at the top.
well,
I
yeah,
think
we
she's
need to
a
add.
little further
We
down
need to
on the
add Aunt
list.
Miriam on there too, Corley, if we
Right,
can. If we can put
right.
Aunt Miriam on there.
Yeah, at the top.
Yes, she's number one on
At
the
top.
list.
There you go.
So-
So she was the first donation.
love
But
it.
we will have guests on all day,
Right.
talking about Veterans Day, talking about veterans. Parades have been canceled. Events have been canceled. We were not canceling our telethon. You can wear a mask. You can be up there socially distanced.
You can come. You can join us virtually. We've got folks from all over the country
All right,
tuning
now,
in.
Tess Armstrong says we need to increase the goal to $10,000. All right, Tess.
I love it, Tess.
We
Are you
accept the
putting-
challenge.
Are you putting your money where
Put
your
this out
mouth is,
there.
hot stuff?
Well, no, but I agree with her. Let's
I
increase
do.
the challenge. The challenge now for the crew, we want to raise by 5 o'clock tonight $10,000.
I love it.
Tess Armstrong has dropped the gauntlet.
I love
and
it,
I know
Tess.
the crew can meet up with it. Tess, excellent job. By
We love
golly,
you,
we
Tess.
can do this. So get the word out. Start sharing and talking to people. We need your
Please
donations.
share our feed. Go to
There you
our
go.
current feed right now.
$10,000.
Is live. It's been live for a couple of hours. Please go and share that feed. We're going to keep this up and running the rest of the day. You'll see all around the studio. You'll see out here at Venture X. Greg will be on with several special guests today from the DAV, and
Right.
so we'll be able to learn more about what Greg's show is going to be about and how you can be part of that and how you can help. This is going out to military bases. Yeah, talk about this and where
Around
this is
the
being
world.
broadcast. Yeah,
Every military base in the world.
that's so awesome.
And the reason that's important when you talk about military bases is that the current active duty will 6 months prior to leaving the military begin their MAPS or transition program out. And my son told me, gosh, Dad, I wish I'd paid more attention. He waited until the last minute, and then it was all he wanted to do was get home to his mom and dad, but actually his girlfriend.
But you're gonna go
Right,
ahead and say
I'm gonna
it. As a
say
matter of fact,
that.
and speaking of mom and dad, Barb was on the Facebook feed.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
hello to Greg's
She's
wife,
there.
Barb,
Yeah.
and thank you, Barb, for all that you've done to celebrate and to serve and help the military.
She's
and
been
those because
incredible.
she's I know she's your number one cheerleader,
Absolutely.
and it takes a supportive partner in life. It takes a supportive spouse to be able to do, and especially take on a new venture like you're taking on.
Yeah.
You could retire and go off into the
Right.
sunset, and you guys just go drink Mai Tais somewhere.
Right. And I like Mai Tais.
I know you do, but you're
Easy.
It's not happy hour yet, which we will have happy hour later
5 o'clock
today.
somewhere.
Hey, Lisa, by the way,
Yeah,
Tess
this is
Armstrong
worldwide today.
has challenged us. We have now increased our donation ceiling to $10,000. And of course, that's not a ceiling. We want to go over that. But now,
Right.
because we have now hit over $2,000 in cash, we're at over $3,000 in in-kind donations. So we are now at a $10,000 goal for the Texas DAV. So help us out. Join us. You can call in right now with your donations.
Yes.
Operators standing by, 972-232-7199. That's 972-232-7199. Or go on to, because we're going to be able to find this out, Greg, right?
Yes,
If
yes.
they go online and donate, we'll be able to
Yes,
find out so we
yes.
can update. DAV Texas Service Foundation.com. So
And
now
I've
is that,
told-
Love it.
I've
is that
told-
2 S's or 1 S? I guess it'll get you there one way or the other, right?
It's 2 S's.
That's what I
So
thought, okay.
It's Texas Service Foundation, right?
There you go.
Love it.
And just so everybody, I've told everybody in my little clique of the world that I'll be able to see who's donated and who hasn't.
A little bit of shaming.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly,
there you go.
exactly. So there you go.
I love it.
Give
As soon as
something,
we
anything.
as soon as we get Charles back in here or Chambriel, then we're going to Congressman Van Taylor will be zooming in 2 minutes.
Okay, we need to get them back in here. So,
And I
very
wanted
good.
to say real quick.
Rachel, good morning.
We're
going to get you on here in just a minute. We got Congressman
we
Van
can't wait to
Taylor
have
coming
you
on, and then we're going to jump you on because Kathy needs an infusion.
Jump you on.
Yeah, not jump on her. I said
No,
jump
you on. Is that a thing? Jump.
That's so gross.
We're gonna pop
That's
you
what,
on.
yeah, that's what I said. I mean,
Yeah, we're gonna pop you
Kathy,
on. Well, you
come
said
on.
no. You said no. You said jump
Kathy,
you on.
this
I'm
is
like,
Kathy.
we're gonna pop you on screen.
Are you going to pop her? That's
You
terrible.
pop people
Oh,
on screen. You pop in.
You're
We're popping
gross.
in.
Kathy, you're gross.
No, whatever.
I'm
whatever.
riding the Greg
recently?
wave.
No, whatever.
Did she have an accident recently? JP?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, yeah. Good times.
And not in
Good
her pants.
times.
She had an accident. She got hit by a car.
I
Yeah,
got
yeah.
sideswiped the other night. Yeah, that was not
Well,
not fun.
I don't want
at
anybody to think you had
all.
an accident in your pants.
No, oh please, y'all, golly, y'all, yeah, I need a break from y'all.
Barb, that's JP talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I'm out of control.
No, yeah, I was sideswiped, but God
gonna
was
go
good,
get-
and I wasn't
I'm gonna go
harmed
get
any
him on.
further. Oh yeah, can you get
Yes, I know how
Congressman
to do
Taylor
it.
on? I told Anna to give us 2 minutes, but
Hey, host and engineer.
yeah, and IT.
And breaking the microphone
And it's so funny.
stand.
We've got members of the crew going, y'all usually I'm not used to you guys being on this late. We're going to be on until 5 p.m. today. We've got a 10-hour telethon for Veterans Day. We're raising money for the Texas DAV, and we're doing that with our dear friend Greg O'Connell, who is a new host here on our network. So we're super excited about that. There's Chambriel. Oh, she's like, wait, what? I love it.
I don't see him in the waiting room.
Mm. He's probably got another minute and he'll be on.
And by the way,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Pacific Coast
Yes.
time. Those people are just now waking up.
Good morning.
FYI to
yes,
donate.
yes. Let us know. So, good morning and hop on. We have
Right.
got our on our Facebook Live feed, on all the different social media feeds. We've got the donate link. Super easy to go on there. JP just donated online. Did it in about less than
less than
a minute. It's just that easy. So, and it's secure. That's another thing I know, because I've had a few folks who have had their identity stolen, or they're nervous about donating
Right.
online. No issues at all. Extreme. I mean, it's the military. I mean, come on. It's as secure a line
very
as you
secure.
can get. So,
There's people with bazookas if you try to
yeah, there you go.
There's our congressman.
Do you want to sit in for the conversation with Congressman Taylor? Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
Scoot this on out.
Now, Congressman Taylor, I know that this is not
Good
your normal
morning.
time, that we're kind of out, but we're still JP, Kathy, and the crew. So we want to say good morning to you. Does he have sound yet?
Well, I'll just say good morning,
yes.
good morning, and good morning.
There you go. I didn't want you to lose your opportunity. Today we don't have the computer with dual cameras, so you're just going to get to see Chambriel, I think. So you'll just hear us, but we can see you, and everybody can see you out there. First of
Good morning, Congressman. Thank you for
Good
your
morning.
service.
Hey, I was about to say thank you for your freedom.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving us freedom and your service as a Marine. Tell us about your service and your path into the Marine Corps.
Well, I think when I was a teenager, I was really interested in the military. I was in the Boy Scouts, really enjoyed that, and I actually went to a summer camp at the Marine Military Academy in Harlingen, Texas, which is in Brownsville. And I just absolutely loved that summer camp. Most of the kids there didn't like it, but I thought it was just fabulous.
Now, was that the Marine Military Academy, Van?
They had a summer camp.
Okay.
It was I was only 2 weeks long, and I went there, and I just really loved it. I just thought it was a lot of fun, and just liked the Marine Corps. I liked the values they espouse. I liked their esprit de corps, the belief in the unit and the mission, and I just thought it was a great organization and opportunity. And I took as you know, went to Harvard, and I went to the platoon leaders class after my first year, and that was 6 weeks, and that was a very, very difficult, a very trying experience. Probably the hardest thing I've ever done. And after that 6 weeks, decided I want to go back. So went back for another 6 weeks, finished that successfully. And then the next year was commissioned in the Marine Corps. And so was commissioned in May of 95 and then started at the basic school in in September. And went through the basic school, which is a 6-month basic officer course for Marine officers, and then went to infantry officer course, and then a sniper employment officer course, and then I went to military intelligence officer basic course, which is an Army school in Fort Huachuca, Arizona, and then was in 1st Marine Division in Camp Pendleton, California, and I was a reconnaissance platoon commander, and I was an intelligence officer, and 3.5 years on active duty. Joined the Marine Corps Reserve so I could continue to serve my country while I got my MBA from the Harvard Business School. And my Marine Reserve unit was in Washington, D.C. So I'd fly down once a month on the shuttle to D.C. and I'd do my drills and go back to school and finish up. And my last day of drill, after I graduated from business school, I was planning to go over to the Pentagon and grab lunch, but I never got there because that day was September 11th, 2001.
Wow. Wow, Van.
Watched the Pentagon burn with my own eyes, literally.
Wow.
And made an oath to continue to serve my country and make a difference. And actually drove back to Texas that day, Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. And on Friday, I was at 4th Recon in San Antonio, Texas. Wow. And 18 months later, I was leading the 1st platoon into Iraq for my brigade, the 45th Marine Task Force Tarawa. And actually, if you can see behind me,
I can.
This is actually the guidon that my company had going across the line of departure from Kuwait into Iraq, and took it all the way through Al Nasiriyah and Afak, and then up into Al Quds. So I would submit my prized possession.
Sure.
A little rag that means the world to me, to the men that served under it. Was incredibly fortunate to accomplish every mission and bring every single man home to their families.
Yes.
And Mary, the girl, sent me a letter every single day I was there.
Love that. That's awesome.
You know, Van, a lot of people don't, a lot of people know you're a Marine, but I don't know that a lot of people know that story and how moved you were by what happened on September 11th, 2001. You know, and it's, first of all, it gave me chills. Number one, what a great American you are. And thank you for your service in the Marine Corps.
And for keeping us free.
Well, absolutely. I'll just say that, I had a very fortunate, very blessed experience in my service in the military. I was fortunate to come back in one piece and get all my guys back in one piece. And, but to me, the real heroes are those that made the ultimate sacrifice. Right. And I'm grateful for their sacrifice and their family's sacrifice. And I consider myself fortunate and very fortunate to get back in one piece. But freedom has a price. And our country was literally born out of war. And wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a revolt. And so, right. Freedom is very precious, and it's and the Declaration of Independence. When they signed that when the people that signed it, they knew they were going to throw their country into a war, and they're risking their lives. But they decided that freedom was more important to them than their own lives and their own safety, than their farms and their houses and their shops. And they put everything they had at risk in order to gain that freedom, because they didn't want to be subjects of a king, of tyranny. And so this ability to be free is worth sacrificing for. And we have people from day one set the example. And so and I am trying to work in Congress to give us a better future and a better America.
And we appreciate you continuing that fight. It's, you went from one kind of war and one type of fight to another, and we appreciate that. Congratulations on your reelection. I know
well deserved.
All of us here,
I voted for you
enthusiastically. All three of us here, and this is Greg O'Connell. He's the one who got us hooked up with the Texas DAV. He's starting a new show on our network on Friday. We're kicking it off today with this telethon, and so you'll probably be hearing from Greg to be a guest on his show before too long. But we did all three enthusiastically vote for you. Dr. Rebecca Good of the Ask Dr. B. Good show was just on here and talked about how your office was instrumental in making sure that her father, who served in the military, thank you, Shambrielle, you rock.
Bree the intern,
who will have her own podcast very soon. A great young leader. Look for her name. She may be running for Congress one day, Congressman. But Dr. Good was talking about how your staff helped her father when he recently passed away, with two very important parts of him being able to be celebrated as a veteran at his funeral service. So she gave a really nice shout out to you and to your staff, and she said literally she made the call and within 2 hours one thing was done, and then her brother, who was trying to get something done, couldn't get it done, so she calls your office back and said, by the way, can I forward you this email? And boom, that's taken care of, literally all within a matter of hours and days.
Well, we it's so important to take care of our veterans and to honor them. I just want to say for everybody out there listening, we have helped literally hundreds of veterans with all kinds of issues, from VA benefits, disability, helping them get copies of their medals, copies of their DD-214s, help them with tax issues. So there's actually passed laws to fix problems that have been brought to my attention. And the first step is reaching out and just saying, hey, I've got a problem, Congressman Taylor. So feel free at any time to reach out to my office, vantaylor.house.gov. You can go to that website, Van Taylor, and if I represent you in the 3rd District, my job is to go and help you. We have extremely competent professionals who can help you get through the system, so to speak, and get a positive answer to solve your problems. And I'm incredibly proud of all the work that we've done. And and there are so many things that we've done. But it all really speaks to just helping those who have really risked everything and sometimes given everything.
Right.
Freedom of our country.
Right.
Congressman Taylor, I think above and beyond today, I'm hoping will help bring us together as a country behind the very men and women, some who are alive today, some who are not, who have preserved liberty and freedom, and this idea that every legal vote should count in this country, and to get out and vote. And that without these veterans, that doesn't happen. And so I'm hoping that Veterans Day today will help bring us together, better understand where we've come from and what blood has had to be shed for us to be able to have what we have today. And you were a part of that, and I can't thank you enough for that.
Well, very, very, very appreciate those kind words. I feel duty bound, and I think that guides me in life to go and do what is right in the face of regardless of the odds.
So now I've got to do this to you. I'm taking your congressman hat off.
Ruh-roh.
All right, Van. It's a telethon. Can we squeeze a donation out of you?
Yeah, I'd be put me down for $100.
Hey, here we go. Where's Charles? Charles Shambrielle, we got to put him down for $100 on the board.
Love it.
Has donated $100.
Oh, here he is.
Here's Charles. Charles, put Van Taylor on the board for $100. He has just donated to the Veterans Day Telethon here at JP Cathy and the crew. Van, thank you so much for that. We set our goal.
I appreciate you guys going and working for an important cause. A nation that doesn't remember those who fights for it will soon be forgotten itself.
Thank you.
Amen to that.
Congressman, this is Greg O'Connell. Good morning. How are you?
All right, good.
Congratulations once again on your election. Big supporter. You know, one of the things I discovered when I began my journey with my son, Sergeant Brian O'Connell, Purple Heart recipient, was the challenges that were before them. And I'm not here to poo-poo the VA or anybody. But Brian will admit when he left the military, he should have been a little bit more buttoned up than he was. He wasn't. And so we struggled mightily to get him the help he needed. Your predecessor, Sam Johnson, was instrumental in helping. Senator Cruz's office was helpful. You have been helpful. But ultimately, we kind of stumbled onto the Disabled American Veterans group. And I say stumbled because, mind you, my wife and I had been donating to them for the previous 25 or 30 years.
Wow.
But I really didn't know who they were or what they were. And so ultimately we discovered who and what they were. We had struggled for about 6.5 years to get Brian the help and the assistance he needed. Like so many, he was in a dark place. He was wounded in action during the surge in Fallujah, Karma. And he likes to point out that his elite Army unit displaced a Marine Corps unit, so I'm just throwing that out there. But ultimately, it was the DAV who was instrumental, and I've said this on air today 3 times at least. I believe they saved his life because of the work that they did. And the DAV is 100 years old this year. They were supposed to have had their 100th year anniversary gala here in Dallas, but because of COVID, it got canceled. And here they are. They've been around actually 12 years longer than the VA, and they're so under the radar. And so I tell you, I'm here to extol the virtues of an organization filled with veterans who are donating of their time and their effort to help our current veterans active duty as they're going through they have transition service officers helping them. But the DAV is such an incredible entity. They have many chapters throughout the country. They were originally founded in the Cincinnati, Ohio area, right across the river in what's called Covington. And I just find it amazing that they're not better known because of all the work they do, and more importantly, because of all the work they do, which is to say that there's a lot of vets out there who need help. And so it's our goal with our show that we start on Friday called My Son, My Veteran, to bring attention to the DAV, but ultimately we want our show to be a resource for veterans, their families. We want to give hope where a lot, as you know, I'm sure some under your command have struggled, not because of your command, of course, but I'm just saying, you know firsthand what these soldiers, Marines, airmen, what they go through, etc. And so my only ask of you is help us spread the word about the DAV. The more we can do to help these great people do their job, the better off our veterans will be.
Sure. Yeah, DAV's great organization, does a lot of good work, and very grateful for all they do to serve our veterans. Really appreciate you personally being so involved and committed, and I'm glad to get behind the cause. And
thank you. You're awesome.
Put a few grains of powder into the fight.
Roger that.
Amen. Right.
Roger that.
Well, Congressman Taylor, thank you. Now with COVID-19, do you have any other veterans events going on that you may be out at?
Yeah.
Well, I am actually going to be at a Flags of Honor event in a few hours. Actually, shortly. I think I'll be leaving for that here in about 45 minutes.
Oh, they're going to do a live remote from Flags of Honor, Plano Flags of Honor, on our show today. So yeah, awesome.
might have to hear me, tell some stories there too. So.
I love it.
Well, that's all right.
That's
And I
great.
want to thank you too for always being willing to come on, JP, Kathy, and the crew.
Oh, yeah.
You have answered so many questions for the crew over these last couple of years, and I know that they look forward to your segment and for you coming on. So
Absolutely.
thank you for that.
Absolutely. We appreciate you so much. Thanks for being part of the crew, part of our family.
Well, as I like to say, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Well, you have a fantastic day, as I like to say.
Yes.
Semper Fi.
Love it.
All right, guys.
Have a blessed Veterans Day. Thank you, Congressman.
Thanks so
Take
much.
care. All right, Van Taylor has he's dropped the gauntlet here.
I love
$100 donated by our very own congressman. So we've got that added to the board. Now we're going to bring on our next guest, and I am way super excited because I might need an infusion.
Oh, yeah, I'm all over this.
Yeah.
Well, and especially during COVID, I mean, this is, anything you can do to beef up your immune system
And eat some buns.
is huge. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, that's real healthy.
Yeah. But no, come on up and have a seat. Hi, Melanie. How are you, dear?
Oh, Melanie, and we'll get to have you on later on today. So awesome.
So are you ready to
Come
start calling for
on.
dollars? Oh, she's got a plan. All right, she's got a plan.
My. Imagine Melanie with a plan.
That woman's got. I love. We need her on Freaky Friday every
I
Friday
know. She's a mess, and we love her.
because she'll roll with me. I'm telling you, you're out of control like I am.
Oh.
Well, so very excited. Thank you so much for coming in and joining us this morning.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. It's just such an honor to participate in such a great event.
Thank
Well,
you.
I've heard that you basically saved Leon's life.
Well, I can't take all the credit. I mean,
Well, God gave us the power, right?
Exactly.
And gave you the power to know what to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he and his wife said it was a game changer. What you were able to do while he was suffering from COVID, and he's one of those. He had a rough case. Like there were several times his wife Lisa said she had 911 queued up, ready to call. Just really is kind of touch and go there for a while.
and honestly, when I first got to him, I was very close to taking him to the hospital myself.
Wow.
And I talked him into doing an infusion. A lot of people don't like needles, but
Right.
it's like,
Yeah, but
you can either get stuck once by me or you can get stuck 100 times in the
at the
hospital.
hospital,
Right.
exactly.
And they wake you up every 2 hours.
decide.
Exactly.
I've never understood that. Like, you need sleep to heal, right? But they wake you up every 2 hours. It's like,
Yes, we do.
really? Really? So, first of all, tell us your background.
So I'm a registered nurse. I have been for 16 years. I spent my first 6 years of nursing at Baylor University Medical Center, or now it's Baylor Scott and White. But
Right.
I worked in the liver transplantation unit.
Oh wow.
Wow.
And that's where I really got my education.
Boy, I bet.
So, I learned quite a bit there, worked my way up through the ranks, and then decided, it's time to move on to something else. And I've been at Methodist Hospital for Surgery in Addison in some capacity for the last 10 years.
Wow.
So, you do some intense nursing.
I do. It's the only way I'll have it.
I was gonna say all nursing is intense, but this that's pretty
That's
like
intense.
liver stuff and everything. Wow.
So, Leon got COVID-19.
Yes.
He didn't get hit real hard at first. Felt bad for a couple days and started to feel better. But then all of a sudden, boom, took a big old dive again.
Yeah.
You come into play. How do you come into play, and what were you able to bring to him that really helped his body fight COVID-19?
So the products that I use are 100% natural. They're things that are already produced in the body. As we age, our immune systems get weaker.
Right.
Things
Right.
start to break down. I always say that once you hit 30, the warranty expires and everything
Oh
goes.
wow, I'm way past that.
That's not good.
Oh shoot.
But what I do just helps the body's own immune system work more efficiently to help prevent illness. And if you do get sick, you're not going to have as much downtime.
Right.
Yep.
So, do you put like vitamin B12 in there, or vitamin B, or vitamin D, D or vitamin E or vitamin C or
All of
vitamin
the
Q?
above.
Right, I figured as much. But you don't just do it through like taking a vitamin. You actually do it through like an IV bag, right?
I do. I have actually a couple of different ways to do it. You know, for Leon, he was so sick. He needed the infusion. He needed the hydration. He needed the high dose of vitamin C to help his immune system start working and fighting the COVID. But I also do something called an IV push, where it's just as effective. You're not going to get the extra hydration, but you're going to get that straight shot of vitamins in the vein. And then a lot of my clients, they just do maintenance injections.
Okay.
And, you know, it's still all the same vitamins, but it's an intramuscular injection.
Wow.
And it gives you some longevity, gives you that energy boost, gets that immune system rocking, which is what I love. That's why I started it.
Which is what we need, especially right now with not only COVID, but, you know, it's flu season. And then, you know, that can lead to pneumonia and bronchitis and different things that can really just take you out. Now is the time, if you want to get serious about your health, now more than ever is that time.
Absolutely. And my clients, when they come to me, you're going to get the whole package. I'm going to do the wellness coaching, tell you what you need to do as far as lifestyle changes to help work with what I'm doing for you.
So the infusion, do you have to have a license to be able to do that? Is that something that's special?
So I work under a nurse practitioner. You know, I've been with her and her husband for 2.5 years now. And we have a very synergistic relationship. You know, they kind of send me off into the world and trust my judgment. Of course, if I have questions, I always defer to her. She's just amazing. You know, the knowledge and the research they've put into this. You know, they've talked to the world's leading experts on, you know, the most effective way to deliver this type of care.
So is it normal? Like, I know you went to the house for Leon, but you're dear friends with them. Mm-hmm. Is it normal for you to make house calls?
Absolutely. That's sort of my specialty. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible on all of my clients.
Well, and so then so then we're thinking about, you know, I'm thinking right now, and a number of us have family members or dear friends who have health issues that are significant enough to where they're doing online church. They're having food delivered. Some of us are grocery shopping and bringing stuff to them and things like that. So, but you're able to come, and I would assume you've got your mask and your shield and your, covering your clothes and everything. So you're able to come directly to their home and help them stay strong and healthy.
Yes.
Without compromising any kind, like somebody who's had cancer, or somebody who's got diabetes or heart issues or high blood pressure, all the different things that they say beware. I'm even thinking of a friend of our shows who her daughter suffers from severe asthma. Is unable to go to remote learning or has to do remote learning. I'm even thinking, well, and can you do these infusions on children? Like older children, like
older
preteen.
Children, yes. I try to stay away from the younger children. That's just sort of a touchy area. But if you keep the adults healthy, the children will follow.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. That's a huge.
So something I want to do right in the middle of this, because it is a telethon. We have Colton, who is signed on from Alaska.
Oh, I love it.
And I think you'll enjoy this as well. Let's throw him on real quick. I know he's got to get back. He is actually training Slater. Oh, my, Colton, what happened to you?
He was on our show, right, like days before he left for Alaska.
He's got a beard now, and he's got, like, overalls and flannels.
Colton, good morning.
And he's, like, in a small wooden hut.
Good morning.
Are you on, like, a frozen lake living in a small hut?
Oh.
No, I'm in my room. It's in a pretty big garage up at our homestead in Alaska.
Gotcha. Well, so you're up in Alaska right now, right?
Yes. Yep.
And so
I've been here since right after I called last time, or was on last time.
So tell us how it's going up there, and tell everybody what you're doing. I know you got to get 60 miles down the road to do your job, but tell us what you're doing up there. How's it going? Did it fulfill all of your expectations? And you go.
Yeah, it absolutely blew past all my expectations. I was looking to do something fun and outdoorsy and ultimately have an adventure because my school went online for the semester, so I wanted to do something I would never have the opportunity to do. So I moved out here now that we have snow, we mush dog teams during the day, which is just tons of fun. We hook up
Can we
3 or 4 dogs.
and Colton,
go
I've got to
running with
interrupt
them.
you because I've got to
And
know.
it's beautiful in the mountains.
Remember,
and-
huge delay.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
Oh, well, Colton, I've got to ask you, and we asked you this before you left. Are we going to be able to see you mushing the dogs and actually working with the dogs sometime on the show?
Ooh, that's a great question. I'm trying to get, so right now, our trails are really technical and there's lots of turns. So I'm trying my best just to stay on the sled right now. But I'm working on trying to get some video and footage of
Love it.
mushing and stuff like that over the next week.
See, we need to send you a Go camera so you can record it, and then we can just play it and bring you on and talk about it.
Yeah, I have a GoPro. I gotta figure out how to multitask there.
Gotcha.
There you go.
So, do you have sunlight where you're at?
Yes. So we'll have sunlight for about probably 10 more days. That's kind of my guess. So I'm trying to just take it all in. We live in a valley, so the sun doesn't really come up over it. It'll still get light, even in December. It'll still be light for 3 or 4 hours a day, but we just won't see the sun.
So, have you been eating a lot of fish?
Yeah, when we got here, there was a bunch of fish. So we ate through that in the freezer. And now we have, in December, we're going to go moose hunting and try to get a moose to eat on for the rest of the winter. So
That's just so cool.
we're 157 miles from the nearest grocery store. So everything we eat is frozen or non-perishable.
Wow.
I could not hang.
No,
That's
you could
awesome.
not.
I would not last 5 minutes there. So God bless you. We think you're so awesome. This is so cool.
So, ice water is in abundance where you're at.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Ice water is in abundance where you're at.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Colton, we don't want to keep you. We want to get you back on for a regular segment. It is Veterans Day, and so is there any veteran out there you want to wish a happy Veterans Day to, or a family member you'd like to mention?
Yeah, absolutely. My grandfather served in Vietnam and has always been an inspiration to me, so I'd love to give him a shout out.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Colton. We appreciate you. And this is a very, very different atmosphere than when we had you in studio before you left. So keep up the good work, and we just can't wait to live vicariously through you.
Well, thank you so much. I hope you have a good one.
You too. Thanks, Colton. How
All
great
right,
is
thank
that?
you, Colton. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Live from Alaska, wishing our veterans a happy Veterans Day and a happy Veterans Day to his grandfather who served in the Vietnam War. So awesome.
All right, so now we're back to infusing because we need to infuse.
Yes, and we've got some questions coming in.
Should this be a regular type of infusion? I mean, do you do it regularly? Do you schedule it? Is it good for you to do that? Is it once every 3 months? And with that, I'm going to go back and I'm going to update the board because I've got more coming in. And then I'm going to let you and Kathy finish out, and I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, so tell us about this. And then somebody said, did you do this before everyone got addicted to COVID? So were you doing this prior to COVID,
I
pre-COVID?
was. I've been doing this as a profession for about the last 2.5 years.
Okay.
I've been doing it on myself for even longer.
Oh, okay.
I heard you mention cancer, and
Yes.
I am a cancer survivor.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, that's blessings to you. That's wonderful that you're a survivor.
Thank
Good.
you. But it definitely, it taught me to reevaluate my life and what I was doing to my body.
Yep.
And, I was on so many different medications. I felt horrible all the time. And I just thought to myself, I'm too young for
I
this.
got to do something else. Yeah. I was going to say, you must have had cancer when you were young.
I was diagnosed at age 41.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. So that's one of those you're like, okay, I've got to do something. Yep. And so this is what you researched, or had you heard of this because you're in the field of nursing?
Well, actually, a very dear friend of mine who is also a nurse,
Right.
He's been through this journey with me the whole way. And, he saw me struggle with being ill all the time because I had no immunity. And, he's very holistic too. He's been doing this on himself for years, and he introduced me to it, and we tried it, and all of a sudden I felt fantastic, and I thought, okay,
this is how I should feel.
I'm not turning back.
Yeah, you're like, this is how I should feel. Melanie, who's going to be on the show in a little while, she's like, I love it.
Oh, that's great.
So many people talk about anybody who I know who does this. It's a game changer. It's a life changer. It gives you back, kind of gives you back your life, especially when you get older. You know, and all of us in some way. I mean, I've always been obsessed with making sure, even when my kids were very young, you know, having vitamins and supplements and all this kind of stuff, and the right kinds of foods, you know, and all of these kinds of things. So even when you're younger, you can be depleted. As I found out, my kids have have a genetic predisposition to be depleted of folate, which is huge, and that has a lot to do with your mental well-being and all that kind of stuff. And so when you are able to get that back into your life, it makes a big difference, you know. And so, of course, you know, you're young, it can happen, but you're right. As we get older, it's like your supply of everything goes down.
It goes completely away.
It is what it is. And, you know, in your head, you wake up and you're like, I'm still 25. And then you're like, no, I'm not. Your body hits the ground. You're like, wait a second. No, I'm not still 25. But this can kind of give you that feeling of vitality and life and youth back.
Absolutely. You know, it gives you the energy to, you know, go about your daily life. You know, I have found that so many people survive on Starbucks and drive-thrus, and, you know, we're just so overextended everywhere. And especially with COVID, everybody's having to take on new roles. You know, moms are having to take on the roles of teachers, and, you know, just everywhere. People are working from home more frequently.
Right.
So, you know, I think now is a great time for people to start thinking about their wellness.
Yep. And I want to, you know, obviously we're not going to be, at least we hope not, you know, under this pandemic forever. We are going to have to learn as a society, so we can get back to the business of life, how to live with this virus, because, you know, we will, you know, sometime in the near future have a vaccine. Not everybody's willing to get that. Not everybody's willing to get that right away, but it's almost like we need to learn how to have our immune system beefed up, just even to combat the flu and the common cold, all of those things. And hey, you know what? Maybe it helps somebody from getting cancer, or if you get cancer, your body's so strong that it's able to battle it.
100%.
Do you want me to do a commercial for you? Because I will.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'll talk to you all day long.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, so how can people get in touch with you again? How do they, you know, I mean, do you travel all over DFW?
Absolutely. I mean, I've been all over the Metroplex. You know, I'm based out of McKinney, but I go to South Lake. I've been out to, you know, gosh, east, like Mesquite.
I mean, so you'll drive an hour and a half away. Okay, so if somebody's listening right now or watching our show right now, Rachel's able to go, you know, as far as an hour and a half away, and you bring the supplies with you. Again,
I do.
If you've got a compromised immune system, you are COVID compliant and all that kind of good stuff.
Absolutely.
How do they get in touch with you? How can people follow you? I mean, do you have social media?
You know, I'm still very new, so I'm not fancy. I don't have a website or anything. But, you know, I always have my cell phone on, and I encourage people to call me and ask questions.
Are you okay with giving the cell phone number out? Okay, well, let's give that cell phone number out right now.
Yeah, so it's 512-784-6525. If I don't pick up.
And if you can give that again, because I think Chambrielle's going to put that up on the screen for us. So that way people who are watching this broadcast a little bit later can grab that for you. So
yeah, and if I don't get back to you right away, you know, it'll be within the next hour or so.
Awesome. I love it. Oh, one more time on the phone number.
512-784-6525.
Love it. Well, thank you so much, Rachel, and we hope to see you again. And I think from the crew, you might have gained, and from us right here at JP Kathy and the crew, you might have gotten a few new clients. I'm fascinated, and definitely look forward to talking with you further.
Yeah, I look forward to it too. Yeah. You know, this has been such a blast, and you know, I'm so thankful to be able to, participate in such a worthy cause.
Thank you very much.
I've got so many veterans in my life. My dad was.
Well, give a shout out to him.
My dad, Joseph Gubermont, he was a flight instructor in the Air Force. And then another very, very dear friend of mine, Travis Riley, he was also in the Air Force. He was a nurse in the Air Force. And
awesome.
My grandfather,
Yeah.
everybody. It just seems everybody knows
Awesome.
somebody that's served.
Well, and thank you so much for making our Veterans Day special, and we appreciate you, and we look forward to talking with you again. And would you mind coming on and doing another segment in the
I would
near
love to.
future?
I would
Maybe
love to.
maybe right before the holidays, the Christmas holidays, and kind of moving towards. Everybody making their New Year's Eve, this is my New Year's resolution kind of a thing. Maybe you could be part of that. So we'd love to
That
bring
would
you
be
back
great.
on right before the Christmas holidays.
Yeah, thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thanks so much, Rachel. You have a great day.
You too.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then we're going to get JP back in here, and I think JP may be getting ready to interview Melanie here, and I think if I can stand up, I've been sitting down since like 6:45. If I can stand up, I think I'm going to take a bathroom break. But you are joining us here live from our first annual JP, Kathy, and the Crew telethon, and we are just so excited. I'm going to have you just when JP comes back in, because I'm going to get out and take a break, Melanie, while he interviews you. But we are here live at Venture X Studios. You can join us in person, and everybody's wearing masks and all that kind of good stuff. We've got food from Meet You Anywhere. So if you would like to come up here sometime before 5 o'clock tonight, we welcome you. If you want to join us virtually, there's a way to donate, and so we can get you donated online to the Texas DAV. We are raising money. 100% of your donation today will go towards the Texas DAV and helping disabled veterans. So we're just super, super excited about that. And then I'm going to sneak out. Chambrielle, if you can put the camera back on JP while I sneak out and Melanie sneaks into my chair.
Well, you got to move that chair, I think, but you're not getting this on camera, right?
I think we are. I think we are.
They got it on camera.
If you'll go ahead and just get it back over on JP, and then we can get our side situated over here.
But that's how a telethon works, right? You get
people eating on camera. Can you, Chambrielle, are you able to get the camera just on JP's side of the room? Awesome. Where he is still eating, because we've got Meet You Anywhere barbecue up here at Venture X, and it's just fantastic.
It is, and they are a sponsor today. They have donated $1,000 in food, but one better than that, they also made a $200 donation and are challenging all the barbecue places out there to meet their $200 donation. So if you're Hutchins, if you're Spring Creek, if you're Up in Smoke, if you're Soul Man's, you better get on the phone. You might want to call in. You're going to call in at 972-232-7199. If you've got a favorite barbecue place out there and you know the owner, drop the challenge on them. Have them call in. We would love to get your donations and get your help as we continue the Veterans Day Telethon. Now, real quick, at 11 o'clock, we will lose the Facebook feed for just a short period of time. The maximum amount of airtime is 4 hours on Facebook. Gotcha. But then we'll be back right after that. But we'll be on Twitch. And the easiest way to do this is now, because we're up and running, jpkcrew.com. Pardon me. Woo, that's what happens when you eat bread. You get sound effects of me eating. That's probably not fun. But I know, right? Right, Melanie? jpkcrew.com. Melanie has stepped in. She has taken over for Kathy. Of course, Melanie, tell everybody about your organizations. I mean, these are veteran-based organizations that you are helping out, supporting, and leading. And so talk about that.
Absolutely. We've launched the nonprofit Love Your Heroes. And that is a culmination of a lot of things, a lot of work that we've done as the Love Your Veterans movement. And so we've just rolled out this nonprofit, and it serves our veterans, our first responders, their families, and other citizen heroes. So this is about helping us get back to honoring our heroes. We've missed that over the last couple of generations. I think there's been a loss of admiration for these people that signed on the dotted line and went into, they went into battle for us. And we need to honor them. So that was one part of it. So I've started it as the Love Your Heroes organization, and to help fund that, I am America's Real Estate Coach.
And also, this is fantastic. I love this.
Yes. And talk about fresh out of the gate, the book published last night.
Oh, very cool.
Yes. So
congratulations.
Yes.
Woohoo! Yeah.
I was like panicked. I was like, oh my God, this is not going to happen. And then it came through. I don't know if y'all heard me, like, screaming and yelling and being excited. So what this is I'm a real estate broker, just so you'll know. I have to disclose that. But I'm also a commercial real estate paralegal, and I have been buying, high-rise buildings and golf places and your coffee places. I've been working for law firms and in those corporate headquarters for a long time. And I had an incident in 2006. I wasn't expected to live. And so I thought, well, okay, if I survive this, I'll change my life. I'll go a different direction.
Right.
And boy, did I ever. It was a huge, catastrophic event in my life. So I grabbed a real estate license. I was going to give up paralegal work. And I got into residential real estate, and boy, is it different than working with.
I bet it is.
It is. It was amazing because I had been used to working with all these high caliber executives, and then I'm working with these home buyers that really don't fully understand the process, and I'm like, how did you not know this? And it kind of got to a point where the broker that I had worked with was upset because I kept telling people, you're really not qualified to buy this house because it wrecks your financial status on the other side. You've got this box and you own it, but it's the only thing you'll ever be able to do. You will be house poor. So I recognized the need for teaching people the whole process from starting with your credit score all the way through how to get the utilities turned on. So that is the book, and I have named it The 5-Star American Dream of Hopes and Homes.
And explain that. Explain the title.
Okay, so it started out just as the American Dream of Homes. And this is how I taught my clients to be able to get through the process. And they were like, oh my God, you need to teach this to people. And I'm like, I don't have time for that. I have a son that plays college football. I have a baby that's blind and deaf, which was the catastrophic event in my life in 2006. And so, had all these things going on. I was like, I don't have time for that. I mean, really? I'm sinking. So I would teach my clients this. And then eventually I started writing the book. And that's been, wow, he's 14 now. So he'll be 14 in a few days. So it's been a long, arduous process, but this is about teaching people a process that will help them be financially secure and empowered. And so it started out as homes, and then it was all acrostics. The whole thing is written in baseball analogies. So, you go to spring training, you learn to bat, you get to first base, you get to second base, you get to third, you get home. You get home, you get your keys to your house. So it's very simply written. But then the other side of that was teaching people how to balance their life so that they're not in a position where they become house poor. That's very common knowledge in the industry. You can make someone house poor. So it began to shape into something, and I used very similar acrostics. So HOPES stands for your health, your opportunities, your purpose, your education, and your security. And it walks through, and actually it's funny because the lady that's here, I've been doing infusions for a very long time.
Now,
before it was
with
ever
her,
not
or
with
no?
her, but I have a doctor that does them, and that's I had a health challenge in 1998, and I had a very serious problem, and so I just gave up on medical doctors essentially and started pursuing nutrition. And I found someone that does infusions. We've been doing them for years. So, but it's about learning and finding out those types of things in the health arena. I do very unconventional health measures to try to maintain my health. I have been at death's door several times. And the incident in 2006, I was told by every high-risk doctor in the Metroplex that saw me that I would not live. And I did. So it's like...
it's God's plan, not everybody else's
I know,
plan.
and that's what I told them. I'm like, look, I had surgery. They told me I could not have any more children, that it would never be able to happen. I go in 8 days before my 44th birthday. I thought I had cancer. And they're like, you're pregnant. And I'm like,
What?
What?
Right.
What?
Right.
And she's like, oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness. Oh, you're way pregnant. It's like, what is way pregnant? Because you either are or you're not.
Well, no, evidently they're way pregnant.
Yeah. So she starts measuring and she's, oh my God, look at this. You're going to be, this baby's going to do Christmas Eve. And I'm like, no, honey. I'm 44. I'll be 44 in 8 days. This is in July. Count that. I was in the second trimester.
That is so funny.
And so anyway, so I go in, the doctor's like, you need to terminate this and you need to do this today because you're in the second trimester and you're not expected to live.
Yeah, that's not happening.
And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of how I said, yeah, it's like, that's not an option for me. So he's like, well, look, there's 400 cases of this anomaly documented in the world. 60% of them, the mother and the baby died. So you will not survive this. Most likely, it's not going to happen. I'm like, well, that may be how I go out.
Right, with a bang.
Yeah, I've got to give this child every chance in the world to have life. So, yeah, that just totally ended my career as a paralegal when he was born, and he had a health issue. He had to have surgery the day he was born. And they put him in a coma for 21 days. And at 2 months, they let us know he was blind and deaf. So that's been my story. It's just been like this whirlwind of wow. You know? So anyway, that's how I ended up here. You know, it's like God just shot me right off the cliff. And I wandered down into this place and everything that I'd ever known just disassembled. And here I am now, and I'm like so grateful he did it. It's like, man, because I was never going to get here on the path that I was on.
And look what you've done with it.
I know, it's been awesome.
I mean, like I said, it's God's plan. It's not anybody else's plan. He's the only one that knows what the expiration date on the battery is in there.
Yeah. Well, and I think, and this is something, in you know, there have been a lot of situations in my life that were just absolutely ballistic crazy. So I've come to an understanding, or my own belief, that it's like one of those things about God, and he goes, yeah, I want to see something funny. Hold on just a minute. Let me go get Melanie, because we're going to do this to her. So
the anomaly. We're going to do this to the anomaly.
Yes, and actually, that's a word that's used quite a bit with me. It's funny that you say that. I have a very... I am an anomaly. I always have been.
Well, I want to thank you for joining us today and hanging out with me as Kathy takes a bit of a break.
Yeah.
We get ready to go off the air on Facebook, but don't forget, go to jpkcrew.com. That's jpkcrew.com right there on the board down there. And you can watch us the full 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Veterans Day Telethon. Just to give you an idea how this came about. So we're in whiteboarding a show. Greg comes to us and he says, hey, you know, I want to do a show because of my son, what I've gone through with my son, called My Son, My Veteran. And I said, okay. I said, that sounds great. I said, I've got goosebumps. Tell me about it. And we whiteboarded it. And I said, you know something? I bet COVID is going to shut everything down and we're not going to have any veteran celebrations, or very limited.
Ooh. And
I said, unacceptable. I said to myself, you know what? We need to do a telethon for veterans here at JP, Kathy, and the crew, partnering with Venture X Frisco. And so I want to thank Leon Shasteen, his partners, and his staff.
Leon.
He's an amazing man.
He really is.
Yeah.
Heart of gold.
Yeah. And so want to thank him for opening up Venture X Studios for us here at Frisco Venture X. You can go to friscotexas.venturex.com. Come out here and rent a space. If you're at a home office and you're tired of hearing the kids screaming and yelling, or the husband screaming and yelling, or the wife screaming and yelling, and you need some space, come out here. Great services, great concierge services, on top of the fact that the offices are all state of the art. And you have access to large conference rooms, small conference rooms. You have access to a general area where people can sit and eat or visit on couches. Come out here and help support a great business here at Venture X.
It's really a good way to do things like that. Now, I didn't do mine here, but I rented an office with another location, and that's where I wrote most of the book. And just the chaos. I mean, I love chaos. I'm the chaos coordinator, but there's times when I needed to get away from it. And that was how I was able to sit down for blocks of time and be able to line out and write out this book. So I highly recommend it. And this is such a better scenario than the one I was in.
So, yeah, and we're going to have Leon on at the noon hour along with Melanie again, because I think we're going to have a little bit of a tussle maybe between the two. Melanie's going to win.
I'm going to take you down.
My money's off Melanie. Yeah, Kathy's in the background going, my money's on Melanie too. And yeah, it is for sure. And if you're listening or tuning in today, please go on and copy and paste off of our social media, off of our website, the information to donate today to Disabled American Veterans. 100% of the proceeds will go to a disabled American veteran. The programs that are provided are amazing. You can go to www.davtexasservicefoundation.com for all the services they provide for disabled American veterans. And $10. We're not asking you to give us your mortgage. $5. Send us $10 and be a part of a disabled American veterans rehabilitation, their education, their career planning, whatever it is that
they've made a sacrifice for us. I mean, I'd like to say something here about my grandfather. He was a medic in World War II. He landed 3 days after the D-Day invasion. He was there through the liberation of the concentration camps, and he lived a great life. He really did, but he really suffered from what he saw there and what went on in his life. So I want to give a shout out to Dr. George Washington Posey. He is named after someone who lived next door to George Washington, who happens to be one of my ancestors. So Dr. George Washington Posey II was a great veteran, and I'm here, and this whole thing, everything I've done has developed out of my love for him and what he did for our nation in World War II. He was an amazing man.
And, and I'll tell you, again, I think they're saying that was the last of the great wars, and these heroes. I mean, what a great group of people.
Yeah, he suffered with PTSD for 70 years, but he lived wide open. I mean, he and I have a very similar spirit. We live wide open. And, they were amazing.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I believe you.
And when I was a kid, he would tell me about these stories. They'd have these movies on. He's like, oh, I was there when that bridge collapsed. Let me tell you what was going on.
Wow.
We were in a monastery on the other side. Some of my friends were in the collapse of the bridge. There were 30-something men. And as a kid, he would tell me these stories. And, the longest day. Oh, your Uncle Herschel was in the paratrooper group that went in. And I didn't really fully understand. I was a kid. But I go back now and start digging at those stories and understanding he was really there.
Yeah.
And those movies were a portrayal of his life. And Saturdays, when he got off work, he was an optometrist. When he got off work, we'd sit and watch those movies all afternoon.
That's just really cool.
It was. I wish as a kid, I would have really fully understood what it was, but I have the opportunity to make a difference now.
And you are making a difference. We thank you for that. And so we're going to bring Melanie back on here in a little bit. Don't forget, don't panic if you're on Facebook. Facebook only allows a broadcast for 4 hours. So we will broadcast still on our website. And that's where we really want you to go anyways from now on. jpkcrew.com. That's right, jpkcrew.com. We have our schedule today of who's coming on. We are packed. I'm impressed with that, Kathy, that we are so packed with guests coming on to talk on Veterans Day.
And it's I just checked some of the messages. I have not been able to check yet. While I was out eating for the first time and seeing if my legs still worked. So,
I know, right?
That Meet You Anywhere barbecue is so good.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, we've got even more people who are saying, "Hey, I was able to find some time off work, and they're stopping by today." I think we've got Miss Texas coming on virtually a little bit later today. We have some more folks who are talent from our podcast network, and we've got Gail and Steve Meeks of Money Maniacs, Ultimate Money Maniacs from MoneyLink. Hey, Andrew White,
Major Andrew White, retired.
Andrew White, why don't you come on over next to JP or me and say hi?
I think we have to say retired, right, Andrew?
Yes,
Yeah, retired Major Andrew White. Now, there was somebody here to
Watch
see
out
you.
for all
Did you
the
catch up
coffees.
with them?
She's in the hallway.
Love it, love
well,
it,
do you
and
need to
love
get
it.
to her and visit?
No, we already did. She'll come by and visit a little bit
Oh,
later.
All right,
fantastic.
very good. All right, very
Well,
good.
we've got a few more minutes before we have to stop our broadcast before we restart it. But we've got Professor Nolan and DJ Kelly Reverb of This Pink Cloud. They are a show about living sober. So we've got Crystal Griffith from our Punchline Players who will be coming on, and she's got a piece of history that she will be showing us. Oh, move this if you need to. Or you can stand up. There you go.
I can stand if that's all right with everyone else.
And this is
okay, and as Andrew would
retired.
hoorah!
Hoorah!
Yeah.
So for Veterans Day today.
So he is the co-host.
Kilroy's Conversation.
Yeah,
Yep.
along with our dear friend Chuck Wright, who's the other co-host of Kilroy's Conversation.
Marine pilot, retired
Marine pirate.
Yeah, pirate pilot. That's right.
So
yeah, just hoorah, hoorah! That's what you guys say.
So
So
Veterans Day and
great.
yesterday, of course, the Marine Corps celebrated their
Happy, that's right.
200th and
Awesome.
45th birthday. And
So
the
cool.
key thing to remember in that is while the Army, we are still the oldest of all the branches. Got to
Do they say you're the ugliest as well? Or is that-
absolutely. There's no question about it. You know.
Wait a second.
All the beauty is put into the Air Force and the Coast
That's
Guard.
what I've heard.
You
That's
know.
what I've heard. That's where the pretty boys go
Yeah,
to play.
exactly. You know.
Oh no!
There is no question about that. We cannot
Veterans are
win a
going to
beauty
be
contest
blowing up
in any
social
shape,
media.
form. You know.
Well, Andrew and Chuck, they can get away with it. I can't get away with it, right? 'Cause
Actually, you can't because you're friends with them. You know, the
right.
way we look at it is this. At least for me and many veterans that I talk to out there is there's only about 1% of the great folks in this nation that are veterans. And in some case, some statistics, maybe even less than that. So for us, I always view it, you have your veteran category, but we have folks like you all who I put in the category as patriots.
Well, that's
you know,
nice.
I think being a patriot is a great title, for so many folks because while
Thank you,
you
Andrew.
may not have raised your right hand, and
That's
I tell
really
people all the
nice.
time, raising your right hand for me was a chosen profession. I don't know how many of y'all know my story about me in the military, but when I was roughly about, my mom, if she's listening, which I think she is because she told me she was going to tune in, about 4, maybe 5 years old tops. I can't remember. It's hard to tell in the picture because I'm a little short in that picture. The poster now.
No. Chuck would say no.
Wait,
No.
are we still live?
Yeah, we're
Oh,
live.
okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Because I'm trying to find us where we are.
Okay, so let me remind everybody.
Sure.
Andrew, let me cut you off
Sure,
for
no
just a
problem.
second. So at 11 o'clock, or just there before, we will go off the air on
So we've
Facebook.
got like a minute.
But no.
Oh.
Do what?
Charles is here too for the update.
Yeah, Charles has stopped us on Facebook. But hold on, Charles. Hold that thought and come over here in a second. But go to our website at
Right.
jpkcrew.com because we are still broadcasting on our website.
Yes, so I stopped the Facebook feed
Okay.
for like 30 seconds or a minute, and then I restarted it.
Oh,
And
so
are
we're back.
So are we back?
So Facebook should be back. You should have gotten new
Let's
notifications.
check and see.
I'm not
Hold
sure.
on.
I'll have to look. I've been
I
sending
don't
out
see it
messages
yet.
to raise money.
If I need to stop it again just to make sure, that's fine. I'll do that.
Well, we just want to make sure we get.
But Twitch
the
is
story
still
here.
broadcasting,
Okay,
so
I think
Twitch-
we're back. We're live now.
We're
just
live. All right.
became
So will
live
that
again.
reset us for 4 more hours?
Yes.
Oh, very good.
Love it.
Rock and roll. It looks like we're back live.
Well, and I
again.
want to give credit where credit's due. Charles and Coralie
Yep.
and Chambriel, Bree the
Woo,
intern, they
God
have been
bless
working
them.
tirelessly
Yeah, God
on the
bless y'all.
technical side of
They
it.
definitely get a hooah.
Yeah, Ahua, absolutely. Well, Coralie found that 4 hours for Facebook. Chuck had already found that Restream may cut us off as well and started
Right.
rerouting stuff to the website as quickly as possible to make sure we never went down. And so God bless you guys for doing that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Love it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
All
one of
right,
the
we're
first things I
back.
told her. I said, Corley, go check the platforms and see if they'll let us continue for the entire time or not.
That's
and that's what he
awesome.
did. So that was great. I appreciate Corley
You
for that.
guys are first class all the way.
Love it, and love it. Okay, so
All right,
Andrew,
so when I was much younger, as I said, I was about 5 years old. I dressed up as a soldier for Halloween, and ever since then, I told all my family and friends,
Yeah,
this
you're
is
like,
what I'm
this
going to do
is
in my
it.
life. So when I had the opportunity to join the military on June 4th of 2000 and June 4th, 1994, I got to live out my dream. I got to do what I always wanted to do. And like I said, there was no family ties to the military. There's no one that, it was just something
like
that
God put that in your heart, in your mind, in your heart.
And when I saw the movie, now granted it's a sad movie, but there was bits and pieces of that movie that really inspired me. It's the movie Taps. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
And what inspired me was the camaraderie that these, while the action they did was, Hollywood and all that, but the idea of, wow, these group of men, and granted they were young boys, but they appealed to me. It really inspired
Reached
me.
out to you.
That type of, wow, look at the bond these guys have. They're willing to do this. It just really inspired me at a young age, and that's what I always followed my dream. So when I hear people say thank you, I'm like, you know what? Thank you for giving me a country worth serving, because
amen.
It really, I got to live out my childhood dream of serving, and it was awesome. So back to the point of Patriots is there's great folks like you all and all over this great nation that raising your hand is great. And believe me, you know me, my love and support is always for those. But I could not do my job overseas without knowing that there's great folks like you all back here taking care of the home front. Think about it. I deployed many, many times, and, my wife and kids were back home. I'm not there. Yeah. We need friends and family and people inside the community to make sure that their day-to-day lives are as least impacted or uninterrupted as much as possible.
To know that while you're off fighting for all of us, that there's somebody who has your family's back to support them and be that support system while you're out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and that's where the term patriot, to me is so important. It's like, you know what? Folks who are patriots, they deserve not the same credit, but same idea of, you love and care for this great nation just as much as we do. Whether you raised your hand or not is irrelevant. You did care. You took the time to make sure that, hey, that servicemen and women is overseas doing their job. We're going to make sure that the job that they do, they don't have to worry about, is the lawn getting mowed? Is, these things being taken care of,
the fence blew down during a storm. Does your wife, who's nursing a baby at home, have to go out there and
exactly?
Hammer it
Is there
back
someone?
up?
And there are tons of people out there, especially right here in the great state of Texas. I won't mention names because I don't have their permission, but I had a great soldier who I served with. He lived over in Kaufman County, and another great community with great folks over there. Well, he was deployed. One of those big, we all know what Kaufman County is like, you get a big windstorm and all that.
Oh, yeah.
And then, he was not married, didn't have any family that lived with him. He had a big old farm, cattle. Well, he was over there. He got a report that, big storm came through and wiped it, and his house and barn were affected. Well, he got a message while we were overseas. His neighbors said, hey, Bubba, don't worry about it. We've already got the crews out there. We already got people,
awesome. That's
they friends, family, neighbors went in there. He didn't even call them. They just stood up. A whole group of them went in there, rebuilt his farm, took care of everything. They took care of his animals. He had nothing to worry about at all. They said, hey, we got it. You do what you need to do. We'll let you know if there's anything that you need to worry about. And I'll never forget stuff like that. It didn't directly impact me. It directed one of my soldiers. And they could be like, wow, man, that's...
had no idea.
Had no idea that they went in there. Next day, they had the blue tarps out there. They rebuilt everything. Right. You don't get that everywhere. Mm-hmm. And that's why I say the term patriot is so important to folks that say, hey, you know what? You can do your part too in that way. And that is a small little thing that you can do with inside your community. And that, I think, is what's really important moving forward. America... we need to bond now as a nation, probably more than ever. It's like, all right, guys, we got issues, we got differences. That's fine. I respect that. If you want to think a certain way, be a certain way, that's fine. I'm not here to question it.
Right. And I love it because you're not making it political. Here's the thing. Certain people voted for one candidate. Certain people voted for another candidate. Yep. Certain people voted for different candidates up and down the ballot all over this country. That's what's so great. None of us have lost our lives as a result of that. As a woman, I've now, and it's a short 100 years where myself and Chambrielle, we wouldn't have been able to vote. We can vote now, and so all of that's so huge, and it's only in America, and it's because we've got soldiers like you who fight for that freedom.
Exactly. And
that right.
When you think about that, and I'm glad you brought up voting, which was going to segue into, a little thing where I want to add something, is when I first landed in Iraq, I got there the day before the first election after the removal of Saddam and his cronies.
Wow.
I remember the little purple finger dots and all that. And to go there to see a nation that there were generations there, that the idea of democracy, I mean, that wasn't just even a foreign language. I mean, the concept of, before it was, do I vote for Saddam or do I vote for Saddam? That was it,
Yes.
It's, which Saddam do you want? We don't realize the importance of the freedoms we have until they're taken away.
And we don't want America to get to that point.
No.
We want to keep our freedoms, and so we've got to maintain some civility and things of that nature.
Not only that, but I think it's important that not only do we maintain the civility, but we remember the integrity of our nation. All right.
Amen.
We do as Americans, and I'm proud of this fact. We hold ourselves to a higher standard.
We do.
I really do believe anywhere in the world, some of the nonsense that people say, oh my God, Americans, you guys blush over that. No, there's a reason why we do that. It's because we have a code of ethics within inside our nation's DNA that we can't, while it may be okay in another country, in America, no. We pride ourselves of being that, so when scandals break, it means something to us. It's not just a barroom joke. It is serious. We hold that higher standard, and that's why the world looks to us. Everything that happens around the world goes off what we do. We set the op tempo. We set the tone for America, for the world. And it is very important that people understand that, recognize that, and say, hey, differences aside, we're one nation under God. Let's move forward.
Yep.
And it's that simple,
Well, let me bring us back full circle. We're a telethon. That's why you're seeing us.
And
that's Veterans Day telethon.
Absolutely. And how are we doing so far? Do we know?
You know what? Well, so far I haven't gotten the hourly update yet.
Right.
But we are at $2,290 raised so far.
Nice.
With a $1,000 in-kind donation, we are at $3,290.
Love it.
And Tess Armstrong, part of the crew, she called everybody out and said, we need to raise that to $10,000.
Yes, she did.
So our new goal is $10,000 by 5 o'clock tonight. So I'm going to go to the war room here in a minute. Actually, Bree, the intern, would you go to the war room and check on the war room, see if we've got any more donations in? Because people are going to be donating online all day. And you can do that at www.davtexasservicefoundation.com, or you can call us right here at JP Kathy and the crew. Operator standing by, that would be me, 972-232-7199, 972-232-7199. Lunch will be coming here very shortly by Meet You Anywhere barbecue, great Texas barbecue there at a Grapevine and Trophy Club. Andy has donated all the lunch, all the food. So I got one better for you. He's also dropped $200 down and is challenging other barbecue establishments to meet the same $200 here on Veterans Day.
Love it. Love it.
Oh, we got Charles here. Do we have an update? Or they're working that. I saw Charles. When I see Charles, it usually means there's good news coming down the road.
Right, good news is coming if Charles is in the room.
If Charles is in the room,
but yeah, call us here. We're going to be here all day. Join us here at Venture X Studios. We want to thank Leon and his team at Venture X Frisco for letting us use the facility.
So awesome.
They've got people
taking
coming.
The place over today. We appreciate that so much.
And we're going to have Leon on at 12. And Melanie on as well, because again, I think there's going to be a little throwdown here in Texas.
And again, we'll put our money on Melanie.
Yeah, I'm putting my money on Melanie as well.
Saying.
Just saying. But no, so join us here at the JP Kathy and the crew telethon here on the JPK Broadcasting Network. We're going to have our shows on all this. So here's the thing, right?
And we need to talk about when you can. But we need to promote his show, Kilroy's Conversation.
JP's on it.
I'm gonna throw an egg roll at you.
No, I know you're not going to waste those good buns. Who's that?
You're right.
Are those from Meet You Anywhere as well?
Yes,
Good night.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. I needed the sound effect. So here's the thing.
All right.
Right now, we are going out to 4 million veterans. We've got active duty all over the world. Some of this is being recorded. Well, the whole thing's being recorded because, of course, some places are asleep right now.
Right.
Yep.
But it's also going out to the VA vets. 1.2 million there, 2.69 million at the DAV, and so Kilroy's conversation. First of all, what does Kilroy mean?
Yes.
And why Kilroy's conversation? And what in the heck do you two yahoos do on Saturday morning at 8 o'clock?
Well, besides argue with one another repeatedly for an hour, probably not much, but Kilroy's Conversation is a show based on veteran topics and veteran issues, concerns. Our veteran knowledge bombs, which Cassie has said, love that. Dropping history knowledge is a lot of fun, and we just have a good time. We we promote veteran service organizations, movies, books, and we're still, if you have a movie or book or show you want to put out there as your favorite to it. I just saw one this morning, even though it's a comedy. You can't beat it, and
Stripes.
I like it. Well, I was going to go with Stripes, but also Down Periscope.
Oh, yeah, Down Periscope, yeah.
That is a great
hilarious
movie with Kelsey, and every branch has their funny, just, no matter what, and great sense of humor. And there's a lot of stuff in there that you watch the movie like, yeah, I knew a guy like that, or we served with, but Kilroy, how we came up with that name.
Yeah, Kilroy. How'd you come up with Kilroy?
All right, well, it's a two-part story. One is the true part. The other one is urban legend, which nobody quite 100% really knows. James K. Kilroy was a ship inspector over the Quincy Ship Mark. I don't remember the exact years, but it was between World War I and World War II. He was one of the guys that would count the rivets on the ships. And that's how they got paid back then, is per rivet.
Yeah.
You got, and he didn't like putting his initials JK, so he came up with, and unfortunately we don't have it right now, but if you watch the show, the little logo, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with, is the little hands with the nose and all that. He would put that at the start and at the end of his count, and that was unique to him, and he'd put Kilroy was here. Saw nothing of it. Well, as ships would go, we've all seen the video footage of out of New York and Philadelphia, the troop transport ships leaving over to South Africa and England and wherever else they need to go. Soldiers had nothing in common other than the fact that everywhere they go, they'd be like, "Yes, this Kilroy was here," and it just
heck?
What is that? No, and when he did that, he had no idea that this was going to be such a big thing.
Right.
So whenever
it went viral.
Oh yeah, that was probably
the
if you
first
think about viral. Okay, so everywhere soldiers went where they knew they could put something that other service members would recognize, they'd put Kilroy was here. It was just similar. All right, Americans were here because who else would know to put
Kilroy was
here. So that's how the story came, and it just became one of those things. If you got the original. And I mean the old black and white Popeye cartoons.
Oh, yeah.
Jeeps. The face of Jeeps was originally the Kilroy face.
Oh, get out.
Yes, if you go back in
the
there.
we're
talking old school Popeye.
Wow.
Well, here's where urban legend kind of kicks in, which kind of made the story very interesting. Obviously, in today's day and age, our ability to get intelligence far surpasses anything we had back in the World War II era. During the Battle of the Bulge, now, of course, my great friends in the 101st Airborne Division will be quickly to tell me that I'm full of you-know-what.
That would be my grandfather.
Here's the story, because, of course, the 100th Airborne Division, they owned Belgium. They did not need any help from anyone. That was them. Patton didn't recognize them. Patton just came in and cleaned up the trash after they had finished all that. But anyway, I love 101st Airborne Division guys. They're great. But as we all know, the Battle of the Bulge was some of the bloodiest, nastiest, hardest fought engagement of World War II, especially in the European theater. At one point, the 66th Panzer Division, ordered by Hitler, was heading up to Belgium, and everyone more scholars agree that if they did make it to there to reside, it would have been over. I mean, that heavy artillery, all they had, fresh troops, it just would have been too much. But for some reason, and you watch history, the 16th Panzer Division, when they were, I think they just crossed into Belgium, automatically, for no apparent reason, Hitler recalled them and came back and never came to reinforce the troops. Wow. Now, urban legend has it from some folks that one of the reasons why is because Hitler was getting reports that Kilroy was here all over the place. And he knew of Patton as being this incredible American general but he wondered, who's this Kilroy's guy?
Right.
Why is he, I just got reports that Kilroy was in Italy. I now got reports that Kilroy's in France. I got reports that Kilroy's here. Urban legend has that the reason why he turned around is he was getting reports that there's sightings of Kilroy all over the place and he's being surrounded. And he figured the Americans were already defeated. He didn't want to waste his tank division fighting them over in Belgium. He recalled them over to reinforce Berlin. Again, the guy's not around for us to ask him whether that actually happened. The way I look at it, if it's a true story, awesome. If it's not a true story, it's still a great story. Awesome. So
I'm going to turn this over to Greg. I'm going to sneak out of here. But yeah, that's Kilroy's conversation. Again, going out all over the world to military bases. Tune in Saturday mornings, 8 o'clock, or pick it up on our page at jpkcrew.com in the podcast form to get information on what's going on with veterans, active duty military, all the stuff that you want, plus knowledge bombs.
Absolutely. We will be dropping knowledge bombs.
I love the knowledge bombs. I'm a big old fan of the knowledge bombs. All right. And we're going to have Greg's going to pop back in. Andrew, if you want to stay for a few more minutes or if you want to go grab some food.
I'll step out here for a minute. I'll be coming back and forth throughout the day.
Love it. Love it. Right. So Kilroy's Conversation every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. with retired Major Andrew White.
And former Marine helicopter pilot, a.k.a. the pirate, Chuck Wright.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks so much, Andrew.
No problem.
And we'll see you back here in a little bit. We appreciate all you do here as a member of the crew and as part of our family. All right. So Greg is getting settled back in. Greg's the reason you're seeing us all day today, because when we were whiteboarding and starting to produce his new show, which officially kicks off on Friday, we, JP said, what about a telethon? And we're like, you know what? And we're like, hey, Veterans Day is coming up. And we're like, let's do it. So we've got 10 hours of broadcasting today up here at Venture X for Veterans Day. You can come up and grab some barbecue. Even if you can't, and I know a ton of friends of mine are like, well, I'm not in Texas or I can't get off work. Join us virtually, make a donation. 100% of everything donated today. $5 donation, $500 donation. We had Congressman Van Taylor who made a donation. JP himself has made a donation. I've got to get online, grab my credit card, and make a donation. Aunt Marion was our first donation. So that's big time. So we're just really excited to be promoting such a great organization. And Greg, let's talk about your show. I'm going to kind of turn it over to you for a little while and tell people, what you're going to be doing, what the purpose of your show is, because we've got a couple of military shows, and then we actually have another military show that might be joining us in early 2021. You just heard about Kilroy's Conversation. They're kind of an entertaining military show. They talk about military books, military movies. They highlight a veterans service organization each week. They highlight veterans who are out there doing amazing things for the community. But Greg's show is going to be different. Yours is about that transition for those serving, to becoming that veteran who is out back in the private sector world, and how do you translate that? So, and Chambrielle, if you can kind of put more of the camera back on our dear friend Greg. Move the chair out of the way so we can see your beautiful face.
Yeah, whatever. A face only a mother could love.
No,
right?
That's not it. So talk to us about what the purpose of your show is, and how you've teamed up with the DAV, which again, I'm going to go back to this for those of you who tuned in earlier. You're going to hear me talk about this, but I think it's really important that you know, you hear of the VA and you hear of a lot of the different service organizations, but I did, and again, JP and I have been promoting this, heck, you know, all throughout my time in, you know, my political career and, you know, being an elected official, have always done anything and everything to support military and veterans. But until just not, I mean, what, like maybe 6 months ago when you came and talked to me about the DAV, I had not heard about them. And what a phenomenal organization. JP and I are so 110% behind this organization that our telethon today, all of the proceeds are going to the Texas DAV and to help disabled veterans.
And Kathy, you and I have been friends nearly 20 years.
Gosh, has it been that long?
Well,
that's crazy.
I've aged. You haven't.
And that's why we will continue to be friends, because you say good stuff like that.
You know, the story I will tell at some point, perhaps on Friday or another show, of how I got so involved in this. But the Cliff Note version is my son, medically retired Sergeant Brian O'Connell, was in an airborne elite unit, was in Fallujah during the surge, and his unit took more firefights than any unit since World War II, which, my God, that's saying something.
Yeah. I mean, that's a huge statement.
It is.
And I don't think, I mean, you know, when we think of like World War II, we're like, oh, so long ago. This was like a blink of the eye, just not too long ago at all, that your son was under this kind of fire.
Yeah. And serious fire. So fast forward, Brian left the military after having been wounded, could no longer carry his backpack. You know, they carry 120 pounds on their back,
right,
plus their weapon. They're jumping out of airplanes or helicopter, fast rappelling out of a helicopter. He was showing me a video of them, they call it fast roping head first down a rope.
That doesn't.
And I said,
rough.
Why on earth do you go head first? He said, well, that's so we can shoot on our way down. Okay.
And like, again, you know, I just can't even fathom what these soldiers go through and how they handle this. They're special. Well, they are, because you know, all of us in this world of the normal world, you know, we take that for granted, and the things they're doing with their bodies and with their mind and with their soul and with their spirit.
Right.
We can never thank them enough.
Right.
We just can't.
Freedom's not free.
Amen. Amen,
How many
brother.
times we said that. Right?
And you know what? We can't say it enough.
Right. So Brian began his post-military journey. He had been blown up. Literally was blown across a room in Karma, part of Fallujah. A mortar round landed 8 feet from him, blew him across a room about 25, 30 feet. His body left an impression up on the wall about 5 feet high. That's how much force there was. The unfortunate part, and this is how God works, his best friend, who was 30 feet from the mortar round landing, was killed instantly. And so Brian,
how do you
yeah.
your
Brian
best
struggles
friend
with
is
that.
blown up, but how do you even in that moment, you're injured, your best friend is dead?
Yeah.
You know, that's one of those things. That's when, you know, to talk about a meltdown, I don't know that I would have the fortitude to do what your son did, which was pick up and continue and keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. So he endured that, came home, was still struggling. As I said, he couldn't carry his pack, his equipment any longer, so he had to retire medically. And quite frankly, his journey back to, if you will, a semi-normal life has taken the better part of 8 years. And it ultimately took, and let me be very clear, boy, if you ever hear me badmouth anybody, check me, because probably an alien has crawled inside of me and it's not me. So this isn't about
Yeah.
this isn't about poo-pooing anyone, but Brian wasn't getting the help he needed, and enter the DAV. And I've said it 2-3 times already. I'll say it again. They saved his life. They were able to do in about 7 or 8 months what he and I had been trying to do for 6 years or more. They got all of the benefits he was supposed to have that were misfiled at the VA or miscoded. All of those things that can happen happened to him, and so they squared it away. And within 8 months, Brian was 10% medically retired. Had some compensation, back pay coming, but more than anything, his forward disability pay. And the biggest thing was the treatment that he got.
Right.
He needed some neurological help. He had traumatic brain injury from his wound. And I'm happy to say that that's behind him now. So many people have helped us on this journey. And I'll talk about them more on the show on Friday.
Well, and another reason to tune in on Friday, this is we're kicking off Greg's show with the DAV today during our telethon, but on Friday, your official show starts, and it will be at first weekly, and then we'll see how we go from there.
Exactly.
But just
they're thinking
this
it's
is
going to be more than weekly, so we'll see.
So we like that
DAV
kind of
wants to
thinking,
do, right? And so the DAV is such an incredible organization, and we've got Todd Sudik on the phone, I think, here shortly, and I want to start a conversation.
What time is Todd going to be on?
I think he's on hold. I think he's on deck.
Is he doing Zoom, or how's he coming on?
He's zooming in.
Okay.
And so, before I get to that, I just want to say to everyone who's listening,
how we go from there.
Exactly.
But just
they're thinking
this is exciting. Do we have Todd? Oh, excellent. Do you want to go and
Sure.
Do you want to bring him on?
Yeah. Are you there, Todd? It's okay. We're gonna before we bring him on, there was a video. Do you have that? The video first. Yes, the video first. He just sent it to me. Kathy, you haven't seen this either.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna.
Does Charles have that queued up to play? And Chambriel's got that good to go?
Yes. Oh, there it is. Just need to expand it. Here we go. I should probably leave the room. When I watched this the first time, tears started flowing down my cheeks. And Todd's the kind of guy who will do that kind of crap to me on purpose.
He's like, wait a second.
You guys have it? You guys have it?
Yeah. We've got it. Got it? Here we go.
Thank you to all members of our military in all branches, past, present, living, and gone.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Thank you for serving no matter what.
Thank you for protecting our freedom.
Thank you for serving our country.
Thank you for your acts of bravery.
Thank you for your dedication.
Thank you for your heroism.
Thank you, veterans, for your service.
Thank you, veterans, for your courage. Thank you for everything you do. I know the sacrifice is great. I myself as a veteran, and I just want to thank y'all for everything. We wouldn't be here without you. We wouldn't be able to live in this amazing country.
Thank you for your selflessness.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Thank you for your patriotism.
Thank you for your commitment.
Happy Veterans Day, everybody. My name's Todd Sudik. I'm the president of the Ding King Training Institute, and I just want to thank you for serving our country, for all the men and women that have honorably protected, served, and sacrificed for us. All of us Americans appreciate you, particularly everybody at the Ding King. God bless you, and we love you.
So the next time we show that, can we clean that up, maybe?
Oh, I'm sure we can. Oh,
Charles?
yeah. Well, this is we just got it. Sometimes it takes a little while, but we'll figure that out.
Okay. So we'll show that again a few more times today, folks, so you can see it. As I said, we just received that from the Ding King folks, and with that, I'm just going to go ahead and bring my my good buddy on here. I want to say something before I introduce Todd about sponsors who will be a part of our show. I call this my safe harbor statement. I've personally vetted every sponsor or entity that we promote on this show. That means I've researched, which includes speaking to people who use the product, service, or offering. So I know a lot about the companies before we decide to use them as a sponsor. And I just want everyone to know that I did this on my own dime. I tried to show up a lot of times unannounced, etc. That was the case with the Ding King. They're located in Costa Mesa, which is just south of LA. And one of those companies that I had the privilege to get with was the Ding King Training Institute. This company has an educational platform designed to educate and teach veterans how to do paintless dent repair. And boy, do we know what PDR is here in Texas, aka hail damage repair. Texas is one of the top 10 states in the nation, usually first, second, or third, depending on the weather that year. And the country and Texas for sure needs more and more technicians able to do this work. And so on the phone, I think, or on the Zoom, Chambrel, I believe, is Todd Sudak, the founder and CEO of the Ding King Training Institute. You might say Todd is the Ding King. So, hey, Todd, are you there, buddy?
I am, Greg. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, everybody. Happy Veterans Day to all our veterans.
Oh, gosh, thank you. That video, my gosh, dude.
That was special. You know, my right-hand man, James Ramirez, who's worked for me for 23 years, he works with me.
Yeah.
But this time he worked solo, and behind the scenes, he made that happen yesterday. And
Wow.
he comes into my office. I didn't
you
have my
kidding
Ding
me?
King shirt on. He says, "Hey, I need you for a quick second to
Oh, my
give a
God.
message and a shout out to our veterans." So he did a great job with that. And Oleg, who edited it and put it all together, it was great. It was special, and it was heartfelt.
That's it's beyond special. Please convey that to James. Let him know how I felt about that. And our veterans that are here in the building who watched that stood here shaking their heads and appreciation. And Todd, we're going to show that a few more times, maybe 4 or 5 times throughout the rest of the day.
You could say thank you directly to James. He's walked in and he's right next to me right now.
Oh, good deal, James. How are you? Thank you. Well done on the video, buddy.
Yeah, of course. I was hoping that it would turn out,
Oh, my
just like that, and
God.
it did. It ended up being a great video.
Wow. I got to tell you, the production people here saw that and they said, "Who did this?" I said, well, they've got some pretty good people out there. And of course, you know who I thought it was, but to know it was you, James, is wow. I'm blown away.
I'd like to take the credit for it, but
Yeah.
Todd can't take the credit. It's got to go to James and Oleg.
That's awesome. You guys really did well. I love that. And as you know, this is our show's being broadcast throughout the world today. So a lot of people got a chance to watch that. And we're getting emails on it already. So well done, guys. Well done.
Our pleasure.
So Todd, let's talk a little bit about the basics, if you will, regarding the Ding King Training Institute. And what I'm really talking about here is I want to introduce our listeners to your school. We're interested in sponsors who bring something to the table for our veterans. And when I first heard about your business, I think you will recall I reached out and wanted to know more about you, discovered more, and I thought, okay, here's a guy really focused on helping veterans. And when I had the opportunity to come out there, I was literally blown away. That video, folks, that you saw may have been produced yesterday, but It's been in production 27 years. And what I mean by that is that's how long the Dean King Training Institute's been around. I'll let Todd get into that for a minute, but his people are, man, I'll tell you what, they're as passionate as I am, and I think I'm fairly passionate. And so just an incredible team of people. And how long has James been with you, Todd?
James has been here, how many years, James? 22, 23?
About 23 years now.
Wow. That's incredible.
Long time.
That's incredible.
You know, a testament to the company, and I'm really proud of this. The average tenure of a Dean King employee is 20 years.
Wow. Oh, my God.
I've been in business for 28 going on 29 years. So it's incredible. You know, I'm looking at two girls that just walked in the office. It's Sharon, Michelle. Hi, girls.
Oh, hey.
They're my right and left arms. You know,
Yeah.
James and I, we kind of run the company.
Yeah,
The
I'm not
girls,
so
they
sure
run
about that.
the
I was-
VA vocational rehab and post 9/11 division of the company.
Right.
They're very passionate about the veterans
Oh,
and
they're incredible.
the training programs that we offer them. So, you know, they're in here too. They're both 25 and 22 year employees. So I'm blessed and very fortunate to have a team equally as passionate about what I'm passionate about. So it's really great.
It is great. And you know, Todd, I've had a number of conversations with those ladies and much of your staff. I don't think there's anyone I don't know that I haven't spoken to. And it is a testament to what you've created there. You feel the vibe when you walk into your facility, whether it's that one or, you know, Texas or Florida or wherever your schools are, you always feel that same vibe, which is telling. And as an entrepreneur, that's not always an easy thing to achieve, and you've done that. But you did it with getting the right people, and those folks have such passion for the job that they perform. And wow, you should be so proud.
I'm not only proud, I'm very fortunate and blessed.
That's awesome.
They're good people.
So they are. So tell everybody, Todd. As I said, let's get into the Dean King a little bit. What year did you, if you will, start the company, and how did you start it?
It's a little bit of a lengthy story, so I'll start back.
Take your time.
I was auto detailing cars when I was a little kid. I was actually washing cars. I had a bucket on one handlebar, and on the other handlebar, I had a bucket with a sponge and chamois and some towels and Armor All and some soap. And I was washing cars for $5 a car, and I would do that every Saturday and Sunday through high school from the time I was 12 years old. Then I started a detailing business at the end of high school and into college. And out of college in 1989, I was in the real estate and finance industry. And with that background, it really didn't lend itself to being, you know, handy. I didn't really have manual dexterity. My brother, when the chain came off my bike, he'd be the one to put it back on. Had a little go-kart, had a problem. It was my brother, Troy, who's since passed. But God bless him.
God bless him.
He was my fix-it guy and my best friend and my brother. When I got to go back. When I thought of starting a company, I had watched somebody do paintless dent repair. And that came about because I had a dent in one of my cars. And I was in my garage one late afternoon with a snap-on screwdriver, some 3M duct tape wrapped around the tip, and I kind of got myself at an angle, which I'm kind of doing as I'm describing it to you. And I was in my garage using the fluorescent lights and trying to pop this dent out in my engine compartment of the car because it looked kind of like an oil can dent, something that would pop up.
Right.
And my neighbor saw me, and my nickname with him, because he knew I wasn't too handy, he called me 10 Thumb Todd. And it's the truth. And it's probably my biggest handicap is I'm not terribly handy, but there's a turnaround to that.
Yeah.
He told me, he says, put that tool down before you hurt yourself. I've got a guy that can professionally repair it. And I had already gone to a body shop and they wanted $800. They wanted the car for a week. They wanted to repaint 3 panels. That wasn't going to happen. So I watched this kid that came out and repaired my car. And I saw that and I go, wow. I said, that is incredible. $150, 10 minutes worth of work.
Wow.
My car was flawless. I ended up having my sister's car repaired. And a company was born. With that, you know, I talked with my grandpa and my father about the concept. And they said, how are you going to do this when you're not the handiest guy in the world?
Right.
And I told them, I'm going to go to school and I'm going to find out where I can learn it. And I did just that. I went to school. I came back. I practiced for 3 months. This is all back in August of 1993. I quickly learned that I was far better at getting accounts with dealerships, car washes, and body shops and talking with retail customers about the process that I trained my first employee in the fourth quarter of 93.
Wow.
In 94, it turned into 14 employees. 95, another 18 more. And by year 2000, I had trained 275 technicians, James Ramirez being one of them. And he ended up being the master instructor teaching all of our employees how to do it.
Wow.
We got so good at teaching our employees. We applied with the state to become a licensed bureau approved school. And with that came fee-based training programs that we offered to first responders, people in the military, youthful offenders, car wash detail shops, dealerships seeking to do it themselves and not sub it out.
Right.
And before you knew it, we had a training division that was just really doing really good things, helping people learn a new trade. Not everybody is built for college, and I realized that because a lot of my family had not gone to college. And the thought of being able to deliver a business opportunity that can drive the type of lifestyle and profit and revenue is a hard thing to come by. But this is one of those businesses that if you dedicate yourself to becoming skilled and proficient and a professional, this is a type of business where people make a nice living. Because of hail repair and because of the magnitude of how many cars are on the road and how all these little small damages occur all the time. So full circle, we applied with the Department of Veterans Affairs to have our training programs made available for veterans seeking to use their post 9/11 GI Bill benefits and vocational rehabilitation benefits. And that was about 2 years ago. We've since trained dozens of vets. We've hired a dozen of them. And we are becoming very quickly a veteran-operated school. And we're hiring them for our service division, where we service dealerships, car washes, body shops, and, of course, the general public.
Incredible. Incredible.
That's a long-winded answer of how I got into the business.
Some wins is good, buddy, and you nailed it. And I want to tell everybody who's listening a little story. I've never shared this with Todd, but I will now. When I first went out there, I had the opportunity. Todd just opened the door and said, "Go wherever you want, talk to whoever you want," and I did, and talked to all of the employees and. I asked them all the same question, and that was, tell me about Todd. And they all laughed. I said, oh, what's the laugh about? They said, Todd is an incredible soul. If you can ever pin him down into a chair, you consider yourself lucky because he's always on the go. He's always moving. Constantly thinking, constantly improving, retooling, etc. And it's funny when you talk about your 10 thumbs, because one of the people I spoke with when I got out there was Mike Boone. I think he was one of your longtime friends, right?
Yeah, and my best friend since third grade. I actually worked. He was the first car I ever worked on. Him and his dad's cars.
Yeah, that's the story he told me. He said, "Greg, let me just tell you something.
Brave.
You got to know. Todd didn't know one end of the hammer from the other, and he's coming up asking if he can work on my car and get the dents and dings out of it." And I just laugh.
It's the truth.
It is.
It's a funny thing. What we call it in this business, we call it mileage. You know, we've got a pretty comprehensive program where we not only teach the technical aspect of it, because the only way to become skilled and proficient and have a profitable business, if you put in the mileage, you gotta work hard. Nothing comes easy.
Right.
And there's no substitute for hard work, and all these expressions that we've always heard, you know, they're true.
Right.
You got to dedicate yourself to a craft, and you've got to perfect it.
Yeah.
But we've learned that it's one thing to be a solid technician. It's another to know how to build and grow and manage a business.
Right.
And that is what I do full time for all of our veterans and all of our other customers that are entrepreneurs seeking to, you know, be king of their own thing, we call it.
Right.
And we try to retain all the top talent to come work with us.
Right.
And many of them are entrepreneurial driven, and they want to own their own business and keep all the revenue. And I get it and appreciate it. And that's what I encourage, because that's what I did.
Yeah.
We teach business and marketing classes, accounting classes, estimating programs. We set up logo design, websites, search engine optimization, advertisements, uniforms.
Wow.
We do all the work with the customer while they're at the Ding King. So when they walk out of here, they can hit the ground running.
That's impressive.
So it's a fun business and a fun trade.
We've got about 3.5 minutes left for this segment, Todd, and I know you and I are going to talk a couple more times today, right?
Yes.
And I want to get into a little bit more about the company, et cetera. I also have got Michelle and Cher coming on so that we can talk about the work that they do to help maximize VA benefits, et cetera. So anybody listening, please make sure you're in for that segment as well. But with a couple of minutes that we have left for right now, I have one big question on this Veterans Day, and that is, why veterans?
Veterans have always, and I mean always, had a special place in my heart, because my mom's side of the family, she came from a large family with 8 brothers and sisters, and 7 of them were in the military. And the stories and the camaraderie and the heartbreak and the hurt and the physical pain and the things that they all experienced stuck with me. I mean, some of the stories would make you cry, others make you laugh.
Sure.
I've always had a great appreciation for people that sacrifice themselves for the greater mankind, for what our veterans do for us. And it's become so blasé, you know, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service. We
Right.
appreciate your dedication and sacrifice. You hear it every day.
So cliche,
but
right?
it wasn't always like that.
Right.
And you go back to how my family experienced Vietnam as veterans. It wasn't like it is today. And that it's always saddened me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm proud of how we as a country support our troops. And I've made it my mission to train as many veterans as I can, teach them all the skill sets that I have that have made us as a company very successful, and give them a choice of employment where they can grow with a team that they'll love working with, or develop their own business, and I'll help them every step of the way. I talk to my veteran clients every single day.
Yeah.
There's not a day that goes by where we're not texting or speaking about a business issue or just life.
Yeah.
So I guess having my family, having so many veterans, having served the country, and just the type of person I am, it just means a lot to me personally.
Well, I want to leave it there for now. I want to thank you so much. I'm very proud of you. I'm proud to know you. I'm exceedingly proud of your organization and what you do to help our veterans. Look forward to chatting a little bit more later on today.
Thank you,
as
Greg.
they say, I love you for what you guys do and your staff, etc. You guys are incredible. Thank you for the video. We'll show that again on our way out. And thanks, buddy. And I'll talk to you a little bit later, okay?
Happy Veterans Day, everybody. Have a nice day.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank
Bye
you. Super excited, and Greg, you will love that. First of all, I can't. I'm assuming that he's going to probably be on your show.
Yes.
And so and we'll talk more about this later. But
Right.
JP and I have actually had a chance to go out and tour, and I got to work a ding out of a car. So,
Yes, you did.
By
And
the
you
way,
did a great job,
Thank
by the
you
way.
so much. I overcorrected, but okay. But we're really excited right now. We are getting ready to go live with Flags of Honor, and this is Plano Flags of Honor. The Plano East Rotary Club does this annual event. It's amazing, and they are kicking their event off today. So if we have the live feed with Ramil out at Plano Flags of Honor with the Plano East Rotary.
You're doing a great job over there.
She's doing a fantastic
Show
job.
engineer.
Probably you're just going to see an image for now. Let me see. Do we have? Go ahead and bring him on.
There's always technical issues, right?
Well, and
But-
he's at an event, so he's probably wondering if he should turn on volume.
Oh,
Can
right,
you
right,
turn on
right.
your volume?
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
There he is.
We're going to do 1220, Kathy, with
Hi, Kathy.
Perfect. Hey, Ramil, how are you?
Good. How are
Good
you?
to see you. So, okay, so talk about where you are and what you're doing, and we so appreciate this way. You get to be part of our event, we get to be part of your event, so this is great. So talk to
first
us.
I want to say thank you for your service for me.
Oh, yes, that's
Well,
right.
appreciate it.
My
And
goodness.
I see the hat, the Marine Corps
I am
League.
remiss. Yes,
And
thank
our
you
freedom.
so much for your.
And
yes,
thank you for our
so much
freedom.
for our freedom, sir. We appreciate you. We're
Thanks,
so glad to
JP.
be a friend with you.
So good
And
to
happy
see you.
birthday to all! Happy belated birthday to all the Marines
Yeah.
out there.
Right.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
1775.
Correct. November 10th, 1775.
There you go.
245 years
Yeah,
old.
there you go.
All right, so Ramil, back to
Love
Kathy.
it.
I had to cut Kathy off for once, Ramil. I mean,
Oh,
slow
goodness.
the presses.
Hey, yeah, yes, hey, yeah, exactly. Hey, it's newsworthy. Okay, so tell us where you are and all about this. I think we can probably bring you full screen, so when you're showing us, you can show us, because this is a new. If you're in the city of Plano or any surrounding city, I cannot highly recommend going out to see the Flags of Honor in the field where all of these flags stand. It's different. We're not in East Plano this year. Where are we, sir?
We are on the corner of Spring Creek Parkway and Preston Road. So it's a private lot, and the what's great is HAV was able to donate the lot for us to have the event over here. So as I mentioned, let me take this off for a little bit so you guys can hear. We're at the corner of Preston Road and Spring Creek Parkway. So we have the Rotary, the Plano East Rotary, and the Plano Flags of Honor out here. And again, come join us. The flags are up. We're going to be having the flags until this weekend. Let me pan the video around so you guys
Yes,
can see.
please
We put up
do.
1,000 flags honoring veterans and first responders, and each flag will have a story of a veteran and or a first responder. Wow. So as you can see from this field right here,
I love
we have
it.
the honor guards
I love it.
setting up.
Bravo.
We have actually
Oh.
Congressman Van Taylor out here also.
Love
We
it. He
have
was
the,
just on our show this
Plano
morning,
East
so that's fantastic.
Rotary Club. So let me take you out to the field and just show you some of the flags that's out here.
Oh, this is amazing. So
Again, it's 1,000 flags.
you
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 can
are
visit us.
if you're just
And
tuning
I think
in, we've got Ramil with the Plano East Rotary, who is showing us the 1,000 flags that are on display at the Plano Flags of Honor, and I'm so glad, Ramil. I'm so glad that you and y'all's team and Lisa, you guys were able to bring this to the good citizens of Plano or whoever is able to come by and view these flags. With the pandemic, I know this was tricky, and this is to see this. This really brings tears to my eyes. This is great. This is great.
We appreciate it. And again, we just want to thank all the veterans So we have stories on each flag when you come out here. As you can see from right here,
just amazing.
It's a big field. As soon as actually you turn from Spring Creek onto Preston, it's an awesome sight just to see the flags up. And you're correct. Due to pandemic, we had to shift location. But what's great is people step up, and we're able to do and continue this honor tradition.
Just amazing. Just amazing. So tell us a little bit about what y'all have getting ready to start out there.
We're actually hosting the weekly Rotary meeting out here. So all the Rotarians within our district are going to be out here, especially the veterans.
Oh,
and
how
we're doing
cool
our
is that?
weekly meeting.
That's fantastic. How great is that to have all these veterans out amongst the symbol of our freedom, which they have fought so valiantly for. That's awesome.
And it's all across different generation of veterans that's out here. We have actually, let me pan out to Ian. Ian is a Vietnam veteran.
Oh, Ian's been on our show before. Yes. Hey, good to see you. Oh, you look great. This is awesome.
I'll show my face.
There you go.
Oh,
so
we
you can
love
probably
this.
see some of the, we have Marianne out
Hi,
here.
y'all.
We have Air Force.
Oh, love it. This is
And
so
let
great.
me just pan to, you probably know Paul Harris.
Yeah, hey, y'all. Hey, Paul. This is great.
And we have congressmen out there. I know they're having conversations. So just wanted to showcase some of the attendees that's out here. And again, you're more than welcome to visit the field. It's going the flags are going to be up throughout the week.
Well, and the thing is now, is this 24/7? Like if you've got somebody who maybe works a little bit later or has some odd hours because of the pandemic, can anyone go at any time to see these flags and walk through them?
Yes, Kathy. So they'll be up. And what we have is actually we have the support of the Plano PD. They have the camera that's up here. So
awesome.
We'll have the flag up all the way through the weekend.
Fantastic. So you go out there, it's COVID compliant, it is safe. I mean, you guys have gone to great lengths to make sure that you did everything you needed to do in order to bring this amazing display of flags back to we the people. So we really appreciate it. So you're safe and healthy out there.
A father and son Marine that's out
Oh,
here, Justin White.
Hey, I love it.
And there you go. He's
maybe not. He's like, hey, he's taking us on his own tour. I love it. That's great. And thank you so much for keeping us free to his dad. And boy, he has his hands real full out there. That's so cute. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday. And thank you. God bless you for your service. This is just amazing. Thank you so much for bringing us a view of this. We may try to get you guys on again later today, depending on how everything goes for you guys and us. But just again, how do people come out and view the flags, and where in Plano are you this year? Because it's a different location.
Correct. So again, we're on the corner of Spring Creek Parkway and Preston Road. I believe the address is 5801 Preston Road, Plano, Texas. You could look us up. Is it the bottom or the top this time?
Oh, it's let me see. Let me see. Or do we have? I don't know if we have the email on there. If we can put the Plano Flags of Honor, we'll put your link in our comments. That's funny though. He remembers that we like point to this. But we do have our telethon that's going on. I think we've raised over $3,000.
Over $3,000.
We're over $3,000.
We don't know. Awesome. There's probably more.
Yeah, our goal was $1,000 for the Texas disabled veterans, disabled American veterans. All 100% of every donation that is donated on our telethon today today goes to the Texas Disabled American Veterans, 100% of every donation. And our goal was $1,000. We're already over 3,000. Now we've made a new goal. One of the members of the crew made a new goal to get to about 10,000 because this is money that will go directly to helping Texas disabled veterans. So, and again, we thank you so much, Ramil, for your service and the service of the other Rotarians who are there today, who have served our country with honor, and just appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care,
You
Ramil.
bet.
Thank
God
you.
bless you. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
I mean,
That's
first of all, how awesome
He
is
said
it?
Semper Fi. I
Semper
love
Fi.
that.
I mean,
I love
we
it.
are booked out there. Kathy, the hall is packed
I love this.
with members of the crew, shows, the whole 9 yards. So we got to move. We got to talk less, you and I both. And
That's okay.
That's what's a challenge.
Everybody can be smiling and dialing instead.
That's a challenge. All right. So who's our next guest?
I think
Bree, the intern?
do we have? I wonder where's Charles going?
He's going to go show
Oh,
what's
he's gonna
going
go
on
show
out there in the
everybody out
hallway.
there. Ask Corley, who do we have next? I think so. Oh, actually, I'm going to pull Dana because I know Dana's getting ready to leave. He might be one of our new sponsors. He was just going to come and say hi to the veterans.
Just real quick, because he's been waiting since
Tell
11:30. I mean, that's how crazy it is. We're backed
Tell
up.
Dana come in real quick so we know he's going to be out of here, but
And
come and
she's
give a
got to
shout
leave
out.
too. I don't know.
We've got a million.
Oh, and we got Chris Getz that needs to get on and get out. And, I mean, it's
Oh, this is a nice problem to have.
yes.
Dana, come on in and say hi. Where's the remote mic? Where's
It's
the
right
remote
over here.
mic?
Right over here.
Come on over here by JP and just give a shout out to our veterans. We've got about 30 seconds for a shout out, but give a shout out to our veterans.
Well, first of all, Dana, hello and welcome
Yeah, oh,
back
yeah.
to JP.
Oh, yeah,
Caffeine
and
and
hi.
Chris. Yeah, let's not just
I've
grab
been
that
on,
microphone,
honey,
Dana.
Dana, I've been on caffeine since 7 a.m.
Yeah. So, but you know, a lot going on out there. But today is Veterans
And Dana's
Day.
been on our show before. He's a
He
member
has.
of the crew.
I said, welcome back.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Yes, welcome back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love you, Dana.
Thank you. Shout out to all the veterans. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Shout out to my dad, who was in the Air Force, and I think one of my biggest regrets is that I didn't go into the service because I wasn't in the right mindset when I was younger in life and came to it too late. And I actually looked it up, and I had just passed the deadline. And
Oh, wow.
when I was actually like, you know what? No matter where I am in life, it's the probably only one regret I've got in life is that I did not serve. And so the things that I can do now to give back and to support our country,
And you're
I'm
a huge
gung-ho.
supporter. You're a local precinct chair with
Yes.
the Republican Party. You're an attorney.
Yes.
How can people reach your law firm?
So one of our big websites is softdivorce.com.
Okay.
So that's for the family law stuff. We totally prefer adoptions, but
Right.
Think
That's
about
the
how
happy
many
stuff.
think about how many people you know are adopted versus how many are divorced. Our numbers are the same, but our adoptions are the time you can bring cake to the courthouse.
Right.
And then another website that we have is healthyestateplan.com, and that's
Love it.
to plan for. Basically, our law firm does things that affect the family relationship. So, family law, estate planning, and probate. And healthyestateplan.com to get your all of your things in order. Even if you don't think you have an estate, which is money
you
or
do.
anything, you do, and
You do.
you're leaving behind problems for your family if
And
you
you
don't
don't
take
wanna
care
do
of it.
that, yeah.
And we want to eliminate all those problems so that way when they're grieving over you, they're not having disagreements with each other about expectations of what
Right.
mama or daddy would have wanted, and it
There's no
eliminates that.
questions.
Yeah, there's no questions, and we line it out and make sure everything's taken care of.
Well, and let me ask you this: as being a victory coacher, I know you spent a lot of time out at the polls working for the Republican Party. This isn't a political show today.
Yeah. I was about to say, what are you doing?
Well, but he was a poll greeter.
Oh, yeah.
Like you did
Hours and
12-hour
hours.
days.
I did 12-hour days. You know those 3 days where it rained constantly? I was sitting out there with Wayne Millsap and Marvin Bobo, and it was an interesting, and we were freezing. We had space heaters out there, but we were not going to leave.
Welcome to Texas.
We calculated
because
those,
2
like-
days later it was sunny and 80.
Exactly, exactly. And during one day, it starts out like you're wearing a coat, and then next you're like sweating with suntan lotion on.
Well, we know you've got a busy schedule. Thank you for
thank you for
the
having me
service.
again.
Was it your father or your grandfather? Did you say
Both, actually.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for their service, and then we just appreciate you being part of the crew and
Well, thank
making
you
time
very
out of your
much.
busy day to
Absolutely.
give a shout out to all
This is
our
one of my
veterans.
favorite days. Absolutely.
Yay.
Well, and
thanks
it's
so
like
much.
Major Andrew White said.
Yeah.
He's a patriot.
You better.
We got to have patriots at home while we have
Yes, we do.
servicemen and women abroad. So
yes, we do.
Thank you for being a patriot,
Thank you,
Dana,
Dana.
and
You
joining
are
us
a
here
true
on
patriot.
JP, Kathy, and the crew.
And he's a Berkner alum like myself.
Yeah, that's
Many
it. I will,
years later.
I will not forgive
Years
him
ago.
for that.
Go Rams.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I don't remember what it
Good
was.
for you to forget. You're a wise man.
We didn't really
always
do
had
the
a
hand
good,
signals.
We always had a good halftime show.
And I was always in the halftime show.
There you go. Were you a bandolera too?
I wasn't a bandolera, but I was in the band. I was the lead trumpet player for a while.
You're terrible. No, he didn't put a skirt on. He
I
wasn't a
know.
band
I got to play a
Well,
lot of
because
trumpet
I was a
solos. and-
bandolera.
Yeah, I know
so-
you were. That's why
I was playing the high notes in halftime.
There
Well,
you go.
thanks, Dana. We
Dana,
appreciate
thank you for joining us.
Thank
Thanks
y'all
so much
very
for being
much.
a friend
Blessed day,
to
all
the
right.
Y'all
show.
too.
Thank
We love
you.
God bless.
Bye-bye.
All right. So, and again,
All right,
I mean,
who's
the
our
hits
next
keep
person?
running. We're going to keep moving. We have got a ton of great people.
I love this.
coming
At
on.
first, we're like, are we going to have enough guests to come on? And then we're like, wait,
We don't
we've
have
got a
enough time.
bajillion. Let's go ahead and grab. He can grab that remote mic.
Rob,
So
are
I
you
think it's
coming on, brother?
easiest to do the.
Well, I'm excited to have Rob on, and when he gets here,
Yes, when he comes through. I think we're going to have you over here with the remote mic next to JP. Okay. Because we've got the Go camera, or what do we call that? The what
that's
now?
the camera on the gimbal, but actually
The
we're
gimbal.
using this camera right here, so we're good.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah. So
and roll.
talk to us about Frisco. First of all, introduce. I'm just ready
Good
to jump
morning,
in.
or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rob. Thank you so much for joining us and taking the time to be here with us at JP,
And-
Kathy, and the
yes.
crew in this wonderful facility here at Venture X Studios.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be here with y'all. And I want to say thank you to Corley Randolph, my good friend, who said, Rob, you got to get on here and you got to talk about Frisco veterans and you've got to talk about what's going on in Frisco in that space. And especially for such a worthy cause, we're disabled American veterans. I myself am a 100% disabled veteran. As one of my friends said, you know, those IEDs overseas don't they're not a respecter of persons. They just jump up and grab you sometimes. But I say that in jest, just because that's that dark humor that some of us are comfortable with. And I will tell y'all, thank you so much for hosting this event and reaching out to the veteran space. This is a great cause. And I want to say to the gentleman that was just on here, one of your sponsors, what you said about being a patriot is exactly right. One of the things that we've been working on with Frisco Veterans Advisory Committee is to get this notion and this narrative out there that even if you didn't serve, it's positive patriotic action. No kidding. Y'all help me develop this this
I will.
hashtag.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hashtag positive patriotic action.
We'll put hashtag positive patriotic action.
That's right.
Love it.
Because
PPA and PPEs.
There you go.
Forgive me, you just knocked me over the head if I go too historical here, but
No,
you
no.
realize that when we as a country have been successful in the national security space, it's because we mobilized the entire country.
Right.
Amen.
So my grandfather, who didn't serve in the service, was in a shipyard somewhere in the southeast building ships during World War II. The other one was in the Coast Guard. So there are many stories of people like the last gentleman. He doesn't need to apologize for not having served if he's serving our community now for this great effort.
Amen.
So you asked me to talk about Frisco veterans, but I'm going to stop talking for a minute so you can jump in.
Well, you know, the key to
they always hear us.
the key to this day
Yes, sir.
is that we bring everybody in this country together.
That's right.
Understanding that we are enjoying the umbrella of being able to speak out, being able to vote.
That's right.
Being able to be heard because of veterans that have served before us.
JP, you're touching my heartstrings.
Yeah. And so it's time. It's time for us to say, you know what? Today we celebrate this freedom because of the men and women who have given so much for us to have so much.
That's right.
And so, you know, when we get folks in like Frisco veterans, Rob, where you're doing your thing, and again, you're a patriot.
Yes, sir.
And cannot thank you enough for your service to this community.
Yes.
Thank you for our freedom.
Absolutely.
Truly, thank you for our freedom.
And really, so what's going on right now in the community with the advisory board, the Frisco Veterans Advisory Board? What are you guys able to do right now? How can people participate and be a part of what you guys are doing?
So the Frisco Veterans Advisory Committee was something that was founded under Mayor Masso. And it truly was, at that point, an advisory committee. But when Jeff Cheney began to run for his mayoral campaign, he developed a platform that just caught wildfire and excited a lot of people, especially in Frisco as a growing community. And he came up with 3 pillars. And essentially it is to enhance awareness, sponsor programs that support, and promote the value that veterans bring to our community. And so the FVAC, as we refer to it, the Frisco Veterans Advisory Committee, kind of took a shift. We no longer vote for inclusion on the committee. In fact, it's anyone, veteran or patriot, can come to our meetings once a month and find a way that they can give back to the veteran community. We have a website that we are working on updating that's called friscoveterans.org. And so we are focused on socials that honor our veterans. We're focused on bringing opportunities to veterans in the business community and working to collaborate with people like the gentleman that I just spoke to, Leon, about how can we bring innovation here. We just had a great event with where the Frisco EDC was a sponsor, where Councilman John Keating and myself were speaking with an active general from the 75th Innovation Command out of the Army, talking about how can we bring innovation to Frisco. So there is a lot that can be done in the veteran space in this community. I'm a life member of the VFW. I'm a life member of the American Legion.
We had VFW in here this morning, yeah.
And I will tell you that DAV, exceptional organization trying to help veterans. So we have a yearly Frisco Distinguished Veteran Award winner or awardee, and that will be announced on November 17th at City Council.
Love it.
There are so many different ways that we're looking to support, and I'm going to leave you a little list here that talks about
this website that you're talking about. When will that go? When will the new one go live?
So we're hoping by the end of the year the new one will go live.
Will you come back on our show when it goes live, and let's celebrate and let's kick it off on the show?
Absolutely. I would like to. Rob, is there a way to get I don't know if there's a representative or if you guys have given a scholarship already, but where you promote a military educational effort in Frisco ISD? Do you have a student you guys have recognized?
So FVAC is, if you will, an operations center, and when we find a need, we point to our Marine Corps of Collin County, our Marine Corps League of Collin County, our Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 8273, our American Legion Post 178. They get stuff done for us in Frisco, which is amazing. The FVAC, however, is working with the Dallas Society of American Military Engineers to create a scholarship at Collin College. Frisco ISD, huge shout out to Dr. Waldrop and all of our trustees there who brought in, I don't know if y'all know this, but next year at Lebanon High School, we're going to have our first ever student military program. It's going to be the Naval Cadets program.
Oh, that is
very
awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
So we're hoping that will turn into an ROTC program down the road.
Well, definitely want to get that on the air as well, because I love that stuff. I'm a big. That's what I do with kids.
Right.
I love kids. I
Absolutely.
love doing programs with kids, and I see other stuff on here like Student Veterans of America.
That's right.
Would love to talk to them as well. But I think the other thing I want to connect you with is Chuck Wright. Do you know Chuck Wright?
I do know Chuck, and I saw that. Isn't he going to be on here later?
He is.
Yeah, and actually the co-host of his show was just Andrew.
Well, he's over there.
In the
Andrew's
other
right
room.
over there. Yeah.
You probably already met him too.
So Chuck is hilarious. Chuck is a friend, and when I came into Frisco, it was funny. And he's a Marine, and he looked at me and he said, "I wonder what this guy's all about." And then we, after a bourbon or two, Chuck was very. He realized
he was receptive.
Well, he realized that I was okay and that I meant well. And you know what? He's been my biggest advocate, and he's a great voice for getting things done in the veterans community.
Well, he started the Texas Veterans Chamber of Commerce.
Right.
Yeah,
because I see on here that the chamber has a Veterans Council.
That's right. Frisco Veterans Council through the Frisco Chamber of Commerce that Tony Felker and Jim Steinmark are working with. And I can't remember the name of the gentleman who Tony is assigned specifically in the chamber, but I'm a Leadership Frisco 23 graduate. And we joke that the longest class ever. But in any event, we're not even going to say we're the best class ever. We're just the longest.
Yeah, because of COVID, yeah.
So in any event, JP Hogan, I don't know if you know him, but he and I had a great lunch with Jim and Tony recently talking about how we can plug veteran businesses in to the great space of what's going on right now. For instance, I'll give a shout out to 811. Those folks down on Main Street are Air Force veterans and currently serving. There are, I think, right now about 60 some odd businesses in Frisco that have a veteran affiliation in some capacity.
Oh, wow. There you go. Where can you find a list? Can you find a list of that somewhere?
It's coming on the new website.
I love it.
There you go.
Which will be revealed here on JP,
That's right.
Kathy, and the crew.
Well,
That's right.
we need to get with you and get with Chuck to get him tied in with Tony as well, where you guys can do things together. Because again, he's got the Texas Veterans Chamber of Commerce.
Right. Well, Chuck is, and when we were actively before COVID, we had this thing called Fourth Friday Formation, and several of our veteran businesses would get together, and we'll see. I think that may launch in a new way, but Chuck was an attendee there.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
Chuck, I tell you what, if there was ever somebody on the ground trying to move the cause for veterans in a positive way, Chuck is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Well,
such a good guy.
This is exciting.
Yes, sir.
What you've got cooking is exciting. When you guys get ready to launch your website, we'd love to have you come back on. So if you're willing to do that, if you'll send us a message or get with Coralie.
Absolutely.
And let's launch that website right here. And
Yeah,
we will put
absolutely.
it on here and push it out. And so, yeah, I would love to do that. And then also we need to get you on Greg's show,
Yes.
My Son, My Veteran.
Okay.
To talk about that as well for veteran services.
And the Texas DAV is sponsoring his show here on
Oh,
our
that's
network.
wonderful.
And it's all about those who are currently serving, who are transitioning into the private sector community, and lots of hoops to jump through. So
Right.
this is going to be kind of a step by step, and here are the folks who can help you. So
I would love to. I was fortunate when I had to medically retire from the Army.
Right.
I was fortunate to be a part of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce hiring our Heroes program.
Oh, very
I was
cool.
over in Capel,
okay,
and
yep.
I did a fellowship with Amazon. And those type of programs, I got to give a shout out to Russ Medina and Empower. Those type of programs that are out there, and there are many, are so advantageous for veterans.
Yep.
Because we speak in a language of service above self from day one.
Right.
And so we're not used to promoting ourselves. So those kind of programs are wonderful for saying, here's what you need to do, Miss or Mr. Veteran. So one thing, I don't know where our time's at, JP and Kathy, but
we're running out.
Okay. I wanted to say this one real quick thing. You talked about this environment and unity and positivity. I will be relinquishing my duties as chair at the end of the year, but Reg Frazier, who is an Air Force veteran, will be taking over for me, and I'll be moving to serve Angelia Pelham as she gets to throw her hat in the ring for a campaign in the spring. But I wanted to say this with respect to unity. One of my favorite quotes, irrespective of my policy, even though my style is listening and dialogue, my policy is probably on the conservative leaning side. But one of my favorite Abraham Lincoln quotes is, "We are not enemies, we are friends." And I just love that in such a tumultuous time, we can take a lesson from President Lincoln and remember that where we disagree on policy, we still want to go out and have dinner together.
Right.
Right.
We still want to
Right.
have a beer together or
Right.
go to church together.
Absolutely,
Right.
yeah. I mean, we don't. I mean, how boring would it be if we all agreed with each other all the time?
Absolutely. Well, I'm just so honored to, and you'll find, y'all know that veterans have this idea of serving the greater good.
Absolutely.
And getting past the noise. So thank y'all so much for having us
Thank
on.
you.
Oh my gosh,
Can't
that's
wait to be back and visit with
Well,
y'all again.
we're looking forward to it. Like I said, when that website launches, we want to launch it here.
Okay. Yes,
so,
sir.
man, let us know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Rob,
we're
thank you
honored
so
to
much.
have
Thank you so
here today.
much.
Appreciate you, man.
I
bless
love
you
that
for your
tie and I
service.
love that scarf.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Rob Altman. All right,
thanks
man.
so
thank
much,
you
Rob.
so much.
Great job. We
Frisco
appreciate
Veterans.
you.
Chris Getz, get on in here, girl.
Fantastic.
One of our
I mean, I can't
sponsors
believe we
with
thought we
Acadia
weren't
Healthcare.
going to have. We were like, well, we're probably going to have like 30
Right here.
minutes in between guests.
No, there's
we
no
have
time.
literally since 7 a.m. have had guest after guest after
Yeah.
guest after guest.
And that's the microphone you're going to use
appreciate
right
our
there,
guests
Chris.
being so patient and flexible with us on this today. So thank you, Chris.
Well,
there's your mic. There
there's
you
your
go.
mic
You look
there.
lovely, beautiful as
You too.
always.
As all. Well, thank you. Oh.
Both of you.
Thank
Both
you,
of you.
Chris.
I'm not used to seeing you
I know,
dressed
I
up.
know.
Scoot over a little bit closer so we can get your
Yes.
good-looking face on that
Okay.
screen. So scoot over a little bit
Yeah,
closer
I'm
to
feeling
JP.
like I
There we
should
go.
have. What was I thinking not to put on my red, white, and blue?
I know, right?
What's wrong with me?
Well,
Happy Veterans
first of all,
Day.
thank you to Acadia Healthcare
Yes.
for supporting having JP, Kathy, and the crew in the mental health moment.
Our pleasure.
We know that veterans will have mental health moments.
Yes.
And Acadia is all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do you see Acadia best serving our veterans and our active military?
Well, gee, let me tell you.
so glad
actually,
you asked.
we have an entire veterans division. We have a strategic account manager that oversees all of the veterans who are coming in for treatment. And so there's a special service that we have to provide. There's certain requirements that the bases are needing to receive, their information that they need to receive. But we are in network. We have facilities that are dedicated providers of TRICARE, Tri-East, and Tri-West. And then we have a handful of facilities that have created entire treatment programs for veterans, PTSD,
Wow, that's amazing.
trauma, et cetera, et cetera. So, yes, I have a lady that I pull in whenever I have a veteran that is needing services, and we just white glove it, give it really provide a concierge service and try to do as much of a warm transfer,
Right.
door-to-door transfer as possible for these people.
Well, these are people who have served, who have fought for us to walk around free.
Yes.
For us to live the lives we do. So absolutely, we've got to step up the way we treat them.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
Well, so let's dial it in a little bit, because that's the big picture. How do they get a hold of Acadia? I mean, is there a person that should they be on base at the resource center saying, "Hey, I need some mental health services"? Will they have Acadia's information there?
They should. That is part of what the strategic account manager, what her role is, but also people like me, getting out there and calling. So, for example, I'm developing a relationship with one of our facilities here in Dallas. It's quite a large program, and I am aware of one of the doctors out there. So we're letting them know what our services are, and some of these facilities within our program are now providing or taking TRICARE or TRI-Select or Tri-East or Tri-West. So, but yeah, they can call me at 469-400-7499.
One more time.
That's 469-400-7499, and that is my role. It's a free service. I'm here to just help facilitate anything that I can in terms of continuum of care.
Well, and I asked
And
that
we've
question.
got that in our Facebook feed and our comments now. We've got Chris's number in there with Acadia.
Well, and again, I asked that because we are going out to potentially 4 million people today.
Mm-hmm.
And of those 4 million people, they are either active duty or they are veterans.
Right. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And so this is being sent out to all the bases in the world. And at some point will be played, right? Because some people are still asleep, depending on where they're at in the world.
Right.
But also to the VA and also to DAV. And so it's important that they understand that there's help out there, that it's not hopeless. You know, and so I'm going to ask this question. This is kind of a subjective question, and it may put you on the spot a little bit, but judgment free, right? Like I can call you and there's no judgment on me, right?
Correct. Absolutely not. No. That's not what we're here for. We're here to
Right.
provide a service.
Right.
So.
And I think, JP, you need to reiterate that because we talked about this during our mental health moment the other day, which you can catch from 8:30 to 9 every Monday on JP, Kathy, and the crew. Acadia sponsors that, and thank y'all so much for that. That judgment-free thing, that's a real big deal, and
It
it's
is.
private, and it's confidential, and you don't need to suffer. You're not alone.
No. And I am a licensed therapist, by the way. I'm not providing those services for
Right.
Acadia, but I do have to put my therapist hat on from time to time.
Well, I mean, you wear many a hats.
So how do you help? How do we help? How do we tell people right now how to get past that self-shaming and that self-embarrassment where you're too afraid to make that phone call?
That's a good point. I mean, we want to take the stigma out. I remember working at a facility a few years ago where there was a real strong stigma about, well, if I tell someone that I'm seeing a therapist, then they're going to think I'm crazy. But yet where I come from, everybody would brag about, my husband and I are seeing a marriage and family therapist. It's just part of your overall health.
Right.
You may see a therapist or you may get treatment or help because that's that's just something that is needing a little extra help right now. It's like, you go to the gym to build up your muscles.
Right.
Well, in like manner, you may go to get help so as to build up your emotional
Right.
resiliency.
Well, and we've got to move past this. And I know, Chris, you've spoken about this on our show, and JP and I and Patty and Steve and all the amazing guests that have been brought to us on the show through the Mental Health Moment. Okay, if you've got diabetes, or if you have high blood pressure, or if you've, got cancer, if you have some illness, a chronic, heart disease, whatever the case may be,
You go get help. Right.
And do you tell people at work, like, you're like, hey, I've got to go see my doctor. I've got to go get my blood tested. Okay, catch you later. I'll be back. And it's like, and nobody thinks anything about it. You talk to your family. Everybody
Right.
knows it's no big deal. We've got to get to that point in this country where that's how we talk about mental health, and especially when it revolves around those veterans.
Exactly.
Because they are in the position they're in because they served us.
Yes, yes. I used to tell my patients, you need me to be on top of my game. You need me to have a good, strong mental health because I'm only able to help you. Is
Right.
based on my own mental health. I can't help you if I'm not healthy.
Right.
And I need you to be at your best because that comes back. It's circular.
Yeah, you're right.
It
That's a
reflects
really,
on all
that's
of
a
us.
good way to describe
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Absolutely. So one more time, AcadiaHealthcare.com, or call your own personal liaison, concierge,
Yes.
counselor, whatever you want to call her. She's going to help you get help. Chris Getz at 469-400-7499.
Correct.
No,
That's
again, there you go. Hit it.
469-400-7499.
And
All
it's in
right.
the feed. So share that. If you know somebody in need right now, especially a veteran who is suffering, don't let them suffer any longer. Get them that phone number.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's
Chris,
people who
again,
can help.
cannot thank you enough for supporting
Yeah, we
the
love
Mental
you,
Health
Chris.
Moment.
Mwah.
It's an honor and a privilege to be here. And happy Veterans Day.
Happy
Thank
Veterans
you.
Day. There you go. All right, Chris Getz from Acadia
Awesome.
Healthcare.
Thank you, Chris. You're
And
the
of course,
best.
we'll be talking about her on Mondays, as we always do.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And encourage you if you are suffering. And there are a lot of suffering going on right now, Kathy. I'm experiencing it in my truancy tribunals with kids. And I mean, the mental health is I'm not even seeing substance abuse right now. It's mental health.
Suicide's up. It just everything. It's just so tough. Chris, thank you again. We appreciate you. It's tough, and you got to look at that. Then today here on Veterans Day, while we're celebrating those who have served us, we have got to do right by our veterans. Period. End of sentence. And again, you have an opportunity to do that and to help disabled veterans here in the state of Texas by going to www.davtexasservicefoundation.com. There's a phone number, there's a link, and it literally takes you right to the page where you're going to donate. And so, up there.
Up there. All right, now we've got Leon Chastain in the room.
Oh, we love Leon.
We do love Leon. Leon, come over
I
and
love
sit
his
by
wife.
me.
We love his wife too.
Well, I love his wife. Hold on a minute. Now.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna let Leon love his wife. I'm not gonna. What did I do? Nothing.
He's
Now,
like,
grab that
I'm
microphone
innocent,
there.
honey.
Cool. Well, Leon, first of all, thank you for letting us use Venture
Oh, my
X
goodness,
Studios
yes.
today
Yes.
to run the Veterans Telethon from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Wow, well, we're so honored to have you guys here. I've never met a group of guys with JP, Kathy, and the crew that hasn't gone out of their way to honor our veterans. And we love you guys. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I mean, and again, we've been talking about this all morning. The facility here, the way you open your heart, and what you provide here, the concierge service, the office space, up to date, fabulous office space.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, how do
Great
people
camaraderie,
rent
just
from you? We got to get
awesome.
people in here to rent.
Yeah, so you can go to the Venture X Frisco website that's at the bottom of the screen. You've got Chance Post, you've got Kim Stepchinsky here that runs the business, and these guys are just awesome. They're going to go out of their way to help anybody that comes in here that needs a space.
And that is the truth. I mean,
we see it every day we're up
Yes.
here, and we filmed. We're either JP and I are either on the air or producing shows 6 out of 7 days. Well, heck, you 2 weekends a month. You're doing 7 out of 7 days producing
Correct.
shows up here. And there's not a day that we're up here, not a time that we're up here where you guys and our Venture X family are not just unbelievably welcoming, and they drop whatever they're doing to help us out, to help our guests out. Thank you.
Well, here's
for
the other
that.
side of it, all the networking that goes on.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
yes,
yeah. We had a huge networking event here last night. I'm just blown away with the caliber of people that you guys have brought in this week for the veterans, and just when you look and stop and think about what goes on, it's very humbling. That first of all, these guys served our country. They went out and did things, that some of us most people wouldn't
Can't
even
even
have a clue
comprehend, no.
what's went on.
Yep.
And then, with that being said, we're sitting here with an opportunity to serve them back today. You guys have done that. It's not just as much about Venture X. It's about, I want to challenge everybody out there. If you're a business owner, if you're somebody that has a business, or you're wanting to learn more about ways you can get yourself out on social media, come meet JP, Kathy, and the crew here at Venture X Frisco and sponsor the veterans today and help with this program, please.
Every
thank you for that,
single
Leon.
bit of money raised today goes straight to our Texas disabled veterans, and that's 100%. I mean,
100%. No administrative costs, no nothing.
$1,000 check, all $1,000 are going straight to those veterans.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm about challenging these business owners out here. If you can do 500, do 1,000, do 2,000. There's some guys out there that can do 50,000. Can write a check for. It's going to be used here local in North Texas, and that's a big deal.
That is a huge deal, and thank you again, Leon, for everything you do to support veterans and be a part of this. Major Andrew White, retired, made it clear that when these guys go overseas and they get deployed, they rely on the patriots like you and I
back
and
home.
Kathy back home to take care of back home.
Yeah.
So you're a patriot, brother.
Well, I appreciate it. One of the things that we wanted to really be known from Venture X Frisco is if you're coming and you're retiring out of the military, or you're coming back here to North Texas and you need help with something, maybe it's just an introduction to a CPA or an attorney, or if you're thinking about starting a business up, we've got the connections here at Venture X Frisco that will help you do that. And we'll even give a veteran a discount for an office. That's what it's about, is helping somebody else that's already helped us.
All right, and there you go.
That's
Amen. And we appreciate
Leon,
you so
thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you.
And then you and
Appreciate
JP
you.
are going to be kicking off a show here before the end of
December,
the year.
1st of December.
Yep.
Yes.
So, I got to tune in for that. So that's a must see. And then,
bring your tissues for show number 1, my friend.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, I want to give a
can't
shout
wait.
out to somebody, which is my bride, you and Lisa, with the heart and soul of a Texas woman.
Love
if
your
you're a
wife.
military lady serving our country around the world, check it out. Get online, see them, because what they're doing could change your life.
Well, it's Heart and Soul of Texas Women, and thank you
correct.
so much for putting that out there. And I'm so blessed. Leon was like, you know what, you need to meet my wife. And boy, howdy, you were right. And so we're able once a week, every Monday at 10 o'clock, to bring a Christian-based, faith-based show. And during these tough times in life, where do you turn? Well, you turn to your faith. And so I'm so grateful that you introduced me to your wife.
Well, we're honored that we had a chance to meet you. I think it all lines up at the right timing and everything. So, yeah, we love you guys. We appreciate you so much. And anything, like I said, we can do for veterans to help in any way, please let us know.
So, first of all, we
Awesome.
want to thank you for donating the space today, the conference
Yes.
room, donating the general area for us to do the telethon. Thank you
Well,
for that.
Thank you guys.
You let us take this place over for 10 hours today, Leon.
Lord
Thank
have mercy.
You.
It's Kim and Chance that does it all.
Well, and they're rock stars.
It's all about those guys right there for sure.
So we want to thank him for that. And, again, every dollar counts that goes to Veterans Day at DAV.
Right.
And this is an in-kind donation.
Yeah.
Right.
And we can't thank you enough.
Yeah,
my
well, we
goodness,
appreciate you
thank
guys so
you.
much.
Thank
So
you so
anything we can do
much.
to help, let us know.
We'll do.
Awesome, you're doing it.
Thank you, Leon.
guys. Y'all have a
Thanks,
blessed day.
Leon.
You
Have a
as
great
well.
one.
All right, Kathy, I've got 12
Whew.
something. What time is it?
Who is it?
12:32. I know we've got somebody right behind Leon. Where's Melanie? That's where we've got him.
Do we have Melanie coming back? Uh-oh.
We got to go grab Melanie, get her back in here.
And then I know at 1 o'clock we've got Crystal Griffith coming on at 2:30. Miss Texas, we have her coming in. Oh, I know my brother and my brother Kelly Reverb and Professor Nolan were going to come on
At some point.
If they're around.
Well, hold
yeah.
off
Oh,
on
we've
them
got
for a
Melanie
minute.
next.
Well, Melanie next. Melanie's around the corner. But we need to get Coralie in here because also I think Greg is coming back in with his benefits people.
Yes, that's right.
So
Does Greg have another? We'll
and I know the
find
TV's
out.
on in there, so don't ignore us in there.
Hello.
See, they're in there with lunch. See, they've
Yeah,
all
'cause
gotten that
I
great
can-
barbecue.
Y'all, that Meet
from
You Anywhere barbecue.
barbecue.
Okay, so we're in a studio, which is around the corner, further away from the kitchen. Can you smell that?
Yeah, it's way good.
Oh my gosh, my
Well,
mouth's already watering.
And Andy is going to come on remote with us here this afternoon.
Oh, excellent.
From one of his locations
Love
to
it.
show us his smoker and all the things that they do at Meet You Anywhere Barbecue.
Love
and
it.
I want to put together a JP, Kathy, and the crew meet and greet at
Love it.
at one of his places.
Oh, I'd be the
go
first
meet.
one in
I'd
line.
go meet Kathy if I could.
I'd meet MEAT.
Well, no, hold on a minute.
Meet you anywhere.
Yeah.
MEAT.
That could be something. Melanie, come on in here, right here, girl. Right here.
Go over by the live mic over here.
So,
She's back.
She's back. Now, Melanie, did you get it all worked out with Major Andrew or with Greg?
Oh, I love that.
Grab your microphone.
Is he such a good guy?
Yeah, he's an all right. So tell us what we're doing. I know you're raising some money. Tell us how we're doing that for DAV.
Okay. Who am I?
Camera's right over there.
Camera's right there.
Hey y'all.
And
Okay.
y'all, excuse Melanie, she's very shy. We're trying to get her to
I'm
come
behaving.
out of her shell today.
And will you find out, Bree, when Greg needs to bring his other people on? So we
Thank
we
you,
may
Bree.
only have like 5 or 6 minutes. So
Okay. All right. Let's rush through this really quick. Okay. I am America's Real Estate Coach. And so I'm a licensed broker in the state of Texas. I have to disclose that. Okay, am I fast enough here?
You're good.
Yeah,
Okay,
keep going.
So what I want to do here is let you know that I have been raising money for a company or an organization called Love Your Veterans. And I'd like to extend this to the DAV that we can do the Love Your Veterans listing. So if you have a home that you would like to list that has not been in the market, there's some disclosures there that have to be done, but I will donate 2% of my commission, or I will let you donate 2% of my commission to the DAV, and I'll give up that 2% if you will list your home. Now, you'll have to go through the DAV organization that we're sponsoring today to be able to register that with them. So if you've got a home that you need listed in the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area, I will be glad to do that so we can use that to raise funds for the DAV. Because, folks, we got to help these people. They're just amazing people.
They are.
They are amazing. So I want to take the opportunity to give that. I did it years ago for the Love Your Veterans organization. I had 4 listings at the time that we did for Love Your Veterans, and it raised $15,000 in 3 months. So, we can do something really
Love
big
it.
here if
Love
you're
it.
interested in it. I have one actually that I closed tomorrow. I left the room. I was trying to get this deal closed. It closes tomorrow, and it funds my organization, the Love Your Heroes organization. So that's the one. That's the very first one. I mean, this is straight out of the gate.
This is good stuff.
So,
this is good stuff.
Book published yesterday. That's a fundraising opportunity. But this is
You
big
need
on
your
the
own
houses.
show.
Well, we're gonna work on Melanie.
I don't know about that. I'm pretty shy.
I was going to say,
You are
after
shy,
she gets
Melanie.
over her shyness, maybe you'll see her on the JP Kathy network.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Now it's going to be a while before she overcomes her
I don't
shyness. I know Craig's already over there
I'm
cracking
getting over
up.
it.
Is she
I'm
not
behaving.
great?
I'm behaving. It's a Tuesday, isn't it? I am.
Yeah, subdued. That's it.
Really am. Yeah.
So, Melanie, I've got a question because I got to keep pushing.
Okay. All right.
Now, do
We're
you
not talking to.
Well,
Over
do you-
there still?
yeah, camera's over there. Do you have a check for us today, or do we switch?
Actually, I do. Now, that was the check that I wrote, and I can get that for you. That was the check that I wrote for the last.
Bree, if you'll bring us that
Okay.
check, please.
Love
She's got
it.
the little check back there.
Yeah,
that
that
little-
was
the
the
little
check
bitty
for
one.
her Love Your
Yeah.
Heroes Foundation.
Yeah, that was the last listing that I did, so you guys can see what I did here. So this was for one of my clients, and I wrote this check to the Love Your Heroes organization, which, just to fully disclose, I am the founder of the Love Your Heroes organization. But this listing on Pebble Beach, the seller agreed to this $2,000 donation because you have to agree to let me give up my commission.
Okay, so is
that's
that
a tough
something
one.
you agree with that ahead of time?
I agree with that ahead of time. If you will
Okay.
make the donation to DAV. Now, this is Love Your Heroes, but here's what I'd like to do. This is one fundraiser option, but I would like to also encourage you to make a donation today. And if you do, for the next hour, I will donate up to $500 matching.
Well,
So
Oh,
that's
my
$500
That's awesome.
total.
Oh,
Guess what?
It's not
Melanie.
$500 for
No,
every
no.
Guess
I was
what?
like, I'm writing a $500 check right now.
I'm getting ready to steal $100 from her because Rhonda Castillo and Dr.
Right.
Robert Castillo
Right.
just donated $100
Yay!
to DAV Texas. And so let's add that to the board. We're going to put
Okay.
Dr. Robert Castillo and Rhonda Castillo donated $100 and then put next to them matched.
Yes, America's Real Estate Coach.
America's
will
Real
donate
Estate Coach, $100.
Love it.
Yes. So,
So
for the
there we
next
go.
hour,
So-
you can double your money, and I'll do
here we
that up
go.
to $500.
All right, up to $500. You heard it. We
Love
need you to
it.
call in, by golly.
Yeah.
Call in at
Call in,
972
text, donate.
232 7199.
Make it happen,
Tell them,
people.
Melanie, what phone number to call right there on the screen.
Right there on the screen.
Yep, top of the board.
972-232-7199.
There you go. Call that number. Donate right now. We have a match
Yes.
for,
For
up
the
to
next
$500.
hour. For the
Hey, you
next hour
guys,
only.
here's the deal. Make me write the checks.
There you go.
Okay, you're going to see that. You don't know that yet, but you're going to see these checks because I'm going to have you make me write these checks to these organizations. Today, we're going to support DAV. If you've got an organization out there that needs funding, you probably need to give me a call. My phone number is 214-785-HOME.
214-785-HOME.
And how
Yeah, imagine
appropriate.
that. Yeah.
How appropriate.
So homes.
Well, Melanie, thank you. I appreciate you and all you're doing, and thanks for joining us here.
You
We
bet.
love you and glad to have you with us.
Yes.
So,
Thanks for the opportunity, guys. We love you guys, and we certainly
Oh.
love and are grateful for our vets.
absolutely.
So grateful for our vets,
All
and
right.
thank you for your help
So,
and your support.
now we need Coralie or Charles to tell us what are we doing next.
Somebody tell us who's next. I know it.
I have.
Oh, is Greg back on?
Well, we've got. No, I think Greg's at 1:15.
Okay, we've got a one
So,
1 o'clock. We've got
we got
Crystal
1 o'clock
Griffith
with
from
Crystal.
Creative Arts for Christ.
Now, do we? Well, let's bring Melinda Elfinger in real quick. Bree
Oh,
the
yes,
intern.
yes.
Would you grab me
Bree,
real
hey,
quick
by
in
the
that
way-
room, Melinda? Have Melinda come in.
And on your way out, Bree, 'cause we know you've got school and all that. Thank you, Bree.
Yes, we love you. Thank you, Bree the intern.
Come on in front of the camera and show everybody your beautiful face in front of the camera.
And her hair looks beautiful too.
I love her. I love her hair.
So Bree
today.
the intern, yay! Bree the intern.
Oh, you
And-
just got studio applause.
Yes, you did.
Studio audience applause. Bree, thank you. We'll see you Friday.
All right, so we'll do Melinda, then
She's
we'll get your
fantastic.
brother in and Professor Nolan. I'm going to go get on the phone while you've got them in. I'm going to try to get us $400 more donated in
Rock
this hour.
and roll. Rock
So,
and roll.
want to thank it was my aunt Rhonda and my uncle Bob, Dr.
Love
Bob
it.
Robert Castillo, and Rhonda Castillo donated $100.
Thank
to
you,
DAV
thank you,
Texas.
thank
Have a
you.
seat.
Love
We've got
it.
Melinda joining us now.
Yeah, Melinda, how are you?
Of course, here's the exciting news. Grab that microphone right there. Camera is right there.
Okay.
So, Melinda, you were a service member.
Yes.
What service did you join, and what did you do, and what was your job? All the fun stuff.
I am a United States Marine.
Ouch, that hurts. It's about to whoop my butt.
Yeah, behave.
I'm done.
I joined the Marine Corps in 1990, and I was an aviation electrician and an
Wow.
instructor.
Oh, an instructor. There you
Yes.
go.
Awesome.
So, how long were you in the Marine Corps?
A little over 9 years.
Okay. So, and you never really leave the Marine Corps, right? They say that once a Marine, always a Marine.
Once a Marine, always a Marine.
Always a Marine. So that means you can
So
always
right.
whip your butt.
Yeah. And JP's on his best behavior because he knows that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and now you even have a veteran-led business that you're in, right?
Yes.
So, tell us about what you're doing work-wise and business-wise.
Okay. I have a remodeling and renovation company, Lazarus Renovation Group,
Okay.
and I'm a licensed real estate agent. We work with a lot of veterans in the community. With the real estate side of things, I've educated veterans on how to get the most from their VA home loan guarantee benefit. And I work with real estate agents and loan officers to help them better serve the veteran and the military community by bringing real value and helping them to understand that program, because there's so much misinformation about it that so few veterans who are actually eligible have ever actually been able to utilize that program. On the construction and the remodeling side, we work with veterans. There's a lot of programs here in the state of Texas. Texas is the absolute best state to live in if you are a veteran.
Amen.
And we hear that. We hear that a lot because we support, veterans 110% in the military on the show, 110%. And so many people say, if you're not in Texas, get there as soon as you can.
Absolutely.
We hear that all the time for veterans.
Texas is actually the only state in the country where you can buy land as a veteran without ever having any intention of building a home on it. So it actually is a state benefit.
I didn't even know that.
I'll be darned. I didn't know that either.
Wow.
So how do they get a hold of you? How do they find you so they can get some of this education and then employ you to buy a home?
You can find me on Facebook, Melinda Enfinger, or you can find our construction remodeling company, Lazarus Renovation Group, on Facebook also. I can give you my phone number. You can put that out there if you want.
Turn to the camera. Tell the camera.
Whatever you want to put out there, yeah.
How to get a hold of you?
Melinda Enfinger. It's 214-277-3269.
All right, and you are a Marine, and thank you for your service, and
yes,
thank you for the freedom that you help provide us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your support.
And then, hey, tune in Saturday because Melinda is going to take on these two guys on Kilroy's Conversation.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm going to be live in studio for that.
Yeah. I can't wait for her to
wait.
whip Chuck and whip Andrew.
Oh, poor Chuck and poor Andrew.
Arm wrestling.
I'm sure of it. Now, here's the fun part.
So great.
Ready for this? So Chuck was a Marine helicopter pilot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she was an aviation specialist and instructor. We can have her just unhook all of his cords and his helicopter
This
crash.
is all good. She's going
to crash his
Oh,
helicopter.
it's going to be so fun. Well, we look forward to seeing you again
Thank you.
Saturday on
tune
Kilroy's
in.
Conversation.
Kilroy's Conversation, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock. All right.
Thank you,
Melinda,
guys.
thank you guys for coming by.
We
and
appreciate you so much. And again, God bless you for your
Take care of you.
service.
Thank
All
you.
right.
And so, do you want to say, what is it, Semper Fi?
Oh, yeah.
Semper Fi.
Love
There
it.
you go. All right.
Yay.
All right. So, Kathy, I'm going to go out and try to raise a few more buckaroos because we've got an hour to be able to match a $500 match.
Yes, thank you so much. We'll see you Saturday.
So that way I can get out of the way, too, and you can get Professor Nolan and you can
All
get
right.
Kelly Reverb on here.
All right. Well, actually, I'd rather bring my sister-in-law onto the set. She's much better looking than the two of these guys.
Probably easier to deal with, too, I imagine. But let me get
Waverly's
out.
like, no. All right. So, okay, love you, Professor Nolan. Love you, Kelly Reverb. Y'all come on over here. There's the mic that JP was on, and then there's a remote mic. Okay, so while they're coming on, that's my sister-in-law. Yeah, Waverly. She's awesome.
I'm going to take the stationary one.
There you go.
First come, first
Kelly will
served.
take the remote one. So we've got, okay, let's see. We've got a few minutes before our next guest comes on. So I'm so glad you guys could come in studio. I'll let you get settled there, Kel.
Yeah, thanks for having
So
us.
this is my brother, Kelly Reverb. Wave to the camera. Okay. And this is a co-host of his show and a new friend of mine, if I can call you friend, please.
I think we're there.
I would like that, and that is Professor Nolan. These two come on every Friday from, is it 10:30 to 12?
10:30 to 12.
10:30
You
to
got it.
12 every Friday, and the name of their show is This Pink Cloud. So tune in. They just had their first show last Friday.
We did.
You guys knocked it out of the park. It's a show about sobriety and and I'm going to talk a little bit about this and then turn it over to y'all to talk about veterans and how y'all's show can help some of these veterans who are struggling. So my brother and Professor Nolan have a show about sobriety, and they're covering they're tackling a tough subject, and a subject that a lot of people don't want to talk about, and they talk about it in such a non-judgmental way. If you haven't had a chance to catch their show, go back on social media and catch it, thispinkcloud.com, or for sure start catching their shows from now on. One of the things that a lot of our veterans, especially those who have had injuries, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, however it went down when they were fighting for our freedom, so we can sit here and do whatever we want to do.
Have a fun little.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Well, and here's the thing. So a lot of them come back and don't know where to go for medication, or maybe they're on medication, but there's a lot of self-medicating that goes
Sure.
on. And so you have a slippery slope where we have some of our veterans who go down that road of drugs and alcohol. So talk to us about how you guys can speak to the veterans community today on Veterans Day and moving forward about getting relief from that space.
Well, I mean, I think it's I think it's definitely just a commonplace issue that runs rampant through society in general, and definitely with our vets out there. But you got anything, Professor?
Yeah, so it's a weird like chicken or the egg kind of thing.
Yeah, pull the mic. Let's get Mike a little closer. Maybe
little
turn his
closer.
volume up
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
There you go.
Yeah, it's a weird chicken or the egg kind of thing with mental illness and addiction. So a lot of people will struggle with mental illness, PTSD, or even more severe forms of mental illness and self-medicate like you were talking about.
Right.
And then the flip side is true where you can just get into addiction the old-fashioned way like I did, trying to have a good time, and then mental illness will follow that.
Right.
So
that's a good point. And y'all touched on that a little bit, and I know you will more. Sometimes, it's which comes first, the chicken or the egg, like you said. But sometimes that the mental illness can be brought on by the substance abuse.
Absolutely.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you mess with your brain chemistry enough with
I mean,
substances like that,
it's a barbiturate, so it's a depressant. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there you go.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Science.
Well, there you go.
He's been hanging around.
I've been hanging around the professor so long, I mean, it just rubs off.
No, but it's, and I think there's also, generally our veterans are a very proud community. Right.
As well they should be.
I
Look
agree.
at what they've done.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
And there is certainly pride can be one of those blockers that Kelly was kind of talking about where you were that you don't want to talk about.
Right.
So, I mean, it's, there are options I know that are available through the VA, but it really just starts with admitting you have a problem and then going to try and do something about that.
And so, let's say, so I'm a veteran. I'm sitting at home. I've got my, what did y'all call it? DOC, my drug of choice, which would be that
correct.
Some type of pill, some type of substance.
Could be a myriad. It could be,
some what's your favorite alcohol, whatever.
Right.
And you're sitting there, maybe it's not even 5 o'clock, and you've gone through half a bottle of Jack Daniels. Okay, so what? And again, y'all are like,
well, we've done that.
Yes,
Yes.
you've been there, done
Yes,
that. So,
and
so and where's the challenge in your question,
Right.
Kathy? But you guys, are, you've said, and y'all have said this so eloquently about how if you have cancer, you go see a doctor. So if I'm a veteran, I'm struggling with alcohol and/or drug abuse, who do I call? Where do I go?
So
Can they reach out to you guys? And if so,
of course, yes.
how do they get in touch with y'all?
There is actually, if they just go to the thispinkcloud.com, it'll route you to our Facebook page, and then you can just contact us directly through there. So
there we go.
Easy.
And you guys, if it's an issue that with a veteran, you guys can refer them back to one of the Greg or Andrew or Chuck or one of our military experts.
Oh, for sure.
Veteran experts here with JP Kathy Network.
Look, there's help available for this through the VA. I mean, it is a recognized disease. And it's known that this is a common problem with veterans.
Right.
So there is treatment and help available through the VA, and then there's also plenty of other options that are paid, that are some that are free. There's a lot of help out there. But yeah, it's kind of like I said. If you go to the doctor and say my leg hurts, they're going to give you something for the pain. If you go to the doctor and say I can't stop taking these pain medicines, then you're going to get a little bit. You're going to get the help that you need if that's what's going on.
Right.
And a big thing is just across the board, you got to admit it and you got to be honest with yourself because
talk about that.
Denial and a river in Egypt. Isn't that right?
Hey, it's tough.
But talk about it.
It's tough.
Y'all both struggled with that.
I mean, go ahead.
I mean, I was just going to say it's tough. We talked about self-medicating. The fact is, these are strong medications. Alcohol is a strong substance. Pain medicine, whatever it is, they're strong medications, and they will work for a little while to sort of help calm the brain.
Yeah,
so
Well, I mean, what I
the
started
pain or
doing, what I
whatever.
started doing is, you start to get into that Elvis syndrome, if you will. Where you have to chase the high, and then you're too high, and then you got to get back down in the groove, and you just try to keep it and maintain in that pocket of just messed up enough.
it
The
becomes
zone.
hard to manage.
The zone.
Is there just messed up enough on a breathalyzer test?
Well,
Is there a certain point when you get that?
there.
I'm not sure the breathalyzer
Yeah.
works on folks like that, Kelly.
Well, hold on. Well, there's a funny story. Nolan was telling me there was a comedian that actually did this. We always wanted to just get to that point or this point.
Yeah. Well, I always wanted to get there where I'm just there, meaning I'm just okay. And I'm not trying to get so hammered that I fall down the stairs and make a fool of myself.
How do you know? But my goodness,
Hey,
how would you
there is
gauge where
hard to
that
find
is?
something. Exactly.
But then tell him the highway analogy.
Oh yeah, it's like you're driving down the highway and you just miss the there off ramp and you're like, hey, was that it? Oh well, keep going.
Well,
we'll make a U-turn down the road.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
figure it out tomorrow.
wait. There's another liquor store down here anyway,
Yeah.
so it's all good.
And it is funny. A lot of it's funny, but the other sad truth about this is that it's fatal. It's eventually fatal. There are so many weird ways. Overdoses and alcohol poisoning and car wrecks are the ones people are familiar with. But I know a buddy that was an alcoholic that just drowned in a lake. Was going fishing, got too drunk, drowned in a lake. It doesn't say alcoholism on his death certificate,
No, it's drowning.
so to speak. It says
but
drowning.
he was drunk. when he
Exactly.
drowned.
And
Well,
there's-
and then also, and this is something, especially if you're a veteran and you're on some kind of medication. There's a reason that the labels say, "Do not take
Operate
with alcohol
heavy
or-
machinery.
I know. And
That's just a suggestion, Kat.
is that
if
what
you
that
take
is?
that label off the bottle, it
Oh,
doesn't
then
say
you
it.
don't
Right.
see it,
Exactly.
Well, and this is what I love about y'all's show, and this is another reason why, especially if you're in the veteran community, tune into this show if you've got a buddy, a friend, a spouse, a family member, a child, niece, nephew.
Yeah,
who
'cause
you think
if-
is in trouble, because these guys are not judgmental at all, and they're able. I mean, you guys laugh at yourselves
Oh, yeah.
all the time.
No,
y'all
yeah.
make you're like, that was me, you know.
Well, we're a little bit ridiculous. It'd be hard not to laugh. But no, absolutely. I mean, I'm in no place to judge. I mean, this is something I've struggled with for a long, long time.
No, it's just funny though. But you hear like your story, and you're like, "How did these people know my story, man?" It's just like you go to an AA meeting or whatever, and they're like, "Well, why did you tell them all about me?"
We're not as original as we think.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and did y'all find that, because both of y'all went through rehab,
Uh-huh.
went through a 30-day rehab program.
Right. Nolan was 45.
Okay, 45.
I was
okay.
sicker than some. I needed some extra days.
Gotcha. Well, so when you get there, I mean, how did you just say, "Okay, I'm just going to tell my story. I'm going to go with it"? I mean,
It's really up to you. I mean, it's up to the individual. I mean, look, I went to the doctor and I want to take the doctor's advice and I want to get better.
Yeah.
But some people go there really even more begrudgingly than I did.
Yes.
And they'll go there and they just go, well, screw this. I don't want to be in
Yeah.
rehab. And you can tell them that they don't want to be there. And guess what?
No.
Hey, they're going to relapse or go AMA, which is against medical advice, and just bail.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's different for different people. And
Yep.
frankly, the longer you stay, the more you sort of adapt to what's going on around you. I mean, a lot of it is just getting that stuff out of your brain, out of your body, and then kind of reassessing what's really going on.
well, and something that really stuck with me when Kelly got home from rehab, you said something about I gave alcohol something years.
Oh, no. I
Say?
said basically, I gave alcohol 25 years of my life. And then, I've given sobriety 30 days. So why don't we just rock that sobriety a little longer and see if we can
Try and balance those scales a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, oh, wait, sobriety's working for you? Oh, my God. You
that
can
all
think
about?
clear and you have better relationships with people? Oh, my God.
What a crazy
Surprise!
concept.
I feel like John Madden with this microphone. By the way, I need
love it.
I need the big Bob Barker.
Yeah, the long skinny one.
Oh, the one that's all down. Yeah.
Right.
Can you guys work on that?
Sweet,
Getting some long-
Yeah,
70s,
sorry, y'all. We'll try to hook y'all up with that for your Friday
Remember
show.
to stay and neuter your
Yeah,
pets.
yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go.
All right.
There
So
you go,
how
dude.
many months sober, you guys?
I am at 122 days.
But who's
Congratulations.
That is 4.
Oh,
yeah,
we're
but who's counting?
That's
right.
awesome. Yeah.
And I guess we're creeping up on 5 months, maybe a week short of 5 months for me.
Love it.
Yeah.
Well, love you guys dearly. Just so glad that y'all are part of the crew now and part of our network. And we look forward to your show on Friday.
Perfect. And
Look
I
forward to having
did
it.
bring the mini cornhole set up so we can set it up in the hallway.
Love it.
And,
love it.
and bust out a little cornhole activity if we want
love
to.
it. Let's get permission from Chance on where we can set that up. So, and y'all be making cornhole and cornhole things, or what do you call them? Game
cornhole
sets?
boards.
Boards. Okay,
Yeah,
I
come
don't
on,
know. I don't
boards.
know the
Boards,
terminology.
Kathy, boards.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
boards
kid.
and bags.
All right, love you guys.
All right, cool.
Thanks for
Are
having
we
us.
getting kicked out
We'll
now?
see y'all
All right.
Friday. We've got a Zoom caller coming in here shortly. So,
right.
yeah,
Hey,
we thought we were
are
going to have
these-
like.
What is this?
Oh, I'll have to tell you about
Okay,
those. But
cool.
yeah, they're awesome. We thought we would like have 30 minutes in between guests.
Yeah.
And now it looks like we may not have enough time.
All good, dude. Okay.
Love you guys. See
Mic
y'all
drop.
Friday. Oh, that's good stuff. So again, and now just enter, of course, on the perfect cue, we've got Crystal Griffith, who is from She's actually the director of Creative Arts for Christ. Phenomenally talented young lady who JP and I met years and years and years ago through politics, and she just became a friend of ours. And then when we started doing radio, she became a friend of the show. We've supported her endeavors, which changed during COVID. And it's so fun. You know, God is really good, and God is just right there if you're open to listening. Crystal just happened to tune in on August 3rd. On when JP and I we thought but this is before Venture X, when we thought we were going to have to build our own studio out of some office space we had in Frisco. And all of a sudden, Crystal's like, I'm in, I want to show on your network, showed us a set that she had already built because she was going to try to do something like this on her own with her Creative Arts for Christ extremely talented kids. And so she's got a show, the Punchline Players, every Thursday night. And she wanted to give a shout out to our veterans. Can we get Crystal on? We're trying to angle the camera a little bit different so we can see all of your beautiful face. There we go. There's Crystal. So we love you. We love your parents. We love your show. We are so appreciative and so happy that you're part of our network. I know you've got a special family mention for this Veterans Day, Crystal.
Yes. Thank you for having me on, Kathy and JP. I hope that this is a great day for all of you. It's a wonderful day for all of us to remember as Americans. And, you know, if you've come over to America and you're still learning about our process, it is so educational to I think, to study history and to learn about all the different wars that were fought, why they were fought. And, you know, it's always a thing to honor the people that have come before us.
Right.
So in my personal family, we had people that fought in the Civil War. So I'm in Texas, but we fought for the North. And
that's okay.
You know, they ended up winning. So, you know, I've gone to see where his name is etched in stone, and Daniel Griffith. And then like my family members that fought in World War I, my grandfather fought in World War II. This is his Navy hat. Look at this.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited that you
How
have
fun
that.
is that?
That's amazing.
Love that. Thank you for sharing that.
He actually he lost he was on the boat, you know, and they were over there in 45 when they say the war is over, and then someone loses his uniform, and as they're having to, you know, got to come back, you got to, you know, do a thing over here, and so he had to go get a new uniform. So this is from an entire set of a brand new old World War II uniform. He barely wore this one.
Wow.
Just a few times. So I'm very lucky to have it, and we'll always protect it and keep it near to my heart. And something else I want to show. This is a picture of a lot of people that they were at the J.E. Woodward Command, June 24th, 1943, the U.S. Naval Training Station, June 24th, 1943,
wow.
right before he shipped off. This was his class. And what's interesting about this particular photo.
What year again is this? This is amazing.
1943. Wow. And he's kind of in the middle behind the captain. He died June 24th, 2008. He died 65 years to the day that this photo was taken.
Wow. Mm.
And then
What a special
I
thing
reminded-
for you to have.
I reminded there's people in this photo that died a few weeks later.
Mm. Mm.
And I'm so lucky I got to meet my grandpa. Like, he gave me all these stories. He would tell me all the things that happened and how he earned the Purple Heart. And he said, I decline it graciously, but I have friends that lost arms and legs.
Mm.
And I got something stuck in my back and I can walk. So I don't need that Purple Heart.
Wow.
And it just tears me up when I think about it, because just to all of our veterans that are alive and of the families of those who have lost people, either they were in a war or they lived a long life, but they are no longer with us, like people like my grandpa from World War II, because a lot of our veterans now are from Vietnam and more current wars. Just how much we appreciate what you've done for us. I mean, I cannot begin to say thank you, because, I mean, some of you have given your entire lives. You've given your life for me, and you don't know me. And you just did it because you said it is my call to country to do this.
And Crystal,
to fight a cause.
What a beautiful, beautiful, heartfelt tribute. Not only to your grandfather, but to our veterans on Veterans Day. Thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you to them. It's not enough you can say, but we should say it more than one day a year. But we will keep saying it for generations to come.
Absolutely. And so tell us about your show. And we're so excited. If our veterans just want to have some good, clean fun with these kids are just so talented. I'm like, I can't wait to say, I knew them when.
Right. And some of them won't even pursue acting, beyond high school too. Basically our company, like she said, we had to figure out what to do during the time of COVID. And I'm really glad we pivoted this way. And I'm glad we partnered with y'all, because I've seen so many people try to go back to in-person, and now we have rising cases and they're trying to pull stuff again. And when you got families involved in calendars, we're all living through this mess. But with Punchline Players, we are doing a system where they're broadcasting from their homes. They are recording things in advance from their homes, and so they can do it safely. And then we put everything together, and I've got a great team of actors, of tech engineers that also help with the converting everything and all the files. And we have a 30-minute episode of just pure fun, clean comedy that you can enjoy every Thursday night at 7:00 right here on JP, Kathy, and the Crew.
Oh, thank you
And
so
we
much,
love
Crystal.
that.
We love your
Love
show.
your family.
Yeah.
Please tell your mom and dad hello for me.
Yes, we love your mom and dad.
Well, thank you for what you guys are doing today.
All right, thank you so much,
and we have a
Crystal.
new show this week.
We've got a new show tomorrow night.
Thursday night.
Okay, what day is it?
What day is it?
We've been broadcasting
Crystal,
since 7.
when you broadcast for 10 hours, you forget where you're at.
So Thursday we have a new show. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Crystal.
Well, Crystal, we love you.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to give her that nitro cold coffee, Crystal.
No. We love you, Crystal. You're the best.
Thank you, Crystal.
God bless you. Thanks.
Hey, super excited about our next guest.
Very excited. And did you see what Tess just put on our feed?
No, hold on. I got to go look. Hold on.
We've got a big. We're almost
Nicole,
to our.
come on up here,
Nicole. Come on
Nicole.
over, Nicole. We're almost to our $500 match.
Well, guess what? I just teared up. My father just donated $100.
Well, then we've hit our $500. Yay, Stan, we love you. Because guess how much Tess Armstrong donated?
How much?
$250.
Well, looky there. All right. Boy, we need to get an update in here. We got to get Coralie in here or something like that.
This is so
Nicole,
great.
That's
This
yours.
is so great. All right. Hey,
So
Nicole, how are you?
we've got Nicole Hayes here, and I love this.
Okay.
So, but I'm going to let Nicole tell us, though.
Oh, you've got jazz hands going, so you must be super excited.
I am. And Nicole, what camera is it, Charles? Oh, wait, give him a minute, he says. So, Nicole, tell everybody, and you got to use the mic there, tell everybody what your organization is. I got exciting news, Coralie. Oh, my gosh. My dad, $100, right? Yeah, oh, yeah, it killed me. Tess Armstrong, $250. And now we need Tess to get on the phone and get her friends to donate because we got to reach 10 grand.
Well, she's the one who threw down the gauntlet, so you go, Tess.
Yep.
So we're going to, and then I thought we had another $100 that had come in, right?
That was from my my aunt and my uncle.
So that's, am I doing my math
We're
right?
at $450.
$450. Okay, we need $50 more
dollars to match the $500.
To get an extra $500.
From America's Realtor.
Yes, from Melanie, she was the blonde on earlier that was very shy.
Very, very shy.
So we need $50 more in the next In the
Well,
next, like,
wait a minute. We might.
HHPPI.
Did Nicole just put down the gauntlet? $50 more. Are you sure, Nicole?
Yes.
All right, Nicole Hayes, $50. Melanie, it's over.
Oh, Melanie.
It's
We
over.
just got our $500 match.
America's real estate coach. You gotta bone up. It's
I
it's
love
over.
it. So
We
another-
made it.
I love it.
We
Another
made it.
500.
All right. We just raised $1,000 in an hour. Keep
love
this
it.
rolling. Way to go,
Yeah.
Melanie. Way to go, Nicole.
Woo! Good stuff.
Great show.
Amen. Amen, sister. I love
Amen,
it.
amen, amen. So thank you so much, and Melanie, thank you for matching America's. I'm so excited. America's real estate coach.
Love it.
For matching the $500, and where it came
Thank
from.
you.
It came from my father, which
Right.
brought me to tears.
Yep.
My aunt and my uncle. They donated
Yep.
another 100. Then it was
Tess
Tess
Armstrong
Armstrong
with
for
$250.
$250. And then
Love
Nicole
Tess.
Hayes donated $50 to close out our $500. We raised $1,000
No, we're gonna
in
keep,
less than an hour.
We're taking donations all day.
Yeah,
today.
don't stop. We gotta get
Don't
to
stop.
10,000.
I mean, that was just a 1 hour goal.
And we'll give you
That was a 1 hour goal.
We will give you an update on the total here in a little bit, but I can tell you this: we're 5 times above our goal.
This is unreal.
Oh, here we go.
y'all.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Here she comes. Get over here in front of the camera, girl.
Go right there in front of that camera.
Okay.
Look at that. There it is. Proof in the pudding.
There it is.
The checks have been written. Thank you so much, America's real estate coach.
Credit card for me.
Credit card for that's all right. We'll do it. We've got the ability. But yeah, so $1,000. So
That's
our
awesome.
whole goal.
Thank you. Mwah. We love you. Thank
Well,
you.
our whole
So
goal
good.
was $1,000 for the telethon.
Yeah.
We raised
you put us
$1,000
over
in
the
an hour.
top.
Wow.
I mean, this is amazing. So we're over what now?
We're I can't give an exact
we can't
number,
yet. Okay.
but I can tell you we are 5 times what we had set our goal
This
at.
is amazing.
So our new goal.
All I can say is one to do
That's
it.
right.
Oh,
One to do it.
Yeah. Yep.
So
there you
now-
go. God is good.
We got 4 hours to raise $5,000 more, Kathy, because
Woo,
our
no
goal is
pressure.
10 grand.
No pressure.
So we got to get busy. We
No
got to get
pressure.
busy and raise
We
that
need
dough.
you to go on. We've got
It
several.
is. I believe it
Yeah,
too.
we've got several different social media feeds that you can push out from JP's page, from my page,
Well, but-
from JP Kathy and the Crew. But go to our website.
That's right. JPKcrew.com.
That's got the donate information too.
Well, it's got
Share
everything.
it to your email
Yeah.
list, text it to your friends, put it out on social media. Today's Veterans Day. Y'all, the stuff that we're able to do, everything, the fact that we're able to argue about elections, the fact that we're able to go to church, the fact that we're able to go see a show, the fact that we're able to come to a place like Venture X, the fact that we're able to do any of what we do is literally because of our veterans,
That's
our
right.
military and our veterans. So let's do right
Well,
by them today.
And patriots like Nicole, patriots
Amen.
like Melanie, patriots like
Amen.
Leon,
You got
patriots
it.
like Coach Quigley, patriots like Tess, patriots like my aunt and my dad, my
Yeah.
uncle.
Congressman Van Taylor, who was on
Congressman
our
Van
show, put his
Taylor.
money where his mouth is, $100 this morning, and
That's
he
right.
served our country.
That's right.
Yeah.
He sure did. So,
So,
all right. So
what does
Nicole,
Nicole do? I'm
we have so
dying
much
to know.
excitement. Now we
Okay.
I want to go with her.
Okay, I can't wait to hear what this
Yeah.
is.
All right, Nicole. Tell them about your organization and tell them what you do.
My organization name is HHPPI, and the meaning of HHPPI is Holywood Heavenly Prayer Productions. We reach out to young adults, older adults. We're working on veterans. You know, we want to get homes for the veterans. We have a
Fantastic.
lot of younger men and women that are going out now and they're enlisting. Like for my daughter, her best friend, soon as she got out of high school, she went straight into the military. She went into the Army. She served 2 sessions.
2 tours. Wow.
And
God bless her. Please tell her we
yes.
said thank you.
Her name
Yes.
is Vanessa.
Vanessa,
Wow,
thank
we
you.
love you.
Yes.
Thank you.
My dad served in the military.
All
May he
right.
Rest in peace. I still have his dog tags.
Oh,
They're at home. They're at
love
home.
it. Oh,
And
love it.
we're working on doing something called Koinonia, which is it's a bowling thing.
So I ain't doing this.
And it's like they come out,
okay,
and I am prepared to sponsor 5 single adults and 5
Oh.
single females, 5 single males. Also, married couples.
Okay.
And HHPPI will pay for the 2 games, and we'll provide the meal. And we just want you to come out and fellowship, because that's a word.
That is a word.
Amen. Yes.
It's in the Bible.
Yes, it is.
And it's fellowship. What they did in the early Christian days, they went to people's homes and they fellowship with them, and they broke bread.
Yes.
And
I
they
love it.
prayed.
Yep. Yes,
they
ma'am.
fasted, they prayed, and we need to get out and reach our fellow sisters and brothers.
We need to get back to that.
Yes.
We do.
I mean, I think we're connected more as humans when we come together in fellowship.
Yes.
That's what we've done here at Venture X today with JP, Kathy, and the crew. This is when everybody comes together, you're uplifted. You get and again you may be meeting somebody who's had a similar struggle to you, especially in our veterans community. And so, why not lean on each other?
Right. Because, people, wives lose their husbands, husbands lose their wives.
Yeah, kids lose their parents. And then
they come out and enjoy a round of bowling.
I'm telling you, I'm going with her.
Forget that.
Oh, no.
And also,
are you and I going to be comic relief?
Yes.
Okay.
We also have a slogan where it says, "We all have our spiraling moments, but when you spiral, which way do you spiral? Up with heavenly prayers or down with worldly affairs?"
I love
Heavenly
that.
prayers.
Oh, I love that.
Nicole,
so much.
tell everybody how to get a hold of you.
Love that
Well,
so much.
you can reach me on my Facebook page. It's Nicole Lavender Hayes. You can also email me, nhayes132@yahoo.com.
One more time with that.
nhayes132@yahoo.com, and our business website, it's hhppi.com.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much.
Yes, you are delightful, and thank you for donating.
Hey, let
can
us
you get on our
know-
social media feed and put that information in on JP, Kathy, and the crew, so everybody can capture that in the comments?
Well, and also
Thank you.
would love to record when you do the bowling thing and bring you on and talk about it.
Okay.
We could do
So
a remote.
Let's coordinate with that. Exactly.
Yeah, great idea,
let's
JP.
coordinate that, and we'd love to help push that
Awesome.
out.
Thank you.
Nicole,
thank
God
you.
bless you.
Awesome.
Thank you
We
so
love
much
you.
you're doing.
Thank you. Oh my
All right.
goodness. God bless you.
All right, well, have
be
fun.
safe. Travel safe.
Thank you.
Please
And
travel safe.
Nicole,
and stay
all you got to
healthy.
do is go to that site right there, or we can do it right across the hall for your $50 donation to a disabled American veteran.
That's awesome.
All right, thanks so much. All right, it's time to turn it
Thank
back over to
you.
Greg.
Okay.
And then after Greg, we're going to release the big number.
You were going to get a big number, and then we've got one of our young podcasters.
I'm excited about this
who's gonna
guy
be
right
coming
here.
on. So, and his dad has served our country.
That's right.
His dad Calvin has served our country. But yeah, we'll be getting him. These
We
guys on.
got these guys on after. We got Tom Plunkett that's going to come on and talk to veterans after. We've
I
got
love
Kelly
it.
Parker coming on at 4:00 who matched
which
$1,000,
is wonderful.
and his wife Tammy. And then we've got
Awesome.
Justin Nichols at 4:15.
Oh no.
He's going to donate.
Oh
We're
wait,
going to
Miss
find out.
Texas at 2:30.
Yeah, and Miss Texas at 2:30. So yeah, we're packed
Wait,
jammed.
Justin Nichols, doesn't he need to be after hours?
Let's see. Maybe. Well, that's why I did 4:15. That's our after hours.
During the happy hour time.
During the happy hour time.
Okay.
So I'm going to grab my computer. Well, Greg's got to come on. This is his people. Where is Greg? I don't know, Justin. No,
Who do we
Greg.
have on right now?
Oh, Justin Nichols is on? Well, heck,
Right
throw
now?
him on real quick. I was expecting
Oh,
4:50.
no.
Look at that handsome fella.
Justin!
How are y'all? Good. Hey,
Oh,
we
we
only
love
got a
ya.
couple minutes. I was expecting you at 4:15.
I said, are you appropriate for daytime? Aren't you an after hours guest?
I can do 4:15, and but I can't. That is an hour and 15 minutes into happy hour, and I can't guarantee the state of my affairs.
Well, no, I want
now.
no
Let's keep it
4:15
now.
because we got time. No, I want 4:15. I want you back at 4:15. I want you after hours.
No, oh no.
All right. Well, I'll be here at 4:15. I look forward to talking to you.
Hey, love you, my friend.
All right. I'll see y'all soon.
All right. Bye bye. All right. Where's Greg?
Oh. Who do we have next?
That's Todd. That's gonna be Greg's person.
Okay, all right.
Greg!
Greg, you're back on, honey.
All right, so here
All
we go.
right,
We're yelling
so
and screaming. We got
we're
things happening at the telethon.
What hour
you
are
need to
we
call
in?
972-232-7199.
Donate to www.davtexasservicefoundation.com.
We've got $5,000 left to go. Here it
Yes.
goes. Rally cap time. Time for the rally cap. Let's go get them.
How
I'm
many
gonna get out
hours
of
have we
Greg's
been on the
way.
air?
Too long. Gotta go.
Okay, we've been on the air since 7
Let
a.m.
me
So
get out
if
of
we seem
Greg's
a little,
way.
a little silly and out of it. And here's the thing, JP and I, we always under anticipate. We were like, oh, we'll probably have like 30 minutes in between each
nobody will be
telethon
on.
guest, and we're going to run out of time today.
Well, we'll go till 10 o'clock.
We'll go late if we need to. That's all good. So anyway, so Greg O'Connell, who is the reason who inspired this telethon today, he is going to be sponsoring a show, he's going to be hosting a show that is sponsored by the Texas DAV, and we're just so excited about his show and about what he has to bring to the table. So we're about to turn the show back over to Greg. That way, I'm going to go get some of that barbecue out there.
Yeah.
All right.
What's happening to the wall? It's attacking.
Oh no, is it coming after you? There you go. You got your headset and your mic. All right, and then if Charles, if I can have you focus the camera on Greg and his guests, because I'm going to go do some. I'm going to go eat some barbecue. I love you, honey. Are you okay here by yourself? I think you are. Since you're starting a show on Friday, I think you are.
Besides, I got. Some people say Todd and I are brothers.
I love it.
Look
I
out.
love it. Y'all
work together.
Yeah, y'all do. Yeah, y'all look alike. Y'all can. Well, and and Dean King, I've got to give him a plug real quick before you get started. JP and I had a chance to go out and see the presentation, see how y'all help these veterans become business owners, become businessmen and businesswomen. Incredible. Just, and I don't know, maybe you may need to do a remote from out there one day, because that's just good stuff. And let me know, and I'll come back out there, because I did get a ding out of a car.
She did
so
get a ding out of a car.
I'd like to that's therapeutic.
Although I think you put a ding in the car.
I was going to say, I think I did it the opposite way. Overcorrection. All right. Greg, take it away, my friend.
So, without further ado, and I'm sorry, I'm going to ask this on air.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Water.
Oh, I'll go grab.
I know I'll get dry here in a minute. I'm sorry to ask you.
Please, I'll grab you some.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I have to take my headset off first.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
That's terrible. I hope no one heard that.
It's a telethon. Everybody's hearing everything.
Right. Charles, do we have that Ding King video that they showed earlier? Can you cue that up? It was. If you could check with Corley, Chamberlain ran it earlier. I'd love to show that again. Okay.
It's an apple.
Oh. So we've got on the phone my good friend Todd Sudak, who is the CEO and founder of the Ding King Training Institute. Todd was on earlier, and we got involved in the conversation. There's so much more to talk about, and so I asked Todd if he would come back, and he's agreed to do that. And Todd, thank you for doing that. And are you there? Can you hear me okay?
My pleasure, Greg. I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. Loud and clear. Thank you for being flexible, folks. This is our first telethon, and it's my first time ever being on air like this, so we're all a little chaotic. Kathy and JP less than me, but great people like Todd and others are being flexible. And Todd, thanks for doing that. I appreciate it.
Of course.
So where we were, what we were talking about earlier was effectively where the idea of Ding King came from, when you started it. So, Todd, as you know, this show's going out across the world right now. We're in so many different time zones, not just Central and Pacific, right? But if you could just take a few minutes and for anyone who wasn't listening before, just sort of give a brief or whatever amount of time you need intro regarding the Ding King, how it came about, the Training Institute, where the idea came from, etc. If you don't mind repeating that, I'd appreciate it.
No problem. I'd be happy to. I'm going to keep it a little bit more brief because I've got James Ramirez, my certified master instructor.
Oh, great.
Who would love the opportunity to talk to veterans today and explain what makes this opportunity so rewarding for them and how they're built specifically for this type of business. It's extremely therapeutic. It's fun. It's relaxing. It's enjoyable. And more than anything, it's rewarding.
Yeah, that's
And,
well said. Cathartic, eh?
Cathartic is the word.
Yeah.
We hear it all the time.
Yeah.
When vets are during training and they got their headphones on and they're just rocking out, enjoying life. You got to tap them on the shoulder to catch their attention.
Yeah.
And it's great. It's great. You've seen it in action.
I have. It's wonderful too, I tell you.
Well, I went to college in the 80s and I got out in 89 and I was in the financial world. I was in real estate and finance. And I was looking for something that I can own my own business. And I had a dent in my car. I attempted to work it out myself with a screwdriver and some duct tape wrapped around it to dull the tip. And I was looking to just pop the dent out. It didn't work out so well. My neighbor saw me trying to do it. He recommended that I call a guy out that did this professionally. He came out. I watched him. I researched where I can go to school and learn the trade. I practiced it for a few months, and a few months down the road, I owned a company called the Ding King, and I serviced retail customers at car washes. And I didn't get into that too much, but my first place to generate customers that I went to was a local car wash called South Pacific Car Wash.
Mm-hmm.
And they had 10,000 customers a month rolling through, which we'll call it 350 a day. And I would approach them, and I approached the car wash manager first, and I asked him for I gave him my pitch, and my pitch was basically, I'd love to be able to sell my services on your service drive as the customers are coming in. And he said, well, how do I make money doing that? I said, I'll give you a third of the profits. Excuse me, a third of the revenue.
Okay.
He says, can you do a demo for me? I took a golf ball, wrapped it in a white sock, slammed it into the side of my Jeep Grand Cherokee. He goes, holy cow, you must be confident. I said, well, let's go see what we can do. And I took the dent out in about 5 minutes. He said, all right, you've got, you're definitely not going to offend my customers. You know, you're savvy and you obviously can take the dents out. So what's going to be the pricing model? How are we going to do this?
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, basically I'll collect all the money and I'll pay you 70% of all the invoiced revenue that you perform in that week.
Wow.
So every Monday morning we'd have a payout and we'd sit down, have a cup of coffee and go over the invoices. Bottom line is I generated $27,000 my first month in revenue at this car wash, doing nothing but nickel, dime, quarter size door dings. And my presentation to the customers was, hi, my name's Todd. I'm with the Ding King. I do paintless dent repair. I noticed as you were driving onto the drive that you had a couple door dings on the left side of your car and a big dent on the right front fender. Would you like a free estimate today to have that repaired? Sure. And my average ticket was about $225. The average length of time for me to repair that damage was about an hour and 20 minutes.
Wow.
And a company was born. I quickly hired guys that I felt would be good employees, and I trained them. And the guy to my right sitting here now is James Ramirez. He's a certified master instructor, been with me going on 22, 23 years.
Mm-hmm.
He trained all my employees. He trained all of the dealerships, body shops, entrepreneurs. He trains all our veterans today. And between him, Lee Roth, and Chase, who runs my South Carolina facility, who's also a vet, we've got a pretty good thing going. We've got a very dedicated team of leaders on my staff that train veterans to do their own thing. And if they're not geared up to do their own thing, they can have the opportunity of working with Ding King in any one of our divisions that we have. And that's a brief synopsis.
Yeah,
it's a little wordy, but
no, it's good. It's good. It's it gives a good picture, Todd. And I think it's a natural segue, what you just talked about, into a couple of questions. And I know you, and I've known you for a few years now, and I think what you folks do there is exceptional.
Thank you.
But when it comes to that question, are you exceptional, from the context of, does that model still work today, and can someone else learn that model today and go out and do it and be productive, profitable, live a prosperous life? Is that possible, or is that days gone by?
No, very, very possible. I mean, with the amount of hail that comes falling out of the sky, across a multitude of the states across America, there's lots of hail. And if you've ever seen hail fall out of the sky and hit those cars,
right,
they damage them pretty good.
Yeah,
and
good
in
point.
lieu of going to a body shop and having to have your entire car repainted and be without the car for upwards of a month, you can have a paintless dent repair technician that's graduated and been certified by the Ding King do your car. It takes a day, perhaps 2 days. And the average revenue per car is between $5,000 and $7,000.
Goodness.
So extremely rewarding. Somebody that probably could speak to that more is James, and I believe you've met him. So
yeah.
If you don't mind, let me have James talk to you about it.
Sure, absolutely. James, how are you?
I'm good. Good. How are you
Welcome,
guys?
and I'm great. Welcome. Thanks for being on the show. I appreciate it. Say
You know,
hello.
it was-
Say hello to all our veterans out there.
Hey guys, hope you guys are all having a wonderful day out there,
Thanks, buddy. Guys and gals.
guys and gals. That's right.
So, James, talk about a little bit from your perspective. I was just asking Todd about exceptional. Does it take someone exceptional to do this work? Which is to say, can they learn it? How hard is it? I was good in some classes in school and college, but maybe not so in others. So talk about that in terms of these veterans learning this craft. Just talk about that a little bit.
And the individuals that come through here don't have to be exceptional.
Right.
Our goal is to teach them to become exceptional. Okay.
Well said.
A lot of the guys who do come through here, the one key factor amongst all of our students is they have to have that dedication and that focus. And that's the one thing that we love about a lot of our veteran students who have come through here, is they do have that dedication. They do have that focus. They put their heads down and they're willing to just work and just
Right.
push right through, any frustration, obviously with the right guidance.
Mhm.
But in this industry with PDR, itself, it is a very, very difficult, system to learn. It's an art. We're day to day, we're trying to teach these guys to become artists, to meticulously massage this metal and get it back to where it needs to be. And, in order to do that, again, you have to have that focus and that drive. And with that, your end results can be exceptional.
Great. Great.
And
Great. Let me ask you something. I was thinking about this with Todd when he was on, and I think I had seen where there were some videos. Was it on YouTube? Is there some place, if someone's contemplating or considering, that they can go and watch a video of how this is done, et cetera, to give them a little bit more idea of what's actually happening?
yeah, we actually have a YouTube channel. It's the Ding King Training Institute, the Ding King Paintless Dent Repair School on YouTube. And we opened that up, a couple years back, and we started posting videos. We tried to do them daily, which became kind of overwhelming, and we put them on there weekly. And the main reason for that was to basically open up our doors and say, hey, come on inside. Let us show you. Let's take you through, steps A to Z and show you exactly what we go through. A lot of guys would call us up and ask for information, and,
Right.
they'd see pictures and some of our literature and so on. And, they had our website, but with something like YouTube, it actually opens us up and it puts them in contact, or puts them in the shoes of the other students who are here currently, and it allows them to actually see, hey, okay, that guy's in the same industry I am. That guy's a veteran also. That guy's a car salesman, and he's looking to do this also. Okay, if he's doing it, I can do this. And also,
Got it. And I don't know if this next question is best for you or Todd, or maybe both of you. And that is, Todd was talking about all of the things that you all teach the veteran with regard to first learning how to push or pull a dent, etc., wheels, windshields, so on and so forth. So The question I have is, do you also teach them how to price that? I couldn't even imagine somebody, pulling up to my establishment and me even pretending to put a price tag on the work that needs to be done to their vehicle. So how do you teach them that, and talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we do go through a lot of the pricing. We set up different scenarios for the students, and we do it as a group, teaching lesson for everybody. We'll set up different scenarios for individual students once we put the dents or the damage, whether it's on a wheel or leather repair or windshield. And we'll go through the process of how long it's going to take, whether there's material costs, involved in it and so on. And we factor all of that into the actual job, and we will give them an estimate ourselves, as instructors with our experience. But the other thing that we have that we use also is a software that we recently started using. And that software there helps us to set that platform and basically keep everybody honest across the board in this industry, and at the same time pay our technicians what they're worth.
Okay, I got it. And one of the things that Todd and I were talking about when last he and I spoke, I'm going to say regarding the school, was probably 3-4 months ago, and that is, with the idea of teaching the veterans how to run their own business if they want to, or as Todd mentioned earlier, if they want to work for the Ding King as a part of a team that goes out and does weather related episodes, if you will. Do most of these veterans, when they come into this, are they thinking, I want my own business? Are they thinking, yeah, no way in heck do I want to do that. I don't want to run my own thing. Where's normally the mindset? And the reason I'm asking that question is for this. A lot of veterans and active duty currently listening are thinking, and they're asking themselves, okay, well, what if I don't want to have my own company? And yes, I can work for the Ding King, but talk about the rewards of both. And again, the mindset coming in with these veterans, are they, as I said, are they coming in thinking, yeah, I want my own business, teach me how to do it? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and it's kind of split on the veterans that do come through. Okay, some of the guys come through and they've been transitioned out for a while, and they've already established their own business. Some guys are detailing, some guys have a windshield installation company, some guys have security. They have a couple of different backgrounds that they come from.
Okay.
And if it is in the auto industry, then they're adding this. They're coming through with the mindset of adding this onto their existing business.
Okay. All right.
Some of the other veterans that do come through are recently transitioning out, and they're still trying to really figure out their direction and which way they want to go, whether they want to set something up for themselves, or if they want to, if they're going to want to come and work for somebody, or, they're really unsure. And I think by us showing them the different options and explaining to them the different options available to them, it's easier for them to decide once they come through if they are, unsure.
Right.
Paintless dent repair isn't something you said, like you mentioned earlier. That's not the only thing that we teach here. We're teaching, dent repair. We're teaching small damage repair on bumpers and fenders. We're teaching wheel restoration, auto detailing, paint correction, ceramic coating, interior repair. We're teaching everything.
Wow.
So if the guy wants to come through and learn every single one of those systems, he can. If he wants to come through and just put his focus in, they can, whether, men or women, both, we have everybody who comes through here, and
not to be naive, women come through as well.
Oh, and as a matter of fact, women do way better than the men.
I was just going to say, ladies that come through the program are extremely meticulous.
Oh, wow,
they're
that's
detailed.
That's awesome.
This is not a business, Greg, where you got to be strong.
Uh-huh.
This is more about finesse. This is not using your muscle. It's more about just using your skill sets that you learn. It's easy on the back.
Yeah.
It's relatively, it's a fun business is what it is. I mean, I don't know how to describe it other than, when I go to work every day, and I'm 29 years into the business, I go to work every morning. I'm in the office between 6:45 and 7:15, and I put in a full day, and it's a rewarding day every day.
Yeah.
It's different every day. And I'd say guys and girls, no matter what part of the country they're coming from, if they're going to do paintless dent repair, there's complimentary programs that we offer to help them capture more revenue per invoice. So when they see Greg's car and they notice there's a scuff bumper, they've got a $400 opportunity there. They may see an opportunity to do some serious paint correction and ceramic coating for a couple $1,000, or it might just be some door dings for 100 or 150.
Okay. So I want to talk to the vets that are out there. We've got about, I don't know, 8 minutes left, which time flies when we're doing this. But I want to talk to those veterans out there who are listening, and also some current active duty who are, in their case, about to transition out. And I want to preface what I'm going to ask with something that I saw recently at your school in Texas. And I happened to be over there, and there was a young guy, and quite frankly, he was missing a leg. He had a prosthesis, clearly disabled, but here he is doing the work. And it made me think, wow, there's a lot of veterans out there that, that could be PTSD or TBI. And I'm not really asking you to talk about per se the disability. I'm saying for those out there that are thinking that, boy, this isn't for me, when in fact, having watched this guy, he was just as good as anybody else in the classroom at the time. And I was really amazed at not only his dexterity, but his mental approach to it. And I know I'm going to talk to the gals later on, Todd, but I'm just wondering, James, this is, I think, more for you when you've got a veteran in class, and you can tell that, as I was talking about earlier, maybe the 1,000-yard stare, what have you. 22 years, I'm sure you've run into that situation where, may take a little extra something. And I'm not quite sure what that something is, because I couldn't do what you guys do in terms of teaching. So can you just kind of talk about that a little bit? And mind you, there's a lot of folks listening to this question because, we're the disabled American veterans, and I'm just wondering about that.
And over the course of the years, I've had several students come through with, whatever, if it was, PTSD or some sort of, physical disability, and we've had to adjust to that individual student. Every student that comes through here, we have a set curriculum, we have a set way that we, things that we need to teach and we need to show by the end of their course. But throughout that course, though, we adjust certain things, based on the student, whether if the guy, is struggling, with just, recently transitioning out, we tailor it to that individual student.
Wow.
Okay. So if I do recognize that a student is struggling a little bit more so in maybe keeping his focus or, being able to adjust physically to whatever it is we're having him do. I've been in this industry long enough to where I can go through and I can recognize that, number one, and two, help to adjust him or her and put them in the right positions and maybe talk them through and give them different scenarios and kind of relate it to something that may actually make sense to what maybe they're dealing with.
That's impressive. I tell you what,
Greg, if I can add to that,
of course.
Being disabled, physically or mentally, or just any individual being challenged by any issue, you meet lots of people going through training. We're training between 40 and 50 people a month. You get to meet a lot of people, and over the last 29 years, we've met every type of person. And the only people that I truly believe in my heart that are untrainable, that wouldn't be good at this, is somebody that thinks they know everything.
Okay.
If you give me a young man or woman that's eager to learn, we're going to teach them.
Wow.
If you give me somebody that's been picking and filing for 50 years and they know it all, they tend to be the more challenging student.
Sure.
So
Sure.
having somebody coming out of the military and transitioning into civilian life and not sure what career pathway they're going to go, those are the people that we see week in and week out, and we tailor fit the program, like James said, specifically for whatever challenge or disability they're facing.
Yeah. And you know, Todd, I'm gonna say something, and that is, you're a businessman.
Yes, sir.
You're focused on the business. You know, why focus on the student and adapt, as they say? And let me preface that as not being I'm not patronizing you. I'm not pandering. I'm not talking down. A quick example: when my son came back, this is real quick, and was out. Decided to use his GI Bill, go back to college. His very first day of college class would have been the start of his sophomore year. Professor stands up front, and she is reading roll call, if you will, and she notices that says on there that he's a veteran. And she commences to then effectively scold him for you know, boy, why would you do that? And I'm not kidding about this. This was it saddened me. And he came home, and I said, well, what did you say? And I can't use the colorful language he used, but he effectively said, look, I fought to give you the freedom and the right to say exactly what you said. And he told her what else he thought, and he got up and walked out. And so when I asked that question, I'm really not, I'm not pandering. I'm not patronizing. Why veterans?
I explained this to you in the earlier segment this morning. My mom came from a large family of brothers and sisters, so my aunts and uncles served proudly. And being around them and their friends and all the veterans that I've come to know and love over the years, owning and operating Ding King, it's become a passion. I mean, I'm extremely passionate about my business. When I came in this morning, there's 14 students on campus. And one of them came into me and had some questions about some business and marketing topics that we spoke about yesterday in our session.
Right.
He says, I just think it's incredible. Every single morning you're here before us, or you're walking in as we're coming in. You don't need to do that.
Right.
And I said, of course I do. I got to set the example.
Right.
You lead by example, and my customers are my business. You know, I'm extremely passionate and extremely sensitive to what their needs are. So making sure that we fulfill their needs and exceed their expectations is just something that we do. It's inherent in our DNA.
Yeah.
And I don't want it to be corny. I just want it to be real. I mean,
listen,
this is
important.
as real as I get. We're passionate about it. I mean, our veterans, they've served our country, and why should they settle for a security position at somebody's guard gated community?
Right.
I've hired 4 veterans from the community that I live in, and why are you guarding a gate for $12 an hour?
Right.
You know, so I'm all about changing people's lives.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm passionate about. I preach what I teach. I've done all the services that we offer here. James has been by my side for 23 years. We love what we do.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, your guests today, they can hear it in my voice.
Yeah.
It's a real business for real people that want to work hard and change the dynamics of their life. They want to be rewarded for what they do day in and day out. And this is something they'll have fun doing.
That's awesome. Buddy, you and I are going to have one more very brief session to wrap the day later on. And we'll wrap now because I'm really happy and excited to talk to Michelle and Cher. Thank you, Todd, so much for making them available to chat with us. And
of course, I hope you get that video live so we can wish all our veterans happy Veterans Day from Ding King.
It should be up here momentarily. After you and I get off, we'll show that. And I just thank you so much. I'm proud to know you. I'm proud to know your people out there. It really warms me to know there's folks out there like you that really want to help our veterans, and your staff is the exact same as you. They're a perfect embodiment and reflection of you, and you've done well, my friend. Thank you so much for what you do, and we'll talk again in maybe an hour or so, whenever that is. Thank you, Todd. I
Our
appreciate
pleasure,
it.
Greg. Happy Veterans Day, everybody.
Thank you. James, thank you so much for, again, making yourself available too. It's important, the things that you had to say. You've got a big crowd out here listening, so thank you, James.
Of course, my pleasure, and happy Veterans Day to everybody.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
You bet.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there it is. There's the video. Is it on? Oh, there.
Thank you for protecting our freedom.
Thank you for
Yeah.
serving our country. Thank you for your acts of bravery.
Thank you for.
There we go.
Thank you to all members of our military in all branches, past, present, living, and gone.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Thank you for serving no matter what.
Thank you for protecting our freedom.
Thank you for serving our country. Thank you for your acts of bravery.
Thank you for your dedication.
Thank you for your heroism.
Thank you, veterans, for your service.
Thank you, veterans, for your courage. Thank you for everything you did. I know the sacrifice is great. I myself is a veteran, and I just want to thank y'all for everything. We wouldn't be here without you. We wouldn't be able to live in this amazing country. Thank you for your selflessness. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for your patriotism. Thank you for your commitment. Happy Veterans Day, everybody. My name's Todd Sudak. I'm the president of the Ding King Training Institute, and I just want to thank you for serving our country, for all the men and women that have honorably protected and served and sacrificed for us. All of us Americans appreciate you, particularly everybody at the Ding King. God bless you, and we love you.
I tell you, every time I watch that, it chokes me up. It's impressive. And Todd, I think if you're still listening, or anyone from the Ding King
I am.
listening. Oh, there you are. Good deal. So someone from production's going to give you, see, I'm learning the jargon, right? So someone from production is going to reach out, and we want to try to clean that up so that it's
get a better quality video.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll do that, and it's something, even though it's, for Veterans Day, I think it's something that we can run often, if that's okay with you.
No problem.
Good deal.
No problem.
All right. Are the ladies handy by chance?
We're having Veterans Day lunch. So
Oh.
we're having sandwiches, chips, drinks, and there's about 24 of us between the students on campus plus all the staff. So we're getting ready to have
Oh, wow.
lunch here.
Awesome. And is everyone tuned in? Are they able to watch or see?
We're going to put it on the big screen TV in the
awesome.
student lounge as we're having lunch.
Excellent. All right. Should I or share? Do you know if they're calling in, Charles? Do you know?
I have somebody, Love Bell.
Who?
We're here.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
good.
There we go.
Are they? Do you want your video or what
No,
are you doing? No video.
no.
Okay.
Just there's the still shots of them, and the headshots of them would be.
Greg,
great.
I'm going to say goodbye to everybody today.
Thank you, Todd.
I got to prepare for lunch.
Very good. Tell all of your veterans there that we're here thinking of them. God bless them. God bless you all, and I'll talk to you later on.
I will, and you can actually do it yourself in about 15 minutes. So I'm going to
That
put
sounds
the
great.
show on JPK Crew.
Excellent. Let the girls, ladies, while I'm on the phone with them, let them know when it's on, and I'll make sure we do a little shout out to the gang.
All right, you got it.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
Hi, ladies.
Hello, Greg. Hi, Greg.
How are you?
I don't
So good.
seem to have their
Good.
pictures. I'm sorry. Did you send them in the email recently?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Okay, I'll go find them.
Yeah, check with Corley. I think he's. I don't know. Maybe. He's
Okay,
got 'em.
we'll find 'em.
Anyway, ladies, hi.
Hello. Hello.
I've been so excited to talk to you two today, and thank you so much, everyone listening. What you don't know is it has been a little chaotic at times around here, and I'll be candid and tell you that the production folks who, when they were putting the show together, they thought 10 hours, that's a lot of time to fill, and they weren't really sure if they could fill the time. Well, lo and behold, they overbooked, as they call it. And these two ladies, who are really important to continuing this conversation as it relates to veterans, have been postponed twice. And God love them. They've responded with, just tell us when you want us and we'll be there. So ladies, sincerely, thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Let me just say, we are so grateful to be part of the program. So thank you all for letting us participate to such an important audience, actually. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, that's well said. That's really well said. So we've got some things that we want to discuss, and if you'll give me just a second, I'm just going to yap while I'm looking. There it is. There's from a standpoint of the classroom and using their benefits, I think there's a lot of current active duty wondering, okay, what do I have that will help, etc. What's the classes like? I would like to talk a little bit more about that, but I want to go ahead and introduce the two of you. And on the phone right now is Cher O'Neill. Cher is the Veterans Administrator for the Ding King. And then Michelle Shearer is the Director of the school. And so these two ladies have a really good understanding of how it all plays out, so to speak. From the time they begin the whole matriculation or enrollment process, if someone's looking to get information about the classes, etc., it's going to come from the two of you. And so I think a lot of the listeners out there are wondering, okay, if I'm really interested in this, first and foremost, where could I get some more information? And we'll kind of get to that in a moment. But what I would like to ask, and I find this amazing, Cher, how long have you been with Ding King Training Institute?
I've been here 22 years.
And Michelle?
24 years.
That's great. I'm laughing because I can see Michelle with her shoes off, counting her toes, right?
Right, yes.
Exactly, because it might be a little bit more, but 24 sounds good. It's a family thing for sure.
Yeah, and I that's exactly where I want to start this conversation. Is I've been so impressed with the company, and our show, ladies, is going to be about companies who are out there helping veterans. I mean, really helping veterans. They're not just out there to make a buck, but they're keenly interested in advancing the lives of veterans, making them better, et cetera. And you guys fit that mold. And I think it's important for everyone to understand that longevity, the average amount of time that someone has been employed by the Ding King Training Institute is pretty flippin' impressive. And so I'm going to ask a big question. What the heck is it that is so magnetic to be employed there and work there? And Cher, why don't you go first?
Well, it's funny. To be perfectly honest, I find that what makes this most attractive are the people that come here. Each of these individuals has goals. Each of them worked really hard to get here in one way or another. And when they get here, they're really excited about it. And they're really eager not only to learn their craft, but to take that and start their own business and do their own thing. Or even if it is going to work, for the dealer that they work, the lot that they're working on, or the body shop, they're all really excited about it. It creates such a welcoming environment. terrific environment to learn and to excel. And it sounds goofy, but it is so true. You know, it's really what happens, and we see it every day. And we have amazing conversations with these individuals every day.
Yeah.
And I say that right now because I just had an amazing conversation with a veteran who is so excited about this and sees so much more for his future by being here. And
Yeah, and Michelle, I'll let you. I want you to say something in just a moment. But as you were saying that, Cher, I thought to myself, for those out there who thinks it sounds cheesy or whatever, you know, it's sad, isn't it, that we've gotten to the point where excellence, like what is achieved at the Ding King, is something that is cheesy. To me, people, if you want to be a champion, do what a champion does. If you want to hit home runs, you know, do what Babe Ruth or Barry Bonds or whoever did. You know, if you want to be a great quarterback, you know, sorry for everybody else in the country who doesn't like Tom Brady, but, you know, the guy wins. And it's the same thing with you guys, and it's impressive, and something that I meant to talk to Todd about, but I'll just interject it here, is that the one thing I discovered about your company a couple of years ago, is that you're ranked the #1 training school in this sector in the nation. And so, Michelle, just kind of same thing I asked Cher, and I just want you to know, to me, it's not cheesy. And everybody out there listening, when you go there, when you meet these people, you will see it's sincere, it's real, it's not fake, it's not cheesy. So go ahead.
That's very true.
Yeah.
To us, it is not cheesy at all, and we love the opportunity to help each individual get to their goals, or whatever it is their vision is. I mean, that for us is exactly why I have been here so long, and I know Cher and I share this, is we absolutely just love hearing the success stories of each individual, and knowing that we helped everybody get there in some way, even if it's small. Of course, that's just so rewarding.
Sure. And Cher, you were saying at the end of your statement before, you had just had a conversation with a veteran today. Is that something you could share?
well, I don't want to get too personal.
No, not at all.
Of course. But, you know, he came in here actually under Chapter 31. So that's the vocational readiness and education benefit provided to veterans who have incurred service-connected disability.
Okay.
And so, you know, it's a little bit different than utilizing, say, a post-9/11 GI Bill.
Okay.
But
and we'll get into that in a little bit, right?
Yeah, there are some different intricacies, right?
Good.
So this individual thought he, you know, had a plan. We had a plan. We put it together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he worked with his counselor to develop this plan. But in being here, has realized, wow, there's so much more I can do to add to the business that I have in mind. So that's kind of, you know, the direction our conversation was leading, and the fact that, you know, again, he was here. He's meeting all of these people, essentially making connections for his future. As they all do. And so we talked a lot about that, and about, you know, how that will work well with his future plans, and how he's already kind of changed some of the original direction that he thought he had, because he feels that what he's learning here has given him more confidence to move forward on his own.
Wow.
Which is everything. Quite frankly, that's a lot of how, when this company started, it was about entrepreneurship and, you know, doing your own thing. Not everybody's cut out for that, and that's okay. But, you know, if you are, and you feel like it can work for you, we can help you with, you know, we gear our training towards that as well, in a big way.
Right. Excellent.
To add on that, I think a big part of, like she was talking about the veteran that she had the conversation with, I think some of our veterans, you know, they're a little bit scared to go that big when they think about, you know, opening their own business or going out on their own and doing absolutely everything for themselves. But once they come here, I think they also feel this sense of security, because we stay completely open to every graduate, and we make sure all of the lines of communication are open for them. So if they need anything after graduation, we are here for a lifetime. So I think they do feel a little bit of that comfort, and they feel I can do this. You know, they have a little bit of backing.
Yeah, I like to say we're like your silent partner.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting you use words like that, and I think it's descriptive, and I think it's really accurate, Michelle, when you say they come in and they're a little scared, intimidated, what have you. And we're talking about potential combatants who, you know, at some point maybe carried a rifle, fired that rifle through grenades, whatever. And here they are simply going into a classroom, and they're a little unnerved about it. And, you know, it kind of leads me into the next, to me, what is I consider a critical part of what you two do. And that is, there's a, having spoken with the two of you before, I know there's a lot of veterans who reach out and they may have some sort of disability, et cetera. And so share, because I know this is in your bailiwick, and talk about the Voc Rehab 31 and a little bit about that. And then Michelle, then I'd like you, if you could, once she's done, is just talk about it from a standpoint of classroom. I asked James when someone comes in and you know they have some PTSD or TBI, or, you know, in the case, as I mentioned earlier, there was one who had a prosthetic leg. So from your standpoint then, Michelle, the question would be, how do you address that? So share, if you could just talk about post 9/11, Voc Rehab, et cetera. And I think the primary question many will have is, how does that work? What do I need if I'm interested? And so on. So I'll just let you talk a little bit, and I'll fill in if there's questions.
Sure. So it's kind of a loaded question. There's a lot there, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah.
But and so the easy answer would be call me. But
yeah,
but to be perfectly honest,
I love it. And let me just say, when I was doing my diligence on Ding King and finding out about them, I did call them and I had a conversation, and they didn't know who I was. So I will say, call them, but go on. You're not getting off that easy.
Yeah. No, I didn't think so. There's I want to say a host of options or benefits for service members, for veterans, and a couple of those that we mentioned here would be, of course, your post 9/11 GI Bill. Now, with that, let's see, what you're entitled to depends on your entitlement, and you find that out when you apply for your education benefits, and you do that at va.gov, and there's a box there that says education, apply for benefits. It's always really good, I think, to become familiar with these websites. While it might seem daunting to some folks, your e-benefits website is going to be really important, because there's a lot of information there for the veteran and service member as well. And you learn more about that as you transition out, which leads to a whole other conversation, which we'll do another time.
Right.
So you'll want to apply for education benefits if you're going to use your GI Bills.
Okay.
For Chapter 31, which is now the Vocational Readiness and Education.
Okay.
With that, you can actually go to the va.gov website. I believe you have to create your e-benefits login, and you'll want to schedule an appointment with a vocational counselor.
Okay.
You will work with a counselor who will partner with you, essentially, to create a plan that makes sense for you. And I always say that's the biggest part of Chapter 31 is, you don't want to create some plan that doesn't make sense for the area you're in, things like that. So it's really important. I like to partner, as I say, with the veteran to come up with things that make sense for the area that you're in, what you're at, what you can actually do, and that kind of thing. So, essentially the three of us create a plan that makes sense for your goals and your location and that kind of thing.
Okay.
So, So, that takes a little bit of doing, but not much. If I might say, the VA has actually become a lot easier to work with. In the years that I have worked with them, things were a little bit, it took a little bit longer. But
Right.
I find personally that things are getting easier.
Okay.
And a little bit easier for both of us, for the educational side and the veteran.
Great. And I know we'll talk again. We get a chance later on, but as you said, call me. So I'm going to just go ahead and we'll give everybody your email address if that's okay. And that's
Please.
share, CHER, as in Sonny and Cher, at dingking.com. So it's share at dingking.com. If you want her direct number, 714-884-3325. And Cher O'Neill is the Veterans Administrator and Admissions Director for the Ding King. So if you have more questions, certainly reach out to her. And I can't let you go yet, Cher, but Michelle, so my question to you then, as I said, is now you're dealing with the actual student. They're enrolled, they're there. And you and I were talking the other day, there are those students who come in with PTSD or TBI, et cetera. And so for those listening that are out there, talk a little bit about that, adapting, if you will, to the class and what it's like.
Okay, I mean, it does play a part here, of course. It's not everybody, but we do get some folks that have obviously gone through a lot. And we don't want to make that any harder on them. If anything, we want to make it feel normal, safe, comfortable. We keep our ears open. I mean, Cher and I, we feel like we kind of have our offices or everything else we do encompass. But the biggest thing for us is to make sure that our offices are always open to everyone, because a lot of these guys just need to talk it out. They need to figure it out, like their new space, what they're doing, whatever their disabilities are. They need to make sure that they can endure everything that they've signed up for, and it's going to work out. But if anything, we keep communication open, and we keep this place very comfortable and, just a safe place to land for them. And that's really, I mean, I want to say that's all it takes, but I mean, obviously that entails a lot.
Right.
But if you can just definitely make sure they understand that we're here for them, we understand. I mean, we could never understand the gravity of everything they've been through, but we are definitely here, and we want to help them in every way we can. Sometimes it's as simple as a comfort level, even during training, special roll chairs or mats we have on the floor. Sometimes it's an eye problem and we need to adjust maybe time on the panels, whatever it may be, as long as we make sure the communication is open. I want to say 100% have always figured it out.
Right.
What do you think, Cher? Yeah. I mean, we really have always just been able to figure it out. Whatever the situation is, we've been able to mold it here at the school and make them feel comfortable.
Well, one of the things, this is Cher.
Yeah.
Is that because we have a smaller class sizes, which tends to be preferred.
Sure.
Especially by veterans.
Definitely.
But it allows us to kind of focus on each individual student more, so we can make adjustments.
Wow. Yeah. Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. And I think that there's something to be said. As you were talking, Michelle, I was thinking about imagine someone in your role or a lesser role in a school similar, maybe not teaching dents or whatever, but interacting with veterans, et cetera, and they're younger without experience. And I say that versus the number of years that you've been there. And you said it before, maybe Cher, you did, that you've seen an awful lot in 25 years. And
oh yeah,
that's
true.
Versus someone going to a school. I don't know if you heard the story about my son going back to college and the way he was treated by a professor. And, I was so aghast at what this professor had to say. And so, I think that having experienced people who have experienced this sort of challenge, if you will, and understanding it, being compassionate, I think is important. And for those of you listening out there, wherever you are in this great world of ours, I tell you, I've been there. I do this work today for one reason, and that is we want to be a resource to our veterans and active duty that are about to start their transition period. And we will not have sponsors or anyone that we work with on this show that we haven't, as I said before, vetted. We know them. We know who the people are. They're not there to take advantage. And here's a case where you've got what I would call a world-class organization, the Dean King Training Institute, started by a world-class guy with world-class people working to help our veterans. And so those of you who are interested as well and want to speak to the school director, Michelle Scheer, Michelle, and that's Scheer, Scheer. Michelle's email is michelle@deanking.com. Michelle@deanking.com. Her direct number is 657-900-2068. Give either one of them a call, an email, what have you. If you're about to get out of the military and you're contemplating your next moves, especially, what do I want to do? I've seen this firsthand, what someone who has gone to school and learned this craft, what they can do. I'll tell a quick story. I was talking to one of the instructors at one point, and they were looking to put a team together for some outside hail work where a storm had happened, and they talked to a young guy. Jason was his name, and he had only graduated recently, and they were going through what he would need to do, and he was all hip and all hyped up, ready to go, and got done with a call, and the person said, "Well, Jason, do you want to know what you're going to make per hour?" And he said, "Oh yeah, I guess I should ask." And when the person told him how much he was going to be paid per hour, he said, "Oh, that's too much." And I think there's something in that message, and that message is a lot of you out there don't realize your real value to yourself, to your family. Your value to our country and what you've done is immeasurable. And I'm here to tell you about a facility, a school, an institution that's out there to help you in the next phase of your life, figure out where to go, and to figure out what your real worth is, not only to yourself, but your family and the rest of the world. So, ladies, gosh, I could talk to the two of you, you know that, till the cows come home. I think we're going to have another, if we can fit you in for 15 more minutes. There's a few more questions I want to ask about Voc Rehab. I want to focus on that and the benefits and how, again, I know they'll reach out to you, but if anyone has any of the basic questions, for instance, when they call you, what do they need to have ready? Their DDT4 and what have you. So I just want you all to go through that a little bit so that they know and they're prepped before they call. So, ladies, I thank you truly
Greg,
for what you do.
We want to thank you. You have been amazing to work with. What you do for veterans, please. I mean, I don't think your listeners have any idea, really. I mean, to hear your stories are only scratch the surface of the things that this man does for veterans. So he is there for you, folks. This guy really is the real deal. He's a really kind and compassionate human, and we've enjoyed working with you, Greg. We love you.
Well, and I know you've said it, but what all your listeners need to know is that the research that you've done into like our company and other companies, you are the real deal. You make sure that the companies that you're talking about and you're lifting up are the real deal. They're in it for the veteran, and they're
Thank
not going to take them for anything, and they're only there to help.
I'm glad
And
you reinforced that.
we love you for that, Greg, and we thank you.
Thank you. Ladies, thank you. I love you, and I'll talk to you again at some point here in the near future, eh?
Good luck today. Raise lots of money today.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, okay. I thought they were kicking me out, folks. I looked up.
We don't stop
I looked
just
up,
because other people hang up.
I have allergies, and my eyes were.
Out with you. If you're ready to change out, that's for sure. We can change out, but this thing doesn't stop. We still need people to call in.
No,
we are
that's good.
$1,500 from our goal of $10,000 now. So we need everybody to call in or go to the website at www.davtexasservicefoundation.com. That's DAVTexasServiceFoundation.com and make your donation. We need $1,500 to reach our new goal of $10,000. And so let's make this thing happen. We're so excited here at JP Cathy and the crew and the JPK Broadcast Network. We got tons of people coming your way. We want to say a big shout out to Meet You Anywhere Barbecue. Andy has dropped the gauntlet. He donated $200 and has challenged the other barbecue establishments in the area to donate $200 or be shamed. And so he also donated $1,000 in barbecue for lunch and for breakfast. And it was amazing. The sausage was absolutely amazing. And so, Andy, a big thank you to do from JP Cathy and the crew. But again, we need you to dial those dollars or come in on the website and donate. That phone number, again, is 214-232-7199. So give us a call there or get on the website and make your donation. And so, and again, Greg, we can't thank you enough. We're launching Greg's show, My Son, My Veteran. That'll be on Fridays.
12:30.
No, you're doing your makeup. No.
Does anybody want some red lipstick to freshen up?
I do.
Oh,
I know you will.
If somebody will pay $1,000, I bet you'll put red lipstick.
I will.
on.
If somebody will make $1,000 donation right now, call in. I will let Cathy put lipstick on the pig,
I've got 3 different shades of red.
If somebody, yeah.
and I'll wear it till the end of the show.
All right, that's awesome.
Oh, please.
But as soon as the show's
please,
over, it's
somebody.
coming off. I'm not keeping it on.
Oh, please. Oh, that's okay because there's not a thing called cameras.
Oh, hold on. We're all tied up.
Hey, before I give up my seat, I want.
Oh, you're just giving it up temporarily. You're back here on Friday. Well, you're back here again this afternoon.
Yeah, this afternoon. I just want to say hello to someone really special in my life. Today is her birthday.
Who is that?
And that's my little sister, Debbie.
Oh, yay.
We call her Little Debbie. Who?
That's so great.
We call her Little Debbie.
Yeah, yeah.
That's great.
She's a snack cake.
She
She's
lives,
sweet.
Oh, she's the best. She lives in Bradenton area of Florida. I wish I was there with her.
Aw.
I know you're listening. I love you. Happy birthday. Wish I was there.
All right.
Oh, love it.
Happy birthday, Debbie.
Hey, Debbie.
So yeah, so very excited. But again, Greg, thank you for bringing this to us. And what I mean by that is the idea of being able to, hey, let's do a telethon and kick off My Son, My Veteran.
That was your idea, brother.
I was gonna say, JP.
Yeah, the idea's got to have a motor.
Yeah, okay.
And Greg
we'll
is
all
a big
share.
old serious motor. Well, the great thing is now you can start watching Greg on a weekly basis
Thank
here on the JP Cathy Network, and we're super excited about his show, which does kick off this Friday at
12:30.
12:30. Thank you very much.
CDT,
12:30. Yes.
Central Daylight.
Yes, 12:30, and we are going to want you to share it because this is a show that is going to help veterans to,
Navigate
I'm
life.
sorry, navigate life, and then also those people who are still serving the military right now,
Right.
for them to. Once they leave and they hop into that civilian life, how do they translate those leadership skills? How do they translate
Right,
that passion? How do they come out and be, leaders
Right.
and continue to serve in a productive capacity
Right, right.
out here with the rest of us knuckleheads?
Yeah.
Who,
No, I
who,
get it.
I mean,
I get it,
and
yeah.
God bless them. For serving, and thank you so much for bringing your show and awareness to the DAV and the
Yep.
Texas DAV, to JP Cathy and the crew, phenomenal organization.
All right, so Kathy, we can't be. We
Is that too much of a commercial?
Yep, volumes got to come down because we've got Tom
The
Plunkett getting ready to
volume.
come on. Yeah, you and I are full of volumes. Are you kidding me?
We are.
Valium?
Volume. I thought
Valium?
Volume.
No, not Valium. I wish. Volume.
Yeah, so we've got lots of volumes.
But we've got Tom
we're
Plunkett at
loud.
2:20.
Yes, that's right.
And then
So
we've got
Tom
Miss Texas,
Starheadman
if I'm not mistaken, at 2:30.
Oh, I should do that interview probably.
Yeah,
Well, you're
Greg-
welcome to come back.
Yeah, Greg was wanting to
I'm
take
not
one for the
leaving.
team.
Yeah, he's not
But
leaving the
Miss
chair.
Texas-
I'm going to have to bring security in and take him out of my chair.
He's gonna be like, "Hi, Miss Texas."
So, all right, so Greg and I are going to switch out while
Roger
Kathy
that.
gets ready to bring Tom Plunkett in.
Love it. And
So
then
let's
will
do
Tom
that.
Have the remote, then he'll have the remote mic over by you. Great job, Greg O'Connell. He will be back on again a little bit later, and then again you can catch his show 12:30 every Friday here on our JP Kathy crew. JP crew. Crew, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Oh wow. 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. We've been going since 7 a.m. And you know it's so funny because when we were all talking about this, our whole team and you know we were like, well, you know, we'll probably have 30-minute breaks in between guests. We have been going solid with guest after guest after guest since 7 a.m. this morning. So go back. Go back and watch. Go back and watch the blooper reels. I don't know, but you can go back. Please share this. Please share this on your personal media. Text it out to your friends. Oh wait, let me move all my drinks out of the way, except for Meet You Anywhere. Yes, and these are your son's medals, which we're showing right now on the air. These are all your. These are not all of your son's medals, but part of your son's medals. So, and you'll hear more. And again, we encourage you. Oh, sorry, the chairs got Greg. On Greg's show, you will hear more about his son and his son's journey and his son's success. You know, and sometimes veterans who come back who have been injured or who've had you know, a mental health issue or something like that, they need somebody to help them out, and the DAV is a place for that to happen. So we're just super excited to have them as part of our JPK network family.
JPK Broadcasting.
Yeah, there you go.
I love the broadcasting.
I love that.
part.
That's
I'm sorry.
fancy.
I love
You're
the
just
broadcasting.
so happy about that.
I am. I like the broadcasting.
I've
part.
said the word broadcasting like on social media 15 times today on my posts.
Yeah, I love
We're broadcasting all day,
We're
10
broadcasting.
hours.
And that's what we're doing. We are doing that, and we want to thank you for sticking around with us. We've got Tom Plunkett that is joining us. Of course, if you were to ask me to give you a bio on Tom Plunkett, it would start when Tom and I were in school. So,
Back in the day.
yeah, so I'm going to probably let Tom talk about Tom. Which
How
camera is
he
he
knows
looking
us
at?
crazy girls. I think that one over there. Okay, perfect.
Now that would be Justin
Oh.
and you, not me. Don't you go there. Sorry. Girls.
That's right. I'm like, I did say girls plural.
I may be girly.
I meant to say crazy kids.
But that's what you
kids.
meant. Okay, good.
Yes. We
All right.
started at 7 a.m.
We did start at 7 a.m. So, all right, so we're ready. And we're going to turn this. Oh, where'd he go? But he went away. Calling him back.
Who are we calling now? Oh, somebody's disconnected.
The number's not working still. What's our Google number?
Google number?
214. Have him call this number, Tom.
Hold on.
I love the technical difficulties.
It's 214.
214. That's 5.
494.
1244. Yeah. So if you're trying to call in to make a donation, it looks like we're still having Vox troubles, so we will Vox our way around that.
And remember, it is
Ha
a
ha.
very,
You gotta love that, right?
Yeah, there you go. It's a military, it's a very safe, secure donation site. I had
It
a
is.
couple of
DAB
folks who were
is.
concerned, and I said, hey, this is as secure of a site to put your credit card into as possible. The majority of us have done that, so I still need a next break remind me to make a donation.
Will do. All right. So hopefully he'll call back here in just a second. We have somebody. Oh, here he is. Let's check this out. All right. Welcome to JP, Kathy, and the crew. This is JP speaking.
Hey,
Hey, JP, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Who is this calling?
Hey, this is Eric Higgins calling.
Eric, hey.
Special event today.
Love it.
So thank you so much for having this on and running this for our veterans. This is a phenomenal program.
Well, thank you for that. I'll tell you,
yay.
here at JP, Kathy, and the crew, Eric, we have supported our veterans for
110%.
6 years on the air. Not to mention all of the barbecues we've put on, free barbecues for our first responders and our military. And we just
Anybody
appreciate
who protects us, God bless them, and it's the least we can do. It's the least we can do.
So we just appreciate patriots like yourself.
Amen.
Well, you may have been military, but people who are non-military, who are taking care of business at home, we just want to do our part, and that's what Kathy and I are doing. And so thank you for calling in. Now, do you know Tom Plunkett?
I do have the pleasure of knowing Tom.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm really
no,
sorry.
I'm going to say that's awesome.
Now, have you known him since diapers?
Not quite, but I have known him a long time. I'm not sure diapers were around when he was little.
Yeah, I agree with that. Diapers may not have been around when he was little.
Now, that's more like me. I'm a little bit older than all y'all.
Well, Eric, we want to thank you for calling in. Hopefully, we can steal some money from you.
Absolutely. We are here for our veterans. I believe that they are the key to what makes this country great. And by all means, yes, I'm calling in today to put in a donation and show my support for all the military and the military family that's out there.
So how much of Tom's portfolio are we taking?
Yeah, so I will be faxing over the pages for you, and we'll pick a number out of there, and I will be quite okay with that.
Oh, there we go. And that's the call we were waiting for.
Tom is like, what did I do and how did I get myself into this? No,
That's right.
We want to put you on the board. How much can we put you on the board for the Veterans Day Telethon here with JP, Kathy, and the crew?
Great. I want to do a $100 donation in my son's name, and I want to do a $100 donation in Tom's son's name. So put me down for $200.
Wow, that is phenomenal. Eric, thank you so very much. That is phenomenal.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got Eric for 100. And then we've got
he's doing $200 in his son's name and in Tom's son's name. That's awesome.
Bryce.
That's awesome.
Colton and Bryce. Look at that.
That's awesome.
Hey, that's awesome. Thank you so very much.
thank you.
Hey, you've just now put us $1,300 away from raising $10,000 at our first telethon for veterans. That is exciting. Thank you so much.
Love
Now,
it.
are you actually calling from Alaska?
I am a Alaska native. We grew up in Alaska. My father was in the military, and I've had the pleasure of moving all over the country. And so I am an Alaska boy through and through.
Well, fantastic. You heard that Alaska got moved over to Donald Trump, did you?
That's right.
But this
That's
isn't
right.
political today.
Well, yeah, but I just wanted to let him know
That's
Alaska
breaking
got moved
news.
over. So, but hey, thank you so much for calling in. Thank you for your donation.
Thank
Did you
you
want to
so
razz
much.
Tom about anything?
He does that, yeah.
You know, I would love for Tom to tell one of his military stories. We've had many nights where we've been chit-chatting on the phone. And if anybody has this great story about the military, it's definitely Tom.
All right. Now, Eric, are
Okay,
you
now the
tuned
pressure's
in
on.
our website at jpkcrew.com so you can hear it?
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, we're going to turn it over to Tom then and let him tell us a story. Eric, again, thank you so very much for your very generous donation to the DAV to Disabled
Thank
American
you so
Veterans.
much.
God bless you. We will process that. Or you can go on the website and process that at DAV TexasServiceFoundation.com, and you'll get a receipt from DAV as well for your taxes.
Takes about a minute and a half.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for your call.
He, I do want to say, am I live right here?
You're live.
Okay, great.
You're live.
So I want to say Eric Higgins is amazing. He's a financial genius. He works at Edward Jones. It's outside the Dallas area, obviously. And even during COVID, I just can't believe it. So he's done phenomenal things. I met him through a friend, and we just linked up. I've never met him. I trust him with all my money. Just a great guy. A story I'm going to share was true is that I went to basic training in January of '92. And I got there. There was a Techno Sergeant Galafaro that was there, and he was a drill instructor. And go fast forward, I finished that, went to Texas Tech, came in as an officer, and I was going through summer officer training camp. And I was going through it at the end. They said, hey, we're going to have the command drill sergeant. And this drill sergeant, Sergeant Galfaro, was not a nice guy. He was like very, very short, and he was very, very mean. And he gave me nightmares for many, many weeks. And so
that's big.
Big. It was huge. And so I turned around and I said, I'm going to go ahead and come on with officer training. It's going to be a big deal. We're at the final stages. They said, hey, the chief drill instructor is going to be showing up. His name is Chief Master Sergeant Galfaro. And I was like, whoa, wait. And they basically turned around and said that the command chief was one time my drill instructor. I found it was one and the same guy. I got very scared that I was going to see him again. They found out that he was my drill instructor. They're going to give me some very special attention. And basically, long story short, he had a family emergency, unfortunately, but fortunately enough for me, I didn't have to see him. So it would have been a very scary moment in my life. For me, that was probably the best memory I've had, or scariest memory. I did 20 years in the Air Force, retired, and I've been truly blessed. I came to explore the world, and I explored all over Texas, Mississippi, and California. And, it's been one of those things that working with the veterans and advising the veterans. Now I have close to about over 300 veterans that contact me at a given time, and basically just really enjoyed it. And that's been a pretty blessing experience in my life.
Well, and let's go back just a little bit, even though we don't have just a ton of time, because Miss Texas is probably waiting on us. And no offense, but Miss Texas is prettier than you.
Greg's going to wrestle the mic away from y'all. Can you see her in the waiting room?
And Tom knows I love him, but
okay, she said she can hold on.
Show my girlfriend over there. Oh my gosh, I have the greatest girlfriend in the world.
You do.
Her name is Stacy Klein. And,
all right.
And she could be a pageant queen.
She is, and she's married material for sure. I'm not going to propose on your show.
Wait a minute. Can I turn this into a ring? Hold on.
He's a justice of the peace.
Yeah, he is a justice of the peace.
We can do this right now.
We
have gathered here in the sight of God.
Hold up here.
To witness Mr. Plunkett and Miss Klein come together.
I love it.
I mean, we can take care of this right now. I mean,
we're good. But I truly, she's an amazing person, and she's a rock in my life.
Aww.
And you find that love of your life that basically that loves your son, and you get her kids, and they're phenomenal, and you just mesh. It's something that is great. I like it because she's not political. And
that's a good thing.
That's a really good thing. And I went to Texas Tech, and she went to A&M. And she went to A&M, and so we really get along. And I had to bring her out here because
we're so glad to have you here.
I have bragged about these two because I've known John since high school, and when he wanted to run for Justice of the Peace, and he said I get to make $35,000 a year and do weddings, and he's going to be pumped up. And I was on the school bus and I said, let's do this. And
they were kids. I mean, y'all were 17, almost 18 years old.
And
That's
everybody had a crush on Miss Ward over here because she was
the hot Golden Girl coach.
Golden Girl coach. And,
I was about the time. Okay, this is why I can always say I'm older than these children because I was a teacher when they were students. There we go. So it's all Plano East.
So and the love that they have for the veterans, because I tell people all day long, I say you don't have to serve, and for supporting our veterans, it's a special cause to me. But I've seen so many people come up to me and said, "Look, I've never served a day," and I said, "You don't have to serve a day to serve our veterans." And we just did a good little spiel with the DAV out there in the hallway, they. We're talking about, the resources that they have, and there's so many resources from mental illness, and I'm always happy to volunteer my time to help out with education benefits for anything they have any questions. If anybody ever calls in the show and has any questions, I'm always helping to help out the veterans.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Will you hop on our Facebook feed and put your information, contact info in our comments so people can have that?
Absolutely.
We love you, Tom.
All right, Tom. Thank you, brother.
We've known him since the 90s.
Thank you, Tom.
Wow.
All right.
Love you, Tom.
Just set that. Just do a mic drop. Kaboom.
There you go.
There you go. Chuck, give us that number one more time for
Thanks,
us.
Tom. Oh, he's like, which number?
214-494-1244. That is our show line, and we want you to call it. We're struggling a little bit right now with the Vox line.
But you can donate online.
But you can donate online.
Securely.
But you can call us. You can give me your number over the air, and I'll put it. No, don't give me your credit card number over the air.
No, I'm not. You almost let the camera see yours.
I know, right?
JP,
I'll tell you what I like looking at is that old Miss Texas right there. Look at Chandler.
Oh, we love her.
I just need to marry her.
Okay.
And then her dad and I can watch football together.
And your dad, we wish he was here today. We've got all kinds of good barbecue. He'd be losing his mind.
Chandler, we need to give her some sound. Oh, Chandler. The best sausage in the entire world.
You said what's the best sausage?
No. It is the best sausage in the entire world.
Your dad would lose his mind if he were here eating this
meet
barbecue
you anywhere
with
barbecue.
us.
No, yeah, he'd be losing. I'd be losing my mind. Screw that. What about me?
What about me?
Well, I want to hang out with your dad. See, I would just marry you to hang out with your dad.
Okay, so this is the longest reigning Miss Texas. She's got some special veteran shout outs she wants to give today. JP and I were so blessed that Susan Schuler, who's with the Miss Texas pageant, the Texas Cares for Kids portion of it, brought her into our lives. She's just one of those people that you meet her and there's just something. They always talk about like the it factor or whatever the X factor, whatever the cool term is. She's got it, and we're just so glad that you embraced JP, Kathy, and the crew and became a member of our family right away. She is the longest and will be the longest reigning Miss Texas in pageant history, which is pretty cool. So you get 2 years of Chandler Foreman, which is phenomenal. So how are you, Chandler?
I'm glad now that I'm back with y'all.
Yay! We miss you.
No, I miss y'all. But you know what? I have to give extra. I have to say this. I text Kathy and I told her, you said how I embraced JP, Kathy, and the crew, but not only have y'all embraced me, but the idea of embracing the entire organization and giving the girls who are vying for my job as we speak, giving them that platform just shows that y'all truly support the mission of empowering us as young women. So I'm thankful to have you guys in our corner for our support.
Amen. Absolutely.
We love you.
I wish you could see us. We just big kisses to you.
Kisses. And it's funny, JP had to wrestle the microphone away from Greg O'Connell, who has a new veteran show starting on Friday. He's like, oh wait, Miss Texas? Oh wait, I think I'll do that interview.
He's like, I'm not going to leave the chair. I'm going to get out of my chair. I'm going to call security.
We go with that.
Oh.
Yeah, we got history. We got history.
Right.
Come on. We get to interview Chandler.
So Chandler, talk to me. Tell us about what life is like right now and how life is for Miss Texas.
Okay, so life is crazy. Let's start there. The crazy has not slowed down a bit. I might not be in 5 different appearances at once, but I'm graduating next semester. So
congratulations. Oh, Greg said he loves you.
Yeah, Greg's like, tell her I love her.
It's funny. All of a sudden, everybody tuned into the big TV across the
all
hall.
of a sudden, everybody's watching.
And everybody's doing the pageant wave going, oh, is Miss Texas on? Oh, I'm going to come in the studio. Oh, come on.
There you go. Now that's what I'm talking about. Bam. Yeah.
Wait, so you're getting ready to graduate?
Next semester, I am.
Yay! Congratulations! Awesome.
It's a long time since, when you compete and you win the job of Miss Texas, you have to take up a year of school. And
right.
So, this semester, this entire time, I can't believe it's been an entire semester. We end in like 2 weeks.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Means I'm one step closer to hopefully walking across the stage.
Yes,
but,
yes.
That's what life is right now, and working for a PR internship, and also enjoying family because, as we know, life is crazy right now, and more than anything, this is the time to embrace the people we love.
Amen. And if you could get that message out, Chandler, to a bajillion people, that would be just great. Because and you're such a breath of fresh air because you are a strong young woman. You're already a leader. We can't wait to see where you go and what you do and what you bring to life. And your march in life is with Christ, and you do not apologize, and we respect that so much. And you are so supportive of nonprofits and of kids and of empowering young women. But you've also got military folks in your family that you'd like to give a shout out to on this very special Veterans Day.
I do, and if I can mention one of my favorite appearances last year.
Oh, please do. Yes.
I went to Waco actually to celebrate. It was a day filled with embracing and celebrating our veterans. And it was a different experience for me because, believe it or not, I have very few family members who are veterans and served in our military. And so I didn't have that, I guess, that feeling of always seeing someone constantly in uniform or telling me stories. And the only person that I knew was my Uncle Butch, my Uncle Butch is in his 70s, of course, but he did fight in the Vietnam War. And
oh, God bless him. What do you know what branch of the military? Was he
what?
Army or?
I want to.
You know what? Your mom's on our Facebook feed, Courtney, the beautiful Courtney Foreman. Maybe she can tell us.
That is her brother.
There you go.
I want to say, was it the Army? I want to say it was, but don't give me the line.
Okay, but he was in the Vietnam War, which was very difficult time to be a soldier. Very difficult time to be a soldier.
Very difficult time. But also, when I said Ronald Crowder, so Uncle Butch and Ronald Crowder also served in the Vietnam War.
Oh, wow. And God bless both of them.
I actually, Ronald Crowder, I met him at church, and he became, I call him my second uncle / dad, because he just embraced my family and I, and the love him and his wife Pat exude is like, not only is it the perfect reflection of Christ, but truly just how I imagine every human being should be, just loving, kind, giving, and genuine. And he, of course, he is a veteran, so
love
it all
it.
makes sense.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah. And I also wanted to shout out Ernest and Lisa Burton. Ernest actually is one of my dad's longest best friends, who also took me and my dad's children under his wing, and has been there to support us and be there with us during our entire journeys. And so it's nice to, maybe I didn't grow up and my immediate family wasn't in the military, but based off of, like I said, the appearance from last year. And I don't know the gentleman that just got off of the phone right before me, but he said you do have to be in the military to appreciate or serve. Or
absolutely.
And that's something that I did learn. And I was like, you know what, this is great. Now it made me venture out and say, okay, I know somebody in my family is in the military, but just have that interest to even love and appreciate them because of what they've done, the sacrifice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Very well said. Very well said, Chandler.
How about this? Any special message you would like to send out to the women in the military?
Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. That I admire you for your strength. I admire you for your courage to be able to go against the grain and to serve a purpose that's truly bigger than you. And so I say that you inspire me, you inspire women across this world to be powerful and to be dynamic, because one step at a time, it's leaders like you who are changing this world. So I'm very appreciative.
Love it.
See, Chandler needs to be Miss Universe.
Love it. She needs to be queen of the world.
Well, because
I'll vote for her.
Because I always put her on the spot with a pretty spot on question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And she always steps up to the plate. And that's what I want. I do. But you know what?
I appreciate it because you keep me sharp.
Yes, I do. And I know how sharp you are. And so, absolutely, I don't want to let anybody ever see a dull knife that's as sharp as a point. And that's you, my friend. And so, oh, yeah, write that down.
Yeah, she's like, okay, yeah.
That was quotable.
That's a JP-ism. Courtney's Chandler's taking that one.
I'll give you credit for how you did that.
Thank you.
Well, so when you graduate, okay, I mean, do you have a TV show in the works yet?
Listen, I do have a podcast. That's a start. I'm on 2 podcasts right
I
now.
love
Why
it.
isn't she on the network?
I know. We need to get you on our network.
Why aren't you on the JPK Broadcasting Network? Kathy and I are broadcasting tycoons now.
Well,
I think more the tie, not the coons.
Yeah, I was going to say no tycoons.
We have no money, but
no tycoons.
We did talk about it, but it was before quarantine.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, we need to take one of your podcasts and we need to put you
put it on the
our network.
Yeah. Yeah, because we can do rebroadcasts, we can do all kinds of fun stuff. So graduation, then where does this incredible Miss Texas's
Look at
force
those
of,
eyebrows go to
force
work.
of nature? Where do you go from here, Chandler? Because we're expecting big things.
Oh yeah.
No
Oh,
pressure.
yeah, big thing works. No, all the pressure. Please apply the pressure. That's how I work there, is with the pressure. But yes, I will be graduating May 2021, and like I said, I have a PR media firm internship that I'm working for right now. And I think the most exciting thing is that during this time before graduating, we're sending our reels, so our video footage, our podcast, whatever media footage that we to different networks and companies to be able to hopefully land a job. My fingers are crossed, and I'm hopeful, and I'm speaking into existence that I make a huge move into California, Chicago, or New York immediately after.
Wow.
I'm working towards it, and I'm believing for it. So that is obviously, we'll hear back before the end of our graduation. And so that's what I'm super excited about, is hearing where life will go from here. And
So wait a minute.
You've got to keep us posted.
So hold on a minute. So not New Delhi, Sri Lanka, or Bangladesh?
Yeah, okay.
Look at that. Look at that.
Did you
look.
see that look? She's like, oh, JP.
Do you know that you would have more listeners and viewers in New Delhi than anywhere else in the world?
Will they know what I'm saying?
Hey, English is a.
She's got that Texas accent going.
Oh, that's right, you're
That's a whole
Texan.
nother Texas
Whole
is a whole
nother
nother
level.
language in itself.
That's a whole nother level. All right, you win.
Well, and please keep us.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. She gave me the brush off.
Please
Look
keep
at
us
that.
updated on what you end up choosing to do, and we would love, Miss Texas, to have you back on again, maybe right around the holidays or something, and kind of update us and let us know what's going on. We just, again, we feel like your family, and we're just so thrilled to be part of your world, part of your universe, pun intended. Okay,
Right.
Because I know
Miss
you,
Universe.
You feel like she's perpetually Miss Universe. There you go.
I got her back. Well, listen, God bless you. We love you, girl.
Yeah, we love you, Chandler.
Tell your mom and dad hello, all right?
Thank you for always having and supporting me, y'all. Love you so much.
We
You
will
bet.
support you until the end of time.
Yep, we will.
Mwah.
All right. So
We love her. Such a
there's
positive
Miss Texas
influence.
making a debut.
Miss
on
Texas giving a shout out to our
That's
veterans
right.
on Veterans Day.
Veterans Day
and,
telethon.
We need more. And I know we've got some more guests coming in. We've got another young man, Tony, who's going to be doing a podcast with us, who will be coming on in a little while. We need more young people like that who are positive, who have a good outlook on life, they're not looking to gripe about what's wrong. They're looking to be part of solutions and be part of positive in the world. Oh, we need to get in there. We need to get a chair for you. Oh, cute boots.
Okay, Catherine Ann.
Okay, so one
Catherine
of our
Ann.
next guests has cute boots. Can you guess which
That
one
would be
in just a
Elsie.
second?
Because Matt wouldn't wear cute boots with shorts. Now, women would.
I might.
I was gonna say
Oh,
you
you
could.
might.
I might wear cowboy boots.
Now, Matt,
I got to
Matt.
see that.
Matt.
You can wear boots with shorts.
This is
That's
not-
super cute.
This is not, what is it, ride a cowboy, not a horse or something? Or ride
Oh,
a tractor?
ride a
That is
horse,
not. Did I get it
No,
right?
save a horse, ride a cowboy.
Oh, is that what it is? I was
Yeah.
close. I was
What?
close.
What? Yeah. Okay, but no, we can't sing it because then we'll get in trouble.
Well, right. Then they'll block
But yeah,
us.
we don't want that.
But no, we've got Matt and Elsie joining us today, and you guys have a very cool little business that you guys run.
Yeah. Oh, and here, if you can grab that
We do.
headset
And so, Matt,
and put the
introduce us
microphone
to
over
it.
by
Talk
you.
to us about
Well,
it.
we work for a company called Altice USA. The department we work for is A4 Media, which handles TV advertising, digital OTT, a mobile strategy, which is called Ad Messenger, and we do a lot of stuff inside Altice USA for veterans. We do a lot of stuff for small business owners. We do a lot of
Okay.
stuff with the Army, with the ROTC, getting them interviews
Love
before,
it.
before they enter the military. When they get out, we get them interviews again and try to position them inside of Altice USA, wherever it might be.
Right.
I mean, we're based out of New York.
Right.
But we have an office here locally in Plano, which is the A4 Media side of things.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we try to stay here locally. Elsie and I live here locally. She's in Irving. I'm here in Frisco
Awesome.
area. So
trying to focus on the local smaller businesses.
Right here,
So
pull
we're
that
not
up.
doing
Is her
pandemic.
mic on? Is her mic live? Probably not. There we go. Okay, now you're good. Go
Now
for it.
Elsie's live.
Sorry. So we like to focus on smaller local businesses,
Right.
even nationwide. Like with the pandemic, it's bringing money back into the community and making sure that the community thrives and
Love to hear that.
affordable advertising to make sure that
Right.
we keep our businesses alive.
Love to hear that because there are so many small veteran-owned businesses that let's face it, we're on just the edge. Some that did not make it because of the pandemic. Some that are hanging on. So if there's any way to go and frequent those businesses, that's what we got to do.
Right, and that's what we try to do. We have stuff coming up November 19th where we lower the cost for small business to advertise to push people
Awesome.
On their mobile,
on the mobile
Can y'all,
device.
after the show, can y'all get on our feed and our Facebook feed and put that information in the comments
Absolutely, yeah.
and put links so the members of the crew can go and like and follow y'all and get information because
Absolutely.
that November 19th is right around the corner.
Well,
Yes.
and Matt and I have a local Alignable page. So we'll put that on Alignable as well.
Thank you. Perfect.
Right,
Perfect.
absolutely.
Awesome.
And we come up here today with the Venture X people to shoot commercials.
Love
an
it.
inexpensive way for them to shoot commercials
Love
here
it.
in the studio if they need it. For an ad messenger ad. The ad messenger side of it is a mobile strategy, which a lot of companies don't offer that. And with people spending 50 to 70% of their day on their phones, there's no
and
easier
now more
place
than
to
ever,
hit their
yeah.
hit them to get to a business, especially veterans that are driving to the veterans hospital.
Right.
If they need lunch, if they need certain things that you might offer them, it's a good way to get that ad across. And we do
Absolutely.
it nationwide, so it's beneficial. We
They
can
can-
even do it overseas as long as they're
That's so
cell phones. So
great.
it's very, very interesting and it's very inexpensive.
I love
Correct.
it. You can
And
tell
there's a,
y'all love what y'all do.
There's
Absolutely.
a tap to expand option, which gives a 5-second video that they can also put on there, multiple different taps. So we can
Oh.
take them to multiple locations
Right.
to really expand their business and
Okay.
really get their business out there.
Oh, that's good stuff.
And you're doing a lot
That's
of this
good
with
stuff.
veterans, you said as well, correct?
We do. We have a big veterans group inside of Altice USA. Here, I'm a veteran myself.
Well, and I was getting ready to ask you
Yeah.
after we talked
Thank
about
you. Thank
that.
you for serving and keeping
You know,
us safe.
if you were a
Very
veteran and what service you served in, and
Yeah, I served in the Navy. I didn't get to do it
Awesome.
as long as I wanted to. Injuries and stuff like
Sure,
that.
sure.
But yeah, I mean, it's a great experience, and I posted something on social media this morning about Veterans Day, and it doesn't take very long to say thank you to a veteran, whether they went to boot camp, whether they weren't in a war, doesn't matter. It's a sacrifice for them to go do that for your country.
Yeah.
And once they do that, the pride that anybody has that just getting in boot camp and going through boot camp and doing the schooling and working on a ship, or
Right.
if you're in the Air Force, no matter what it is, they're still a veteran.
Sure.
Doesn't matter
Right.
if they go fight in a war for you. That pride of the flag, that
They-
pride of
they
being there,
stepped
pride
up.
of country is
to
there.
possibly know that there's a chance you could pay
Right,
the
and you
ultimate
leave
price.
your family to
Yeah.
go do that, and
Yeah.
that's a sacrifice alone. So I posted that this morning on Facebook because it is important for everybody, especially with everything going on right now in the world.
Couldn't
it's
agree
key.
more. Couldn't agree more. It's not. Yeah, and JP and I talk about this all the time. The people who have served and are serving, that's not a political thing. So let's not make it
Right.
part of a political
not.
game. This is all about, like you
us.
said, love your country, and it doesn't matter. I don't care what side of the aisle. If you're on no side of the aisle, you can still get out there and say, I appreciate you because of you we're free.
There's no politics when you're fighting next to somebody. Or
Boy,
standing
isn't that the
next to
truth.
somebody.
Amen. Well said.
The
that might
politics
be
are
the
liberty.
quote of the day.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
That's
may
the
be the quote of the
politics.
day,
Liberty
my friend.
that we have is because of veterans that go train and they're training just to be able to fight for you, fight for the flag, and do all that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's very important.
Absolutely.
absolutely. All right.
Yeah.
Well, how's everybody get a hold of you guys?
Well, what we can do is we can post phone numbers, we can
Yes.
post our email
Emails,
addresses on
websites.
your webpage.
Please do,
And
yes.
then our
Please do.
alignment page as well.
We'll get all the contact information on there.
Awesome.
Phone numbers.
But
Get
is
in
there
contact
like
with
a
us.
what's the easiest way? Like what website? Where would you send people?
Well, you could go to a4media.com.
Okay.
You can inquire about that there. You could also request Elsie.
That's what I was
or
gonna say.
myself,
Can they?
you know.
Can they ask specifically
the
for
alignable
y'all?
page? If they go to the alignable page, they can message us directly on that page.
Oh,
And
okay.
it takes them to the website from the alignable page. There's also
Love it.
links and demos on that page. Matt's number, Matt's email, my number, my email. They're on that page. So they'll get the details behind it.
Gotcha.
We're going to post Matt's Veterans Day update today on the page, and then the promo that we
great.
have coming up, and we're actually going to link to this podcast for you guys.
Awesome.
So we're going
Thank
to make
y'all.
sure that that's in Alignables, and we can help our local community.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Oh, that's
Sounds
wonderful.
great. Well, thank you guys for hanging
Yeah,
out and
what a
holding
blessing
on
to meet
to
y'all.
come on,
Yeah,
and
it's
we
worth it.
appreciate what you guys are doing for veterans and
We
what
appreciate
your
what you
company's
guys
doing
are doing.
too.
That's-
So
I heard you guys raised a nice amount of money today.
We have gone.
yeah, we're still shooting for our
we're
goal,
shooting-
10,000. So
well,
we're,
and our original
we're almost
goal
there.
until a
Well,
few
get
hours
on
ago was
and
1,000.
donate.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it's www.davtexasservicefoundation.com, and let's get that $10,000 and knock it out of the park for our disabled veterans and help them out.
And
Help 'em
message us.
out.
Let us know you made the donation. We want to add you to the board.
Yep,
Absolutely.
exactly.
So, all right, Matt,
Thank you
Elsie,
very
thank
much.
you guys
Thank
so
y'all
much.
so much. So
Y'all
nice
have a
to meet
wonderful
y'all. Y'all too.
You guys be blessed.
Be blessed. Yeah.
And
Love
don't forget,
y'all.
you got a headset on, Elsie. We
I
have had
always
people
do
take their
that.
head off.
I'm always like, why am I not making it
Leon,
too
come on back down.
far?
We're going to take Leon real quick. Leon, come on back down.
Thank y'all.
So, Leon,
Come
first
on
of all,
over.
before we throw Larry on a microphone, Leon, no, jump in there. Jump in there.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
I just said before we throw you on a microphone.
How are you?
Hey, Leon,
Nice to know you.
this is how humble this man is.
Yes.
See, I was trying to goad him when he was up here when I was saying,
No,
you
don't go there.
donated
Let's
venture. I know,
talk
I'm going,
about him.
No, hold on a minute. And I said, I was trying to get him to say, well,
JP's gonna brag on
we
ya.
want to
You can't
donate
stop it.
$500 to the cause. Well, Leon donated Venture X $500 on top of the facilities, and so
Oh my goodness.
that's right.
Thank you.
So thank you.
No,
God
thank you
bless
guys.
Oh
thank
my
you guys.
gosh.
I would meant to introduce you guys to Larry Lee a few weeks
Larry,
ago.
how
and
are you?
Nice
Larry,
to know
there's the
you.
microphone.
Larry,
Grab hold of that
look at that.
microphone
Yeah, and
there.
headset.
He knows how to do all this. He's got a huge following on social media, everything. So what Larry does is he works with military and business people and help them get financing for homes. And he's based here, right here,
At
but
Venture X.
at Venture X. But he's
Love
got
it.
a phenomenal story, and I'd like him to share it.
Well, come on.
Yes. So I myself didn't serve, but my parents told me their story because they're refugees from the Vietnam War.
Oh wow.
They were actually at different parts of the country, so they didn't know each other. My dad, he was rescued off of a military helicopter.
Right.
And my mom
Wow.
was rescued off of a military ship.
Oh my gosh.
They had met in Hong Kong at a refugee camp. So they didn't know each other and they met in Hong Kong, and that's how everything got started. So, needless to say, I actually owe my life to the U.S. military.
Boy, no kidding, literally.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
because
that
it-
just gives me chills. That's
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Yeah, so if they didn't meet, I wouldn't exist, and they wouldn't be able to meet if they weren't rescued, at the Falls
Right.
Saigon.
Right.
And the crazy thing is, the young men and women who were helping them, they were just following orders. They don't know what they were doing. We're evacuating the country or whatever.
Right.
So they were just doing their duty, but they basically created families. Right.
Oh.
Right.
And
I love that.
And I wish I could thank them. I don't know who helped them.
Well, you
But
are right now.
Well, those men,
'Cause-
those men and women are now veterans for sure, or some of them might still be serving. Who knows? But yeah, that's why I honor the military. It doesn't matter what political affiliation or whatever. To
Right.
me, the U.S. military deserves every love and respect that they can get. For sure.
Well, that's a great story. And
That's
Leon,
a
thank you
huge
for grabbing Larry and bringing him
testimony.
in.
Wow,
Well,
now we know why you wanted us to meet him.
Yeah, I mean,
We
not
get
only
it.
is he a phenomenal person, very humble, and the best thing about him is he's still serving today, giving back to somebody that gave to their family. What do you? Well, you're not 100, so I'll be easy on him there.
I just turned 41.
Yeah, just turned 41. So just think about that. 45, 46 years ago, we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for a U.S. military person that stepped up for
What a
his family. So
powerful story.
he knows, hey, share your URL, share everything with those guys, how they can get in touch with you if they need help getting a loan or whatever for a home, please.
So my name is Larry Lee. I work for Van Dyke Mortgage.
Okay.
I have an office out of here at Venture X Frisco. The best way to reach out to me would be either to call me on my cell number, 832-606-2193. Or
One
you
more
can,
time.
832-606-2193. 2193. I know it's a Houston number, but I'm in Frisco.
That's okay.
My mom would kill me if I changed my number.
Right.
And I also, you can reach me by going to Larry Lee, themortgageguy.com.
Okay.
So Lee is only one E. So LARRYLE, THE, and the mortgage, MORTGAGE, guy, GUY.com. Or you can Google me. You'll probably find me in Google. If you put Larry the Mortgage Guy, you'll probably find me.
Love it. Well, and will you go on our Facebook feed after this and put in the comments, put your information so people can gather that and grab it?
I would love to.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. And we'd love to have you back on the show again. I mean, heck, you're just right down the hall.
Yes, I would love to be a part of your show for sure.
Love it. Love it.
Thanks for letting us slide in.
No, you bet. Larry, thank you. Leon, thank you.
You guys rock. Thank you. And so nice to know you.
All right.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Where did Calvin go?
Well, let's get Tony on here. Now, I've got to ask Charles a technical question. Are we about to get at our 4-hour?
Larry,
I
don't know. Thank you, Kat.
Okay. Oh, you betcha. Larry, so nice to know you. So nice to know you.
I guess we are, so I'll have to go. I'll take care of this.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say just let us know because we may have to shut down for about 2 seconds and then start back on just on
Only
Facebook.
Facebook. Stay on the website.
Everything else, stay on the website. Everything else, and
JPKcrew.com. We're running. So we're not. There he is.
Tony.
Come on, Tony. Come on in.
on
Right over here,
over.
brother. And where's Calvin?
Another young. Oh no, it's just Tony.
Oh, just
Calvin's Calvin's observing. He's taking pictures.
All right, have
he's
a
the
seat
proud
down
dad
there.
taking pictures. But you know what? We do want to say a very special thank you to Calvin, who served in the Marines. And we are so happy that you are a friend to us and part of our family now here with, well, your extended family through your son. So there you go. So thank you for your service to our country. We appreciate you. And I like, you know what I love that what he just said, my honor to serve. That's the cool thing about these veterans. They're all about it's an honor to serve.
Absolutely.
And you know, it was my honor, and I just love that. We think the world of you, Calvin. We love you. And so you want to talk about Tony?
Well, I'm excited about Tony.
Another young
I'm excited
leader.
about Tony here.
Yeah.
So Tony is going to be a patriot. You know, I don't know if he's going to sign up for the military in the future, but he's going to be a patriot by what he's doing by serving.
He's already got like 3 businesses up and running, so I don't know.
Well, so you approached us.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you come to Kathy and I?
Well, actually, it was more of Calvin came to Kathy. I believe some of Calvin's crazy connections.
And Andrew White, who's on
All
Kilroy's
right.
Conversation, gave Calvin my phone number.
Really?
Yeah.
Andrew. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That clears
yeah.
things up. And gave Calvin the contact information. You guys got in touch, and
Yeah.
I come home from work one day, and he's like, "I got some good news," and
Love it.
explains to me, you know, the whole situation that you guys are starting up and have this startup, and they're interested. They love the show, and I was like, "Well, that's amazing." And the show was still, at that time, just an idea that I was dead set on doing. And whenever push came to pull, and push came to shove,
Yeah.
he was like, "If you want to do this, we have to do this the right way." And that's kind of how he's been with my entire life. A little backstory: there's came from a tougher place and time, and through his, oh no, I don't want to get emotional. Through him, though, he took me to a better place and turned me into a much better man. And of course, he's not going to take, you know, all the glory. He won't let himself do that. But he says it wasn't him; it was me who did the change. But he was definitely the catalyst in my life, and so that's why I want to do this the right way. And whenever I heard you guys were doing this, I was like, I want in on it for sure, because I was planning on just doing it in my room,
Yeah.
with a little camera and microphone. But this is much.
Now you've
much
got a
better.
studio.
Now I got a studio. Now I got a studio.
Well, what I love is going to be the messaging.
Yes.
And we so badly need that messaging, especially amongst young people,
Mhm.
that there are choices that can be made. You're going to make some decisions, but you can always recover by starting to make the right decisions.
Mhm.
Is that a
And
pretty good message?
That is a pretty solid message. I will say we kind of went back, Dad and I. We kind of went back and forth on what the mission is. What is the whole idea of the podcast?
Right.
And ended up coming down to something that I just love, and it's taking teenagers and young adults, people around my age, and bridging the gap between their current circumstance, whatever it may be,
Right.
to a prosperous and thriving future. And you do that by exercising discipline,
Yeah.
by cultivating wisdom, and you maintain all that through healthy mentalities, through healthy habits, and awesome, beautiful relationship building. It was when he said that to me, I was like, that's it. You nailed it on the head.
It's true.
And we do that because we're going to do that because we want to see a future where these young teenagers, young adults will be leading the future of America, future of the world to this
Right.
prosperous and thriving
Right.
future because they have lived it and they're learning and they're going to be leaders. And leaders are just natural sometimes, and they look behind them, they have 10 guys following them. And
Yeah.
it's what's going to be expected and what I love to do and see every day with that man there. I
And
can't.
Such a great, and he's pointing over to Calvin, his adopted dad, who served. And again, we want to thank you for your service to our country and for keeping us safe and free. I love it. Now Charles has got the camera on
There you
Calvin.
go.
Calvin's like,
There
no.
we go.
So have we nailed down a day and a time?
Yeah, when are you starting your podcast?
So we were supposed to get together. I have been going back and forth with my other two fellas. Long story short, I had a co-host, fell through, and so I got two other studs, and they're great
Love
guys.
it.
But one of them is his schedule's pretty tight, and we wanted to do live, but considered that we're going to be recording on the studio and doing some live interactions
Okay.
through a blog or some sort. We haven't nailed a date and time yet.
All right.
Before the end of 2020 or beginning of 2021?
Well,
We'd love to have you before the first
Before,
of the
yeah.
year.
That is-
well, because I think something adults do on a regular basis. Not that we always stick to them, but that New Year's resolution. And I think you and your team are going to offer such hope to that younger generation. They don't want to listen to us, I mean, just like when I talk to my kids, they're like, "Oh, brother, here she goes again." But then JP can say something to them or somebody, and I'm like, "Didn't I just say that to you 2 weeks ago?" And they're like, and I'm thinking in my head, and they're like, "Mom, did you know?" And I'm like, "Oh no, I didn't know that." I'm going to let you know. But I think that you're going to be able to speak to a whole entire audience of young adults, of youth, teenagers too, about how, where do you get hope? Where do you go for a plan? How do you move forward? And you're going to be able to say it and get credibility.
Yeah.
And so maybe you get maybe one of the first things you do is get people to set those realistic resolutions that they can give them a plan for how to stick to. Because I know you've got all of that in your quiver.
That young man there, my dad, he's looking at me all crazy because what you just said is what he said is because I have my kind of idol, not the most influential person in my life, because that's Calvin for sure. But the second most is this guy, Jocko Willink. He's got his own podcast, and he says a lot of stuff, and someone I look up to. But every time Jocko says something, I'm like, "Hey, Dad, blah, 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 blah. I learned this." And he's like, "I just told you that last week, but okay, cool. Yeah, if you want to incorporate that, that's fine." And that's exactly what I'd like to do. I'd like to be that role model, that example for other people
Right.
to live by and see.
You
hey,
will be.
This kid came from this type of lifestyle and he had it rough, but he's not going to hold that to anything. He's just going to move forward and push through.
Well, we are excited and can't wait for you to kick off here at JPK Broadcasting Network.
Can't wait at all.
All right.
Pleasure's all
Let
mine.
us know.
Thank you
Let
so
us
much for
know.
coming out today.
Thanks
Make
for
sure
coming
y'all
out
grab some
today, and-
barbecue.
Yep, grab
From
some
Meet
barbecue
You
on the
Anywhere.
way out.
Tony,
and-
you rock.
Tony, thank you, brother.
We're so excited to work with you.
All right, and the hits don't stop coming.
I know.
Where's Tapley?
That just
Tapley, you better get over here.
That gives me such. That just gives you, such
I
hope.
haven't seen Tapley in probably 13 years. I mean, 13 years
Been a
at
while.
least.
How you been?
How you been, brother?
I was like,
man,
you got a podcast show and everything.
Oh, we're a mess.
I mean, and Tapley, how many babies do we have?
Yes, I know that's running
You
joke.
and Stephanie. How many are we at?
We have 5.
5 children.
Wow,
Now,
God love
okay,
ya.
so are any of them going to follow in your early footsteps, and are they going to end up trying to play Major League Baseball?
I think I have one. He's a lefty, and I'm not too prideful to say that I think he's better than me at that age.
Really?
I think so.
Well, there you go.
But there is an asterisk. He's had me as a coach pretty much.
Well, right, there you go. So Tapley is Charles's brother-in-law.
Oh,
no,
okay.
that's not true. I'd said that.
Nephew-in-law.
Nephew-in-law.
Nephew-in-law. Okay.
Yeah, because Tapley's not as old as Charles. That would be Debbie, who would be Stephanie's mom. Who would that be? His mother-in-law.
I love it.
In fact, that's That is Michael, Dr. Michael Jones's
Oh.
son-in-law.
Oh, my goodness.
Kathy will know that because we've had Dr.
Yeah,
Jones.
we had him on the show.
We've had him on the
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
So I met Tapley way back when. Way back when.
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to play. Well, he was playing. He was playing baseball and going through the system.
Mhm.
It was an injury or something, right, Tapley?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah, that's a good memory.
And what position?
I played outfield. I played right and center, and I ran into the wall and I hurt my arm.
Right, that's
and,
right.
And I had to get close to 20 staples in my arm, and it just wasn't the same.
Yeah.
And so I just kind of had to say, okay, what am I going to do? I've just had to move on with myself, and then I taught school for a couple years.
Yeah, that's
Oh, where'd you teach?
I taught at Grand Prairie
Okay.
and at Flower Mound Marcus High School.
Very cool. Oh, very cool.
And then it's kind of the stars align. I guess someone there at the high school, one of the parents kind of just gave me my initial calling, which kind of has led me to today. And I never thought that I'd be doing what I'm doing right now. But it's kind of like the process of what it takes.
Sure.
You never would know.
So what are you doing?
Well, I'm in the medical field, and so for the past, I'd say, 15 years, I've been what you'd call a subject expert in the stem cell.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I was the guy you would send into the field to talk to the physicians.
Okay.
And just because I have a photographic memory, I can just have a lot of studies on recall, and I can go, it's just like, hey, I don't know everything, but on this one subject, I can
know
go
this.
I can go as deep as you want to go.
Right.
Wow.
And just through those experiences, I just kind of saw the fundamental gaps that existed as to why, we know that, these therapies can help us, do all types of things, but why do some patients heal and why do some not? And I solved that problem. And so I developed a software, an artificial intelligence software that actually figured out the dosing problem that exists with stem cell therapies. And I started the company 3 years ago, and I knew that it would possibly work, but I never thought it would be working as well as it has right now.
And what's the name of the company before we go any further with the description?
Bridging Biosciences.
Bridging Biosciences. Okay.
So kind of like the guy before, where he said bridging the gap. That's what I did in the field, and that's kind of what I wanted to do with this company is to bridge really what we exist between patient care, patient knowledge, and really technology and outcomes. I guess bridging all that. So it's kind of a neat story to where it's nothing short of a divine appointment.
Right.
If you knew the whole full story, and it's been tough, but I can say that I've sat in front of close to 3,500 patients with hope and healing stories that I commonly make a joke. I'm way past making your knee feel better. We're on to things where PTSD, that's what kind of like what motivated me to be on here was just, the veterans are suffering from just all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And
Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, you name it. Yeah.
You just hit the nail on the head. And I'd be remiss to say that like I said, I've been face to face. I know what chronic pain looks like. I know what, and chronic pain goes way past the physical pain itself. It's the collateral damage to the family,
right,
to the spouse, to the kids, to yourself. That it just slowly breaks you down.
Right.
Even spiritually breaks you down.
Oh, yeah.
But what if we could heal that?
Yeah.
And I've tapped into that. And so
That's
it's
awesome.
I would be I have to say that I've been co-creating with God for the past 3 years.
Right.
There you go.
Now, have you been able to direct any of this towards military and veterans who may have some of that same pain that you're talking about?
The closest thing, it's funny you ask, because I have 30 sites around the country who are using my product and who are doing these therapies. And you can go to the website and find the locations. But the closest site I would say is in Baltimore, and they treat a lot. He treats a lot of military. And it wasn't until last year where I'd seen my last patient with my own eyes who was getting ready to get admitted to a hospital, for mental issues, and I mean, the parents were desperate. They tried everything, and I'm like, I've seen way too many of these. Yeah. I've got to get this into the hands of somebody,
right?
That
who can help with this,
exactly.
Yeah, who can be that conduit to bring it to the right person, who brings it to the right person, who makes it come to fruition. Yeah,
exactly. And it's like, unfortunately, I'm not in those circles who knows somebody, right. And so it's just been me kind of just really for the past 3 years, I haven't had a website, and that's been purposeful. Because anything, in my opinion, that's really that good, you think, well, why is this not everywhere? It's like, well, the same reason that a lot of things are not everywhere
right.
that are good.
It's true.
Sure.
But to answer your question is, I know that the physicians have treated a lot of military. I know that they're radically different than what they were, using stuff from their own body to heal their own body, and using our equipment to do it at the right amount meant specifically for them.
And we're talking so much less invasive than a surgery, and especially nowadays. I'm sitting here going, okay, my ears are really perking up. Don't be in your 50s and ride on an electronic scooter in downtown Dallas with your, at the time, 20-year-old daughter with flip-flops on and think that you're not going to fall and crash and burn.
And do this with both handles.
and not know how to stop. Yeah.
Get on it, don't know how to slow
so
down.
You'll fall.
Yeah.
Just a public service announcement. So I've had to put off shoulder surgery because COVID and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to go in the hospital right now. I'm just there thinking, okay, well, there you go.
And then there's that.
There's that.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you an example, and that's how we started, because that's how these therapies are typically thought of, that, hey, I've got mechanical pain, my shoulder, I don't want to have knee surgery. And we were the technology, the software saying, hey, this is the right dose needed to make your knee feel better or whatever.
Right.
It was making those outcomes remarkably better. But it wasn't until it was I would say it was by accident, but now I know it was more than just that we were treating someone with who had mental issues,
right?
And they literally reverted back to their old personality, who they were before they had problems, and then it became kind of a string of those where it was a lot of daughters, a lot of sons, and I'm talking in their teenage. And I'm like, why is this so young? And then B, you can't help but think that, okay, someone who's suffering from PTSD,
right?
There's no way that this cannot help.
Well, and it sounds like it's one of those things, it can't hurt.
No. And that's the thing, is that it's from your own body.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so if you look at kind of the FDA guidance on how they want stem cell therapies to progress right now,
right?
Really under the guise of using things that we know that are well proven, and the risks are well known, and that really drills it down to really one thing: stuff from you.
Right. Yeah.
But the problem again for the past 30 years is that they've never been able to accurately dose it. Meaning that I can give too little and it'll have no effect.
Right.
I can give too much and it'll have the same effect, which is an opposite of effect. But if I could figure out a way to give you the right amount, and then, oh, by the way, can we attribute that to various conditions? That's what I figured out.
Right. That's awesome.
Well, that's way smart.
That's good stuff.
That's why I do this and don't do science. I'll let Tapley do all the science.
There you go.
Let him keep figuring it out. That's for sure. Well, how do they find your website?
Yeah, so go to bbiosciences.com.
He's already got it. So point down.
Uncle Charles, point down there, Tapley. We got to do this.
Does he have it on there already?
Yeah, yes. We got to do this.
Charles won't let you leave unless you point right to it.
There's a little delay on the television. Yeah, we got to appease Uncle Chuck here.
So if you go to bbiosciences.com, we have locations, and then we have the sites across America that are using
Love it.
Well, I think
Love
it's fantastic
awesome.
stuff. And again, I'm like you. I love the fact that it's you.
It's you.
Yeah, it's not.
There's no foreign. There's nothing
because
foreign
with the
going in your body.
medication, there's the side effects. Even with surgery, you're not guaranteed. Like I'm sitting here listening to, well, and you have to do this, and then you're going to be kind of incapacitated for a while, and you can't do this, and you can't do that, and I'm like, okay, and then they're like, in rehab, it's a killer, and I'm like, Wow, you're really selling this.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the thing is that, what if something could rebalance you and reset you and help you get off those medications?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Amen.
Yep.
That's what we're talking about.
Well, I tell you what, you need to get with the Department of Defense.
I tell you, I tried. Again, it's one of those things where maybe somebody out there knows somebody who knows somebody, because, like I said, I'm way past making your knee feel better. We could really help humanity. And
Right.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, you could save families and marriages and lives. At the end of the day, a lot of people who end up ultimately committing suicide, and especially in the veteran community, there is such chronic pain. And Andrew White, who's with Kilroy's Conversation, is nodding his head. It's because there's chronic pain, and then they turn to medication, but then some self-medication, and it's just a recipe for disaster. My goodness. Yeah, we need to introduce him to some folks we know.
Well, and then I go to the fact, though, that with the pandemic, mental health has become a huge, huge problem. And whether it's chemical, and we've now figured that out, whether it's behavioral, what have you, but it's surfaced, and we're treating it with chemicals. And if we could use something like this to reformat the brain, more or less, reboot you.
What you just said right there is exactly the way that people describe what it's doing to their brain. It's literally resetting their brain.
Right.
And when you think about that, that's such a remarkable statement, because people have asked me, well, what's going on?
Right.
And I'm like, I don't think anybody really knows, but people with pain know every tick, every murmur of their body. And if they're saying, it feels like something is being rewired, I got to take them on their word.
Absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
your own body. Everybody knows their own body. Absolutely. Well, this is fascinating.
Yeah, I may have to connect you with some of my congressional folks
we've got
and
some
DOD
good
folks.
contacts.
So again, website one more time so I can go find those
Yeah,
sites.
B Biosciences, BIOSCIE in sciences.com.
SIENCES.
I had to look at it.
BeBiosciences.com. That's all right. Well, Tapley, I can't thank you enough for sticking around today and coming in.
Oh, this is
so good to see you.
I was it was great to see you. I mean, I was just telling somebody, I was like, my great grandma, I guess I can call her that right now, is I met him like 18 years ago. I can't believe they're doing a podcast right now.
Yeah,
Out of
because you have
control.
to understand. I think I met Tapley at Easter, is when I met him
It-
at the house on Mesquite.
He's got a memory like me.
Oh yeah.
And that's where I met
That's
Tapley.
exactly
They'd
right.
Come up and
Yep.
Debbie and Mike had come up, and I mean we met at Easter.
The fact that you knew that I was still playing ball, I had an injury to my arm. The fact you remember those little details.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. I mean I remember when you ran into the wall.
Yeah.
And hurt your arm. I mean I remember that. So, but
It-
anyway.
And God had other plans for
Well,
you.
I can honestly say, if you knew the story, God definitely had other plans.
Yeah. Well, tell Stephanie I said hello, please.
I will. Thank
So
you.
nice to know you.
Thank you
friend.
for having me on.
Come on the show again. We need like a whole hour with him. This is
well, I can tell you this much. I was so excited to come on and just say this, because I know that this could help. I've seen what it's done to people who have pain and mental issues, and if that is the case with the veterans,
Absolutely. Then
I know that
there's
this
help.
is something that I'm being used to help humanity.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, and I think I'm going to connect him with Acadia Healthcare.
Oh,
as
that's
well.
a great idea.
One of the largest.
And we need
They
to get
are
him a
the
meeting
largest
with,
mental
we need to get him
health
a meeting with
providers
Congressman Taylor's office too.
in the
yeah.
world.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's time for some meetings.
Yep.
You better have the science ready, brother.
It's ready.
I think I was going to say he's got that eidetic
Thank you.
memory.
Thank
you, Tapley. God bless
Take
you, my
care.
friend. I just set it down. It's one of those
Thanks
mic
so
drop
much.
moments. You just mic drop it.
I love it.
Okay, Corley had to run home because he's going to be right back. But what's our schedule? I know we've got more people waiting on us. It is currently 3:24.
If we don't have somebody else who is scheduled, I know Chuck Wright was going to come in.
Well, I think we
who's
have
a
somebody else
veteran.
scheduled. It's almost 3:30. Who do we have?
I know at 4:15 we've got Justin, we've got Gail and Steve.
And Kelly Parker. He's on his
Kelly
way up.
Parker. So we've got those starting around 4 o'clock. Charles, do we have anybody else who's scheduled to come on at 3:30? Or if not, can we get Chuck Wright?
Well, I was going to say, if
he
not,
was going to come on.
I'll call Justin and tell him come on now.
I'm available if you need me for anything.
We love you. Yeah, thank you.
Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, well, thank you
Me
there,
and
Charles.
JP talk amongst ourselves. What? We've never done that.
Well, I was going to tell Justin to call in right now, but that's okay. Well, first of all, why are we here? We're here because
Yes.
we're putting on a Veterans Telethon. Again, what prompted this is a show that we're launching. The show that we're launching is My Son, My Veteran. And so with My Son, My Veteran.
Yeah, that's right. I knew we had somebody else.
You knew it.
Yeah, I knew it. Come on over here.
You didn't have a seat. But My Son, My Veteran, how you doing?
Doing well. How you doing?
I'm all right. Grab that
Good to
microphone
see
right
you
there.
again. So great to see you.
Do what, Charles? Oh, first and last name, Charles Watts.
My first and last name is not Charles Watts.
It looks like Charles Watts. You look like a Charles Watts.
Really?
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
I get that a lot for some reason.
Or a Charles Edison.
First name Matthew, 2 T's.
This would be Lucci, right?
Yes, Lucci for the last name.
But no, in all seriousness, this is a telethon that's launching our next show, My Son, My Veteran. It'll be on Fridays at 12:30. In fact, this Friday at 12:30. It is in conjunction with DAV. Greg will be the one running the show on that show here on the JPK Broadcasting Network. We want you to donate. We have been doing this Veterans Telethon all day. I will tell you, I now know why Jerry Lee Lewis did this, Kathy.
Jerry Lewis.
Or Jerry Lewis.
Jerry Lee's
not Jerry
different,
Lee.
yeah.
Now I know
Why
why
he
he
took off
did
the
this.
collar at
By the
some
time
point.
it was about an hour left in the telethon, he had he had his bow tie untied, which Jerry Lewis tied himself, and unbuttoned his shirt because he was so tired. I get it. We have been telethoning now for what, Charles?
Since
8
7
hours.
a.m.
8 hours now. We have raised, and I don't have an update. I'm hoping that we'll have a bigger number at the update. Go find out. $8,700 so far for veterans for our first annual telethon. I am so excited about that because it's organic. We didn't do any advertising really.
No, I mean, we
didn't
put out an
pay
event.
for
We
any
put on an
advertising.
event thing on social media, sent out a few emails, and our original goal was $1,000.
Right.
When we birthed this
$1,000.
idea a few weeks ago, and we were talking with Greg O'Connell, who is the host and sponsored by Texas DAV of a new podcast starting on the JPK Broadcasting Network on Friday. We're like, you know what? Let's really bust a move and let's get $1,000 to donate to the Texas DAV.
Right.
Tess Armstrong, who's a longtime member of the crew, who we just love dearly, threw the gauntlet down a few hours ago and said, we were like 3,000 or something.
Yeah.
We're just like, celebrate. And she's like, let's make it 10,000.
Let's make it 10,000. Then she dropped $250 on us.
Yeah, and then she donated $250 herself. So how blessed.
Donate in.
Happy
Contact
Veterans Day.
DAV Texas Service Foundation.com or call us at our number and donate. And Charles, our number, is it working? Well, it wasn't working before. All right, we're going to try it again. 972-232-7199. That number is 972-232-7199. Operators are standing by to take your donation as we speak. All right, Matthew.
Operators are us.
Yeah. Hey. Hey.
Oh, sorry. Don't look behind the curtain,
They don't
kids.
know behind the curtain. Hey, what are you? Mary Poppins? Oh, yeah, wrong movie. So
it's like you're getting Mary Poppins and the Wizard of Oz mixed up. Don't do that.
Okay, Dottie.
Don't do that. What?
Dorothy, pardon me, not Dottie.
Dorothy. Oh,
Dottie
oh
was
my
another
gosh.
Wizard of Oz.
You're going to
You
make
need
my
to
head
refresh
split
yourself
open.
on some of these old movies.
Yeah, you need. Well, he's doing that because he knows it makes me crazy.
Drives her crazy.
Makes me like
So,
insane.
Matthew, dude, you're a young-looking guy, man.
He is a young guy.
So what
but
are
very
you doing?
accomplished.
What are you doing? Because you look like you got it going on.
Oh, well, thank you.
So camera's over there.
All right. I will say something that my high school drama teacher told me is fake it till you make it.
Fake it till you make it.
So if it looks like I have it going on, that's why.
Okay.
Basically the best piece of advice I've ever gotten. But no, after I graduated from college, I started my own marketing firm, and I'm also working on a medical device startup.
Medical device startup. I love that stuff.
He and I talked about this the other day. And we're going to have a segment on our medical day and have him come on just talk about the medical device.
Sounds good.
And I see room for it in the veterans world, big time. Yeah.
Well, we'll need to jump all over that. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'll kind of get into that maybe separately because this is about the veterans. This is about raising money for DAV Texas Service Foundation. So first off, thank you very much for having me on.
Oh my gosh, you're welcome.
And I think the reason why Corley wanted to put me on board here is because in addition to those two things that I'm working on, very passionate about, I've always been passionate about public service. From the time that I went to college, and even before then, I had wanted to serve my country in some way.
Right.
And some things opened up for me after I graduated with my master's to pursue not only my own businesses, but also to pursue service in the U.S. Armed Forces.
Right.
So the reason why Corley, wanted me on tonight or this afternoon, whatever it is.
Whatever time it is, we have no idea.
Is that I'm also in process of joining the U.S. Air Force Armed Reserves.
Oh, wow. Very cool.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Back when I first went to college, I wanted to serve, and I met a lot of great guys on the campus of SMU, Southern Methodist University, who were involved in the veterans community there. There's a great group of guys, the SMU Mill Vets, that put on events. They have fundraisers every Veterans Day,
right?
Things like that. And I worked a lot with them, either in student government or just on various projects that they were working on to better the campus community for military veterans. And one thing that I noticed in every single veteran, whether they had a good experience or a bad experience in the military, was each and every one of them was proud of what they did.
Absolutely.
And there's just something about whether you're in the Coast Guard Reserves or whether you're Marine Corps Infantry, there's something about having that pride in service and understanding that very rarely does anybody get something that they didn't earn. And very rarely does someone go through their entire life without someone pouring into them. And this country affords so many people with poor backgrounds, rich backgrounds, whatever, so many opportunities.
That they would have never had that structure, and several of our veterans who have been on the show today talked about the importance, like you said, rich or poor, that structure and the leadership that you learn if you get connected with the right organizations like a Texas DAV, you can translate that into success in the private sector world.
Yes, of
course. It's huge.
And the thing about the veterans is they never, ever, ever do it for themselves.
That's the truth.
We love that.
It's very hard to go into the military. It's not convenient. It's never something that, this will be a great career builder for me.
Yeah, I want to put this on my resume.
I mean, yeah, you can put it on your resume, but it's not
the
easy.
Snapchat selfie world.
Yeah.
This is hardcore.
Yeah. You have to put aside, even if you're just going into the reserves, you have to put a lot of your life on hold in the midst of all that. At a bare minimum, you're gone for 2 months, not able to contact friends or family.
Right.
And then you've got tech school for your particular job after that. And many times you're sent overseas to pursue a goal or an aim that, you wouldn't have even thought about if you were outside of the military, something that you aren't at the security clearance to understand why you are where you are.
Right.
But the thing that every single veteran I've ever met that really inspired me to join the military and be going through that process right now is each and every one of them felt like they had a debt to their country and to their friends and their family for giving them the opportunities that they have. So they join the military as a way of taking the skill set that they have and serving one another and serving their country in a very, very tangible way.
And what an honorable way to approach patriotism. And I think in today's society, and especially that's why I'm so impressed with you, Matthew, and it's so great to see young people like yourself and like Tony and like Chandler and some of the other young people we've had on the show today that want to help make the world they live in a better place. And for those who want to go in and either be a patriot or serve in the military in some way, shape, or form, we need more of that. There, Chuck and Andrew from Kilroy's conversation. What were gosh, the number was so low, JP, and I wish I could remember it. I don't want to misquote them, but the percentage of young people willing to go and serve nowadays is just, it's minuscule compared to generations of the past. Something's got to change.
So, and Matthew, you've joined the military.
I'm currently in process of becoming an
Right.
officer in the U.S. Air Force Reserve.
In the U.S. Air Force Reserve.
Which,
there you
how
go.
cool is that?
Way cool.
Love it. Just
Way
love
cool.
it, love
I'm
it,
gonna
love
fly
it.
behind him.
Okay.
I'm just gonna have him hook up a little chain back to the fin.
Yeah,
there.
like the little sidecar on a motorcycle. I don't know if airplanes work that way.
Oh, they don't work that way. Oh, I'll wear the goggles.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I mean, I'm an engineer by trade. I can make that happen.
See.
He probably can. He's a complete
I'll
brainiac.
be Woodstock, and he can be Snoopy.
Oh, there you go, the Red Bear, and there you go.
There you go. Well, Matthew, thank you so much for coming on with JP Kathy.
We
and the
appreciate
crew.
you so much. Thank you so much.
Enjoyed having
It's
you, and
good to see you
congratulations on
again.
joining the service.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Mic drop.
Well, yeah, literal mic drop.
Mic drop.
We appreciate you. Thanks, Matthew.
So, and
then
I've
we'll
gotten
have him back
word-
on to talk about his medical device. Did
Yes.
somebody donate $500 so I can put lipstick on you?
Well, no.
Doggone it. Somebody
I don't know that.
please donate $500.
Well, I thought it was 1,000. It was 1,000 for the
Oh.
lipstick. Nice try.
Charles,
No.
wasn't it 500 and then I
No,
get to
it
put
was
red
1,000.
lipstick on JP?
No, it was 1,000.
Dang it. You're
But
supposed to help hook me up.
But Cleo donated.
Oh, Cleo.
But I don't know how much you have to put her on the board. So we're just going to put
Okay.
Cleo on the board.
Yay, Cleo. Thank you. Well,
So-
and let's give a shout out to Cleo's son.
That's right.
Yes. So,
Although a rough year at West Point this is going to be. Or at least this semester anyway.
yes,
or
but
next
her
semester.
son, just an incredible young man is
Oh,
at West
absolutely.
Point.
Trajan's
Just
way
just cream
incredible.
of the crop. Bravo to Cleo and Angelina for doing such a phenomenal job with him. So we're. So anyway, so Cleo, we love you, and she's a huge supporter of the military and of our freedom. So we just love Cleo dearly, and so glad she's part of the crew family.
Absolutely. And we may get Justin Nichols calling back in. I sent him a message, said call in. But she donated, and then Coach Quigley had sent out over 140 plus challenges to donate $20. And so, again, can't
Love
thank him
it.
enough for doing
Love
that.
it.
It was funny on the feed. Cleo had made the comment, and I'd asked her, I said, did you meet the coach's challenge? And she's like, well, no, I gave more. Is that what you're asking? I'm like, no. Because Coach sent so many out. And what she said was, trying to get to her comments because I don't want to paraphrase them. Oh, where did they go? Of course, Coach Quigley is saying, amazing day. 2 hours to go. You're going to reach your goal. He said, my wife just said America needs to take better care of our veterans. And she continued with saying this telethon is doing just that. And so thank you, Miss Coach Quigley.
We love that. We love you, Mrs. Coach Quigley. Her gift.
Oh, they're way awesome. But you see both of them?
Loved them. Oh, I only saw the Ruby shirt.
Oh, yeah. Well, then also his son.
What?
His wife took one of their son's football jerseys and put it in a frame to hang in his man cave. $10,600!
Yes! Woo! Come on in, Greg. Announce that on the
get
air.
over here.
Announce that on the
And
air.
I'm going to be curious. I wonder if that's Kelly's $1,000 match. And does that count the checks or no? No. That doesn't even count the checks.
Oh, we're over 11,000 with checks
You've
then.
got two $500 checks, right?
I have one, and my aunt's
And you're-
for 100. That's 600.
Okay, because you got
And
Melanie's
Matthew
for
Moulton's
500.
on.
And
Matthew
then
Moulton's on
Leon,
here
Chastain,
donated
did he
20.
go on the line and donate, or did he bring a
So
check to you?
I told him to go online.
Go online. Okay, so his probably part of that.
Right.
So we've got $600 in checks.
This is amazing.
So that puts us at
This is
11,100.
Right.
And then if Kelly didn't pay online, he brings a check. That'll put us at $12,100. Boy, oh boy,
Wow.
oh boy. Not a bad day for a bunch of amateurs.
Not a bad day at the office. Yeah, for a bunch of folks who are doing our first
we
telethon.
have an hour and a half. Heck, let's make 15,000. I mean, come on.
You know what?
Let's make 15,000.
Let's set a new goal.
15 grand.
And $1,000 donation, JP, and I've got
Well,
3 different shades of red.
I will wear lipstick the rest of the time.
If you donate $1,000, I get to put red lipstick on JP.
So.
And Greg's like, oh no,
I've got to go.
Yeah, he's like, whoa. He's like,
I
I thought I was going to get to interview Miss Texas, and now you're telling me I get to watch John wear lipstick.
Right.
Wow, great trade-off, Kath.
So Cleo said I had just donated, and Coach Quigley said, "Could you watch it?" There, chuckles. He goes, "Could you imagine Jerry Lewis did his for 72 hours?" And then Cleo goes, "It was hard to forget. Coach Quigley sent me a personal message. Used the website. It only took 3 minutes. So easy." So, Coach, let up. She went ahead and donated. So I love that. Very, very cool. We are now over $12,000. And so we want to reach 15. Let's be greedy.
So, we know we're at 10.6, and
we've got 600. You got 600 in checks.
But I'm just saying that,
And then Kelly Parker's $1,000.
This is great,
She's
y'all.
not in that figure?
I don't think so. I think Kelly's bringing a check. So if he is, it's $12,100.
Right. I mean, if not, we're still sitting pretty. This is awesome.
Let's challenge everybody with we're only at 10,600, and we really want to get to 15.
And we really want to get to
15,000.
Right.
Here's
Andrew,
the greatest
we
part.
blew past 10,000.
Yeah, we're past $10,000 now. So, but here's the thing, right? And this is where I'm going with this. Every single penny goes to a disabled American veteran. No administrative costs.
None, zero.
Zero. And
100%.
so everything you're doing is amazing. The crew, the family members of the crew, our family members, your Aunt Miriam, my father, my Aunt Rhonda, and Uncle Bob. I mean, and they're in California. My dad's in Arizona. My aunt's in California. My uncle's in California. So all these people that have made this possible, we cannot thank you enough. It has been probably one of the greatest days I've gotten to spend on this earth, being a part of our first ever telethon to raise money for veterans. Sure, you can come sit down here, Andrew.
Yeah, come on over. Is Chuck around?
So
he had to leave. Oh, okay, gotcha.
So, and I want to thank Greg for inspiring that.
Bravo.
Because he inspired
what a God thing.
Yeah, the thought of,
yeah.
Hey, let's do a telethon. Let's introduce the show by doing a telethon. And
So I never thought at the end of the July when Kathy, John, and I were sitting in a 10-by-10 room,
right,
trying to
doing the
order
first
microphones
show with a cell phone on
screaming.
and echoing in the room, that we'd be here today raising money for the veterans. I am honored to be able to do that. Thank you very much.
And thank you for being part of this, Charles. You're a ginormous part of getting all this up and running. And God is good. And our men and women who are serving, who have served, like our friend Andrew from Kilroy's Conversation, like the other veterans who we've had here today, the veterans who hopefully have tuned into the show and understood that they are loved and absolutely just adored, and we just are so appreciative for them.
Hold on,
Andrew. Yeah.
I know he's poised.
It's like
This morning I started off the day because I knew that we were going to have one knuckleball after another thrown after us. And if you've played baseball and you've ever had to face a knuckleball pitcher, good luck.
Am I a knucklehead? Is that the reference you're doing?
No. Knuckleballs mean that they're all over the board. And that's what we were going to have today. We were going to have knuckleball challenges all day today. And I can tell you that your JPK broadcasting team has taken that all in stride. And we've not killed each other. Nobody's been bleeding. And this is what I started off our day with, because I knew that we needed to really find a way to focus and maybe come around something. And so I sent this out first thing this morning. The key word today, charity, in our hearts and souls for each other.
Amen.
And everybody has taken all of the challenges, all of the miscommunications that can happen with text messaging, which, by the way, talk to people. That's much better to understand them.
Yeah.
And we have been able to raise nearly $11,000, and we're aiming for $15,000.
I mean, we just
this
is crazy.
Who was that a few weeks ago that said, "Why don't we target 1,000?" And I just said,
we were like, oh wow, do we think we can do $1,000 in an all-day telethon?
When I told the folks at the DAV, they said,
Who are these people?
Do they not know who's going to be listening?
Who are these people?
I'm just kidding.
And you guys have, I've been very blessed to have the honor of not only being part of it, but watching from, the bleachers out there. And it has been the barbecue room. You guys have really hit the word that I used during my segment, and JP, you've hit it also, is patriot.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We have been flooded today with overwhelming patriotic spirit from folks all over the place, hearing, listening, giving, sharing their stories, saying what today means to them, and how thanking our veterans who've served, whether it is during wartime, peacetime, is irrelevant. They've served and they've given to this great nation.
Up to serve.
And you all have stepped up to serve them today. That is really a testimony to the show, to the listeners, to really the American spirit, I think, of who we are and what we are and where we're going. And it's very commendable of the job you did. And like I said, I agree with you. When I hear 1,000, I was like, that's kind of lowball, because I expect, where we are today is where I would expect us to have been from the get-go,
And I guess I was thinking this is our first time. JP and I have never done this before. We've had fundraisers.
And I'll share with you, JP and I earlier today, we were on the hallway, and he was asking me, how do you think you do it? And I'm like, JP, you knocked it out of the park. You really have. And let's picture this, if you will. And I want to brag on you, because you guys both deserve a little bit of love right now. Bravo. So, JP, just like you put them in there, I'm going to take this moment to brag on you a little bit. So I hope you don't mind.
No.
All right.
You've got the mic.
Here's the thing. You look about what's going on in the world today, right now. COVID, people who may not have the ability, or even their businesses could use that money somewhere else. They've made a conscientious effort and decision to step up and say, you know what? It's the right thing to do during a situation. And I'm not going to mention any names of nonprofits, but there's great nonprofits all over. Some of the more national level, I think that'd probably be the good word, they're not really necessarily affected as much. But it's the smaller organizations, the community, the local, especially, and I'm just going to use the term veteran service organizations, that while raising $10,000 to a major national vision is really a drop in the bucket to them. These small organizations that we all know and care for, that money could make the difference whether or not they see next month or even next year.
Yeah. That's a good point.
And that is, I think, very important, that the fact that we were able to do that here today in this time of our nation is a testimony to both of y'all.
Well,
your ability to reach out, draw the different people, connect the connectors, to reach in their pocket and do what we normally want to do in a regular year, but in a very irregular year like 2020. It's really a testimony to both of you, the people you know, how you were able to use your influence. And I say that in a absolutely positive, it is you guys who made that feasibly possible. Because I don't think we would have achieved that if it wasn't for y'all.
No, I agree.
It's really you guys.
Thank you, Andrew. So we've got another donation. Matthew Moulton has met the challenge, $20 donation.
Love it.
I got one better for you.
Yeah.
He wants Charles to send once we get downloaded the show, if we can get him his part, he wants to send it to his entire USA company.
What?
So that they can all see what we're doing here at
Outstanding.
JP, Kathy, and the crew.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and so
the donations might keep on coming tomorrow.
Well, at the very
is that
well
okay,
could.
Greg? Or can y'all handle donations tomorrow? Okay,
sure.
Just making sure.
It's open 24/7.
And I want to say, so I think it's Alt 4 USA is what I think. I'm trying to find it in the notes again here, because people, of course, have kept coming on, which is good. That's what we want.
Love it.
But yeah, he's going to send it out to his entire. Yeah, there we go. It's Altice USA, for more viewers and more listeners to tune in to the messaging of what we do. Matthew Moulton.
Yeah.
Yes, Moulton.
Yep.
I've got Elsie's card here, so we can use Elsie's card. But Matthew, we're going to get
That's
it
so
out to Altice USA. Matthew, thank you for that. Thank you for $20 as well. That'll go up on the
Yeah.
board, so we need to add that to the board as well. And so I've got a question, Fred
That's
Nort.
awesome.
The crew, one of the crew's in the house.
Oh no, they know it's happy hour time
Our Yankee
now.
Doodle Dandy's in the house,
It's
baby.
happy hour time now. So
Is that what it's happy hour time? Are you ready to start dialing for dollars?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you ready to dial
yes,
for dollars,
We have
Fred
a beer
Nort?
coming for you.
I got a script right behind you. Well, that's good. That means I'll give to us.
Disguise your voice.
So here's where we're at.
If everybody who doesn't like Fred would just give $1,
Yeah,
You would be rich, right?
We 10 grand.
Right. There he is. He's getting ready to start dialing. But here's the cool thing. You ready for this? Fred, who's part of the crew, gave up part of his day to come up here and help dial for dollars. Now, Fred's very modest, but Fred is retired.
Yep.
And I can say this, right? NYPD, right? No, is it Long Island? So which PD are you retired from? Lake Success. Lake Success on Long Island. Don't insult me, man. Easy. Since 9/11, those guys walk on water. Easy now. So, but no, Lake Success in Long Island. Got to Texas as quickly as he could. So, and we're glad to
And
have
we
him.
love him here.
Because he's conservative.
We love him
We love
here.
that. So, but no, Fred's become part of the crew, and he's up here to help out. We have achieved the $1,000 goal, and I'm going to go ahead and show the barn doors now. So I set the $1,000, so it would be easily attainable by the crew. So then the crew would then look at me and say, "Hey, you fool, we need to raise $10,000."
And boy,
And
they
it worked.
did.
Tess grabbed a hold of that, and
Well, I was
she-
I was still concerned about the mechanic. I was very hopeful, but I was like, I think we can raise some money, but we've never done this before.
We haven't.
We've done a lot of different things before in our journey together, but this has taken on a whole new thing. Would we last all day, and would the technology be right, and would we have guests? At first, we were like, yeah, we'll probably have 30 minutes in between each guest. Oh my goodness! I mean,
We've
here
had
we
no
are.
time
It's
between
almost
each
4.
guest, yeah.
I mean, we're literally getting everybody in that we can.
So Chuck, Matthew put in the feed his email address, matthew.moulton@a4media.com. So we reached the $1,000 goal, and Gail goes, "Yay, achieved the $1,000 goal. Time to kick some buttocks and get it higher and higher." Amen to that, as she and Steve from MoneyLink are in studio with us.
Yes.
But here's the deal. You ready for this? We had reached, with in-kind, $3,200 by 9:30.
Yeah, which
And
is
so
unbelievable.
then Tess goes, you people aren't doing enough. You need to raise 10,000.
Right.
Greg just came across from the hall and said, we're at $10,600.
Right.
That's
So
amazing.
here's the deal.
And growing.
We have got an hour left. We need
An hour and 8 minutes.
$15,000.
And if we have a $1,000 donation, I get to
will
put
wear
lipstick
makeup.
on JP.
Well, not makeup. I'll wear lipstick.
I was gonna say no. We're not doing full on
Yeah,
makeup.
no. Just I will wear lipstick on. Watch it, Nort. I will wear lipstick on the air.
And Gail
for the rest
just,
of the
Gail
show.
just was like, Steve, hand me the checkbook.
Well, Gail looked at Fred and goes, "Let's split this 5 and
Yeah,
5." Yeah, I already. Look, Steve's in his pocket. Steve's reaching in his pocket. I just threw his wallet.
JP, how much are we looking to raise? Another
$4,000. And if we can raise that, we will hit $15,000
At least.
for our. At least, yeah, we're going to reach because we're really almost, I think, at 12,000. But if we can get to
Well, and then
15,000,
you can. I mean, even after the show's over, there will be people who will be tuning in later because we're
Yeah.
all over. We're being broadcast
Right.
all over the world today. JPKcrew.com.
Yes, jpkcrew.com.
Go to the website, check us out, and I think we're going to continue to raise money. And Greg said they're still accepting donations
That's
after
right.
midnight,
24/7.
24/7. So that's all
But
good
yeah,
stuff.
thank you, Gail, for putting that on there. So so get on the site, donate, contact 972-232-7199. That's 972-232-7199, or go to davtexasservicefoundation.com and donate. But let us know you've donated and how much, so I can put you on the board.
Right.
Because we're going to take a visual of that and
Right.
put that out. and thank everybody. And
Right.
so now I'm going to kick Andrew out of the chair because
And
I've
before
got.
you go too
we love you,
far,
Andrew.
I've decided.
Uh-oh, Greg's made a decision.
I've made a
You're going to
decision.
wear lipstick if we get $1,000.
hell
No.
There isn't enough money in this planet.
I love the DAV, but
Maybe some camo.
oh yeah, there you go.
I've decided for next year.
Yeah.
Our target is 50,000.
50,000. Yeah, he's just dropped
night.
the gauntlet. Well, we better start working. Better
We got
start
a
working
year.
on the campaign tomorrow.
And what was the gal's name who challenged us at like 9 o'clock?
Tess.
That was Tess, yeah.
I'm hoping she will again challenge us next year as
I love
we're,
it.
Yeah. 2 hours into it and we're already at 25,000.
25,000,
She's
right?
gonna say,
Oh, she
okay, well,
will.
let's just do 100.
She
Let's do
will.
100,000.
No
All right, well,
pressure.
let's get Steve and Gail in over here. Greg, we're going to put you to the curb as
No
well for a
worries.
minute.
No worries. Hey,
But,
before
Just
they
temporarily.
before they come over, I'm sorry to do this to you guys. I just wanted to mention 2 veterans. They were killed in action. They're my son's teammates, and I just want to recognize them today. I know Ryan's mom.
Is she going to be tuned in?
She's listening.
We love you, Ryan's mom.
Sergeant Ryan
God
Baum,
bless you.
was killed in duty May 18th, 2007. He was the medic for their team and was KIA. And then
bless him.
Brian's good buddy, Sergeant Spone, the one that I told you was killed immediately when Brian was injured. And I just want to recognize his wife, Shelley.
Oh, Shelley, okay.
Who's done a great job in all these years forward. And so
We love you, Shelley.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
yeah.
praying. We're praying for both of those families.
Yes.
Both of those families.
So as we're remembering veterans, let's just remember these 2. And there's so many others.
Absolutely.
There was a kid that my son John played hockey with from Frisco who was killed in action in February of 2007. So there's a lot. There's a lot of Gold Star families and parents out there, along with our great veterans, and I just want to kind of keep them in our thoughts and prayers.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you so
thank
much.
you, Greg.
Yeah,
And,
we celebrate their service and thank their families.
So
thank their families
here,
so
and Matthew's
much.
not stopping. Matthew says, "Well, we will come up again and challenge my entire company to donate to see if we can't get $10,000 next year from just them."
Well, so there you go. You're a fifth away to your goal for next year.
Stop it! Stop it!
Oh no.
We're already at 10.
I need to check with my financial advisors. That may be bad advice. I need to check with my financial advisors on that.
I think we have a whole makeover for JP.
We do.
If we
That
hit
is your
that
microphone
goal.
right there,
All
Brother
right, come
Steve.
on, Gail.
So
Thank you,
coming
Greg.
up
Thank you,
next,
Greg.
We've got MoneyLink. They appear on our show on
Yeah,
Thursday
on our network,
mornings
yeah.
our network. It's been a long day. At 7:30 a.m. on Thursdays, MoneyLink plays. They are brought to you by Interlink Financial Advisors LLC. Did I say that right?
You did.
See, that's memory from reading the disclaimer. That's right. I'm the voice behind the disclaimer.
He's the talent. He's the voice behind the show.
Either way,
it works.
It works.
It works.
But they come on then on Sundays. I rebroadcast them because their show has become the second most popular show on our network,
Love it.
behind Dr. Be Good. So we rerun on Sundays. What do I do? I do it at what time? 3 o'clock. I think it's 3 o'clock.
yeah.
I was a little hesitant there, but yes. And so you can always catch them again on Sundays. Solid advice. And what I love about it is that we take something that is very, very big and we break it down to where you can understand it and it's not too big. And then one show builds on the other because the reason why is we're not going to overwhelm you with information. And I love that. And it was funny when Steve and I first met and he says, "Let me show you this." And he's writing up on the window, "Let me show you this." And I looked at that and I went, oh. And then I went, oh, again.
Kind of the light bulb went off at that point.
A ton of them did.
Yeah.
And Steve goes, well,
At least 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes, "I don't think we've got enough for a show, JP." And I'm like,
Oh my goodness. You have enough for a year, is
you
what
got
you said?
I did. I said,
Yeah.
you got 52
Yeah.
weeks worth of shows right there in that graph. And it's amazing that the guests they've brought on, you saw Brandon
Hager.
Hager,
Mhm.
Medicare specialist. And I mean, I highly recommend if Medicare is in your future, get on the phone, go to one of this guy's seminars, because you need them. Trust me. After learning about Medicare A through Medicare Z,
yes,
and I told Gail she was done. I'm like,
sorry,
we're
done.
but we definitely want to do that.
We have an hour. But no more.
No more.
It's amazing how much you aren't even aware of.
Right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say don't know. It's you're not aware of.
Well,
and
if you're
you don't
not
even
in-
know what to ask.
Yeah, if you're
with this
not in
stuff.
that world or you don't have experts like you hired at your disposal, how do you how does a normal Joe public know?
Well, that's the thing, even for Gail and myself, is that we, I hope, are wise enough to know at a certain point you got to stop and say we know enough to say we need to bring in a specialist,
Right.
because that has so many subparagraphs, section 4, whatever.
Right.
And I'm glad. Thank you for the compliment. What we try to do is just turn it into English, so it kind of makes sense.
That's what I
Not
like
just
about
all that gobbledygook.
It's
you
not
know,
like
who
just
knows?
a word. Like I'll listen to financial people in the financial industry, and I'll be like. I'm like, oh, here comes a word problem, Kathy in elementary school, and that's it. And so I start going, too much. And first of all, y'all are enjoyable. I mean, it's fun. It's a husband and wife team, and so you guys, you get to see what great personalities these two have.
You can see how our day starts.
Okay. Well,
actually,
but
I'm
again,
glad we
that
don't
makes
see it when the day starts.
I think that makes it fun. Plus, it's relatable because most of us who are married. Finances, that's a big old discussion, and it's not always a fun discussion, but the way you guys present the information, it's understandable, and you do it in a pleasant, non-judgmental, non-shove it down your throat, I know more than you. You guys are very,
Jesus.
are very,
Okay. Catherine Ann,
What?
get your lipstick out.
Uh-oh.
Tess Armstrong just donated $1,000 for her dad, William Armstrong, who's a Korean War veteran.
Wow.
All right, let's go do this. I don't know how you
Is
do
it a
it.
deep red?
It's 3 sheds.
Thank you very much, Tess.
Hey, Tess.
Oh, Tess, God bless you.
What's going on with the bow tie here?
Jerry Lewis. By the end of his telethon day, his bow tie was undone. His button was undone.
Okay. So after Steve and Gail's interview,
$1,000 donation. From
Tess
Armstrong
in honor of her
in
dad.
honor of her dad, William Armstrong, who's a
So
Korean War
after
veteran.
I was
Well,
trying to
you're
make it a
wasting time.
professional.
You better get over here and
trying
put
to make
this
it a
on here.
professional. I'll come over to you after their interview.
Well, we got to hurry because we're running out of time. Tess didn't want to waste her $1,000.
Oh no! We got plenty of time to watch you do this, whatever this lipstick thing is. Don't. It's fine.
All right, Justin.
Kathy, I don't want to take away from your moment.
They're putting lipstick, they're putting lipstick on me because somebody actually donated $1,000 in the hour. So now I got to wear lipstick.
Oh, well.
As my attorney,
is there a price list of what you'll do depending on
Easy,
Justin, it's a family show. It's Michelle.
Remember, we're just friends.
Well, somebody grab me a tissue though, because I've used both of these today. So if somebody will grab me a tissue to make it COVID clean.
Don't give him any blend-in stuff.
Oh no, these are both bright red. JP's like, oh, what I do. Somebody's got to get pictures of this. Okay.
Yeah, Justin, this is ridiculous.
Okay, so you've got.
You'll be
like
fine.
You've got like a bright. You've got an orangish red. Well, I'm going to let you choose your red. Well, the other one, it has to take a top coat. So no. I mean, one's more of a blue red. One's more of an orange red. So JP is picking. The blue red. Okay. Let's go ahead putting this away. Enjoying every minute of this. Oh, Tess Armstrong, I love
Where's
you.
my defense lawyer?
Oh, he's donating more money. He's like, Kathy, do you have false eyelashes in there? All right, honey, come on.
You know,
Okay.
there's different levels of shock that your attorney has right now.
Okay, no. Okay. No, wait, let's do this. Oh. Oh, no.
We're really trying to make sure it looks good.
Oh, God bless JP. You know, he was just meant to be a boy and not a girl. But this is so fun. Okay. All right, folks, what do we think to the crew? Love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, please send those to me. When I'm in a bad mood, I'm going to pull these pictures.
You know, sometimes there are
Tess
certain
Armstrong,
clients
you're
you
my
just
most
gotta let
favorite
go.
person at this particular moment.
Tess, we love you.
What will you do for the next 1,000?
I'm reminding Justin this is a family show.
Why am I constantly having to be reminded of that?
I love you,
Justin, you're my defense lawyer. What happened to you? I'm wearing lipstick here. Tess, you're fired. I'm wearing lipstick. Oh my gosh.
Honestly, I think it makes you look.
Does it make me look good, Justin?
Well, I think, to a jury, it would make you look.
A little transvestite.
You know, his cheeks jump out a little more.
Transvestite? Okay, Fred. Boy, that's all coming out now. But you know what, though? It's all for the good of the order here. As we have just now hit with Tessa's donation in the name of her father who served in the Korean War. We have just now hit with checks in $13,100. We are $1,900 away from reaching $15,000 to go to our veterans in 1 hour. We've got an hour to raise $1,900.
55 minutes.
And so,
I'll tell you what, we'll match.
Match what?
Up to 1,000. If somebody does 1,000.
All right, so Nichols, are you hearing this? He'll match. If you'll donate 1,000, he'll match 1,000.
Wait, what?
He's like, I want more makeup. I want more makeup on JP.
Justin.
There was no subparagraph
love
section
you.
4 to
You're a
that.
good
It was
sport.
pretty clean.
Tess
You
says
donated
looking
1,000, so
good.
will I.
Well, man, y'all are putting me on the spot.
Of course, remember, you are talking to a veteran right now, so it's easy for me to write that check.
I appreciate your service, but where else is JP going to put lipstick on?
No kidding.
Not me.
Hey, you want? I'll kiss a pig. How's that?
Oh, well.
Justin's like, well, if you do that.
I mean, I shot one of those this weekend. I don't know if I'd recommend you kissing it.
Up at the ranch, did you?
Uh-huh.
Very cool. Well, everybody, this is Justin Nichols. Justin he's a brother. He's my little brother, even though he looks much older than me, I know. Oh, look at that. Justin went through my teen court program as an attorney. And he allowed me to mentor him, and I think that he probably mentored me a little bit. And Justin then went out to SMU, and he wrote. He came to me. and He says, "We need to make teen court a countywide function." Mm-hmm. And I said, "Well, go write it." And this young man went and wrote the Collin County Teen Court program. I sat down. I went through it. Very few edits were needed, and we went before Commissioner's Court, and there was born the Collin County Teen Court. And Justin was the first director of the Collin County Cheese Court, Teen Court. Mm-hmm. And Tess Armstrong, by the way, says you need to match her donation.
Challenge is being thrown out there.
And now Justin is a very good lawyer. He's got offices in San Antonio.
I was just thinking maybe I can say that my screen froze.
It almost worked, except I see your mustache blowing from the wind, so you don't get to do that. But no, I mean, Justin, thank you for joining us. Justin has been the show's lawyer for 5-6 years now.
Long time.
For a while.
And so I want to thank him for that too. So
whatever is comfortable, we'll match for Justin.
Justin,
he says whatever's comfortable. So $20, Justin says he's comfortable with.
Well, I think I can do a little more than $20.
Okay.
But
so the Money Link show, Steve and Gail say they will match whatever it is you're comfortable with.
all right. Do I have to say it now on the air?
Yeah. This is a telethon, man.
Do it. We're live.
I've already got my bow tie untied. This is a
wearing
telethon.
lipstick, for heaven's sake.
I'm wearing lipstick, for heaven's sakes.
You should stop saying that.
Oh, bye, Tony.
Is that self-incriminating?
Good job.
Is that a self-incriminating thing by saying I'm wearing lipstick?
No, it's just embarrassing.
No,
it's just
I'm actually trying not to look at him because I don't want to dream about this tonight.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Well, he's got a really nice landing pad right here on his cheek. And I'm thinking about landing him a big old kiss.
Oh, no.
If I scream this
Family
evening in
show.
the middle of the
Family
night.
show.
So, okay, how
Now
about
we know
this,
what happened.
Justin? What if Steve lets me give him a big old kiss on his cheek? You going to match him at 1,000?
Let's not.
I'll pay $100 to see that.
Oh, that's not enough.
That's not
Oh, come on.
How much money does it take to see a big kiss on the cheek?
$1,000. Definitely $1,000.
As long as the lipstick doesn't have to stay on my cheek.
Yes,
Well, that may
it's
be a
like,
rule.
I'm
I don't
not
know.
Oh, this is we're in deep contract. These are
We're negotiating now. We're negotiating now.
complicated transactions.
Now, Justin, did you have a family
just-
member in the military service?
I did. Both of my
Right.
grandfathers served in the military.
And Justin's very proud, by the way. Justin and I have discussed this in the past. And so, Justin, tell us a little bit about your grandfathers and which branch of the military they were in and what Veterans Day may mean to you.
Well, my grandfather on one side was an officer in the Air Force, and he later became a commercial pilot. The father or the grandfather on the other side was in the Navy. He did serve in conflict in World War II. And, you know, of course, I think till the day he died, he reminded me that he had something, I don't remember because I was only 5 when he died, but he would always say that he had something inside of him. I don't know if it was shrapnel or a bullet or something of that nature, but it might have just been an old grandfather's story, but I believe him. But the bell that was on his ship is now, because I guess they decommissioned and it was given to him, is now the doorbell, if you will, out at our family's ranch.
Oh,
so
that's
that
so
was
great.
a neat memento. But
That's
you know, it's an
awesome.
extraordinary calling to serve one's country.
Yeah.
It's one that I can't say that I've claimed myself, but I am so proud and thankful for those who have, and know that I'm sitting here today talking to John Payton in a country where you can wear lipstick with no shame.
Exactly.
Right.
Thanks in no small part to the many veterans who have served our country. And I thank each and every
Well,
one.
Thanks to me, you're wearing that lipstick.
Well, right. Well, and Justin, here's the thing. You know, you may not have served in the military, but you are a patriot.
Yes.
You have done such great things in your young life.
Yeah.
In regards to standing up for what is right,
Yep.
not bowing down to pressure and sticking to your values and your politic. And you know what? My hat's off to you. And
well, I had this very weird mentor who just instilled in me these ornery characteristics that you might find familiar.
Yeah, you think just maybe, but no, Justin, I love you, and I can't thank you enough for all that you do for this country as a patriot, my friend.
Likewise, and thanks for each of y'all dedicating today to raise money.
So, all right, we're back.
we love
We're
you,
coming back
Justin.
around on the ranch here, buddy. How much are you donating today? We know you want to give to our veterans. 100% of what you donate, Justin, does go to a disabled vet here in the North Texas area. They're silent. No, you're not frozen. You're blinking. Nice try.
I believe I committed to the $100.
All right, so there we go. We got $100 from Justin Nichols. That puts us $1,800 away from our goal of $15,000.
close. We're
So we're
close.
getting there, Justin. Thank you for your
love you,
donation.
Justin. Thank you
now
very much,
can do
Justin.
that, Justin, just by going online to the DAV site. If you want to write it down, you
Yeah.
can. It's www.davtexasservicefoundation.com. davtexasservicefoundation.com.
I would give anything if I could just raise a glass of whiskey. Like I wasn't writing anything down. I was just sitting there raising a glass. I think that would have been funny. But I did write it down. I did. And I'll be happy and proud to go do that. And thank you all for having me.
Thank you, Justin. God bless. Take care. Tell everybody I said hi, all right?
Thank you. I will. Y'all take care.
All
Bye-bye.
right. So Tess Armstrong has donated $1,000 in the name of her father, who was a Korean War veteran, so she could have lipstick put on me. And now I am wearing Kathy's lipstick, and we are $1,800 shy from raising $15,000. In fact, if we can get an update, Charles, when you get a chance, maybe we've raised a little bit more in there. Kelly Parker, would you have my phone, please? I know that Kelly Parker is on his way up.
And we don't know.
And they're doing a matching of $1,000 for the first
for the first
1,000, and that was this
1,000.
morning.
So yeah, did you include that in your?
Well, I'm trying to find out from him if they donated it already
Online,
or
okay.
if he's bringing a check in.
Gotcha.
And so let's see. We plop down on the couch. Oh well, come on, Kelly, come on. We need to go get him off the couch. Come on. Steve.
Well, I think we got who's Jeremy Rosen?
He's the
Jeremy.
what? The lawyer show.
No, it's right side.
I think Jeremy Rosen's about to make a
Jeremy's
big,
gonna-
huge. Tess has been talking to
Tess
Jeremy.
is
Oh, I love it.
It's the lawyer show, and that's on
it's
Thursdays
every
from 12
Thursday.
to 1, and it is a fantastic show.
Yeah, he's got some great guests. who have
Great
come on.
guests
Yeah.
as well. And now that they've unlocked my Facebook page, now that the election's over with, I think we'll be back to 2, 3, 4, 5,000 people watching again.
You're out of
I
Facebook
agree.
jail.
Well, and I think Jeremy would have been here, but they had gotten quarantined in
Right,
some folks he knows
COVID-19,
because of
yeah.
COVID. So just better safe than sorry. But we want to give a shout out to Jeremy, who just does a great job on Thursdays.
He does.
Really good advice. And again, kind of like you guys do on your financial show. You know, a lot of times legal speak, you're like, wait, what? But he does it in such a way that you understand it and that it's relatable. And talks about just hey, if you I hope you don't have to have an attorney for this, but if you do, here's what you need to ask and here's what you need to do. So, did we already tell Steve? Did we already thank Steve for his service?
Not yet. Well, we're not getting. I'm going to get up here for a minute, and I'm going to let Stephen
kiss anybody.
Yes, I'm going to let Stephen Gale tell us a little bit about, if veterans may be interested in how to, when they retire,
Absolutely.
can use their money maybe for just a few minutes. Can I give them a good 5-minute tip? What would be a good 5-minute light bulb tip for a veteran? You're a veteran. Steve is a Navy veteran.
God bless you for your service.
And I'm talking hard service. Good. He loved it, but man, this guy did his duty. So, and
I
Matthew,
still got the aches in my joints.
Elsie just donated $25. We can add her to the list. All right.
Thank you.
Very cool.
And I'm going to take a bathroom break.
All right.
Gail, I'm going to let you.
So,
if you let me out
a
for a second,
5-minute light bulb moment. All right, on what a veteran may be looking for when he comes out with his retirement or she comes out with her retirement, and any advice from one veteran to another.
Yeah, when you're looking at different levels of veteran, if you've served your full career, those kind of things, then you have to look at especially with the benefits and how those work, the federal benefits, and what that's going to be. And one of the biggest things, would you say, Gail, with retirement benefits for veterans, after they've given their 20 or 25 years of service, is just making sure that pension stays up with the cost of living.
Yes.
That what they have.
Yes.
Hands down, that's going to be the number one thing. For those of us that, I served a total of 8 years, so I didn't serve the entire, my entire career.
Right.
Those kind of things.
To
So we don't
qualify
get
for a pension.
Yeah, to qualify for a pension or
Right.
those kind of things. So in that kind of situation, what you're looking at is, just how the cash flow modeling works, and
Exactly.
And definitely when we're talking about this is for disability. I
Right.
mean, a lot of guys don't know that they're eligible for disability.
That's true.
When they might be.
That's
and
true.
we've learned that. I
And
know
if you
that.
need somebody's name, contact me because I'll give you the name of somebody to contact to find out if you can.
Yeah, because the running joke is that when you get injured, they just kind of give us Motrin,
Right,
those kind
right.
of things, and you wonder, is it in your
I
service
mean,
record?
almost
and all these things
everybody
are.
gets a little bit of disability for
Yeah,
their hearing.
Yeah, we found that out.
Yeah.
That just because of the things that we've been exposed to and what we do. So, but that's kind of one of the things that we'd look at. But for us, I can say that we help each other, everybody as equally as we can, and we do our job as best we can.
Right.
But when a veteran walks in our office,
It's like that much more.
yeah, there's just something, and you see it in me that I up it a notch.
Right.
I try to find another level, to see if there's something. I don't know, not that it takes away from a civilian, but there's just something that I get more connected with, I guess.
Exactly.
Especially that, that one story that we had. Remember that one gentleman that, when we were talking, he came into one of our classes and found out that as we were working together, he started talking about the ships that he served on and where he served.
That's right.
And all that. And I started, I got to put these headsets on. And lo and behold, which was an interesting story. And he had he was kind of needs some help financially.
Right.
Some decisions were made, and that was a divorce situation and all that. No need to get into it, but we were able to give him some guidance. But one of the ironic things about it is we served at the same time in the same year in the same destroyer squadron.
Right.
So we were on deployment together and didn't even know it.
And what are the chances of that?
Yeah, it just so small. And to sit back and know that I was helping someone that, when we were out in the Sea of Japan or whatever on deployment that. Man,
he was on the other ship.
He was on the other ship
at the same time.
Yeah, so you never know, and we've come across that.
Right.
You know, usually when you meet fellow veterans, like, you know, you find out that, you know, I was in the Navy and the other guy was, you know, in the Army.
Right.
You know, but during that stuff in Nicaragua, and you find out that
they were there too.
They were there too. They were on the teams, and you know, you were acting support in those missions, and it's just. It is a brotherhood and a sisterhood.
It is.
You know, for what they have. So, for everybody, please, whatever you can donate, just it is so well appreciated. And what I do like about this is 100% of the money is going to the people that need it.
That's right. That's right.
And the things about the life-changing experiences about us as we go through these things that
it shaped your life for sure.
Forevermore.
Yeah.
Forevermore.
I mean, he had to be in the really, sad place of San Diego.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that location, darn me. You know, so not too bad as far as some other duty stations, but
it ranks up there.
But one of the things that we learned, and I'll never forget, and this is why you're donating to people that, men and women that, we were young.
Mm-hmm.
When we went in, and it's hard to imagine we were 18 years old, and by the time I was 21, I was,
you went in at 17.
Yeah, I did go in at 17,
Mm-hmm.
but you're getting gray hair, sometimes from the stress stuff. But I'll never forget, and it really was that I thought was a microcosm of our country.
Mm-hmm.
And I've told you this story before, and this is for the people and the veterans that you'll be helping. Is that when we were in Tokyo,
mm-hmm.
and we were there on port of call and decided to go see the city, and it was Tokyo, and all these things were, never seen it before. Beautiful city, wonderful people, very friendly.
Say it's always so clean.
Very clean, and they have this tower called the Tokyo Tower.
Mm-hmm.
It's there. It's kind of like the Eiffel Tower, but its own little flair on it, and I'll never forget this as we were taking a tour bus and lined up to visit, and before we got off, there was this other bus that lined up right next to us.
Right.
And they were all, I guess these girls were going to school.
Mm-hmm.
They were all Japanese, and and had their uniforms on and everything, mm-hmm. and they were looking at us, and they were just bright-eyed and excited, and America, USA, and they were all excited.
Right.
And I was so young, but what I noticed and what struck me about this was. They all look Japanese.
Every one of them. Yeah.
Which they were. They were all the same.
Absolutely.
Because that's their country.
Mm-hmm.
And then I looked at our bus.
Mm-hmm.
And it's white, African American, Puerto Rican,
mm-hmm.
Filipino.
Mm-hmm.
All nationalities.
All different backgrounds.
All different backgrounds. Some from gangs.
Right.
Some from upper middle class.
Mm-hmm.
All of us. And it just struck me how unique we are as a country.
Yes.
That we were one, and you saw that melting pot and that camaraderie and that.
And y'all all worked as a unit.
Yeah, we were a unit,
mm-hmm.
and you saw it,
mm-hmm.
and then you could see as a young that stuff was so impressionable, and it makes you more proud of what we were defending.
Right.
You look at the flag, and
all of
it's
you
important.
Came together. And,
yeah, I mean, it really is true. You're really fighting for the guy next to you.
Mm-hmm.
When it all comes down to it, your team members and stuff like that. But it's part of a much bigger picture that you're young and you see this stuff in history books, but you see it. And through that journey, and guys, this is where it is important. I mean, there's a lot of disabilities, both physical, mental, emotional,
mm-hmm.
And these services are needed.
Yes, they are.
And so, for anything you can, please donate, because these, it's kind of something that when we get out, I remember, and it's changed over the decades. Every generation is different, but you're going off your active duty and you're going through your checkout systems, and it's
mm-hmm.
basically they hand you a book and they say, hey, here you go, thanks for serving. There's
Goodbye.
The street. Bye.
Yeah.
Welcome
mm-hmm.
to civilian life. And you're like, well, what just happened? So,
and you don't know what this big book.
Yeah. What does it mean, and
right.
what does it have, and how do you handle, some of the injuries, and for my journey and stuff, there's some of my shipmates that never came home.
Yeah.
So we remember those.
Yes, we do.
But yeah, no, I'm very grateful that they're putting on this telethon for these kind of needs, because there is, we always want to thank them for their service, and we're part of a long line. There's going to be some after me, some before me.
When did you serve?
And I came in from my entire enlistment tour was from 87 all the way till 94. So a whole different era, and kind of started with the first, there was still a Cold War on, and we finished with around the first Gulf War. So I was part of Desert Shield, not Desert Storm, and those kind of things. But the lessons you learn from that, I'm sure I've used it to this day.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, and wouldn't trade it for anything.
No.
And you never know because you're a kid.
Mm-hmm.
All you know is I want to go do this, and I used to pay for college as so many do.
Right.
But you look back and now realize what you were part of.
Something huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
a lot bigger than yourself.
And then I was, now I'm looking at JP with lipstick. So, and because of what I did, allows him to wear the lipstick.
Amen to that.
And you do it so well.
Well, I'm still looking for the kiss.
Yeah. No. Keep on looking, brother.
I figure it's got to be $1,000 kiss out there somewhere.
Somewhere.
By the way, we want to thank Fred donated $50.
Okay.
And then Michelle got Cletus to donate $20.
Woo-woo.
And so we're knocking it out of the park. We're almost there. We are now $1,700 away from reaching $15,000.
I think we can do it.
So now, what's that mean? We think we can do that? I get to kiss you?
All right. We'll talk about that.
You said all right.
We'll talk about that.
Oh, I do that anyways. Isn't that what client services is kissing your butt? Yeah, pretty much.
How bad do you want the donation?
Well, you know what? If it'll help a veteran, pretty bad.
Okay.
Pretty bad. So are you telling me that MoneyLink has just donated $1,300?
$1,700.
Or $1,700, I mean?
Yes.
Did we donate $1,700?
Yes.
Okay, then that's what we just donated.
All right. So there we go. Ring the bell on that bad boy. Look at that. MoneyLink, Stephen Gale Meeks have just donated $1,700. We have reached our $15,000 goal.
Right.
Unbelievable. Just think, we started today with a goal of $1,000, and we have met that by 15 times.
That's right.
And it's because of
That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, great folks like
Amazing.
you and Tess and Cleo and Coach Quigley and the challenges that were sent out.
Oh, no.
Who would have ever thought that our first time telethon would raise $15,000? And so, God bless all of you out there
Do you
who.
get to do a happy dance now?
I'm wearing lipstick. I think that's a happy dance enough.
I don't know. I think a happy dance on top of lipstick would
No,
be.
I can't do the Macarena, but I'm gonna come and kiss you. I'm gonna Macarena you. And we've got great barbecue from Meet You Anywhere over there still. They're in Grapevine and Trophy Club, I think. Is it Trophy Club? Yeah, Trophy Club. We are. I want to do a meet and greet with JP, Kathy, and the crew over there. The food is fantastic. Some of the sausage, the best sausage I've ever eaten. So,
wow. And that's a lot, saying a lot.
It is, because I love barbecue, and I have
Yes, you
tested
do.
barbecue from the East Coast to the West Coast.
You're very particular.
Have I eaten barbecue in Mexico?
Probably not.
I don't think so.
Probably not.
Yeah, but anyways, from the West Coast to the East Coast, so Meet You Anywhere Barbecue. Andy, thank you. Andy donated $1,000 in food and then dropped a $200 donation and a challenge on every other barbecue place today to participate and donate $200. And so,
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
but Steve and Gail, thank you so much for your donation to the Disabled American Veterans. And again, what's great is that 100% of your $1,700 is going to a Disabled American vet.
right.
No admin cost, no buildings,
And
no
that's
staff.
fantastic. And
100% of the $15,000.
And 100% of the $15,000 goes as well. So, thank you both so much for doing that and being a part of JPK Broadcasting Network. I love your show, and I know a lot of others do. And so, again, you can catch MoneyLink, brought to you by Interlink Financial Advisors LLC, on Thursdays at 7:30 in the morning, and then a rebroadcast on Sundays at 3 o'clock. And your rebroadcast does amazing, by the way.
Awesome.
Oh. Everybody, thanks for watching.
And we love you too.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Steve. All right, I'm going to kick them out now and bring
Yay.
Kelly Parker in, who was our first $1,000 matcher for JP, Kathy, and the Crew's Veterans Telethon. He called me last night and he says, COVID-19 has not been friendly on giving. There's so many things have shut down. So many things have stopped. And he said, but you know what? I've talked to Tammy. Tammy's his wife. And no, Tammy said, "Oh no." So, but Kelly's in. Kelly, come on and grab a chair right here.
She's here supporting.
She is. But they said, you know what? We want to donate and match your first $1,000. And so I can't thank Kelly enough for that. Kelly, I'm going to hand you this microphone.
And Greg, do you mind checking with the Texas DAV? Jeremy Rosenthal just made a donation. We're trying to find out how much it is. He's one of our podcast talents here on the JPK Broadcast Network.
All right.
Okay, and all kinds of comments are coming. Oh, okay, all kinds of comments are coming in about
my lipstick. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So Kelly Parker, first of all, welcome to JP, Kathy, and the Crew.
Thanks.
No, up to the mouth.
I didn't come over here to talk.
Yeah, you
I
did.
came to give you some money, and next thing I know, I've got a microphone in my hand.
Well, but that's because, well, first of all, I want everybody to know that I have gotten to be a part of Kelly's life, even from the part of watching his kids grow up. I've been around, I think, for every birth. Not at the hospital or anything, but...
I don't remember you in the rooms. But
Easy.
That's why we
close
needed
by.
Tammy. That's why we needed Tammy in
Right.
here.
I was close by. But, a great Christian family. It's so funny. I would call, Kelly was a freshman principal at Ford Middle School.
It was 123 years ago.
Right. But here's the best part of that. I love this. I would call up and I would tell his secretary. I would act as if I was like the National Security Council or the DOD, and that we were surrounding Ford. There was a terrorist attack threat or a drug attack threat, and that we had black helicopters and we had men rappelling down from ropes. Please stay put. Please don't notify anybody. We're coming to take the school. And she would go and she would tell Kelly, oh my God, you're not going to believe this is happening. And Kelly's like, for a minute he would think about it. Then he would go, John.
It's JP, doggone it.
So
Every time.
So on one day, January 23rd, Kelly calls me and says, because Kelly would call me and say, hey, John, could you come walk the cafeteria in your robe? They're rowdy
The
today.
big scary robe.
The big scary
Right.
robe. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And so Kelly would say, could you come walk the cafeteria to calm everybody down? And I'd say, sure. So
It worked, didn't it?
It did. I'd walk in that cafeteria.
Everybody's like, oh, shoot.
There would be a hush. You could hear the voices. That's just Peyton. That's just Peyton. We gotta be quiet. Just Peyton's here. So it worked. I mean, Kelly knew what he was doing. So I'm thinking it's one of those times again, because Kelly calls, hey, can you come up here for lunch? They're kind of rowdy. I opened the front doors. You remember what you did to me when
I don't remember this story, so I'm waiting for it.
He had
I'm
lined
kinda
up
scared.
the Ford Middle School choir.
Oh, no.
You don't remember this?
No.
Yes, I walk in the doors and they sing "Happy Birthday" to me.
Oh, I do remember that.
Yes, they sing
I do
"Happy
remember that. That's
Birthday"
right.
to me, and I'm like, that's unbelievable. And it was awesome. I got goosebumps and all that. And
I forgot all about that.
yeah, Kelly's like, I got you back for all
That's
the times
so
you got
great.
me.
About that.
Yep, you had the Ford choir waiting in the atrium. When I walked in the door, they started singing "Happy Birthday."
That was good stuff.
That was good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are times, that's what happens when we work too hard sometimes.
Right.
We forget about the good stuff. And I'll
When we
never
get
forget
old,
that.
the gray hair sucks the memories
Yeah,
out.
they really do.
Yeah.
But so that's how long I've known Kelly, and his family is amazing. His son was one of my campaign advisors as well,
love it.
as a senior in high school.
That's awesome.
A national champion.
Yep. As a sophomore.
That's fantastic.
In speech and debate. And so just an amazing young man. I mean, now he's at my favorite school, by the way.
On the debate team.
On the
I
debate
love
team
it.
at
That's
UT.
awesome. That's awesome.
So, but Kelly, he decided education, he needed to do more for his family. And a buddy of his called him, I think, and you guys sat down and talked. And the next thing you know, Kelly branches off into the mortgage business. How long have you been in the mortgage business
20
now,
years.
Kelly? 20 years.
Wow.
And I know that if you need something, Kelly knows how to get it done. And so our veterans that are coming out of the service, that may be looking to be a first-time home buyer, how do they navigate this market? How do they get a hold of you? And what can you do for a veteran who has benefits to be able to purchase a home?
We work with a ton of veterans. It's actually one of my favorite loans. Fun loans to do because you get to work with veterans. A lot of opportunities in that loan program where you don't have to have perfect credit and so forth. So we help a lot of them navigate some of that. The ones even coming fresh out of the service that have never owned a house before, walk them through, hold their hand, because your first time to buy a house, you don't really think about it because we have forgotten because we've owned houses in our past, but it's a little scary, a lot of questions. So there's a lot of counseling is really what it comes down to of going through a lot of the questions for those that have not owned them, have never used their eligibility from the VA to buy a house. The first time you buy, you actually get a discount from the VA on your funding fee and so forth. So we walk them through a lot of that. The heavy lifting we do for them. We really just direct traffic, answer their questions, and got a whole team of people that run with it from there, whether it be a refinance or a purchase or whatever the case may be. But it's one of our favorite loans. And it's because they're veterans. I mean, it's kind of that time in your crazy life where you're working that you kind of stop every now and then and go, okay, cool. I feel like I'm kind of giving back, and I'm working with somebody that deserves a little bit more attention, especially with your first time home buyer, veterans and so forth. So, been working with veterans for 20-something years on those loans.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
Well, and and again, this is going out to the DAV, to the VA, and to active military all over the world.
Yeah,
and
all
so,
over the world. Like potential 4 million people that this will hit sometime in the next 24 hours.
So how do they get a hold of you if they're coming out of the military, or if they're in the military wanting to buy a home? How can they get a hold of you?
A lot of different ways. Obviously, website. You can go to amswlending.com. You can email me, kparker@amswlending.com. You can Google us. We're out there. Our office is in Richardson. We, our corporate office, we have capability of helping veterans nationwide.
That was my question. So if I'm a veteran and I'm, in California or Montana or, Idaho right now,
they can come through me. I'm happy to direct traffic.
Okay.
And I'll use your California example.
Right.
I happen to not have loan officers in my Richardson office that are licensed in California, but we have branches all over the nation, and I direct them to other loan officers that are licensed in whatever state that they need. So, yeah, even if it's not in my backyard,
you're going to send them to somebody they can trust.
We've got it covered coast to coast from a
fantastic.
corporate standpoint, and do tons of VA loans, from coast to coast. So
that's awesome, Kelly.
We can
That's
handle
awesome.
it anywhere.
So again, the website one more time, Kelly.
amswlending.com.
All right, and you can email you at
kparker@amswlending.com.
There you go.
We
and
appreciate
again,
you and your wife
thank
so
you
much.
and Tammy for matching our first $1,000.
You bet, our pleasure.
I mean, we thought we were so excited because we're like, oh my gosh, with Kelly and Tammy's, and we're going to be at 2,000, and here we are, $15,000.
Well, I got the text from John last night about this. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Because I've had it on social media. I'm like, yeah, Kelly's been working too hard. That's the problem.
We've been busy.
Yeah,
that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
He explained it to me late last night, and it was a no-brainer.
I love it. Yeah, 'cause he immediately pinged me. He's like, "Remember Kelly and Tammy?" I'm like, "Oh my God, they rock!" So thank y'all so much.
No problem.
This is going to go again, like John said, 100% of your donation goes straight to Texas disabled veterans who are in need. So this is good
awesome.
stuff.
Now, do you want to say hi to the boys?
Hi, boys.
Oh, jeez, really? Blake.
I got them scattered everywhere.
Blake, kick his butt, Blake. Blake is the closest to you, right?
Your kid's scattered.
Because Coco's in Abilene, right?
I got Coco out in Abilene. I got Clay down at UT in Austin. Colton's almost off my payroll. We graduate in a few weeks.
Ooh,
so he'll be
I hope
out
he's ready for that.
He'll be out of Abilene, yeah. Clay's down in Austin, holding down the Capitol. And,
Love it.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Blake is adulting. He's paying his own bills.
I love it. Oh.
So, yeah.
Well, Kelly, thank you, and thank you for all you do. And remember, amswlending.com.
And I can stick around and tell John stories for a while.
Oh, please do.
Okay,
that's what happy hour starts.
Charles. I thought that's what I was coming on.
Charles,
right?
microphone,
okay.
Charles.
Yes, that's the after hours broadcast that will be
Charles.
done in conjunction with happy hour.
Yeah, your mic's off. Congratulations. Yeah, your mic's off.
He cut us both.
Yeah, we don't need any John stories.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh man,
That's
thank you,
sober.
Kelly and Tammy Park. I know Tammy's in the hall. Thank you, Tammy, or out in the foyer. Thank you, Tammy. So all right, so we've got Lisa now going to join us. Oh, yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Come on over, Lisa. You may have to scoot out a little bit and move on in. You know the drill here. So here's Lisa is the co-host with me on Heart and Soul of Texas Women. Let's wait. We're going to wait until we get her in the picture here. And if you'll grab your mic. Another one of our shows that we bring to you here on the JPK Broadcasting Network, and just so very proud of this show. I mean, we've had three episodes now? Four episodes now. My goodness. Time flies when you're having a good time. And Lisa and I met through her husband, Leon, who y'all saw on the telethon a couple of times earlier. And Leon, I remember the first time I met him, he looked at me, he kept looking at me, and I'm like, either he's going, what did JP do partnering up with this girl? Or he's about to ask me something. He goes, you need to meet my wife. And when Leon says something like, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, what are you going to say to that?
Yeah, what are you going to say to Leon, And you said that he's always telling you got people to meet.
He does.
And you're like, but this is one of those, and we've talked about this on the show. This is God interruption. Sometimes you got to listen to God when He's talking to
Absolutely.
you.
Absolutely. Just brought us together, and it's been an amazing experience so far.
We're just loving it. And you're catching a flight at 3 a.m. tomorrow?
I'm catching a flight at 3 p.m.
3 p.m. Oh, I thought I said 3 a.m. I'm like, what the heck? Okay, p.m. Okay.
I might have said a.m. It's been one of those days.
Well, and earlier, because I told her yesterday, we were texting back and forth, and had said, come on, stop by, and we can give a shout out to the veterans and talk about our show a little, because a lot of people, especially if you're in the veteran community, you need your faith. I can't even imagine how much you would need your faith if you're in the veteran community.
I couldn't either.
God bless those people who serve. And if you would like some inspiration, Lisa has brought to our show amazingly inspirational, strong Christian women. And I'm just so glad to be along for the ride.
It's one of those God interruptions, like you mentioned. It has just been Him opening one door after the other.
Right.
And it's funny because some of these contacts are not in my Rolodex.
But all of a sudden they're like, oh,
all
sure,
of a sudden
you
it's
know?
like, I would love to come on and be a part any way I possibly can.
Right.
What day do you have available on your calendar? So we're booked. Literally, I have one day open in December.
But the rest of the time?
And I have a lady, I'm waiting on her to respond to that date. But other than that, we are totally booked and ready to go into the new year and see what God has for us in 2021.
I love it. Well, and speaking of God, because JP and Kathy and the crew is all about bringing God into our lives. We pray together. We pray for each other. We pray for the crew. We pray for those in need. And so Lisa, I was hoping she was going to be able to come on today, and then she sent me a text and said, hey, might not be able to. And I saw the text. I'm like, she's totally busy. And so I started thinking I need to look up a Veterans Day prayer, because Lisa is always so great. She's so wonderful. I mean, I can be in the car and be like, can you pray right now? And she's like,
absolutely.
Let's do it. And so I'm like, you know what? If Lisa was going to come, I was going to have her pray instead. Instead, I'm going to look something up. And what do you know? I'm literally looking up Veterans Day prayers, and Lisa walks into studio.
Well, there you have it.
That's God.
Yeah, it's a God thing.
That's God telling us that these veterans, who have served, who are serving to the military bases where men and women are still serving, they needed to hear the word of the Lord through you today.
It's life
Lisa.
on the front lines, right?
Yep.
And you can't get any more on the front lines than God, right?
Oh, gotcha.
He's our go-to.
Yeah.
Our go-to in all
Yeah.
things. And so...
Well, he's the reason why I'm wearing lipstick.
Well, and I really can't take you serious looking at you across the table with that lipstick.
That's okay. I'm making Leon blush back behind the camera.
He's like, JP's like, Leon, come on over. Leon's like, I'm good.
I'm good. Who are you, buddy?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Again, just a reminder, if you've just tuned in, Kathy laid down a challenge that if somebody would donate $1,000 in an hour, that I would wear lipstick. And somebody did.
I was like, and I would give him a choice of 3
colors.
lipsticks, but then I only really had 2 that were available. The other one involves layering, and well, that would be $2,000. Okay.
Yeah, I should have chose that one.
Yeah.
So Leon, that's how I got the lipstick.
Yeah,
It's for our veterans. This is my sacrifice.
It's for the best cause possible. So
And there's a picture of that somewhere, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Many pictures.
Yeah.
Okay. You
I'll be
never know.
kissing-
You might show up
Gail
on a
was real
billboard
good.
somewhere.
Gail was real
Yeah,
good to
you're
get
right.
real close-up pictures.
Well, all I can say is this: is you can sure dress the pig up, but he's still just a pig. That's all I can say.
Oh, well, we still have some more of our telethon. Greg O'Connell, who helped inspire this with the Texas DAV, and he's got a new veteran show
he's got
starting
some
on
folks
Friday.
coming on.
He's got more people coming on, but when I saw Lisa walk into the room, I just knew that was God's way of saying, hey, time to pray for those veterans.
Yes,
time
let's
to
do
offer
it.
up prayer. So, Lisa Chastain, if you will
Yeah,
please
let's
lead
do
us in
it.
prayer.
Yes, Father, Lord, we thank you for what a wonderful day, Lord, that you've blessed us with us for, and the money that has just come in to be able to bless these families and these veterans during this time, God. I just thank you for those who have rose up and put all of their life on hold and sacrifices for so many to go forth, Lord. I just pray that you would bless them and strengthen them in their comings and their goings. I pray for those that are out there today, Lord, that need hope. They're really struggling in this season. I pray that you would just give them hope during this season and give them a peace like they've never experienced before. I pray for the weary that are out there today, Lord. I just pray that every aspect of these veterans' lives, Lord, would be blessed, and that you would manifest yourself within them, Lord, that you would bring wholeness to them and their families, God, as they put themselves out there each and every day for our freedom, for our nation, for our country, and also lift up our leadership of this nation, our President Trump and Pence right now, and what they're going through. And I just pray that you would bless their families, Lord, strengthen and bring us together, Lord. We know that if we will repent of our sin, then you will heal our land. So, Father, I just pray that you would bring wholeness, you would bring clarity, you would bring wisdom beyond our means to see what you have in store for us, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I knew Lisa would knock it out of the park.
Yeah.
Thank you. Love
Thank
you, girl.
you, guys.
Hey,
See you
travel
guys
safely.
later.
Yes.
Yes, we will see you Monday at 10 a.m.
Can't wait.
Yes,
Can't wait.
it's going to be amazing.
Special guests. Well, all of our guests are special. We're pretty lucky.
They're all great.
We're lucky. All right. Love you, Lisa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Jeremy's just donated. And
I
he
love
said,
it.
thank you, Judge, for doing this.
Oh, Jeremy, yay.
Yay. And again, the lawyer show is amazing.
Great show.
Again, it's in our top 3 top shows. It goes the Dr. Be Good, it goes Money Link, and then Jeremy's the lawyer show.
Well, they're all, they all do really well. And you know, and you can be part of the JPK Broadcasting Network. We've got great rates. You can be a sponsor, you can be a guest, you can have your own podcast. And if you've got issues with COVID, or if you're not here locally, that's the beauty of Zoom. You know, Miss Texas was coming to us live from Houston today.
Right.
So we've got all kinds of opportunities for you, and just God, this has been such a great way to spend the day. I know
It has.
Greg's getting ready to bring a couple of guests on. Yeah, just
But what a great day.
how fortunate are we, John?
Very
we are,
fortunate.
We are
First
very,
of all,
very,
the
very,
crew
very-
has
so
come
blessed.
through.
Oh,
I mean, amazingly.
yeah, I'm really taken aback.
I cannot thank, first of all, for all of you to trust us and to trust in what our message is and to trust in what we do. That's number one. Number two is to then go above and beyond and be willing to dig into your pocketbooks to help somebody else out is another thing. Number three is the amazingness of our shows. I mean, MoneyLink, Steve and Gail reached into their checkbook to get us to $15,000 by donating $1,700.
Thank y'all. Thank
and
y'all.
I mean, and that's one veteran giving to another.
Right.
And because
Right.
Steve is a Navy
Steve
veteran,
served, yes, and
so
we thank him for that service.
you know, it just again, we have amazing people that surround us, and can't thank that enough. And the barbecue was amazing.
Yeah.
And tomorrow the lawyer show's got lobbyist Aaron Day on.
Okay.
So amazing. Look at how the sausage is made in your Texas legislature.
Well,
So-
and the legislative session's right around the corner.
and then, of
so-
course, our technology guy.
Oh my goodness, Charles!
Get
you
over
have-
here and make a
yeah.
few comments real quick. He's got
Take
some
a
fun
bow.
stuff.
And Corley has been keeping the schedule going and kept us. I still am blown away that
have a
we've
great
been booked all day. We have an amazing team.
I am just, like I said earlier, I'm just very honored to be able to have helped with today. Today was crazy. I know sometimes you saw me like this.
Oh, it was, yeah.
And,
We're used to that. You have to deal
but,
with us.
You know, I just love technology.
Well,
but
speaking of technology,
yeah,
what do you got cooking?
well, together with a friend of mine, we're doing a managed IT services company, and you can go
Love
to
it.
the URL right down there. Whoop, there we
Yeah.
go, right
Not
down there.
as easy as you thought it was, huh, buddy?
Yeah.
Pro-multis.com.
to do that.
But you know, I like to help people, and that's what we do.
Yep.
And
You've
if
got a
you're,
servant's heart.
especially
You've got a
for
servant's heart.
small companies,
Yep.
they can't afford to have an IT.
Yeah.
And then they usually call the big box store.
Right.
Usually call their squad.
That's
But
expensive.
you know, if you've got a relationship with us.
Yeah.
And you know the people that
Absolutely.
you know who's going to come and help you, and
Yeah.
call us.
Yeah.
Call us.
Yeah, so,
and
you
just
know,
find
if-
out.
How do they call you?
You can call my number 214-263-3161. Again, that's
He knew it.
214-263
3161.
61. I did pretty good with those first six.
Well, you know, and if you're
But it's on the website.
If you're a veteran and you're looking for some IT solutions, boy howdy, Charles is your guy. So yeah, I just love it. Thank you, Charles. Bravo
Yes.
on
you.
job
All right,
well
and
done.
thank
We're
you.
not finished. We're not
We're not
done.
done.
No, we're not done.
Time to
We're
bring
bringing our
Greg
new-
back
we're
up.
bringing our
Greg's
newest
got
podcast
a couple
host
more
back
guests.
on.
And guess what? This will finish out. Greg
Yes.
Greg have started us off. And
And
Greg
he'll
will
finish
finish
us
us
off
off
today,
today.
yeah.
Again, Greg O'Connell is going to be bringing My Son, My Veteran
Yes.
to JPK Broadcasting Network. And I'm just excited about the heart of this show.
Oh.
Amazing. Just absolutely amazing. And so I know that he's got some folks getting ready to come on, and I want to get out of his way.
You're going to be in the lead seat.
By the way,
hot
guess
seat.
what? Love Bella Coca here. Coco joined us from Twitch.
Oh, how cool is that?
Yes.
We're hip. We're young and hip. Well,
Somebody with
I don't know.
that.
I'm not.
Hey,
but-
somebody with that name joined us from Twitch.
Love it.
Our first
Awesome.
Twitch member, by the way,
I love it.
which means that person is a gamer, and I love that.
Well, and we've got a gaming show that you're going to be starting. It's going to be a
Yeah.
big team gaming effort.
Well, between old people and young people.
Yeah. So awesome.
I'm excited.
Love
I'm
it.
part of the oldies group. So yeah, let's slip out of here and let Greg slip in and take us out. Uh-oh.
You're going to what now?
Well, they're
Oh,
on.
well, they're on. I think they're on.
They're on.
I hear them. Yeah.
Yeah, they're say hi.
Yeah,
We're here. Come on, switch out
Yeah,
seats
switch
with
out.
JP.
We have time for it.
Now, are you sure you didn't want us to put some lipstick on you, Greg? Okay, yeah, so go and take JP's seat over here.
They heard that, by the way. They go, hell no. They heard that. They laughed.
Oh, yeah. $1,000 donation got JP's lips painted red.
We love the lipstick, by the way.
How much fun is that?
I wouldn't want to outshine him.
He doesn't
I
want
don't
to look
believe that.
prettier.
I know.
He doesn't want to look prettier than JP. I'm like, no, and these are two men. These are two men that do not, yeah, they're manly men and do not need to look like women.
Robin Hood, Men in Tights. Hi.
All right, so Greg's going to be taking over.
Are you there?
We're here. Hello.
Hi. Hi. So I'm not going to keep you long. Really just wanted to talk about a couple things as it related to benefits, but let me introduce you. In 1 second. You're not leaving yet, right?
No, I can stay here. I can stay here for this. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I didn't know if you just wanted the stage all to yourself, honey.
Yeah, whatever.
I can move the chair and stay here.
On the phone with us now is Cheryl Neal, who is the Veterans Administrator for the Dane King Training Institute, and Michelle Shear, who's the school director of the Ding King Training Center.
And by the way,
Institute.
it's so cool that they're chicks. I just love it that they're ladies. I love that.
You know,
It's very empowering to be part of that whole car repair thing.
it is. But let me just say, I don't throw them in the realm of chick.
Well, that's compliment in my world.
Yeah, we're with you.
They're-
We're with you, Kathy.
They're more like.
Thank you, Kathy. I like being called a chick, actually.
There you go. Yeah, see, I know what I dig. A chick has a connotation that you're also hot.
Well, there's that.
Yes,
Something-
Just saying, ladies.
Some things are so obvious they don't need to be stated. Where I was gonna go is they're not in the chick realm; they're in the Wonder Woman realm.
Touche.
See,
And
just
bravo.
just like you, Kat.
Thank you. Thank you.
So these two are. If I had a kid going to this school,
wow,
that's who I'd want there.
Yep.
You know, they're doting mommies.
Yep.
Because they're both.
We are.
mothers.
That's exactly.
That's what
good,
you.
Greg.
That's what you need.
There are mothers, and then there are mothers.
Yeah.
And so I just.
We do take a motherly role. With
You
our
do.
students, for
You
sure.
do. And I think that's an important thing to talk about. We've talked about that a couple of times today with you guys with respect to your tenure at the school and what that means, not only to you, but to the students, how to approach them. You know, we talked about that. And the great thing about this opportunity the DAV's given is that we'll be doing this show on a regular basis, and have a feeling after today's great success that we'll probably move up to more than once a week pretty quick, which is good. But where I'm going with this notion is that you guys are going to be on often to talk about because the audience we have today may not be the same audience we have Friday and vice versa, right?
Right.
So, but there's a couple of things I want to hit on each time we talk, and this is really kind of the big one, I think. Because one of the big questions I had when I came to the school the first time was, what does it cost? And then, you know, where does the money come from? And, you know, it's hard. I know it's very hard to say, well, it costs X because it's just like college. You know, are you taking 2 hours, 3 hours? Are you having
Right.
labs in there? What classes are you taking?
Right.
Different classes have different prices, different length of time. So I won't necessarily dwell into that because they can find that out by calling in or emailing you guys, which we'll give out that information again before we hang up. But what I do want to talk about, share, especially with you, is with regard to voc rehab and the post 9/11 GI Bill. And
So vocational rehab is what, and again,
Yes.
because just like in the world of education, in the military world, there's a lot of acronyms,
Acronyms, right.
and so we can help educate folks like me who are like, wait, voc? I think that's vocational, so,
Right.
you know.
That's
so
exactly right. That's exactly
So okay, so vocational rehab, what does that even mean?
Yeah, so there you go, Cher.
So didn't mean to
teed
steal
it
your
right-
thunder.
No, steal away.
I was just
Steal away,
curious.
Wonder Woman. Steal away.
Yeah. Well, what it is actually, they've changed the name now. It's vocational readiness.
Okay.
I think to make it more accessible
Yeah.
to people, if you can understand.
Yeah.
So, what that means is that they have provided, at least in our case, there's a lot more to it, but in our case, they have provided for an educational benefit for those veterans who have suffered service-connected disabilities and may need more of a tailored program based on that. So they're due this additional benefit, and in order to receive that, you do work with a vocational readiness counselor that you would find through your local, VA office, or even online. I believe you can go right on and make an appointment.
Okay.
Many of the folks do.
Okay.
So that's how it starts.
Okay.
And then you work with this counselor to come up with a plan that works with your goals and your disabilities. You know, you want to pick smart choices. I always say it has to make sense. and you proceed from there. I also then partner with the veteran who is interested in coming to our facility, and we all partner to create a good plan that will work and make sense
Gotcha.
for that veteran.
So typically, I was looking at a page recently, Sharon, it showed based on your tenure how much or what amount of benefits you would possibly receive from the VA post 9/11 GI Bill. Can you talk about that a little bit and just, if somebody's sitting somewhere active duty and listening to this and he or she has a year to go, and he or she's going to get out after 36 months, what sort of benefit would they typically see?
Well, it depends on your length of service and active duty, of course. There are some different factors, to be perfectly honest, that sometimes I am not 100% certain about.
Okay.
Just to, I hate to say that the VA works in mysterious ways, but to be honest, I'm still trying to navigate how that all goes.
And let's see, how long have you been doing this? 25 years? Yeah.
I think that's why we have the DAV to help us, correct?
And that's why I love you.
Hey, let's be honest. We all need to help each other out here.
Roger that. Right.
So yes, you were entitled to a certain amount of educational benefit with post 9/11 GI Bill, based on your length of service, for the most part.
And MOS, if they're 11 Bravo or whatever, Russ.
Yes, and you can see what that is if you apply for your educational benefit.
Right.
And you can do that at va.gov. There is an education box, and just kind of follow the prompts from there. Either apply or manage your benefits.
Is there sort of a what if? Let's say again, we've got someone in Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany, and they've got a year to go. Can they do a what if by going to va.gov and assuming that I've been in it or is the system going to identify them by their social and say, you don't have enough time in? How does that work if they wanted to?
No, actually, you can't. There are scenarios that you can put in.
Okay.
Now, if they log in and they're putting in their specific information, it may provide just where they're at now, but you can actually kind of get a calculator, if you will.
Okay.
There's a calculator there and kind of gives them an idea of what they'd be privy to.
Okay, got it. Very good. And so when, Cher, a couple of years ago, you and I had a discussion about a young man up in Utah. You remember that?
Oh, yes, sir.
And ultimately, we kept working and got him some relief, and there's still some things going on. But where I'm going with this is that we had a young guy who was ready to. You had reached out to me and said, "Hey, I've got this guy. He wants to come to the school, but the VA's denying him because of his injuries." And so, I guess that's kind of where I want to go here with this. Is that how much control or say does the VA have, or is it just simply based on his injury? Talk a little bit about that.
So, this could be tough.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going. It's a hard issue to dance around, right?
Because I don't like to discourage anybody.
Right, exactly.
Ultimately, my feeling is that these folks have earned
yes,
at the very least, this educational opportunity.
Yes.
Now, and I feel that it takes, a group of people to sometimes determine whether or not they're capable of it.
Right.
I think if that individual feels they're capable of it and they're in a positive frame of mind,
yes,
they're going to succeed. They're going to do well.
Yes.
And I think it's really important. We didn't get this kind of attitude, sadly, with our friend in Utah, but.
Right.
But as I said, I've noticed a lot of change there.
Right.
And I feel like I try to prepare anyone I ever talk to just to let them know, look, you need to be certain about what you want to do, and you need to know how to communicate that.
Right.
It's really important to do research and understand what you're getting yourself into. If you can do these things, if you are certain this is where you want to go, then let's all work really hard towards that goal.
Right. And I think, like you, we don't want to discourage anyone. We want to be a resource, right? We want to be a voice. We want to find a path for each and every one of them that seeks a path. And I think it's sort of a situation where I want to convey a message of hope for them.
Yeah.
And think to themselves, look, just because you have, this disability or that or whatever, don't necessarily think that this isn't something you can do. Look into it. Go down the road. If it's something you're really passionate about, go down the road. I take that notion of never accepting no as an answer. I don't know. It's just built in me, I guess. But
it's a challenge.
It is.
It's just a bump in the road for Greg to overcome.
Right. And so, seriously, I want them to, gosh darn it, the whole idea of doing this is to help set a better quality of life, a joyous life,
Yes.
etc. And that's really the message we want to convey here, is that there are a lot of benefits out there for you, but the key is pick up the phone and call. At a minimum, go to va.gov. Or at a minimum, pick up the phone and dial 714-884-3325. Talk to Cher, or email Cher at dingking.com, and or call Michelle, the other Wonder Woman.
I love it.
657-900-2068. 657-900-2068, and that's at Michelle, Michelle, at dingking.com. And gosh darn, many who are in active duty are so used to hearing the word no that they just give up at that point. And I think what I really want to convey to them is that no doesn't always mean no. There may be a path, but explore it. And the VA is not always the end all. These two gals can help, and if they can't, they know they can pick up the phone, call me, and
That's right.
we'll get the
for sure.
DAV on it, and we'll let them figure it out. And the DAV, you talk about somebody not taking no for an answer. So that's really what I wanted to convey in this last segment, ladies, is I think it's important for them to understand, don't think so much about the price of this, because you may have benefits to offset these costs.
And I think that isn't that what happens, from what I understand from my presentation when I went down there. There are those financial opportunities to help you.
Benefits,
so don't
yeah.
get benefits. So do not let that be what stops you
Right, exactly.
from being
Right,
a business
definitely.
owner or being independent. And again, using those leadership skills and all those different amazing skill sets that people are taught when they're in the military and that they learn. You have to learn. You have no
Yes.
choice.
Yes. Yeah.
Use those in the private sector life, and then maybe you don't run into as many bumps in the road as some of our veterans
Yes,
do.
exactly. That's
Well,
exactly
and
right.
even if you get denied, I mean, that's a big thing, and it happens. But
Yeah.
you can't just stop there, and that's what we try to tell them. You just have to be
Bingo.
a squeaky wheel
There you
and
go.
advocate for
There you
yourself,
go.
and don't give up, because we've had people that have been denied once,
Yep.
and then we've seen them.
Yep.
They've come through school after they,
Yep.
shouted as loud as they needed to and got
Well
what
said.
they wanted.
There you go. Bingo. That was that's a perfect place to stop. Again, it's Michelle at dingking.com and Cher at dingking.com. I tell you, these ladies, I will say, if I were going to go to battle with some people, I'd want these two on my side.
I love it.
We'd
Kat-
have your six.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
I love
There you
it.
go.
I love it.
I have
What-
no
and-
doubt.
And so, just absolutely a pleasure to have had y'all on our show and as part of our first annual telethon. We can't thank you, ladies, enough. Maybe next year y'all are here in person.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
How awesome would that be?
Thank you for
huh?
having us.
Oh, my
Congratulations
goodness.
on the drive today. You did a terrific job.
Yeah, we're over 15,000,
awesome.
isn't it?
Yeah, we started off
15
with
grand.
a goal of 1,000,
Oh,
and then
my God.
here
That
we
is
are. This is
incredible.
just
Yeah.
just
We're so excited.
amazing.
And every
Just
penny.
amazing.
Got John in lipstick. I mean, that was
This has been like one of the best days ever.
Good job. Good job.
Ladies, thank you so much for being a part of this today. Thank you for your time. Thank Todd for me for allowing your time. I know. What's he going to say? No to me?
We are here for you and the veterans. You
That's-
bet your boots.
none of us are saying no to you, Greg. Thank you.
Thank
love
you,
you.
ladies. We appreciate y'all. God bless y'all for what you do for our veterans. Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow. So, what a day.
Man,
Whew. Greg, this is one heck of a way to kick off a show.
I tell you.
So the bar has been
I
raised.
tell you.
Just a wee bit.
You know, Kath, I was sitting in the meat room.
In the
barbecue.
in the meet you anywhere barbecue room.
The buffet line.
Yes.
And I was just going over the first show, and because I've already got the first people lined up, and I'm
Love
going
it.
down and assigning time, and I thought, well, heck,
Yeah.
we don't have enough time.
It's funny how people they're like, well, I don't know if I can do a full hour
Yeah.
of a show. We're
Yeah.
like, yeah, you
Yeah.
can. I mean, we've just done, we've been broadcasting live
10
and you've been
hours.
with us since 7 a.m. We're
Yeah.
in our 10th hour now, wrapping it up.
Yeah.
And Greg, first of all, just so grateful for your friendship.
Oh, I love you.
And
You know
I love you dearly. And again, God put us in each other's lives
Indeed.
way back in the way back years and years and
16
years
years
ago.
ago.
Yeah, golly, that's just crazy. Yeah, my kids were little bitty then.
well, and you haven't aged a bit.
Oh, God bless you. And that's why I will always invite you to whatever adventure I have going on. You'll always be a part of it.
Goodness
But,
me.
it was one of those things that, maybe if somebody would have said, well, why did your path cross with Greg back in the day? Well, I know I learned a lot being a businesswoman from you. I mean,
Thank
you were a
you.
tremendous mentor to me back in the day.
Thank you.
Great team member. But then when we went through some of those things with your son,
Right.
and you came to me, and I just happened to be have a relationship with Congressman Johnson. Maybe we would have thought that was the reason that we were meant to meet. But you and I have just kept in touch over
Yeah.
the years, and I think this may really be it, because this is a calling for you. This is your heart. This is your soul. This is part of who you are as a person. And I think this is God kind of bringing your life to fruition.
God's will be done.
Amen. Yes. Yes.
And I want to say about you, throughout our lives, we don't need a lot of friends. We just need a lot or a few really good friends. And our friendship is so much deeper than that word. If you just tried to define it, I'm not sure you could.
Yeah. Can't put a label on us.
No, you can't. And what I mean by that is that there's nothing. Anytime I've called you, you've always been there.
Thank you.
Anytime you've called me, likewise.
You're there as well.
But you are who you are. It's one of those things where there are people out there who will say, well, I'll do that for you, or I'll do this, and you never hear from them again. You, on the other hand, are just the opposite. You're no different than me. You're dogged. And I appreciate that more than you'll ever know. And so when this thing first came up about the show, and I was asked, and I thought, no, I've never.
Kathy and JP are a mess. I don't know if I can hang with those folks on a weekly basis.
And then
can I take JP and
I
Kathy
know.
at the same time once a week?
And then the DAV is like, like 2 weeks later, they're like, would you? And I'm, what? And as I told you, the first time God was tapping me on the shoulder, and the second time he's hit me over the head with the board saying, hello, you've been asking me for 3, And so, when I got out of my business a few years back, and now having this opportunity, I tell you, and anyone who's close to me knows this is more than a passion. And when I told Cher and Michelle if I was going to battle, I would want them.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, you would be right next to me.
Thank
And
you, my friend. I love you.
You are amazing. I call you when I try to explain who you are. Friend doesn't get it, and I said, "Well,
Like a sister? I don't know.
it's deep. Political liaison. I could label you so many ways. I've told people, look, if I wanted to sit down with Abbott next week, Kathy could make that happen, and that's so true. But oh my God, Kath,
This is where you're meant to be, my friend.
this journey with us, and I'm happy it's us together. All these years later.
I could not be happier
Yeah.
for this opportunity. I know JP feels the same way. There's just something about this show that is meant to happen.
Yeah.
It's just
A lot
meant to
of
happen.
energy, isn't there?
Hey, there's tons of energy. I mean, let me tell you, we've raised so far that we know of over $15,000. Our goal was $1,000, and so this is just unbelievable. I
Yeah.
mean, this is God. This is God
Yeah.
working through all of us.
Yes.
And I cannot encourage people enough. Oh, and there's our team. Look, there's part of our team from today. Love y'all. Love y'all. Mwah. Oh, and there's JP, and he still has lipstick on, right? And there's
better.
our board
There's our board.
of the donations that we know of so far. I mean, this is bravo to the crew. Thank you so much to the Texas DAV letting us be part of this. Thank you so much to all of our guests today. A special shout out to Congressman Van Taylor, who kicked off our show with us early this morning, who is a veteran as well.
And all of our veterans that were
all
here
of our
today.
veterans.
My God, how many do we have
bless,
here?
Yes, all of the veterans who we had here,
Yeah.
who tuned in. Come on, JP, grab the mic.
And that hallway was
Do you still
filled.
I don't think lipstick does not. I've had this lipstick on since 7 a.m. Lipstick does not fall off. Okay, well.
It falls off.
Okay, let me just say something. So, okay, if somebody makes another $1,000 donation, JP will wear lipstick on our show Friday.
All right,
It
so
was just for the veterans.
that's it. Coach Quigley, I want to let you know that your challenge is still working. Coach Weesey called in to make a donation, and they're getting a hold of Melinda on her phone. Melinda says, I'm still getting phone calls for the telethon.
I love it.
And so she's going to text over the information so we can do that. And so, Coach Q,
fantastic.
thank you. This is Venture X, and we want to thank Leon for all he
Oh,
does
my
and his
goodness.
partner.
And then Chance for
Chance
opening
Post,
this up, making everything happen
Kim
today.
Stepchinsky
Kim,
and Michael. Go to
Oh, great
friscotx.venturex.com. You know, if you've ever wanted to support a business that supports veterans, military active duty, VentureX is the place.
Yeah.
Just walk in, say you're military, and you get a discount
Absolutely.
here at VentureX. They've got great office space. They've got virtual office space. If you're in the service and you are wanting a virtual mailbox and a place where you can have your mail.
Like an email?
Well, no,
as
they
well,
scan.
too?
No, they
Oh,
get
okay.
permission from the post office
Oh, gotcha.
to take your mail, open it, scan it to you wherever you're at. So you can get a virtual office for $40 a month or $80 a month, I think. Great opportunities here at VentureX. We want to thank Leon for all
Beautiful
he's
facility,
doing.
too.
Gorgeous
And
facility.
thank Lisa, his wife, for the
prayer
prayers
that
she
she
sent
did.
out
Oh my
to our
God, she's so
veterans
sweet.
today.
We're
Just
gonna
amazing.
be over $20,000, guys.
You think so?
Yeah, I already know so.
Oh my goodness!
I've got other people that are donating.
Yeah,
so.
Anna from Van Taylor's office sent me a text, and she was like, "Wasn't y'all's goal $1,000 this morning?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we kind of blew through that." So.
Yeah, we're gonna hit over 20 grand.
Oh my goodness! This is
cannot
amazing.
thank enough all the people that donated
Amazing.
$10, $20, $50,
Yes.
$100, $500,
Kev stepping up
$1,000
and challenging
matches,
us, Gail and
$250, another
Steve,
$1,000, Steve and Gail
Justin,
$1,700.
yeah.
You know, your guys from the West Coast. Just
And
it
thank you for the
just
support from Miss Texas.
Miss Texas,
you know,
anywhere. Let me tell you
know.
something. If you don't eat at
Oh,
Meet You Anywhere Barbecue, then you will have missed out on some of the best barbecue in Texas. And I'm going to tell you something. I have been all over the state of Texas
You've
to
eaten
eat
a whole
barbecue.
lot of barbecue,
I
my
have.
friend, because I get pictures every time you eat.
Yes, you do. And I mean, whether it is down in the Hill Country.
Yeah.
Because I've eaten barbecue down there.
Oh,
I've
and
eaten
that's
barbecue
some
in
good
Austin.
barbecue.
I've eaten barbecue in West Texas. I've eaten barbecue in East Texas. And Hutchins is my go-to, right?
Yeah.
Meet You Anywhere barbecue sausage is better.
Wow.
That is pretty flipping good.
Was
I
that
know you
brisket?
didn't try it, but man.
And thank you to Vox Direct, by the way, as well for the phone number to call. And by the way, Melinda says she's still getting phone calls for people donating, and Coach Weezy was on there, or Coach
awesome.
Weiss
That's
was
so
on there, and
awesome.
he's donating as well from Coach Quigley's challenge today.
I want
What
to
a great
before we
Veterans Day.
really sign out. I just want to say something to everyone who's listened today. All of you on the military bases throughout the world, thank you for being there, doing what you're doing, keeping us free.
Yes.
All of you who have served, who are listening through the DAV network or what have you, thank you for listening. But I have to tell you, honestly, I didn't think we would get close to 20,000. This is first ever.
Amazing.
And it came off, right? But we had our chaotic moments, and that's okay. You're going to have those anytime you have a new
Anytime you've got JP and I involved.
well, no, I mean, look, any new enterprise or what, you're going to have that stuff. But nothing was fatal. There was no mortal wounds.
No.
And just for everyone out there listening, everyone who's given as the daddy of a hero, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, God bless you.
All right, here we go. Tom Plunkett, thank you for taking phone calls today.
Ah, yes.
Melinda, and she's still taking phone
Still
calls.
taking
Thank you,
phone
Melinda
calls.
Effinger. Greg Reese, Craig Reese, thank you for also taking phone call. Well, also,
We've got
in there
Michelle
making
and
phone
Fred
calls
there,
right
and
now,
they're texting
Michelle
too, yeah.
and Fred Nort from the crew.
Yep.
I want to thank Gail and Steve for coming up
Yep.
today and supporting
Dr.
as well.
Good early on in the
Dr.
day for
Good
donating
making
as
phone
well.
calls
Yep,
and
making
donating
phone
to
That's
calls.
Steve this morning? Was that the first guest this morning? Was his name Steve?
Oh gosh, you were
The
the,
very
first guest.
first guest. No,
It
no.
was you was Greg O'Connell.
Greg O'Connell was the first guest.
No, after me. The guy this morning, the very first guy after me.
Oh, Lord.
Lathan was in, but it was who was
No,
it
it
before
wasn't Latham.
Lathan?
Wasn't next. Steve.
Salt and pepper hair.
Salt and pepper hair, Steve.
How can we? Oh my gosh!
I know.
It's been a long day.
I know. And if you're listening, I'm
It's been a
sorry.
long day. I have to go review that video. Huh?
Oh my gosh! And we're so, and he's probably like, oh, thanks, y'all. Wait, who did we have on?
He was on the video. The very first one.
On the video, he
Oh,
called
James.
Oh, James
Sellers.
James.
Okay.
James
Yeah,
Sellers.
Steve.
Yes, James.
No, don't
I'm
do
like,
that.
oh no.
Well, and next year,
Yes.
we're going to partner with SiteMark
Love it.
when we do our Veterans
optics
Day.
discussion.
Yeah,
I bet
that's
you'll
James
have
Sellers.
Love it.
more volunteers that can help with getting things set up, technology.
No, you've got it. You'll have it down next year, easy breezy.
Well, we have more interns coming on board.
Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
And,
building out our
and
own
Chambrielle, Bree the intern, who's
Yeah,
going
Bree
to
the
be having
intern,
her
great job
own,
today.
Gosh, she
have
did
her
the
own
whole first half
podcast.
of the day. I let her do it. Oh my gosh, she did
Yeah.
an awesome job. Thank
Yeah.
you so much, Bree.
And Corley, we love you,
my
helping
God.
the PR machine move along and getting some of
Corley
our
is a
really great
dynamo.
guests.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
we're very blessed to just be surrounded by some amazing people, good
I can
people.
do whatever I want.
And then Charles hides off camera so he can do the Macarena
I'm like,
or
what's
whatever
that?
you call that.
Why is he putting lipstick on?
Why is he putting lipstick
Why does
on?
he have a bathing suit top on? How much was that donation? Wow, did somebody
How
donate
much was that
$5,000?
donation? I'll tell you what. If somebody will donate $100,000 by Friday, I'll wear a Speedo in studio.
Woo! Hey.
$100,000 by Friday, I'll wear a Speedo in studio.
Go. There you go.
I'm pretty sure people would pay $100,000 for me not to wear a speedo. Just
I
wear
love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh,
Oh, very good. Who donated?
Still
Well,
more
go, you
donated?
handle it. Go. You the man.
yeah, he got
Turn
it,
your
Charles.
mic on. You do it. Turn your mic on. You do it now. Put your mic up there. Yeah.
Nathan who? Oh. Okay, how do you...
This is so great.
When?
Hell, we should stay.
This is so great. We'll stay till 10 tonight. I love it. Another donation. And again, the link is open. Please share the link that we have all over social media, that we have on our website.
Michelle, get
you
over here.
can donate 24/7. Come on, camera, Michelle.
Come on, get on camera. So, again, the crew out in force.
Come on.
Of course, this is our Michelle.
Michelle from the crew.
And she helps keep us straight. She'll tell us when it's ugly, good. Good, bad, or ugly. Michelle will tell us, and that's good because we need
Oh yeah,
it.
she'll be like, okay, that guest has been on too long. I'm
She will. She will.
Like, y'all stop talking about that.
Remember the Gong Show with what's his name? He had that
Yes.
big hook. We need to get
Michelle has a hook. That's an electronic hook.
Virtually every morning.
It's a,
yeah.
it's a left hook.
You know what? It's good. It keeps your ego in check. That's what I say.
Yeah.
So I still have people calling in and stuff. So the website is not taken, so I have another card and stuff.
What?
Oh, the website's not taking?
The website's not working, so try to call in.
Greg.
Have we shut the website down? Oh, it logged up.
So we've tried a couple times taking people's information.
People are trying to donate, right?
Right.
So
love it.
listen,
Keep
I'm just
attempting,
going to
keep
tell
trying,
you that could well be.
Yeah, well,
Based
because
on what I
again,
heard.
this is going worldwide, so we don't know.
Right.
Yeah, different time
keep
zones.
trying in
Keep
or
trying
call
for
in
sure.
the number and try to get the information
Right,
that way.
right.
So.
Right. Well, and the website will be up still tomorrow. The link will still be up, right?
Oh, it'll be
So
up.
through the night, people can keep
So
donating.
people can keep donating.
It'll be up through the show Friday.
Okay, up through the
and
show
will it
Friday.
be 100% through the show Friday? 100%.
It'll always be 100%.
Oh, fantastic!
Fantastic.
There we go.
Love
Awesome.
it.
Always.
Yay, good stuff. Good stuff. Well, we love you.
And
Love
Michelle,
to the
thank you
crew.
for coming out all. I mean,
Yeah,
Cattle Mill's a
God
long
love you.
drive, so thank you for that.
Thank you. And Fred, we couldn't get him on camera. Fred Nort from the crew. Maybe
Fred
next
at?
time.
The Yankee
Gail,
Doodle
come sit in
Dandy.
Michelle's lap. Come on.
Come on, Gail.
Let's end it.
Yeah,
Let's
if I had
end
to
this
wear
with three
lipstick.
blondes.
If I had to wear lipstick.
Yeah, but that was a punishment. This isn't a punishment.
So we've got here we go our crew members, and again, if you want to know how you're doing, both of them will let you know.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we will.
They're
And-
so
and-
shy.
This is mine.
So shy.
Charles,
Hey, come on.
come on.
Sprockets.
Snap
Bossy
two.
Sprockets.
Snap
I love
two.
it.
Gail's like, come on, Charles, get with it.
This is a fundraiser right here.
Where's
Boy, isn't that the truth?
Where's my grenades?
Yeah, this is a tres leches cake all by itself. Easy, Catholic
Just
boy.
saying. Well, we love you. We love our veterans. God bless you. Thank you for serving. Thank you for keeping us free. Thank you for protecting us. Thank you for letting us go about our business so we can do what we've done here today.
Right.
And we can't begin to thank you enough.
Thank you
God
for our
bless you
freedom.
Yes,
Yeah, thank you for our
amen.
freedom. So
Amen.
join us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 7:30 to 9 for JP, Kathy, and the crew. That you can find at jpkcrew.com. That's jpkcrew.com. Go to our website. We have our channel up there. You can see all of our shows when they're playing, what times they're playing. You can catch Money Link 7:30 on Thursday mornings. The rebroadcast on Sunday at 3. You can catch the Lawyer Show at 12 noon. That's 12 to 1. Don't forget you can then catch a Lawyer Show again on it's Saturdays, right at 10 o'clock. Is that right, Charles?
Oh, Fred wants to come on camera
Oh,
here. at
now
the
Fred,
end.
now Fred, come on,
he knows
Fred,
you're
get
up
over
there.
here. Let's
Come
go.
on. Come over with your girls.
Yankee Doodle Dandy Fred, let's go.
Oh, he's like, oh wait, can I sit in
there says
Michelle's
Michelle's lap. So there we go. We got Fred. This is Fred Nort. He's a retired peace officer out of a Long Island area, and Uber Fred. Yankee Fred.
Oh, we love
But
you.
no, part of the
Happy
crew. Good to have the crew out with
Veterans
us today. You can also catch Dr. Be Good on Thursday nights at 6 o'clock. You can catch
Sunday mornings.
also Sunday mornings live at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Punchline Players
Thursday
Comedy
night.
Act. That's on Thursday night at 7 o'clock.
Heart and
Goodness
Soul
gracious.
Texas
Heart and
Women,
Soul Texas
Monday
Women
morning at
Mondays
10.
at 10 o'clock.
This Pink Cloud.
This Pink Cloud on
10:30 on
Fridays at 10:30,
Yep.
and then My
Greg.
Son, My Veteran.
Yes.
The launch was today, but will be on Fridays
Can't
from
wait.
12:30
Can't
to. Are we doing
wait.
1:30 or 2? Did we decide?
Till 5.
I think
Till 5.
I think this Friday may be a little longer than
All right.
1:30. I'm
Okay.
just saying.
But tune in, and if you have a veteran that you know of or somebody that's
Yes.
active duty that's needing resources, wants resources, here's our guy right here. Greg's our guy. So with
Reach out
that
to
being
us.
said, continue to donate.
Yeah, please do.
If this link is down, it could be because it's been flooded.
Just try that.
Which is fantastic. Just keep trying back. The link will be up and be good through Friday's show. 100% of the donations will go to disabled American veterans here in North Texas. So,
Yep.
Greg, hopefully you'll give us an update
will.
by Friday
I
so
will.
we can
Love
update the
it.
crew.
Love it, love it, love
And we also, again, we want to thank our large money donors. We want to thank Gail and Steve Meeks from Money
Oh,
Link.
yeah.
We want to thank Kelly
Tess-
Parker,
Tess
Armstrong. We want to
yeah.
thank Leon Chastain. And we want to thank
Melanie.
what's wrong?
Melanie. Yep, Melanie did a match.
Oh, well, that's
yeah.
Tess Armstrong. Melody's match of $500. Greg's friends and family out of the West Coast
Yeah.
that have donated substantially today.
Aunt Miriam
Mine-
for being our first
Aunt
donor.
Miriam,
Yeah.
first donor.
Our
That's right.
neighbors, the Shorneys.
Yeah, $600 donation.
$600 donation. God
So,
bless.
you know,
So
again,
great.
it's what's made it so great. We've raised over $20,000 here at
Just
JP,
amazing.
Kathy, and the crew.
Thank you, God.
And without you, it doesn't happen. And my first telethon in the books, your first telethon in the
Yeah,
books.
this is crazy.
Charles's first telethon. I don't know how Jerry Lewis did it for 72 hours.
We're gonna sleep real good tonight. We're gonna
I
sleep
did it for
really,
10 hours
really
and I'm ready to go
well
home and
tonight.
go to bed,
Amen.
But anyways, thank you for being with us today, and share this out and keep donating.
do.
We'd love to hit $30,000. Although then you're setting us up for a mark next year. I'm not sure I'm all about. He's already saying 50 grand is what he's saying.
Oh,
so.
hell. If we hit 30, we'll be at 60 next year.
Oh, if we hit 30, we're at 60. No, our veterans get it all.
Hey, it's
Thank you
worth
so
it.
much.
Yeah.
Meet you anywhere barbecue. Get out there, be a part of this unbelievable Texas barbecue. With that, I am signing off.
We love y'all.
God bless you
Happy
all.
Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day.
Mwah.